Chapter 261. The Shortcomings of Pain 6 Paths. The lake is blue, and the water waves are unhappy, like a huge mirror, reflecting everything in the world. Black spear pierced through the big gray bird, stabbing it on the distant mountain wall. Purple thunder Jinchuriki column stands on the ground, and countless chains of lightning bind the black rhino firmly. The sea of fire, the hell bulldog let out a shrill howl, but it was proud of its split characteristics, and under the burning of the sea of fire, it did not have any effect. Gong Yi stepped over the black and white panda and came to the top of the long-haired Pain's body. Is this the animal Pain? Gong Yi raised his head and looked at the void where the mask Obito cast Kamui to disappear. Yahiko should represent heavenly path Pain. But, it's weaker than I thought. He muttered to himself and waved his hand. Thunder Jinchuriki column disappears, the spear disperses, and the sea of fire perishes. And the three psychic beasts also died in grief. The weak Terumi brought the Kurigakure mission and walked to his side, slightly frightened. Terumi gritted her teeth and said softly, "Thank you." Gong Yi turned around and shook his head. "No need to thank you. You take the honor of Mizukage, personally, 3220. Coming to the land of fire and keeping you safe is what I, Konoha, should do." His gaze, skipping Terumi, fell on the face of the 10-year-old boy, and then looked at the ninja sword. Is this the new generation of ninja swordsmen 7 people you chose? As soon as these words came out, everyone present changed their expressions. So good memories flooded into their hearts. The previous generation of ninja swords consisted of 7 people and 7 people, but they died in the hands of unknown powerhouses in Konoha. The only 3 surviving 3 ninja swords were also chased by Gong Yi Chinli, and finally in the village of Kurigakure, Biwa Juzo was slashed. At this time, the new ninja sword 7 people and 7 people is mentioned. Could it be that he doesn't like this title so much and wants to kill Changjiro? Gong Yi smiled suddenly. It's very good. Although his strength is weak, he has the courage and knowledge, and his courage is commendable. He can be neither humble nor arrogant in the face of me. I don't know if the wind blew, or everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Terumi stroked her hair. Changjiro is still young, but his talent is good, and he may be able to do a lot in the future. Gong Yi nodded without commenting. A word of courage, knowledge, and courage is commendable, and it is already an excellent evaluation to say it from his mouth. If expected, in the plot of the original novel, Changjiro has the strength to take over the 6th generation of Mizukage, and his temperament is still very good. Come on, follow me back to Konoha. The Kurigakure mission followed Gong Yi in silence and walked towards Konoha village step by step. In front of this powerful man, everyone's heart was heavy. Walking for a while, Terumi suddenly raised her head. Those people just now, they seem to be from the same organization. Gong Yi walked ahead and said without looking back, Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Terumi chewed on the word carefully, feeling more and more depressed in her heart. This organization is so powerful, no matter what. Is it Kurigakure missing Nin Kisame Hoshigaki, or the man with Uchiha Sharingan? Both are top powerhouses. The other 2 beings use ninjutsu, which is even more incredible. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary ninja, a ninjutsu that can be controlled. In the land of rain, on the tallest tower. In the dark secret room, a dull sound suddenly came out. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood spilled out of the corner of his mouth. Yuhiko wiped the corner of his mouth. Below him, a young woman wearing a blue paper flower. Surprised for a while, then worried. Nagato, what's wrong with you? Nagato looked at the bloodshot on his hand and shook his head. Nothing serious, just controlling Pain 6 paths from a distance. Something went wrong. Conan was surprised, and his eyes fell on the black iron rods stuck behind Nagato. Nagato noticed her gaze and nodded. Yes, these. I used the chakra transmitter that Rinnegan made from Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and something went wrong. What's the problem? Distance limit. Nagato coughed and explained simply. I found that once Pain 6 paths is too far away from me, the transmission signal will be poor, and the supply of chakra is extremely insufficient. Everyone knows what the consequences of a shortage of chakra will be. Conan's face changed slightly. Then you just sent Yahiko, His body is fine and I asked Mr. Madara to bring them back. However, the animal way is not so lucky. Conan murmured. How can this be? Terumi-me shouldn't be so strong. There are 2 pains, plus Kisame Hoshigaki and Mr. Madara, it doesn't make sense. It's the dark blue devil. Nagato said directly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his body exuded a dangerous smell. That man is stronger than we thought. Conan opened her mouth, the dark blue demon, Gong Yi. Suddenly, her heart was chaotic. The dark blue demon is the strongest of Konoha. Konoha has the power of Kyubi, 9 tails, Jinchuriki column. We are going to collect tailed beasts in the future, don't we want to face him? Nagato took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with confidence. Don't worry, I don't necessarily lose to him. Rinnegan's power is stronger than you think. Previous situation where he controlled Heavenly Path Pain and Gong Yi to fight, Nagato had a certain foundation in his heart. Heavenly Path Pain will be able to fight back and forth with the dark blue demon if all 6 paths are present. With the advantages of Rinnegan's shared vision, and the complementary advantages of 6 paths, various secret techniques shouldn't be a big problem to deal with the dark blue demon. And most importantly, if you can keep a proper distance from Pain 6 paths, supply chakra as much as possible. Even using Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, that man will not be his opponent. Nagato glanced outside the secret room and said softly, they are coming back, you go. Conan gave him a worried look, and Ping walked out. Now, Akatsuki's leader, on the bright side, is the Heavenly Path Pain made of Yahiko's corpse. Conan and Pain are together, and it is convenient to do some things. After Conan left, Nagato's expression changed, cloudy and sunny. Uchiha Madara is much weaker than I thought. In the face of the dark blue demon, he didn't even make any attacks. It shouldn't. In front of Konoha village, a row of ninjas stood solemnly. Sarutobi Hiruzen crouched down tremblingly and looked at the rows of corpses covered with white cloth on the ground. Lifting the white cloth, a familiar face came into view. Aster. Behind him, a ninja lying on a stretcher, covered in bruises, said in grief, there are 2 enemies who attacked us, and one is a man with blonde hair. That is, he was the first to use explosive ninjutsu, and we suffered the first wave of attacks. Someone next to him said softly, that person's name is Deidara, a missing nin at the village level of Iwagakure. Not long ago, he was killed by Director Gong Yi himself. Have you been killed? Good. Severely injured ninja said 3 times, even the pain on his body could not be considered. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his back to him, and an old voice sounded, who is the other? The man looked like a middle-aged man, but strangely, he was walking on a crawl. But for one thing, he's extremely good at the puppet technique. He attacked us with 1,000 copies and was blocked by Lord Aster. But then, more than a dozen puppets were used to besiege us. There are too many puppets, and we can't stop them at all. The end, he fought and retreated. Lord Aster desperately stopped him and supported him until reinforcements arrived. It's just that Lord Aster has already won. 6 dead, only me. And, this ninja was already crying. Sarutobi Hiruzen blankly touched his son's cold face. Almost after listening to the briefing of the battle, he made a judgment. Today's world, only Sunagakure village has achieved the peak of puppet technique. In Sunagakure village, there are 3 strongest puppet masters, Monziman, Chiyo and the grandson of Chiyo, who is known as a genius puppet stylist. Monziman died in the desert. Chiyo died on the battlefield, killed by Gong Yi himself. A strong man who can use more than a dozen puppets, then there is no doubt that he will be Chiyo's grandson. Sasori of the Red Sand. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a cold voice, a cold killing intent, madly pervading the wrinkled old man's face. Ha! The wind sounded, and a group of people came to the gate of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked at Gongyi. Two pairs of eyes looked at each other, the air was condensed, and the surroundings were silent. Chapter 262. Uchiha Can't Stay. Old man stood up, his body slightly hunched. At Gongyi, his eyes fell on Terumi-mei and the others. Sorry, it was our ill consideration that allowed you to be attacked. Terumi-mei shook her head. It's not about Konoha, the one who attacked us is missing Ninkasame Hoshigaki from Kurigakure village. Rather. She cast her eyes on the row of dead Konoha ninja corpses, and said apologetically, I brought you trouble. Compared with the alliance between the two villages to share peace, these sacrifices are worth it. Mizukage, this way please. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and walked towards the Konoha village, Terumi-mei and the others followed behind. When Gongyi passed the row of corpses, his footsteps paused slightly. These wounds. Sasori of the Red Sand. Gongyi's rescue this time, relying on his powerful spiritual perception, sensed the direction of the violent chakra fluctuations. That's why I can get to the place of battle so quickly. In contrast, on Sarutobi Aster's side, he did not perceive it. So there was no time for rescue. But based on the wound, and in the original plot, Deidara usually acts with Sasori of the Red Sand, Gongyi deduced the murderer. A doubt. Sasori of the Red Sand. Gongyi raised his head and his eyes fell on the back of the old man at the front. I don't know if there is any regret in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart 29, even if it is a momentary regret. Gongyi personally told Sarutobi Hiruzen the information about the assassination of 3 generations of Kazekage by Sasori of the Red Sand. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to reach a private deal with Chiyo to facilitate a truce. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was ruthless at the time, he would have released this information directly, leaving the Sunagakure village aside. At least make Sasori of the Red Sand's days, but so easy. After all, Sasori of the Red Sand killed 3 generations of Kazekage, and it's reasonable that both Rasa and Chiyo should send ninjas to hunt down Sasori of the Red Sand. If there is this layer of link, now Sasori of the Red Sand, will it still be alive, or if there is still a chance to attack the Konoha ninja that has not happened, no matter what, it is useless. This old man, probably full of sadness at this time, forced himself to face the Kurigakure mission. Dr. Ninja, Shinobu, really can bear it. Gongyi shook his head, he didn't like this way of doing things. When you are weak, you can endure it for a while. It can really be calm. But his own master has great strength, but he is still timid. This approach is too cowardly. Kurigakure mission was settled, Gongyi came to Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette in a dull manner. The sound of clack-clack, combined with the curling smoke, made the atmosphere extremely dull. Gongyi made the situation clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen became, more and more, silent. Kurigakure missing Ninkasame Hoshigaki, Sunagakure village missing, Nin Sasori of the Red Sand, Iwagakure village missing, Nindidara, Konoha village missing, Nin Orochimaru. Although missing Nin often hides in the rain country, but Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, looked at Gongyi through the heavy smoke. So many powerful missing nin, gathered in Akatsuki, what are they going to do? Gongyi put his hands behind his back with a look on his face. Perhaps you can analyze these. Missing nin's character, arrogant and irritable, Kisame Hoshigaki's deep cruelty, Sasori of the Red Sand making a puppet with a corpse. Orochimaru, needless to say, just from the tip of the iceberg, it can be seen that the strong people that Akatsuki gathered are all broken, strong, and restless people. Their purpose is still unknown, but at least it will be detrimental to the major villages. Listening to Gongyi's speculation, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually sank. He could never have imagined that a country of rain was so close at hand. It has secretly accumulated such a powerful strength. If you are determined to attack a big ninja village, with the strength of these strong men, you can definitely destroy a village quickly. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hirazen's expression changed. The former leader of a Megakure village was Hanzo of the Salamander, who is the leader of a Megakure village now. Gong Yi shook his head. I don't know, but, Chief of Akatsuki, maybe I can give you relevant information. You said. Pain. Sarutobi Hirazen frowned. He had never heard the name. But to be able to command so many powerful missing nins, and even suppress them. An existence with a strange and tyrannical temper, his strength will never be low. Gong Yi said suddenly, perhaps, I should give you another piece of information. Sarutobi Hirazen looked at him suspiciously. What information would be more important than pain, and even said at the end. Gong Yi joked, among the powerhouses Akatsuki dispatched, I met a man with Sharingan. Sharingan, Uchiha, he's very good at time-space ninjutsu. After speaking, Gong Yi turned and left. Sarutobi Hirazen sat in the office, his hands tightly clasped together. Uchiha Ninja, who is good at time and space ninjutsu, is strong enough to join Akatsuki. Combining these two pieces of information, he instantly thought of the Kyubi, Nine Tails, upheaval in Konoha 48. In that upheaval, the culprit was a mysterious Uchiha tribe, who was also very good at time and space ninjutsu. Eyes of the fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, who is also good at time and space ninjutsu. He kidnapped Kyubi, Nine Tails person Jinchuriki column force Uzumaki Kushina. 2 days later, in the VIP meeting room of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hirazen and Terumi Mei each signed the name of the shadow under a contract, shook hands and smiled. From today, Konoha and Kurigakure have reached a peaceful alliance, and in the future, they can communicate more friendly and don't have to worry about ninja battles. Of course, this sounds wonderful. Kurigakure and Konoha have such a big hatred, but it's not. A mere contract can restrain the genin. But at least, on the surface, it is no longer so incompatible. The purpose is achieved, and the Kurigakure mission is about to leave. Terumi Mei kept her footsteps and invited Sarutobi Hirazen to chat in private. Under the Hokage rock, Terumi Mei, wearing a Mizukage hat, looked at Sarutobi Hirazen neither humble nor arrogant. No matter what is age or time of fame, the other party is his senior. But now, the two are of equal status, and they are both shadows of the same village. She doesn't need to be too respectful, she just needs an equal dialogue. Mizukage, why did you invite me to talk? Terumi Mei went straight to the point. About 320 people from the Uchiha clan in Haogui village. Sarutobi Hirazen frowned. How do you say that? Humph. Terumi Mei snorted coldly. Before Kurigakure, I went through the blood fog period, and there was turmoil between the Suzuki and Kagaya clans. Inside, there is a faint power of Uchiha at work. Although I shouldn't doubt you, the Uchiha clan are the big clan of Konoha village. This makes me have to remind you. Sarutobi Hirazen opened his mouth, but couldn't explain it. With Sharingan, the strength is still so strong, saying that it is not the Uchiha tribe, or... Just kidding. The transplanted Sharingan can't exert too much strength. Kakashi is an example. The progress has been getting slower and slower over the years, and it has almost lost the momentum of Hitaki's genius. That's all. Terumi Mei looked at the old Sarutobi Hirazen with a calm expression. This is also a little reminder from me to your village. Sarutobi Hirazen nodded, although Terumi Mei was not very good-natured, but what she said was very pertinent, for Konoha's sake. He personally sent Terumi Mei to join the Kurigakure mission. Sarutobi Hirazen looked dazed as he watched the Kurigakure mission leave Konoha village gradually. Reached a peace alliance with Sunagakure village and Kurigakure village one after another, and in the 3 battles he drew with Iwagakure village. Gong Yi also defeated the Kingdom of Thunder. Either way, these are the things I want to see the most. But why, in his heart, became more and more confused. How long can the piece exchanged for in black and white last? In the shadows, a man on crutches walked up to him with a cold tone. Hiruzen, Uchiha, do ent. Stay. Chapter 263. That man. After the departure of the Kurigakure mission, Konoha village was a little quieter than usual. The reason for this is not that something has changed. Mainly because of the workload. Before Konoha ninjas went out to perform missions, basically only in the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind and the Land where the armistice agreement was reached. Now that the relationship between the Land of Thunder has eased, and the Kurigakure village has also made a contract. For a time, all kinds of tasks leading to several major countries can also be accepted. Konoha ninjas have started to go out to perform missions. There are financial and living pressures, as well as the number of tasks that must be performed each year specially arranged by the village. Konoha ninja itself has not recovered to its heyday after several upheavals. After sending out so many ninjas to perform missions, it is normal for the village to become deserted. But when the situation stabilizes and the transition period is over, Konoha will only become more prosperous than before. In the deserted situation, a funeral was quietly held in front of Konoha's memorial monument. Not many people attended, most of them were from the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood behind the crowd, eyes closed, a little tired. A young man walked up to him with a baby in his arms. Father, I'm back. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes and looked at each other with a rare smile. Asuma, you have matured a lot over the years. Asuma shook his head. If I hadn't left the village and went to the Land of Fire to be the guardian of the 12 ninjas, but I would have stayed by my father's side and worked for you. Maybe my brother and sister-in-law. Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't blame his younger son. For him, Asuma left the village and chose independence. It's a good thing. He's just looking at the baby in Asuma's arms, a little uncomfortable. Konoha Maruhi. At such a young age, he lost his parents. Asuma said firmly, Father, you don't have to worry. As his uncle, I will definitely take good care of him. Not only that, I will find the best tutor for him and teach him how to be a qualified ninja in the future. Alone for many years, the former boy has become a man who is upright and responsible. Sarutobi Asuma, this once frivolous, cynical, and even rebellious boy, now understands what his father Sarutobi Hiruzen did in those days. The father is strict with himself because he is Hokage's son and needs to lead by example. Hokage's son is a burden, a pressure, and an incentive at the same time. On the contrary, his father, in terms of task arrangement, tries his best to take care of him. This is already a silent expression of his father's love for him. I was still young and rebellious. But it's not too late. Now that I'm back, I can share some of the pressure for my father. Father, I am already a jonin. You can safely let me do some dangerous tasks and don't need to protect me anymore. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled comfortably. Don't worry, you only come back once in so many years, go and rest first. Meet friends, chat, and get acquainted with the situation in the village. That brother and sister-in-law's hatred, who is the enemy, can you tell me? Things about Akatsuki are still kept secret in the village. Not many people know. Even if some low-level ninjas knew about it, they were all banned. Sarutobi Asuma, who did not know who killed his brother and sister-in-law, was Sasori of the Red Sand and others. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, then shook his head, not yet. Yes, not yet. Compared to those, the mighty missing Nin, and the mysterious Akatsuki. Even Asuma, who has returned from experience, is still far behind in terms of strength. Can't let he touches these. Asuma is a little pity, but there is a look of determination in his eyes. Father didn't let himself know, but personally, he definitely knew. In the noisy tavern, Asuma was smoking one cigarette, his vision blurred, and most of the time he stayed outside the tavern. At dusk, there are fewer pedestrians. A white-haired man walked in. His face was covered with a dense mask, covering most of his face. Only the right eye was exposed. Asuma, I haven't seen you for years. Kakashi, you too, how are you? Two took their seats, and the wine glasses were full. Kakashi didn't go to drink, but just sighed, I have to take a shift at night, so I won't drink anymore. You came to me, probably to ask about Aster Senpai. Sarutobi Asuma nodded silently. In his opinion, Kakashi stayed in Anbu and followed his father, and he must have known the situation. However, Kakashi let him down. Sorry, this matter, Hokage-sama has issued a gag order. None of us can say anything to the outside world. Can't even me. Asuma was not reconciled, and when he came back, he saw his brother and sister-in-law buried. If he doesn't even know who the enemy is, then he is really ashamed to be Aster's younger brother. Master Hokage didn't tell you personally. Kakashi shook his head. Naturally there is his deep meaning, I'm not good to take over. Bang! Asuma slammed the wooden table hard, looking angry and helpless. Kakashi was helpless when he saw this scene, but he tentatively gave a suggestion. Because of my duty, I can't tell you clearly. But there is one person, he doesn't have these scruples, why don't you go to him? You mean? Asuma opened his mouth hesitantly. That person. Kakashi took a deep breath, looked at the sky, and suddenly thought of going to see Gong Yi, but being blocked from the door. It's still early, so let me accompany you. Thank you, let's go now. Asuma stood up, left the payment money, and walked out of the village without hesitation. In that direction, the leader of the palace is located. Forest is lush, and a path paved with bluestone spreads deep. Around the bluestone trail, there are various plants and flowers planted. The once simple and unpretentious leader of the palace, after Eri moved in, became a little more angry. Even in the outer area, Hilly also planted flowers and plants from time to time. Asuma and Kakashi walked on the bluestone path, a little sighed. He really walked far ahead of us all these years. Yeah, it's hard to imagine that such a piece of business was built from scratch by him. That's right, Kakashi. I heard that someone encouraged Gong Yi to become the 5th generation Hokage. What's the matter? Even you, who are by the side of the Fire Nation's name, already know about it. How could I not know? In the capital, there are even more such rumors than you think. At that time, I had the heart to come back. Just thinking about my father's age, I hoped that Gong Yi would take his place. Kakashi stopped abruptly. You really think so? Asuma looked at him suspiciously. Is there something wrong? Kakashi shook his head and said solemnly, Gong Yi's talent can indeed serve as Hokage, but his character. If he becomes Hokage, Konoha will usher in war again sooner or later. Asuma's expression was a little solemn, and he thought of what Gong Yi had done over the years. Full of slaughter. At every turn, destroy the village. Even the tailed beast, he can release it without any scruples, not thinking about the common people at all. Forget it, let's go visit him first. I am afraid it's not so easy to visit. Kakashi said quietly. Some memories of humiliation were always in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of them. Asuma didn't understand what he meant and rang the doorbell of Gong Yi's house. Squeak. The door was pulled open, and a delicate and beautiful woman looked at them. You are looking for a master. Asuma opened his mouth. You are. Kakashi looked gloomy, and he smelled a familiar smell on this woman. Last time, the person in black robe who stopped her should be her. I just didn't expect that after taking off the black robe, she would be so young, almost the same age as herself and others. If you are looking for the master, then come in. But wait a while, the master is teaching the disciples. Asuma doubted and Kakashi crossed the threshold. He asked in a low voice, who is this woman? Her name is Gong Ling, she is Gong Yi's guard ninja. Kakashi explained softly, and finally added, she's very strong, she can't be underestimated if she's not good. Asuma nodded. Unexpectedly, Gong Yi was surrounded by men who even Kakashi would praise as a strong man. Expanding the forces around you is something that only Hokage or family patriarchs can do. When the two entered the yard, the sound of shouting and fighting sounded in full swing. Two of them looked at each other, and their faces changed slightly. A child who was only 6 or 7 years old, driving the Byakugan, attacked the opponent with fearless death. His body was densely filled with wounds and blood was flowing. And his enemy, also a teenager, looks about 8 or 9 or 8 years old. Body is covered with bone spurs, and every move is aimed at the key point of the Byakugan child. Go away, without any intention of holding back. This is teaching the disciples, is he fighting to the death? Asuma's expression changed greatly. How can he teach the disciples like this? Isn't he afraid that something will happen? However, Gong Yi, who was standing on the steps, just glanced at them, and said lightly, Neji, can't you do it so soon? Kimimaro hasn't done his best. If your training results this year are only like this, then you don't deserve to be my disciple. Hyuga Neji bites Kiba. His eyes are ruthless. He will use his master's physical skills to defeat Kimimaro. The pace of his feet suddenly changes, and his hands draw an arc full of wonderful beauty. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 64 palms. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Collection. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. Otherwise the collection IP will be banned. And GT. Chapter 264 Cruel Training. Chapter 3. The taijutsu of the Hyuga clan is not just as simple as a touch attack. After reaching a high level, it can even shoot chakra and strike from the air. Because of this, there is a long-range attack method like the vacuum palm. 8 trigrams 64 palms, it is a point of acupuncture, which seals the advanced physical skills released by the enemy's chakra. Hyuga Neji steps on the unique round or square footsteps, and the palms continue to shoot. Were fierce and powerful, and they all patted Kimimaro. As long as he finishes the 64 palms completely, even Kimimaro will be temporarily incapacitated. However, Kimimaro is so easy. Almost after a few hits, he reacted. Chakra burst out from his body, and sharp bones broke through the skin and flew out. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Larch. This is my Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, unique secret technique, and its defense is invincible. Your gentle fist technique has no effect on me. Kimimaro said indifferently, folded his hands, and a very thick bone spur suddenly appeared. A move of his feet, Kimimaro spun toward Neji. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Clematis, Flower. Asuma, who was onlookers, saw this scene, and his face changed greatly. Such a powerful attack, how could the boy with the Byakugan, who looked like only 6 years old, could block it? No. Kimimaro turned a deaf ear to his voice and kept moving forward. Gong Yi didn't plan to stop the fight, just watched it calmly. Hyuga Neji was too alarmed after being busted in 8 trigrams 64 palms. His 64 palms had not been master for a long time and couldn't hurt Kimimaro, as he expected. Facing Kimimaro's ultimate move, he also smiled coldly. You have an invincible defense. 32 I also have an absolute defense. Body began to circle in place, and chakras sprayed out from dozens of large holes in his body. As he turned, these chakras directly formed a white light. Revolving heaven. Kimimaro and Neji slammed into each other horribly as a group of adults watched. Boom. Both of them flew upside down. Neji was in the air, vomiting blood constantly, at least. A few bones were broken. And Kimimaro also fell more than 10 meters, and finally fell to the ground with his buttocks. He stood up slowly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Neji, your progress is beyond my imagination. Neji lay on the ground feebly, coughing out minced meat, his eyes dimmed. I still lost. Faced with this result, Gong Yi nodded lightly. Neji has made great progress. From the very beginning, he had no resistance against Kimimaro, and now he can exchange injuries. To say, he's a brilliant talent. As for Kimimaro, Gongyi has nothing to worry about. Just now Neji has done everything he can, but Kimimaro hasn't reached his limit yet. Not even the 8 inner gates were opened. Gongyi was thinking that maybe he had to find a chance to hand over the 8 inner gates to Neji too. These 2 disciples can be regarded as physique geniuses, if they are matched with the 8 inner gates. One is supplemented by Hyuga Byakugan, and the other is combined with Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse Kekkei Genkei. The achievements that can be achieved in the future will definitely be higher than in the original work. As for their own powerful ninjutsu, they are not very good heirs. Gong Ling, take the 2 of them to the room, I will come to heal them later. Gong Yi instructed lightly, and his eyes finally fell on Asuma. You are looking for me, what's the matter? Asuma looked at him hesitantly. Isn't it too cruel to teach disciples like this? Gong Yi smiled casually and shook his head disdainfully. My disciple, it's not some kind of flower in a greenhouse. Now this degree is just a daily discussion. They will face in the future as even crueler than this, and I will not give them any shelter. Asuma opened his mouth, his face turned blue and white. In comparison, from Genin to Chunin period, isn't it a flower living in a greenhouse? If he hadn't gone out on his own, he probably wouldn't have the title of Jonin now. If you have something to say, just say it. Gong Yi brushed his sleeves and walked to the gazebo. Asuma nodded to Kakashi and walked over to Gong Yi. I want to know who killed my brother. 3 generations of Hokage, I didn't tell you. Gong Yi squinted slightly. If he doesn't want to tell you, the answer is actually very simple, but you are still weak and unable to face the enemy who killed your brother. I told you, but it hurt you. Asuma bit Kiba and said resolutely, please tell me. I am already a Jonin, and I have the confidence to face any enemy. Jonin hehe. Gong Yi seemed to be mocking, shaking his head constantly. He turned sideways and stared at Asuma. Your brother is Jonin, who has been famous for many years, and the squad he brought is also all Jonin. And he still died at the hands of an enemy. Attention, there is only one person who attacked them. Do you think you have the confidence now? Asuma subconsciously took 2 steps back. He didn't know these details at all. Now it sounds that the enemy's strength is far beyond his imagination. Just that because the enemy is too strong, he doesn't even have the qualifications to know his name, right? Asuma clenched his fists unwillingly. Suddenly, Gong Yi's words reached his ears. It is very thin and light, and no one outside can hear it. It seems that only he can hear it. It's not impossible to tell you. Bring all the futon, wind-style, ninjutsu collected by the Sarutobi clan. Gong Yi looked at him with a half-smile but spread out his hands. Please. Asuma left Gong Yi's yard with a gloomy expression on his face, and Kakashi looked at him worriedly. Actually, don't worry, sooner or later, you will know the truth. Well, thank you, Kakashi. Asuma was in a trance, still considering the conditions given by Gong Yi. Kakashi looked at the closed door behind him. You can see the way Gong Yi teaches his disciples. Those 2 are still children. He can bear it so much. It's not hard to imagine what he would suffer if he became Hokage, the 5th generation of the village. Asuma hummed, just looking at Kakashi, but there was something else in his eyes. Kakashi, when was the first time you killed someone? Kakashi froze for a moment, his face a little ugly. 5 years old. At that time, I graduated early, joined a ninja team, and killed a genin during the mission. Compared to the 2 bloody fighting children, why didn't he face the cruelest side of the world at this age? Kakashi shook his head sternly, but, because of this, I don't want our juniors to go through all this too. Asuma didn't argue with him, just bowed his head and walked towards the Sarutobi clan's clan. Kakashi is at the entrance of the village and parted ways with him. Looking at Asuma's lonely figure under the moonlight, Hibit Kiba. The quiet little house, it was full of bandages, medicines and other medical items. This is a medical room specially opened by Gong Yi at home. It is usually used to heal the wounds of the disciples. He dared to let his disciples train with the most desperate determination, mainly because he had confidence in his medical ninjutsu. Although there will be injuries during training, but with self-care and medical ninjutsu support, Neji and Kimimaro will not leave any dark wounds. So far, the training results have shown some results. If nothing else, Hyuga Neji's current strength has reached the level of Chunin. Even if you graduate early and go out to perform tasks, you have a good life-saving ability. Several medical ninjutsu releases, wrapping the wounds on Neji and Kimimaro with bandages, Gong Yi clapped his hands. For the next 2 days, you will rest first, and then continue training when your body recovers. Neji moved his hands and feet, and there was a little more brilliance in his eyes. I thanked the teacher first, then turned around and stared at Kimimaro with awe. Kimimaro, I will definitely beat you. Kimimaro pouted, I just hope that next time, you won't be defeated by me again, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Humph. Neji is not afraid at all, he's been beaten by Kimimaro too many times. But he can also feel his progress, as long as there is a teacher, he will not die. As long as you keep improving, you will catch up with Kimimaro sooner or later. Gong Yi rubbed the heads of the 2 children and smiled. Go home first. Oh, goodbye teacher. Hyuga Neji left obediently. Kimimaro left Gong Yi's house with him. Outside the door, Hyuga Neji said suddenly, Kimimaro, there will be a party in our clan in a few days, and there will be a lot of delicious food, do you want to come and participate? Kimimaro was stunned, but Neji was beaten up by himself. Why don't you come, say something. Kimimaro had a headache and pretended to be indifferent and said, I'll have a look when I have time. Chapter 265. A person's Chunin exam. Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu. Sweden, water style, ninjutsu. They studied Doden, earth style, myself a lot. Gong Yi sat in the living room, thinking about it. If Asuma really brought the futon, wind style, ninjutsu treasured by the Sarutobi clan, I could watch it. The Sarutobi family gained a great legacy because of their good relationship with the second-generation Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a master of various ninjutsu knowledge, playing the title of Dr. Ninja. Must be a lot of futon, wind style, ninjutsu in this family. Gong Yi's judgment is well-founded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, who have followed the second generation of Hokage, all know futon, wind style, ninjutsu. It would be a joke to say that the Sarutobi family has no related ninjutsu. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been in the position of Hokage for so many years, the ninjutsu collected by the village is countless. If he hadn't left something for the family, Gong Yi would never have believed him. But it's not urgent, Asuma is not sure yet. My research direction, I have to go to another place, to explore 1 or 2. Quote. Gong Yi recalled several encounters with Uchiha Obito and his ability to control time and space ninjutsu. This thing is a bit rude. In fact, not only Obito, but also Hiraishin of Namikaze Minato and Kamui of Kakashi's future master are very rude. If you encounter such an enemy yourself, you can crush the opponent with hard power. But if you want to kill or stay, it's a bit difficult. Gong Yi judged that if he didn't have a good way to deal with it, it would be very troublesome in the future. Just like last time, facing Pain, Oni, Obito 3, they are definitely not their opponents. But Obito can take them away in peace. Perhaps, I should study time-space ninjutsu seriously. Gong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, as to whether this road can be passed. He's got a little bit of a grip now. The mastery skill of mastering all the laws, but it can make oneself in all the laws. In front of them, they all have a certain affinity. Even the top defensive Suiden, water-style, ninjutsu like Luli Tianmu can be researched. Time and space ninjutsu should also have the possibility of success. And just so, in his hands, there is a good research object. The technique of Horaitian. This technique was written down when he browsed the sealed book last time, but because he had no talent for time and space ninjutsu before, even if Namikaze Minato imparted his own experience to himself, there was no progress, so he did not. I was thinking about learning, but just jotting it down. Now it can also come in handy. Just as Gong Yi was contemplating, the aroma of the food gradually drifted into his nose. Sniff, Gong Yi smiled. It's time to eat. Wei Li entered the restaurant with a few side dishes. Gong Ling and her were holding the boiled soup. Gong Yi sat down on the chair carelessly. It's very rich. Eri Yi smiled softly. Sister Gong Ling helped to make it together, so it's richer than usual. Oh. Gong Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Gong Ling. Gong Ling blinked. Taste it, I made it. Gong Yi happily picked up the chopsticks, took a few bites, and nodded with a smile. It's really good, Gong Ling, you are also very talented in cooking. It's Sister Eily and Master, you taught me well. Three of them ate their meal warmly, and they finished eating after a while. After taking a shower, get ready to sleep. Generally speaking, Gong Yi sleeps with Eily at night, which is all ready. Occasionally Gong Yi will go to accompany Gong Ling. He has the heart to let the two girls go together, and Guahui Li is a little shy. Not urgent, it will come later. After some intense exercise, Wei Li's complexion was Yuhi moist, and she was lying on Gong Yi's chest with a little spring. Drawing circles with her fingers, Hilly said suddenly, Little Naruto, it's time to enroll in school. Well, if I remember correctly, he's going to school soon. Gong Yi hummed. From this moment on, it was getting closer and closer to the plot of the original novel. Are we going to take him? Most children are accompanied by their parents when they go to school. Gong Yi also did this kind of thing. He sent Kimimaro to the ninja school before. Wei Li took care of Naruto for 4 years, and after all, he has feelings, and Gong Yi also cares about Naruto a little bit. When the time comes, see, if you have time, I will accompany you. ... Of the wings of the butterfly caused a change in history. Original novel, Naruto entered the ninja school at the age of 7. Unlike Kakashi's group of ninjas, they were in a time of war and the village needed combat support, so they went to school early. Of Naruto belonged to the end of the war and the era of peace, so they went to school later. Of course, there should be other considerations here. For example, Naruto is too young and has an uncertain personality, so he is easily provoked by others, causing the Kyuubi 9 tails in his body to run wild. But this time, because Naruto was taken care of by Gong Yi and Ariri since he was a child, he did not suffer many Byakugan and abuse like the original. His temper is much better than before, at least he hasn't dared to make a prank of splashing paint on the Hokage rock. At the age of 5, 3 generations of Hokage agreed to let Naruto go to school. When the school starts, the outside of the ninja school is still as lively as ever. Parents all instruct their children to let them study hard at school. Naruto stood in the crowd, a little sad. Others have parents to send, but I am alone. But soon, he clenched his fists and looked at the school gate excitedly. Starting from today, I will learn to be a ninja myself, like Uncle Gong Yi, and take the road of being a strong man. Naruto shouted, I will definitely become Hokage in the future. Sound was so loud that it provoked other parents and students to look over, and from time to time there were laughs. Hokage is not so easy to be, this kid is delusional. Naruto ignored these glances and strode to the school. But before taking 2 steps, the collar was pulled by someone. Little Naruto is still so lively. Hearing this faint but magnetic voice, Naruto turned his head in surprise. Uncle Gong Yi, Aunt Hilly, why are you here? Wei Li looked at him kindly. Today is Xiao Naruto's first day at school. Uncle and Auntie will definitely come to see you off. When you enter the school, don't make trouble and take classes seriously. Naruto nodded happily, then looked at Gong Yi. He hoped that his uncle could also say something to himself. Gong Yi smiled lightly. Uncle has nothing to say, just to tell you that if you want to become a qualified ninja, you must work hard. Don't let us down. ... Well, I will. Naruto nodded firmly, waving his hands and rushed into the school. Today, Uncle Gong Yi and Aunt Wei Li came to see me, and there is nothing more gratifying than this. Seeing that carefree appearance, Gong Yi sighed inexplicably. Wei Li looked at him puzzled, but Gong Yi didn't say anything. Looking around, Gong Yi was a little surprised. He didn't see the so-called Konoha 12 here, not a single one. Aren't they and Naruto the same group of students? Just when Gong Yi was surprised, Sasuke in the Uchiha family waved his brother excitedly. Brother, you will definitely succeed. Uchiha Itachi gently rubbed Sasuke's little head. Be obedient at home, listen to your mother, don't worry about brother. After speaking, Uchiha Itachi nodded to his parents and walked towards the village. Behind him is the emotion of Fugaku and Makoto. Itachi is only 11 years old, do you have to take the Chunin exam alone? Fugaku ignored his wife's worries and said lightly, at the age of 11, some people are already famous in the ninja world by the time they are 11. Even an outsider like Kakashi, who tainted Uchiha's blood, was on the verge of becoming a Jonin at the age of 11. Itachi was just walking on the right path, and even said that he was a step behind. Makoto said worriedly, but when a person takes the Chunin exam alone, is it dangerous for the village to set up an assessment program for him alone? My son, do not fear danger. In Hokage's office, 3 generations of Hokage put down the document in his hand and listened to Kakashi's report. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his chin when Kakashi left. Uchiha Itachi often hears this name from Shisui's mouth. I don't know if it is really talented. He stood up, ready to watch Uchiha Itachi take the Chunin exam for himself. Chapter 266. Ninja level is divided into Genin, Chunin, Jonin. This division has its own reason. The master has certain ninjutsu skills. Under the command of the captain, he can complete simple tasks and become a Genin. Chunin is different. If you want to become Chunin, your strength must be higher than Genin. In the task team, they are often the backbone, and they are often assigned some key tasks. Therefore, in addition to strength, Chunin also needs a certain intelligence detection ability and anti-reconnaissance ability. Compared with the first two, the standards of Jonin are different. The first is strong strength. This is an indispensable, critical period, can protect team members, or complete important tasks independently. The second is a good leadership ability, able to lead the team members, coordinate the relationship within the team, or guide the team members to practice. Finally, it is the evaluation of comprehensive quality. Between these three, 3-2 and 2-0, is divided. A unique grade, especially Jonin. It is used for some ninjas with special abilities, but their overall strength is not up to Jonin's. At the beginning, Gong Yi jumped directly from Genin to Special Jonin. The reason is, he has strong hard power, but his leadership ability has not been proven. So he was then just Special Jonin. Later, after various tasks were performed, he became Jonin naturally. This time, the Chunin assessment of Uchiha Itachi was opened separately. No one else was involved, he was the only one involved. Sarutobi Hiruzen is standing outside the jungle, and the telescopic technique has been performed. Uchiha Itachi's actions in the jungle all fall into his eyes. There is a ninja next to him explaining the relevant assessment content to him. The content of the assessment we gave him was to find 3 maps with certain relevance in the jungle. When all the maps are found, follow the directions to rescue the hostages. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and looked for a map that could test Uchiha Itachi's intelligence acquisition ability. As for the relevance of the map, it can test the ninja's analysis and judgment ability. Hostage. The ninja next to him nodded. We surrounded 3 Chunin before. All of them were spies planted in the village by other villages. They wanted to escape and took a hostage. But please don't worry, Lord Hokage, that hostage is actually a shadow clone from me. It doesn't matter if he dies. Well, very thoughtful. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in relief. In his opinion, this test is very difficult. No matter what is searching for information, judging where the next map is, or whether it is the enemy of the strength of the next 3 Chunin, all aspects have been considered. If Uchiha Itachi can pass, it proves that this 11-year-old child is indeed worth cultivating. Sky went from early morning to dusk. Uchiha Itachi took the hostage and successfully walked out of the jungle. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also had an idea in his heart. Bring the weasel over here. While, the examiner brought Uchiha Itachi to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. Looking at Uchiha Sarutobi Hiruzen, who saluted respectfully, he smiled with relief. You are very nice. Thank you Hokage-sama for the compliment. Itachi is neither humble nor arrogant, but at a young age, he has already shown a different mature style. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, I saw your exam situation and think you have the value of training. I have a proposal that you might consider. Uchiha Itachi brows lightly, listening quietly to the next 3 generations of Hokage. Interested in joining Anbu. Uchiha Itachi is home. Passed the Chunin assessment and is now a Chunin. Of good news must be told to the family. As for joining Anbu, he has to discuss it with his family. Once you join Anbu, your daily life will be greatly affected. Various confidentiality regulations will also affect the relationship with your family. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care that he didn't immediately agree to his invitation. This move, regardless of whether Uchiha Itachi agrees or not, he is considered to be in the Uchiha family, burying a nail, which will discourage other Uchiha people. Uchiha Itachi, after all, is the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku. It would be a good thing if Itachi really agreed to enter Anbu. Well trained, Itachi can be used for him. The training is not good. If Itachi still wants Uchiha instead of the village, then he can pass some false information through him. By then, this will not be just a nail, he will be a bomb. Back at Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen is surprised to find that his old friend is already waiting for him. That boy, you went to see it today. Danzo, you should have received similar information. Danzo said with a hoarse throat. The talent that Shisui often talks about is eye-catching. I can't help but pay attention. What's wrong with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down on his Hokage chair, his posture casual and accustomed. Danzo looked at the chair for a moment, then said slowly, if possible, I want Itachi to join my roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. I have invited him to join Hokage Anbu. It's not important. You can let him go over on your side first, you can investigate it, and then let him enter deeper roots. After all, I am also not at ease, let him know the information that is too important. Danzo said quietly, adding another sentence. Shisui and Itachi are double insurance. If there is a problem with one, the other is still there, you and I are in control. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, thought for a while, and finally nodded. After the rebellion of Kyubi, 9 Tails, and 2 major attacks on the Kurigakure mission, Sharingan behind the scenes is already a thorn in their hearts that can't be pulled out. The owner of that Sharingan must have bad intentions towards Konoha. If he unites with Uchiha, together with the mysterious Akatsuki, Konoha on the bright side, it will be very dangerous. This kind of thing must be nipped in the bud. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have recently started targeting Uchiha in secret. Just that it's not obvious, and the suppression comes step by step. If possible, it's better to let Uchiha do his best for the village. Danzo was about to leave, but before leaving, he suddenly asked, Hiruzen, you said, if Uchiha Itachi grows up, add Shisui. Two of them contain Gongyi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression moved, thinking about the possibility of such a thing. 1.6 But in the end, he bowed his head. Gongyi is the one who has made countless contributions to the village, why do you always have trouble with him? HMPH, hypocrisy. How do you know? He has the village in his heart. Danzo snorted and left the Hokage office. But he was relieved. Hiruzen didn't say anything, but he didn't object. Maybe you can really use Shisui and Itachi, the two Uchiha tribesmen, to shock Gongyi in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head after Danzo left with a complicated expression. Old friend, don't you think of him too simply. In his heart, Gongyi's resistance against Kyuubi, Nine Tails and the back of the glazed canopy always haunt him. With Shisui alone, and a Uchiha genius who hasn't grown up yet, trying to deal with Gongyi, who has been famous for many years, he feels very dangerous. Chapter 267. Gongyi's Tail Beast Plan. Heavy rain poured down. A few kilometers away from the village of Konoha, is a barren hill. It used to be a dense forest, but the last time it was attacked by Deidara's self-destruction, the forest has been completely destroyed, and it has become an uninhabited land. Maybe it will be a few years before the ecological environment can be restored here, but at least, no one is coming now. Even if it is a farmer who collects firewood or a hunter who hunts for a living. At the bottom of the barren hills, the faint lights are on. Gongyi was wearing a white coat and raised his head slightly tired. Opposite him, a middle-aged ninja without a sound stood there quietly, his complexion pale and completely a corpse. Gongyi stretched out his hand and touched the middle-aged ninja's face, heaving a sigh of relief. Mokuden wood-style clone requires chakra to maintain energy consumption at all times, which is not conducive to my conception of an incarnation outside the body. Now, it can meet my requirements. The corpse in front of him, an intelligent spy from Iwagakure village, who was also in the strength of Jonin, died at the hands of the Konoha ninja. Gongyi was smuggled out of the hospital so that he could develop a clone. After more than a year, the breakthrough has finally been achieved. This corpse looks ordinary, but in fact, the money Gongyi bet on him is already as high as several 100,000 taels. Dozens of precious materials were added with the help of Sasori's human puppet-making secret technique, which completely improved its fragile physique. Not only that, but also a part of Hashirama cells was fused with inhibitory agents. It can be said that in terms of physical function, this corpse has reached the peak level of ordinary ninjas. It's just that, it's not enough. Gongyi squinted slightly. In order for the corpse to move on its own without having to provide chakra all the time, the next most important step is needed. Go! Flew out from Gongyi's right eye and plunged into the corpse's mind. Huh! The corpse suddenly opened its eyes, opened its mouth, and nodded to Gongyi. The third seed of divine sense is about to be born. At this time, move the second seed of divine sense to this corpse and control his actions, and it will have the effect of a clone. Satisfied, Gongyi took a few steps back. With a thought, the clone on the opposite side sat down cross-legged. Soon, he extracted chakra from the Hashirama cells in his body. Unleash a ninjutsu and see. The clone hand's hand seal, the movement is a little stiff, but gradually becomes more and more skilled. Moment, a Doton Earth-style ninjutsu was ready to go. The decapitation technique in Doton Earth-style's heart. The target he casts is Gongyi himself. Feeling the pulling force from the ground on his body, Gongyi didn't. He was overjoyed. Yes, there is indeed the strength of Jonin. This is just the beginning. When the seed of consciousness is familiar with this clone, more ninjutsu can be used. However, there are also limitations. After all, it is not his own body, such as sage art, Jin Dun Keke Genkai. He can't use it yet. But it's enough. Gongyi's accumulation of other ninjutsu has also reached a very high level. A complete master, its strength will definitely reach the peak of Jonin. Gong Yi circled around the clone a few times, and finally stopped opposite him, his eyes twinkling. No, it's not enough. If you want to use this clone to do things for me outside, your strength is still a little worse. Gong Yi's heart moved, and a glass bottle appeared in his hand. Inside, a pair of eyeballs are soaked in nutrient solution, dim light. This pair of 3 Tomo's Sharingan doesn't do much for me anymore, transplant it on the doppelganger. Just do it, Gong Yi didn't hesitate. Itself, he didn't have much coveted heart for Sharingan. He asked Fugaku for 3 Tomo's Sharingan before, but it was just for research. Now that the research is almost the same, only some plausibility is obtained. Sharingan is actually a Kekkei Genkei that cannot be turned off, mutated from an organ. In other words, if Sharingan is transplanted to a non-Uchiha ninja, and it cannot be turned off, even if Sharingan is not turned on, it will continue to consume chakra. That's why Kakashi has put so much burden on Obito even with only one of Obito's eyes transplanted. All over Danzo later, but in fact, Danzo relies on Hashirama cells to provide huge chakra to maintain the consumption of Sharingan. And if Sharingan wants to evolve into Mangekyo, he must also rely on Uchiha's blood. Outsiders cannot evolve on their own. This pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan from Uchiha Chinfeng is already a tasteless thing in Gong Yi's hands. It's useless to keep it, it's a pity to abandon it. Transplanting him into the avatar can also play a greater role. His right hand raised, the chakra scalpel lit up, Gong Yi skillfully started the eye transplant surgery. Soon, the clone was replaced with the pair of eyeballs. Clone rubbed his eyes, and the seed of divine consciousness focused part of his spiritual power into it. Sharingan, open. Om. A pair of familiar and evil 3 Tomo eyes are reflected in Gong Yi's pupils. Gong Yi felt the information uploaded by the clone, and couldn't help nodding his head. Hashirama cells fused on the clone can indeed support the consumption of Sharingan, so that the clone's strength has been improved a bit. Not only has a strong body, but also has a profound accumulation of ninjutsu knowledge, and even in demonic illusion, because of the bonus of Sharingan, it has reached a good level. In this way, your next plan can be carried out calmly. This is your proof of identity. Iwagakure Village Intelligence Spy in the Land of Earth, Yamazaki Akashi, Jonin. This is the event fund I prepared for you, 1 million taels. On the way back to the village, I will create a team battle for you between Sunagakure Village and Iwagakure Village. You take the opportunity to intervene, show your identity, and then return to Iwagakure Village. Do you know your mission? Clone put away the various things that Gong Yi provided, thought for a while, and said stiffly and hesitantly. Hiding in Iwagakure Village, collect information on the 4-tailed Monkey King, the 5-tailed King Mew, and the corresponding person Jinchuriki column force information. In addition, Shigeki Naneo of Taki Ninja Village also needs to collect relevant information. Gong Yi hummed. It was the seed of divine consciousness that he had distributed, and he did not forget his request. He added, if there is a chance, you can create an opportunity for them to leave the village and let me know. Well, you can use psychics, right? The clone hesitated, and then tried the hand seal. Spiritualism. Hiss. A small snake emerged from the ground, but with its wisdom, looking at the 2 people in front of him, he fell into confusion. These 2 people seemed to be the ones who called him. That's it, you go. Yamazaki, the clone, nodded, looked at himself dressed as a ninja from the village of Iwagakure, and left the laboratory silently. Gong Yi packed up his things and walked out of the laboratory. Standing halfway up the mountain, looking at the avatar that was gradually receding in the heavy rain, his eyes were far-reaching. I already hold the 3-tailed body, the 6-tailed chakra tail, the 8-tailed chakra horn, and the body of 320 and Kyubi, 9 tails. Next, the plan is 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 7 tails. better to slowly plot it instead of forcibly breaking into other people's forbearance villages and causing a war. Gong Yi sees it very clearly, even though he is already powerful to a very high level. But that doesn't mean it's truly invincible. If you are besieged by the ninja world, and there are strong people in Akatsuki mixed with it, then you will also be in danger. No doubt that Akatsuki will attack him. Akatsuki's target is also the tailed beast. Two belong to an antagonistic relationship, and they will definitely meet in the future. The choice of this Iwagakure village ninja clone is also a well thought out decision by Gong Yi. One tail is located in Sunagakure village, and there will be opportunities for delivery in the future. Two tails have played against him, and Yugito's strength is completely unable to threaten him. As for Nanao Shigeki, it is only controlled by a small ninja village. He only needs to get information, and he can get it at any time. The more difficult one is 4 tails, 5 tails. The two-tailed beasts, Jinchuiki column, are owned by the village of Iwagakure. The strength of Iwagakure village is not weak, and it is also the only existence that can face Konoha in the 3 battles. Let the clone go to the lurking investigation, which can avoid disputes to the greatest extent. Shaking his head, Gong Yi slapped the ground with one hand. Deep in the ground, the crust trembled, and large pieces of gravel and soil collapsed, crushing the secret laboratory. Gong Yi stood up and headed towards the village. Next is the study of time-space ninjutsu. Due to various reasons, such as friends getting married on National Day, 8 games, author Kuhn's manuscripts have been exhausted. The next update will not be less, but it will become unstable. Brothers, please forgive me for today's 5 shifts. Philo reminds you. NLT. Chapter 268. That Child and That Man. Domination of all laws is not so much a skill as a scholarly tyrant, but a passive effect. It can make Gong Yi have a certain affinity and sensitivity to everything. When the accumulation reaches a high enough level, the derivation can be extended. Domination. 2 characteristics. Derivation, on the other hand, is based on the innovation of the old and the study of new ninjutsu. To rule, as the name implies, is to rule over any dharma door. The latter may seem unimportant, but in fact, it is also important. Many things in themselves are restrained, master one, and then go to master other, it is easy to conflict. But with this, domination. After the effect, this potential threat will disappear. Even, Gong Yi faintly felt that if he mastered other escape arts, he would become a master like Doden, Earth style, and Kaden, Fire style. He has every chance to develop a new Kekkei Genkei. Of course, don't think about that right now. Most urgent task is to study time and space ninjutsu. Be passively beaten next time he encounters the mask Obito. What he wants is that the master lives and dies, not that others will fight if they want, and leave if they want. Time and space ninjutsu, the same mysterious and powerful existence as seal art in the original Hokage. The power of the sealing technique is needless to say. Even the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was suppressed by the sealing technique. As for time-space ninjutsu, it is known for its strangeness and unpredictability, and its scarcity. Gong Yi has such a level of time-space ninjutsu in his hands, Hiraishin. Namikaze Minato once taught him what he had learned. But at that time, because of his poor talent in this area, he couldn't get started at all. Now that I study again, there is a little chance of success. However, after concentrating on research, Gong Yi is still frowning. It doesn't seem to be that simple. Just when Gong Yi was concentrating on his research, the ruthless time has quietly passed to Konoha's 55 years. This year, Gong Yi was 20 years old and 20 years old. Gong Ling beside him 20 years old and 20. The characters in the original book, such as Kakashi, Might Guy, are actually about half a year older than Gong Yi, and they are also 21 years old. And the next generation, the age has gradually reached about 6 or 7 years old. At this age, it is also time to go to the Jonin school. Year again, and outside the school, it is bustling and lively. Uzumaki Naruto sat on the school swing and looked at the school gate lonely. He has been in school for 2 years, but his strength progress is still not great. Reason, he can't always control his chakra. No matter what. Whether it is to use a substitute technique or a clone technique, there is no success. The only good thing is probably only the transformation technique. In the school, most of the students at the same level passed the assessment and were promoted to the upper grades, but he was still only able to spin around in the first grade. End of the crane, the repeaters. The nicknames were gradually attached to him. At the school gate, the parents of the students chatted with the teachers enthusiastically, and most of them entrusted them to take good care of their children. Naruto looked at those people and thought to himself, it should be someone about the same age as himself. He is obviously a senior, but next, he has to learn with these latecomers. He was a little sad, but couldn't find a way forward. Maybe, I should develop in the way Neji, Kimimaro and the others did. Quote. The swaying swing stopped and shook his head, feeling a little excited. Seems that he has found a way to become stronger. This is a child who does not know what failure is, extremely, even if he suffers more blows and ridicules, he is still optimistic. After a brief period of confusion, Uzumaki Naruto became happy again. Jumping off the swing, Naruto ran outside the school. He decided to go outside the village to practice his physical skills. When he squeezed out the crowd and ran out happily, the crowded parents and students all glared over in dissatisfaction. Seeing him, the parents were a little silent. After Naruto left, they grabbed their children and ordered them one by one. At school, don't make friends with that kid. Choji, that kid has been in the 2nd grade for 2 years, he is the tail of the crane, you can't learn from him. Miss Hinata, don't look at it. You better not touch that kid, you should look to your brother Neji, he is your role model for this class. Uchiha Fugaku held Sasuke's hand and looked at the figure running outside the village with a slightly complicated expression. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, People Jinchuriki, Column Power. If it wasn't for the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, rebellion, how could my family have been secretly suppressed by the village in the past few years? Days are getting worse by the day. Father, what are you looking at? The young Sasuke looked at his father curiously. Fugaku shook his head, then said seriously, that child, you must not touch. Remember, never go. Sasuke was puzzled, why? Because your surname is Uchiha. Anyone from Uchiha, don't touch that kid. Fugaku is biting on Kiba. In order to avoid the suspicion of some people in the village, he is trying his best to control his family members, to try to contact the Kyuubi, Nine Tails People Jinchuriki, Column Force. Oh. Sasuke seems to understand, but he doesn't care about it. He just looked at the school in front of him with excitement and anticipation. Brother is studying here, becoming stronger, and then graduating. After I enter, can I become a real ninja like him? Itachi, he's really good. A relieved smile spread on Fugaku's face, and he rubbed Sasuke's little head. You have to learn from your brother, he is your role model. Sasuke nodded with a smile, but tangled his fingers. Father, why didn't my brother come to take me to school today? Your brother, he has a mission. He'll pick you up after school. Go ahead and meet your school life. Seeing Sasuke happily running into the school, Fugaku pursed his lips. Turn around and go back to the clan. In his home, several middle-aged men and several old people have been waiting for him for a long time. Fugaku, you are the patriarch, have you thought about it? An old man with white hair and beard said slowly. Fugaku lowered his head and said nothing for a while. After a while, he said quietly, are you thinking of Konoha too simply? The old man next to him shook his head. It's not that we think of Konoha simply, but the village can no longer accommodate us, and now we are being monitored more and more seriously. We must do something. But. Fugaku raised his head suddenly, have you considered that man? Didn't say name, but, that man. These 4 words have already appeared in the hearts of everyone. The Dark Blue Devil, Gong Yi. The strongest in the ninja world, one person can suppress the existence of a large army in a village. With him in Konoha, who would dare to make trouble? Actually, how do you know if that man has a heart for Konoha? In the corner, someone whispered. Everyone was stunned, including Fugaku. The man said slowly, that man, although he has been respected in the village all these years, how similar his position of power is to our Uchiha. Trapped in the position of the director of the Konoha hospital, there is no room for deposit. With his achievements and strength, becoming the 5th Hokage is a sure thing. But it was suppressed, this kind of thing. If there is no high-level suppression, I will not believe it. Okay, Fugaku's heart moved, and he refuted it. After all, he had so much contact with Gong Yi. However, he does not seem to find any reason to refute it. We Uchiha, the 2 families who founded Konoha together with Senju, why can't we enjoy the fruits of victory? If we succeed, the master has the village, Konoha is still Konoha. As long as we show kindness to that man, he might not support us. In the corner gradually subsided. Everyone's eyes flickered, as if they saw hope. Sitting opposite Fugaku nodded secretly. Actually, that man worked with us many years ago. This time, maybe, we can work together again. This hypothesis does have a chance of success. After all, there have been times that can be considered happy. Prerequisite for cooperation. If they can really cooperate with Gong Yi again and get the support of Gong Yi, their plan will be more likely to succeed. Fugaku, you have the most contact with that man. Until you go talk to him. Everyone's expectation, Fugaku took a deep breath. I'll give it a try, but I'm not sure it will work. Chapter 269. Transcendence. At dusk, Fugaku was walking in the direction leading to the palace. Jingle. He looked back at the village, and it was the end of school. Itachi should also pick up Sasuke. He smiled comfortably, and when he turned around, the smile was deeply hidden in his facial muscles. As for going to see Gong Yi next, to be honest, he has no certainty. Over the years, I have never had the upper hand in every contact with Gong Yi over the years. Even if you get what you want, you basically pay a higher price. It's easier said than done to chat with Gong Yi this time. The main battle faction in the clan, the elders, all think it is very simple. In their opinion, Fugaku is the strong man who started Mangekyo Sharingan in the clan, and has equal right to talk with Gong Yi. However, how do they know that the so-called Mangekyo, in front of the Dark Blue Devil, has no effect at all? With a sigh, Fugaku took firm steps after all. This time, he is here for the family, no matter what. Success or failure, you must do it. The pavilion in the yard is different from the lonely pavilion at the beginning. At this moment, outside the pavilion, a flowerbed wraps it, which looks extremely elegant. This is the masterpiece of Eri Yi. In terms of arranging her own living, Eri Yi is very attentive. Gong Yi was lying lazily on the pavilion chair. Opposite him, Gong Ling was making tea for him. Faint fragrance of tea is elegant, and Gong Yi's thoughts can't help but fly. The connection between the clone and myself is intermittent. Is it because of the distance? Gong Yi paid attention to his avatar after sending his avatar Yamazaki Akashi to 320. There was no accident. Yamazaki Akashi, who was an intelligence spy himself, returned to Iwagakure village after saving several ninjas from Iwagakure village. Giving some less important information, Yamazaki Akashi got time off. Taking advantage of this time, Yamazaki Akaji began to inquire about related tailed beasts, and even began to collect the Doden, Earth-style, secret art treasured in Iwagakure village. However, at his level, the latter is not easy to collect. In the process, Gong Yi discovered a weakness in himself and his avatar. Of consciousness is often interrupted, and it is not as close as imagined. Even sometimes, I can't feel the position of the clone. The distance is too far as one factor. Another reason, it should be that my mental strength is not enough. After some analysis, he affirmed his judgment. After making his judgment, Gong Yi heaved a sigh of relief. The third seed of consciousness should be condensed in a short time. At that time, you can perceive what the clone is doing. Gong Yi is looking forward to what magical effects will come out of his third seed of divine consciousness. One allows him to build a spiritual shield against ordinary demonic illusion, and even has 555 ninjutsu marks engraved, making it instant on. 2 feet S or Suzan Ming who can divide the will and completely resist Uchiha Fugaku. Even the mystical stuff like the incarnation outside the body has been tinkered with. So what about the 3, Master, drink tea. A crisp voice came from his ears. Gong Yi smiled, took the teacup, and blew the heat. The quiet tea fragrance hits the ears and nose, refreshing the heart. Gong Yi's expression moved just as his lips touched the white porcelain teacup. Taking a sip, Gong Yi raised his head. Go open the door, a distinguished guest is here. Gong Ling blinked, got up and walked to the gate, pushed open the gate. A middle-aged man had just put the doorbell in his hand, and hadn't rang. Ring. Fugaku opened his mouth, then nodded to Gong Ling. Excuse me. Please, the master is inside. Here, Fugaku felt the same as before. The former Gong Yi mansion was the same size, but it always gave people a feeling of depression. But this time, the flowers are everywhere, the spring is full, and the bluestone slabs in the yard are paved with paths. Walking on it, I just feel alive and happy. The scene has changed. Then Fugaku calmed down and sat down in the pavilion, opposite Gong Yi. Fugaku's pupils shrank slightly when he looked at Gong Yi with a relaxed expression. Reason, Gong Yi, who was lazy at the moment, obviously did not release any momentum, but that kind of introverted and reserved feeling gave people even more pressure. The stronger the person, the more obvious this feeling is. As if, inside Gong Yi, there is a terrifying power. You're getting stronger again. Oh. With my strength, when I come here, I won't be discovered by outsiders, even if Anbu ninjas are watching. But you found out before I rang the doorbell, so it can be seen that your strength has improved a lot compared to a few years ago. Fugaku said slowly, half vigilance, half praise. Gong Yi smiled slightly and said casually, actually, you don't need to worry about these. For you people, it means nothing to me to be stronger than you, to become stronger. The atmosphere became embarrassed. Fugaku coughed dryly, and he found that Gong Yi's harsh-spoken character still didn't change. Things have changed, but people are still the same person. I have something to do with me. Gong Yi asked indifferently. Fugaku is the kind of person who does not go to the Three Treasures Hall for everything. Fugaku didn't let him down, he didn't even do the work of going around in circles, he went straight to the point. For the past few years, the village has been crowding out and suppressing our Uchiha family. I asked myself, Uchiha didn't do anything wrong, the village's actions are too chilling. Gong Yi shook his head, you should go to Sendai and tell me about this kind of thing, it's useless. No, it works. Fugaku said in a low voice, if you are willing to speak for Uchiha, with your strength, then everything will be different. Yes, Gong Yi seems to be low-key now, but his name will always surround the sky above Konoha village. In the hearts of the villagers, he is the god of Konoha, who protects the village. Even in the ninja world, other countries are afraid of Gong Yi. If Gong Yi is willing to speak up for Uchiha, the top of the village has to restrain his actions. However, why should I help you? Gong Yi looked at him with a half-smile. Uchiha, what else can you come up with to impress me in exchange for my friendship? Fugaku squeezed his palm, and he suddenly realized that after working with Gong Yi, Uchiha really had nothing to exchange. Marriage. Gong Yi needs a woman, not Uchiha at all. There are not many people in Kyonshin village who are richer than Gong Yi. And he is alone, and the consumption is not high. Ninjutsu. I'm sorry, They already given everything before. Status Gongyi took a step forward, and it was the position of Hokage. When Fugaku took this condition to find Gongyi, he was categorically rejected. Now it doesn't even play a role as a bargaining chip. What is left of the Uchiha clan to bow down to him, completely belong to Gongyi, and become a knife in his hand. Probably only in this way, Gongyi is willing to speak up for Uchiha. But this is absolutely impossible, yes. Even if he wanted to, those arrogant people in the clan would never agree. Uchiha's pride, that is flowing in the blood and engraved on the bones. Gongyi sighed suddenly when he saw Fugaku's slightly trembling body. Pushing a cup of tea in front of Fugaku. Such a talented and powerful person, but because of the family drag, he lived such a difficult life. It's really regrettable. Go. I have no sympathy for you Uchiha, nor do I have any ill feelings. I see the village's actions towards you, but I only see it. I won't help you, but I won't get in trouble either. Everything, let's go with the flow. Fugaku raised his head and looked at him blankly. Drink this cup of tea, and don't come to me in the future. Gongyi stood up, brushed his long sleeves, and turned to leave. Fugaku picked up the cup of tea and sipped it lightly. In this cup of tea, he tasted a different taste. It seems that Gongyi, whose strength has reached unimaginable strength, is faintly walking on a road of transcendence. From his tone, no matter what is the villager Uchiha, he treats them equally. That is to say, he chose to be neutral or to be above the two, overlooking the natural evolution of everything is not in the mood. Fugaku finished drinking this cup of tea seriously and left Gongyi's house. This line did not get the most wanted answer. But I got a good answer. If Gongyi doesn't intervene, maybe Uchiha still has the strength to fight. Facing the dusky afterglow, the moon's traces are already looming. Fugaku was walking home, and in his sight, Itachi slowly appeared with Sasuke on his back. For the sake of my two children, Uchiha, I have to give it a shot. Fugaku clenched his fist firmly. At that moment, he even faintly felt that his Mangekyo Sharingan had changed slightly. Phyllu reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, and push the latest chapter. Keep this paragraph, or block the collection of IP. Chapter 270, The Mystery of the Psychic Array. Father, you are. Uchiha Itachi looked in the direction that Fugaku came from, and in the distance, it seemed that the leader of the palace was located. Fugaku shook his head and smiled. It's nothing, Sasuke him. Asleep, hee. Itachi smiled softly and turned his head to look at Sasuke, who was sleeping on his shoulders. Probably the first day of school, so crazy. When I went to pick him up, he twittered me a lot about school. Come to think of it, in school, my brother can teach many friends. Fugaku's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked, Itachi, do you think it's a good thing for Sasuke to make friends with the children in the village? Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment, and then asked inexplicably, Father, aren't we also from the village? Phew, the night wind blew through the night, and Fugaku's back was a little cold. Even his own son considers himself a member of Konoha, but what about other Uchihas? Not all Uchihas, like their high-ranking war sect, advocate power and status. Many people just want to live a happy and peaceful life. Once Uchiha and the village confronted each other, it caused a violent conflict. How should these clansmen handle themselves? Moreover, with only part of Uchiha's power, it was absolutely impossible to compete with the village. Rope and force it to one place, in order to have the strength to fight. Fugaku stiffly pulled out a smile. Yes, Itachi, you were right. Well, I thought so too. They learned a lot with Lord Hokage. Itachi looked at the village and the Uchiha tribe in both directions. Because of the village, a new generation like me and my brother can grow up happily and steadily. Fugaku smiled reluctantly and returned to the clan with Itachi. But on his way home, he stopped. Itachi, you should recite first. Brother, go back, you don't have to wait for me for dinner. To talk to the elders about something. Seeing Itachi obediently carrying Sasuke back home, Fugaku sighed in frustration. Itachi is a good boy and has never let himself down. Perhaps when he was young, he saw the cruelty of the Third World War and experienced the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails rebellion, and his feelings for the village deepened. But how did he know that the village and the family were already on fire? Under the surging undercurrent, there is only one tipping point, and a torrent will erupt. His fists, Fugaku raised his eyes firmly and walked slowly along the wide street in the clan. The surrounding walls have undergone the baptism of time and become ancient. Few wires ran along the poles, and crows croaked on them. Walking, he came to the secluded place, and Fugaku's eyes had already opened Mangekyo. When a clan passed by, he called him down, chatted a few simple words, and the clan left. It was only after the clan left that Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Suzanming, one of the unique abilities that Mangekyo Sharingan brings to him. In addition to constructing the environment and reflecting reality, it can also plant seeds and guide thinking patterns. In the process of chatting just now, he tried to focus on a thought for the master who advocates peace. Family is supreme. This is not hypnosis, nor a fantasy, but a guide. The Uchiha people all have the idea of maintaining the family, but many times, they are mixed with the village. Little temptation, they can set things right and let them put their family status above the village. Once a conflict breaks out, the ninja just now will definitely stand on the side of the family without hesitation. Touching his eyes, Fugaku's heart falls to the ground. Mangekyo's ability can also be improved. Because of family reasons, he can't use Mangekyo frequently, and the resulting ability cannot be improved without being skilled. But after dealing with family affairs over time and thinking about too many things, his mental power is much stronger than others. Progress on demonic illusion. Just now, he faintly felt that he had made a breakthrough, and Suzanming's energy had become much stronger. It's not the same as the old days. I simply used it, and it really did. That's it, no overuse, just a simple guide, no effort at all. As long as you persevere, it won't take long for the clansmen to be twisted together. The clansmen themselves are not wary of their own clan leader, and it is impossible for them to open Sharingan from time to time, and they cannot resist the Mangekyo element. Mingling. Even if the other party turns on Sharingan, in front of Mangekyo, it will not have the slightest effect. For the future, Fugaku has a little more confidence. It's just, Fugaku looks in the direction of Gongjiling from a distance. The evolved Suzanming, will it work for that man? He didn't know the answer, and he didn't dare to try it. After Fugaku left, Gong Yi just went to the backyard. The backyard, there are kunai and messy scenes everywhere, making people with obsessive-compulsive disorder probably uncomfortable. Gong Yi didn't feel very comfortable seeing this scene. Recalling the teachings of Minato, he tried to practice Hiraishin in the way of Minato. However, it was found that the effect was very poor. He can only use Kuusheng's sealing technique to transfer the space within 3 meters. Although I can barely call it Master Hiraishin, this effect is really nothing to praise. At that time, Namikaze Minato could easily transfer distances of thousands of meters, and even something like Tailed Beast Bomb could be transferred out. His 3-meter distance has no effect. At this distance, Gong Yi doesn't. Whether it's body speed or body shine, it's more effective than Hiraishin. The way, is it going astray? Gong Yi frowned. He is a person who is good at summing up experience and lessons from failure. The so-called failure is just a gloomy landscape on the road to success. Stepping past, success is very close at hand. Recalling the description of time-space ninjutsu in the original work, he gradually had some clues. Original work, there are not many time-space ninjutsu. It can be counted on one hand. The most common one is spiritism. From another place, summon unique ninja beasts to fight for yourself. The next higher level, it can be regarded as Master Azabui of Kumogakure Village's heavenly sending technique. However, this technique is very flawed and can only transfer items. If you want to teleport a human body, the opponent must have a very strong physique, reaching the level of Raikage. Year after year, through ninjutsu and Raiden Thunder style, to stimulate cell activity, the level of a terrifying body. On top of these two, are the familiar Hiraishin, Kamui, and Master Otsutsuki Kagaya's Heavenly Imperial Palace. After analyzing these ninjutsu features, Gongyi faintly felt that he should take another path. His own talent for time and space is very poor, even if he has the ability to control all laws, it is only a medium level. To practice Hiraishin's time-space ninjutsu, the span is too big. Perhaps, you should study from the most common psychics. Thinking of doing it, Gongyi started to quickly hand seal, and then slap the ground with his palm. Necromancy. But when he was about to release the chakra to summon the psychic snake, he blocked the process. On the ground, there is only a circular pattern similar to a summoning circle, stretching all around. Of blocking the release of chakra and interrupting ninjutsu is very uncomfortable. However, Gongyi couldn't care less, and he began to study the psychic circle carefully. These lines, these trends, rather than breaking space barriers, it is better to say that they are channeling spiritual power and chakra. Gongyi frowned tightly, pressing down in his body, the uncomfortable feeling, frantically analyzing the psychic circle. The transfer of chakra should be used to maintain the psychic circle, or to provide it to the opposite psychic beast, so that it can break through the space and teleport over. That's absolutely true. Tsunade's psychic beast slug is related to the supply of chakra. It's well documented that the more chakra supplied, the larger the slug size. Then why is the transmission of spiritual power? Call the opposite psychic beast. No, after signing the blood contract, it already has the calling effect. That is to say, the spiritual power of conduction has another effect. A flick of his hand, Gongyi stood up, and under his feet, the psychic circle gradually disappeared. Inside Raichi Cave, a large purple snake, neighing frantically. To be summoned just now, but he couldn't get through it. It's uncomfortable. Because Gongyi wants to study the psychic circle, in order to be bigger and more careful, he summoned the huge snake family, so there is this scene. Gongyi frowned and kept thinking about the question. Supplying spiritual power, what role can it play in the process of psychic power? He faintly felt that once he found the answer to this question, he might be able to take the most important step. Chapter 271. Hiraishin Seal. At dinner, Gongyi, Eri Gongling and the three of them gathered together. While eating, Eri gently told Gongling about the hospital's experience. Although Gongyi still holds the post of director of Konoha Hospital, he usually doesn't take care of things much, and he visits occasionally to deal with some backlogs. Most of the time, it is Hilly who is in charge. Years have passed, and Hilly has also been the vice president of the hospital, no matter what. Is it the medical ninjutsu level or the management level? Gongyi put down his chopsticks when he heard that a very enthusiastic boy with glasses came to the hospital, helping the nurses take care of the patients, and even offered to learn medical ninjutsu. What's his name? Very interesting name, called. Yi smiled. It seems to be the adopted child of Yakushi Nono, the former director of the orphanage. Recently returned from a mission outside, and he has some talent in medical ninjutsu, so he wants to study in the hospital. Gongling was amazed. Generally, most people who go to the hospital to learn medical ninjutsu are female ninjas, but I didn't expect male ninjas to go there. 3220. Aili pouted. Forget it, Gongyi is also a boy, and the most powerful medical ninja in the village. Gongling covered her mouth and turned her face away with a smile. Gongyi shook his head with a thoughtful look on his face. Because of his participation, the so-called Battle of Kikyoyama did not take place in Konoha and Sunagakure villages, and Orochimaru also defected from the village early. In the village, there should be no contact with Orochimaru. But according to the strong correctiveness of the plot, he is likely to still be one of Orochimaru's assistants. Not only that, but there are many identities. He is a watcher sent by Sasori to Orochimaru's side, and Orochimaru's assistant, and in the early days, he performed tasks at the root of Danzo. Such a character, why did he come to Konoha Hospital? What is his purpose? To get close to him, or to inquire about his own information through Eri Sakurai, who has a close relationship with him, and who is the main messenger behind him. Orochimaru Sasori Danzo. As for the so-called learning, Gongyi doesn't believe it at all. He showed his talent in medical ninjutsu since he was a child, and with the teaching of his roots, his medical ninjutsu is even stronger than Tsunade in the original book. Well, after excluding the psychic beast, the slug, it is indeed stronger than Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. At this time, he should be 14 years old, and medical ninjutsu should reach a certain level. Perhaps, I should take some time to see him. In front of myself, no matter what. Whatever purpose you have to restrain one or two. Ellipsis. Even the three people behind them, can't afford to offend Gongyi, a chess piece, and dare not do anything beyond the norm. Wei looked at Gongyi and said suspiciously, Gongyi, you are not in a high mood today, what's wrong? Gongling explained in a low voice. Master met the guests in the afternoon, and then went to practice. It is estimated that there is a problem in practice. Guest. Eri Yi caught another message. Gongyi picked up the chopsticks again, smiled and shook his head. It's nothing, just an old acquaintance. Well, as Gongling said, I encountered some problems in my cultivation. Gongyi, you don't have to worry. You are already very powerful now, don't try too hard. Hurt. Wei said with concern, a bit of distress in his eyes. Gongyi laughed. Hilly, aren't you the one who likes to work hard? Cut, glib. Wei gave him a charming look. Gongyi continued to eat. Fugaku's expression flashed in his mind, and he sighed inwardly. The pride of some people is always engraved in the book. Even if the mundane things bend the spine, but still want. But Uchiha Fugaku doesn't weigh the weight of the Chiya family. Even if he stands on the neutral side, no one will help. It is absolutely impossible for them to succeed. Uchiha. Failure is actually doomed. If you want to rebel against a village with a family, what you get will only be destruction. Before that, the Kagaya clan with extremely strong fighting power had already made a lesson from the past. During the Kagaya rebellion, the village of Kurigakure experienced 3 wars and 2 blows. The 3rd generation of Mizukage, the 4th generation of Mizukage died, and even the 3 tails were taken away by Gongyi. Didn't find a good person, Jinchuriki column, and the village was even destroyed by Gongyi. In this state, the Kagaya family was still ruthlessly suppressed. Uchiha, who has been suppressed to the dust, compete with the Konoha village, which has regained most of its vitality. What does Uchiha use to fight Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? Sorry, Mangekyo is not invincible. Under the crowd tactics, it will consume you to death in minutes. If we gather Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi who will open Mangekyo in the future, the power of 3 people may be able to change the local war zone. But that's all. What's more, both Shisui and Itachi are pacifists, and they are not of the same mind as the family. Their premeditated rebellion is doomed to fail. Oh, Fugaku is actually very careful. Even if he came to him, he didn't reveal any information, he just sought Gongyi's attitude. Gongyi, don't take Uchiha to heart. He has no plans to subdue this family. Uchiha's pride is destined not to be used by himself. It's useless to keep it, it's better to destroy it. There is a bit of lewdness in the air, and in the dark, Gongyi sat up straight. Putting the blanket on the hand of Yuli, he kissed Yuli. Forehead, Gongyi put on his coat and came to the backyard. He was still thinking about the related principles of Spiritism, and he felt that the answer should be very simple. In between, there is a layer of film. Maybe you only need to poke lightly, you can find the truth. It's just that I think so, but I always miss something. Frowning, Gongyi unleashed his psychic spell again. This time, he did not stop the influx of chakras. The psychic array unfolds and shines. Hiss. Gongyi looked at the giant snake beside him and nodded. Without saying a word, a trace of divine consciousness fell on the giant snake. Go back. The giant snake gave him a puzzled look, and then returned to Raichi Cave. After the serpent disappeared, Gongyi activated his psychic spell again. Only this time, he made a slight change. What happens if you withdraw your mental power halfway through? At Raichi Cave, the purple giant snake that was summoned just now opened its eyes, disappeared in place, followed the guidance, and flew towards the place in the dark. But the next moment, it froze. It can't find its way. In the backyard, Gongyi's eyes gleamed. I see. The role of spiritual power plays a role in positioning. Without the spiritual guidance of the summoner, the psychic beast cannot find its way at all. As for chakra, it is better to say that it is to maintain the summoning channel instead of building a psychic circle. The palm of the hand is slightly closed, and the chakra reduces the output. The purple giant snake in the inexplicable space, seeing the space passage that wrapped it, disappeared instantly, and its eyes widened. However, it didn't even make a sound. A turbulent flow of space flew through, and it was annihilated in the void. Gongyi Station 1. 6. Get up and stare at your palm. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a handle of Kuwu landed in the palm of his hand. In my memory, the technique of Hiraishin has been mastered by two independent masters. The developer of the second generation Senju Tobarama, and Namikaze Minato. Both of them are activated through Kunwu, and they have their own magic seals engraved on Kunwu. The second generation is a special pattern, and I have seen Minato's. There is a seal engraved on him. Gongyi pondered. According to the situation of Hiraishin's launch, it is necessary to have the positioning of the magic seal before it can be transferred to the designated place. That is to say, their patterns or words can play a role in positioning. The reason why I can't do it, the problem should be that I have poor talent for time and space, and I can't perceive positioning. What if I use my spiritual power and even my consciousness as a positioning? Gongyi clenched his palms suddenly, his powerful body directly crushed the handle. Kunai to shreds. There was a glint in his eyes, and the corners of Gongyi's mouth couldn't help but rise. You can try this method. Chapter 272. Weili touched the side and started. It was empty. She opened her eyes in confusion. Have you woken up yet? After getting dressed, Aili walked out of the bedroom, and when she heard the sound of the ninja roaring from the backyard, she moved her lotus step lightly and leaned over. Leaning on the Jinchuriki column, Aili looked at the man tenderly. He's still working hard as always. Eri sighed, and without further interruption, turned around to prepare breakfast. For this situation, she has been very familiar with it for the past 3 years. Gongyi often falls asleep with her, but wakes up very early. Regarding cultivation, Gongyi is a little more relaxed than when he was a teenager, but his level of effort still catches up with the vast majority of people in this world. This is very commendable. After all, Gongyi now has the momentum of the first person in the ninja world, but he still works so hard, and he has to be admired. Looking back, Gongyi shook his head and continued to concentrate on his experiment. Kunai, who had been thrown dozens of meters away, returned to his hand. The spiritual imprint is not deep enough. A movement in his heart, the seed of divine consciousness transformed into a thin needle, and bit by bit, it carved the Hiraishin seal on Kuwu 29. Namikaze Minato used the sealing technique as Hiraishin's positioning. Gongyi changed the way, an incredible method. He even used the spiritual power of nihilism as the positioning method. This method, no one in this world can do it. But Gongyi can, because of his spiritual power. He has evolved into divine consciousness, condense the seeds of divine consciousness, and can be intangible and tangible. But even so, it is still a bit difficult to use this method. Kai, Kai, Kai. The shrill voices kept ringing, and the suffering was supreme, leaving a deep imprint. Gong Yi looked a little tired, but couldn't contain the joy in his eyes. Go. Kunwu was thrown 50 meters away and stuck in the soil. Gong Yi's mind moved, the Horaitian magic seal activated, relying on the guidance of his own spiritual power, his body suddenly disappeared. When it reappears, it happens to be in the place of kunai. Success. Ha ha. Gong Yi let out a long laugh, his new method is indeed feasible. And in terms of activation speed, it seems to be a little faster than Namikaze Minato's sealing technique. Although it's only a little faster, it's enough. Obito's time and space ninjutsu is not as good as Minato's in the initial stage, but after years of skilled use, it should be a bit stronger than Minato. I was just a little faster, and I was able to equalize with him. At least, Obito would never be able to make a move in front of him to come and leave if he wanted to. Gong Yi put away his smile, felt the kunai in his hands, and frowned slightly. The material of the kunai is not very good, and the effect of engraving the spiritual imprint is not good. I have to make a special batch of kunai. In addition, after a divine consciousness seed is distributed, there seems to be a distance limit for sensing spiritual power. My current limit should be around 100 meters. Gong Yi was not too worried about these two issues. Selected good materials, specially made. His current wealth is not under any pressure. As for the limitation of consciousness, Gong Yi is not worried even more. A few months at most, his third god will be able to condense out. Until then, this defect can also be remedied. And once these two problems are solved, the flying effect will reach the level of Minato's death, or even stronger. Because of his physical strength, the amount of chakra and mental strength is far higher than that of Minato. Big, but it's not really big. Gong Yi is looking forward to how brilliant this time and space ninjutsu will bloom under the full use of Horaitian. Outside of Konoha Uchiha Clan Station. When Gong Yi was concentrating on studying Horaitian, there was also an undercurrent here. Today's Konoha village, although it seems peaceful and quiet, it is only superficial. Patriarch, we can't wait any longer. Those guys are getting more and more arrogant. In a dark room, dozens of ninjas in robes knelt down on one knee. The fan logo on the back represents their identity. Uchiha Clan. It's really going to end this way now. Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing in front of them, frowned. Just a few short years, with the decision of the top management of Konoha village, the Uchiha family has been on the decline. In the previous wars, not only did they not gain the slightest benefit, but they suffered heavy losses. Even after the Kyubi Nine-Tails upheaval, Konoha no longer trusted them at all, began to shrink their rights in the garrison, and kept putting people from other families in. You know, the Konoha Security Department is Uchiha's private plot. Since Konoha's establishment of the village, this place has always been under the control of Uchiha. Especially after the alliance between Konoha and Kurigakure village, they were secretly excluded for some reason before, but after that, there is a vague feeling of being on guard against Uchiha. Today, the entire Uchiha clan finally broke out. The people standing in front of Uchiha Fugaku at this moment are all high-level people, and without exception, they have become the main battle faction. Patriarch, we must do this. That's right. Now is a good time for us to launch a coup d'état while Konoha is strong at home and weak at home. Uchiha's high-level group sentiment is turbulent, noisy, and complicated, but it is always the same, that is. A meaning. They couldn't stand Konoha's suppression. Their pride and ambition also made them decide to go the most dangerous way. Fugaku was silent for a long time. In that case, it's time to start. Uchiha Fugaku made a compromise amid the controversy among a group of people. Launch a coup. Turn Konoha into a village ruled by the Uchiha clan. Now, Uchiha Fugaku is naturally willing. The overall combat strength of Konoha village has long since been inferior to before, and now is a good time for the Uchiha family to turn over. Once he was still there, he was afraid of the existence of Gongyi. But in the last 320 negotiation, he was relieved. He doesn't care about the position of Hokage. Power is what he pursues. As for the rest of the family and Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku is naturally not afraid. Soon, plans began to be made. Every aspect was perfect, and the Uchiha group of people also saw hope. However, no one thought that when they were secretly carrying out all this, they were discovered by the high-level officials of Konoha village. Uchiha Itachi has betrayed them unreservedly. Night, Serenity Shisui. The quiet courtyard, the moonlight is reflected in the cold water of the swimming pool. The wind rang loudly, and a figure like a jade-like figure stepped on the water. Kunai at the bottom of the pool fell into his hands. Sure enough, the unique kunai, combined with my spiritual imprint, can cast a distance 10 times, 100 times, or even more than before. Gongyi said leisurely. In his pupils, a third seed of divine consciousness suddenly appeared. Thoughts stopped. Gongyi opened his eyes and looked into the darkness. Since it's here, show up. I woke up with a high fever. It is estimated that it was not covered well last night, and the temperature here is rapidly cooling. Uncomfortable. Let's make a hanging pin code in the living room. But I can't smoke, it's too uncomfortable to write, and I don't know if I can watch it today. I will try my best. If there is no 5th update, it will definitely be added later. Brothers, you can see if there is a 5th update by looking at the title. Chapter 273. The meeting that decides life and death. Since it's here, show up. Gongyi finished his words, and a dark shadow appeared in front of him. Dressed in a black robe, with a civet cat mask on his face. It's Anbu directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Through that mask, the corner of Gongyi's mouth twitched lightly. Kakashi, what's the matter? President Gongyi, Lord Hokage, please come over. Kakashi lowered his head and said. At this moment, his pair of eyes were very horrified. Although he had tried his best to hide it, he could still see clearly. Wasn't because Gongyi recognized him, but he actually felt that Gongyi had become stronger again. For a moment just now, Kakashi had a similar feeling of déjà vu. It seems that Gongyi exists in this world, but he can leave at any time. This kind of feeling, he has only felt it in one person. Own teacher, Namikaze Minato. Why do I feel this way? Kakashi was a little puzzled. From a young age, he felt that he could surpass Gongyi. Up to now, he dared not continue to think like this. The current Gongyi is like a majestic mountain, I can only look up. Got it. Seeing Kakashi absent-minded, Gongyi raised the corner of his mouth with a smile and looked up at the starry sky. He already vaguely knew what was going on. This day seems to have come. Then Director Gongyi, let's go out. Swish. Before Kakashi finished speaking, Gongyi immediately disappeared. Speed is extremely fast. Kakashi didn't even react, he couldn't sense Gongyi's breath. What speed is this? Looking at where Gongyi disappeared, Kakashi's forehead was sweating. Here. When he reappeared, Gongyi had already arrived at the gate of Konoha village. Gongyi praised. The third seed of consciousness has been condensed, and with the kunai of the trait, the effect is really different. Saying that, Gongyi once again dodged and disappeared into the darkness. The entire Konoha village, except for some hidden places, he can come and go freely in most places. When he goes out every day, if he has time to spare, he will leave a certain Hiraishin spirit imprint. The village sounds big, but it's actually not big. For him now, Hiraishin can completely cover the entire village. What Namikaze Minato could do back then, he can also. Hokage building. Conference room. Hiruzen, in this situation, what more do you want to say? Prodigal ambition. In my opinion, kill them directly. Danzo's killing intent is awe-inspiring. Every word, is like a winter ice knife, engraved on people's faces. In the corner, a boy wearing an Anbu mask, body. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched everyone's reaction, especially the boy. He sighed and shook his head hesitantly. Danzo, your ideas are too radical. Uchiha, after all, is a member of the village. There is a conflict, we can put it on the bright side to coordinate. Bang! The crutches were heavily on the floor. Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy. Hiruzen, do you want to be a good old man again? Uchiha, when did you consider yourself a member of the village? It's all starting to conspire to rebel, and you're still talking to them. Who knows if he will agree in person and bite back behind his back. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze, vaguely remembering the rumors from his youth. The ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, was a capricious person. He fought with the Senju clan, stopped the war, joined forces, established Konoha together, and finally left Konoha, and even returned to fight the first generation. If the first generation hadn't been seriously injured in that battle, with his strength, he would have been able to suppress the ninja world for at least 10 more years. Hey, it seems that the most worrying thing has happened. Homura Mitokado, who has always been reluctant to express his opinions, also shook his head helplessly. I agree with Danzo's statement. Now that they know their plan, did they have to sit still? On the other hand, Kaharu Udatane also commented. While she was speaking, she inadvertently looked at the boy standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. That boy was Uchiha Itachi. Not long ago, he had told them all the plans of the Uchiha clan. As such, several of Konoha's core executives came together and had a heated discussion here. They had a disagreement about how to deal with the Uchiha clan. But Uchiha Itachi remained silent, just stood there quietly. Don't talk about it yet, wait until Gongyi comes here and listen to his opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and stopped Danzo, who was still about to speak. You invited him. Danzo doesn't look very good. Squeak. The sound of the door being pushed open was accompanied by Gongyi's magnetic opening. Oh, Elder Danzo, doesn't seem to welcome me very much. Dressed in white, Gongyi stepped in slowly. The door behind him slammed shut automatically in the absence of wind. At this moment, he was looking at them with a smile on his face, but that smile was cold. It was a little terrifying. Danzo snorted coldly and avoided talking. Gongyi shook his head, didn't pursue it, went straight to the window and sat down. Standing is Uchiha Itachi. Gongyi gave him a playful look and focused his attention on the topic of discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly explained the situation and finally asked his opinion. My opinion, haha. Gongyi laughed lightly. The laughter was somewhat contemptuous, and it fell into the ears of others, a little harsh. No idea, it's just a power struggle. I don't care what you do, I only have one request. The strength of the village, don't compromise me too much. Gongyi smiled and swept his cold eyes across the crowd. This is what I kept after I faced the village of Kurigakure and the Kumogakure army alone. No matter what. Uchiha, or other families, in my eyes, are all part of the village. Okay to fight for power, but most of the strength of the village must be reserved for me. Everyone's heart trembled, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his opinion, Gongyi has vaguely regarded the village as something in his own pocket. No matter what. Matter how much you toss, you can't destroy the village. As for whether Sarutobi Hiruzen is in power or Uchiha is in power, it is only temporary for him. Gongyi met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze with a smile that was not a smile. He naturally knew that the old man in front of him who only set out in the interests of the village had actually made a choice long ago. That I'm here to find myself, it looks like it's just adding a little pressure to Uchiha Itachi. Or he wanted to stand in line by himself, so as to make Uchiha Itachi fearful and give up some lucky hearts. Hee hee. Gongyi naturally won't obey Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, and all he's doing now is just following the original, in order to prevent any deviations in some of the plots. Furthermore, on Uchiha Fugaku's side, he is indeed dishonest, and keeping him would only be a disaster. So far, Gongyi has already made a decision. That is, Failu reminds you. Chapter 274. Uchiha Madara. That is to go with the flow and go with the flow. Going in the direction of the plot, the biggest gain is only yourself. Thinking of this, Gongyi will not stay for a long time. The battle at the heart of Konoha, he has no interest in taking part in. Since this is the case, what are you still hesitating for the third generation? Seeing Gongyi leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. Danzo said coldly. Now Gongyi is watching this matter indifferently. It doesn't matter at all, this is his rare opportunity. Rid of the Uchiha clan is also related to his many interests. Particular, there is one more important thing, but he is doing it without telling everyone. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a serious face. You don't have to take care of this matter, I will take responsibility for it myself. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado stopped talking. Things have gone so far, they know it's no use talking too much. Humph. 3 generations of you are so indecisive, you will regret it sooner or later. Danzo's face was gloomy, he tapped his cane in his hand, and left here without looking back. With Sarutobi Hiruzen for half his life, Danzo will naturally not argue anymore. All he can do now is to wait and see how things change. The heated discussions ceased with Danzo's departure. Sarutobi Hiruzen 320 finally reassured Uchiha Itachi and let him go. Exit the Hokage building. There was no expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, and the whole person was silent. He didn't have any joy in his heart. On the contrary, now he knew one thing well. The destruction of the Uchiha clan is already an inescapable fate. Under such a situation, the Uchiha family has already made a choice, and he cannot change it. What he is thinking about now is how to protect as much as possible the people he cares about. If it was Lord Gongyi, what kind of choice would he make? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help thinking of Gongyi. This strength is enough to suppress the men of the entire ninja world. If it were him, would it be as unknowingly as the one he chose? Uchiha Itachi had already come to the range of the palace's leader. He wants to find Gongyi and find the final answer. Who? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi stopped abruptly. He noticed something was wrong. Of course it's the one looking for you. An indifferent voice appeared faintly. There was no emotion at all, as if it had lowered the temperature a lot on this already cold night. Find me. Uchiha Itachi looked at a one tall tree next to him. He is not timid, but is in a tense state. He can release the strongest ninjutsu at any time. This guy who can make no sound at all can never be an ordinary existence. That's right. With a sneer, the air in front began to swirl, as if twisted. A masked man appeared out of nowhere. Embroidered with Yuhi-colored auspicious clouds, and a mask of orange-yellow dead wood showing only one pupil. A man with a mask dressed in a strange costume, he stood firmly on the thick branch and looked at Uchiha Itachi. Condescending, a kind of momentum above everyone is looming. What do you want to do? Uchiha Itachi is as taciturn as always, and there is no unnecessary nonsense. Although the guy in front of him is very strong. Is this a junior? Is it the attitude of speaking to an elder? The masked man said indifferently. Words do and wait. Uchiha Itachi continued to speak, and his black eyes suddenly turned bloody Yuhi. On it, 3 black strange symbols appeared in the center. 3 Tomo Sharingan. It's not over yet. When 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared, they started it rotates slowly, and finally gradually links and extends outwards, showing the shape of 3 sickles. That's Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's expressionless face changed, and he couldn't believe it. If the records are correct, Uchiha Madara is the only one who can own Mangekyo Sharingan. But he is already dead. How could he appear here? He was the man who fought with the first generation, and is one of the creators of the entire Konoha village. Are you shocked? You thought I was dead. Masked Man smiled softly, as if his gorilla Yuhi's eyes had seen through Uchiha Itachi's mind. Today, he came here, of course not alone, to see Uchiha Itachi. Akatsuki's whole plan has begun. He needs a pawn that can weaken Konoha. And Uchiha Itachi is the perfect one. Forget it, a name is just a title after all, it doesn't mean anything. Anyway, the Uchiha clan will also be destroyed. And now you will have a chance to redeem yourself and be reborn. The masked man seemed to be pointing, and began to guide Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. Konoha is already strong enough, and it is the most unstable factor in his own plan. The existence of Gongyi has already made him difficult. Since Gongyi cannot be eliminated at present, then the Uchiha family must not stay in Konoha. So it is better to help him and destroy the entire Uchiha family. How could you? After Uchiha Itachi heard the masked man's words, his face showed a rare gloom. Well, it seems that the conversation with you can only end here. When you think about it, you can come to me anytime. The masked man who was about to continue speaking frowned, and he immediately. The body turns into Uzumaki and disappears in place. Hehe, come here and leave like this. Before Uchiha Itachi didn't understand, Gongyi was already standing in front of him. Master Gongyi. Uchiha Itachi didn't understand that the masked man left because he was very afraid of Gongyi. It's nothing, go back early. Seeing Uchiha Obito leave, Gongyi waved. Master Gongyi, wait a minute. Uchiha Itachi's previous indifference was gone, and he stopped Gongyi. This man who he has been in awe of since childhood, he really wants to get his answer more. Turning back and looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was a little confused. What's wrong? Regarding the Uchiha clan, the situation in the clan is getting worse and worse. And each of them wanted a coup, and all advocated war. Uchiha Itachi will look at Gongyi and say this series of unusual things. Mangekyo Sharingan, the strongest pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. Just like that man just showed. Gongyi brought up a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Lord Gongyi, you are. Uchiha Itachi tensed inwardly and looked at Gongyi in disbelief. Chapter 275 Sengoku. Sengoku. It's a surprise. All know. Yes. Itachi looked at him sincerely. Mangekyo is listed as a taboo even within the clan. I just learned about this by chance, from my father's documents. But just know that Mangekyo is the ultimate evolution of Sharingan. The ultimate evolutionary direction of taboo existence. Gongyi shook his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, there was a faint smile on his face, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. Even if it was Uchiha Itachi, he couldn't figure out at all what was going on. Senior Gongyi, too mysterious. Do you know how the Mangekyo information in your father's file came from? Gongyi asked suddenly. Uchiha Itachi was stunned. This should be the top secret inheritance of my Uchiha clan. As the patriarch, my father should. Why don't you stop talking? Itachi pursed his lips, and he found that he seemed to think too simply. If the father, as the patriarch, can know, then the previous patriarchs should also know. In a family like Uchiha, how could the ultimate power of Mangekyo become a top secret inheritance and be preserved? I'm afraid it's already been known to everyone. Gongyi put his hands on his back and looked at Lang Lang's starry sky. Don't think about it, it's okay to tell you. The information about Mangekyo is what I told your father. You don't have to worry about me lying to you about this kind of thing, just go back and ask your father, and you'll know the truth. Uchiha Itachi looked at him in shock. No wonder Senior Gongyi knew about Mangekyo, and even this information was given to the Uchiha clan by him. But, as an outsider, how could he know such a thing? Let me tell you a story. Gong Yi's tone was distant, and his thoughts seemed to return to the ancient Sengoku era. Once, in the Land of Fire, there were several prosperous families, fighting each other endlessly for land and resources. The Senju family, the Uchiha family, the Hyuga family, the Kagaya family. 4 giants. In addition, there are Sarutobi, Akamichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Oil. The Land of Fire at the center of the continent has the most extensive and fertile land, so it nurtures these famous families. However, the land is limited and the resources are only so much. War breaks out all the time. Uchiha and Senju go to war, Hyuga fights against Kagaya, other small families gather to keep warm, and sometimes join forces to attack the big family. Even an existence like Senju has to find foreign aid, marry the Uzumaki clan, and defend against other enemies. During the Long War, the warlike Kagaya clan were defeated by the alliance of Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju. The Kagaya family had to escape the Land of Water, like a lost dog. In this case, Senju Hashirama, the new head of the Senju clan, does not want to see life being destroyed and hatred for generations. So he put aside his prejudice and invited the strong man of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, to join forces. The Uchiha Madara at that time, who started Mangekyo Sharingan, was no weaker than Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama also mastered the mighty Mokudan, wood-style Kekkei Genkai. The two of them joined forces and were invincible, and suppressed the country of fire. After defeating countless large and small families, the two of them joined forces to establish the Konoha village, and invited other small families to join in, and in the village, they proliferated and shared resources, and together against the families of other nations. The prosperity of Konoha made other countries restless, so other countries also invited families to form similar ninja villages. That period was called Sengoku. Word by word, sentence by sentence, slowly spit out from the mouth of the man in white. It seems to be stating history, but it seems to be cherishing the era of. The era when talents came out in large numbers and the strong competed for each other. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth slightly and listened with relief. It seems that he also came to that era and witnessed the occurrence of countless history. Gong Yi glanced at him, the so-called war. It's much more complicated to say. Even the alliance between Senju and Uchiha has gone through many twists and turns. Several battles broke out here, and even the younger brother, Izuna, died at the hands of Senju Tobarama. Later Hashirama and Madara fought even more, and the fight was dizzying. In the end, Hashirama won and Madara agreed to join forces. But I don't need to go into too much detail, it's just like this. Uchiha Itachi murmured, no wonder the clansmen are determined to be the Lord of Konoha. It turns out that the original Konoha was formed by Uchiha and Senju. Suddenly, he reacted. Senior Gong Yi, how did you know this? You are too young, maybe you should ask. I have a teacher who is not a teacher, but is better than a teacher. Her name is Tsunade. One of Sanin, the only descendant of the Senju clan, Princess Slug. Tsunade-sama. Uchiha Itachi nodded quickly, but he knew Akatsuki a little bit. Gong Yi's medical ninjutsu was taught by Tsunade-sama. If so, it makes sense. Through Master Tsunade, Senior Gong Yi learned about those past events. But the history behind Gong Yi did not disappoint him, and talked about the future development casually. After the establishment of Konoha, the strength of all the families in the country of fire has reached its peak. The patriarch of Uchiha, Uchiha Madara breeds bigger ambitions. He wants to conquer the kingdoms and unify the ninja world. Itachi was shocked, but you said, other countries have also established shinobi villages similar to Konoha. Gong Yi chuckled, yeah, so you can probably imagine. If you follow the practice of your ancestors, then the scale of the war will escalate from family battles to village and country to country. The tragic level can be seen in the later World War I, World War II, and even the Third Ninja World War you saw when you were a child. How can this be? Itachi muttered to himself, biting Kiba stubbornly. He shook his head. This is not possible. The scale of the war will escalate, and it will bring more casualties. Even civilians will be involved. Gong Yi praised. At such a young age, he knows how to think like Hokage. Ah, Senior Gong Yi, you are overrated. No, I didn't praise you too much. Gong Yi shook his head and said inexplicably, because the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, he also thinks the same as you. Gong Yi's tone was a little depressing. In fact, if he was in that era, maybe he would agree with Uchiha Madara's idea. Peace between nations is too short after all. Only unification can usher in a more lasting peace. Just like the spring and autumn Sengoku in China, they are constantly fighting each other. But after the unification of the Qin dynasty, there was no war between countries. Even if the Qin dynasty was overthrown, the Han dynasty, the great unification of the later generations, had peace for hundreds of years. Instead of being like the ninja world, in just 50 years, 3 ninja wars broke out. And later. Itachi's voice interrupted Gong Yi's reverie. Gong Yi smiled lightly. Afterwards, Uchiha Madara was angry and wanted to be independent, but the Uchiha family, who was tired of war, betrayed him and chose to stand on the side of the village. The right choice. Itachi nodded, and if it was him, he would have made this choice like a clan at the time. Madara went away with all the information about Mangekyo. He doesn't want a family that betrays his own, and in the future, there will be an existence like him. Gong Yi said lightly, this kind of statement is very believable. Itachi had no doubts. So, that's why you Uchiha, after 50 years of tradition, no one can drive Mangekyo. And I can know that because the first Hokage and Madara were both friends and enemies, and they knew too much, so the master collected a lot of information, and the records were passed down in the Senju clan. In Gong Yi's tone, for the so-called first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, there is no reverence at all. His strength is enough for him to treat these. The powerhouse is hidden in the long river of history. Itachi also gradually understood these things and clarified the order. Senior Gong Yi learned about Uchiha's information through Tsunade, and mastered Mangekyo's information and told it to his father. What happened during this process? He didn't know about any transactions, and Senior Gong Yi probably wouldn't say anything. Suddenly, Gong Yi said something inexplicably. Itachi, do you want to have Mangekyo Sharingan? Itachi was at a loss, and then his body began to tremble. If he really mastered that legendary power, he might be able to stop everything that was about to happen next. He swallowed. Senior Gong Yi, are you willing to tell me? Gong Yi looked at him with a half smile. Actually, it's okay to tell you. Once your father paid you an unimaginably high price, in exchange for Mangekyo's eye-opening method. But I appreciate you very much and can tell you now. Want to know? Senior, please let me know. Itachi bit Kiba and said firmly. However, in his heart, he faintly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment, what Gong Yi said made his face change greatly. Kill your brother and you will have Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm sorry, there were only 3 updates yesterday, but I'll make up for it today. 7 more updates today. Philo reminds you. Reading 3 things to collect. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels. Chapter 276. Itachi's answer. Looking at the trembling young man, Gong Yi smiled. To what choice this Uchiha Itachi, who had just come of age and turned 16, would make. In fact, Gong Yi really appreciates Itachi for a few encounters with Itachi. In his opinion, Itachi usually treats people gently and almost never speaks harshly. Everyone who comes in contact with him will find him gentle and polite. In the process of work and performing tasks, the wind evaluation is also very good, even perfect, not weaker than the instant shisui of the year. From the perspective of thinking about problems, Itachi has shown maturity far beyond his peers. The way he thinks, the angle of his thinking, is completely standing in a high position, like the shadow of a village. However, he was still younger. The information is not comprehensive, so in front of him, Itachi can only be guided, but not the master's right to speak. Suddenly, Itachi's body, no longer trembling. He raised his head, bit Kiba, and popped out every word. If it's at the cost of my brother's life, then I'd rather not turn on Mangekyo. The expected answer is also a reasonable choice. Almost exactly the same as the original, Uchiha Itachi is willing to take everything for that. Dear Aududo. At the same time, he is willing to give up everything. Gongyi smiled casually, I didn't see you wrong. Itachi opened his mouth, but said nothing. He thought a lot of things and prepared a lot of words to deal with Gongyi's possible problems. However, Gongyi, with such a simple sentence, seems to know what choice he will make. In front of this man, Itachi just felt. I have quite a feeling of powerlessness when I punch the cotton. Shaking his head, Gongyi said with emotion, you are indeed a gentle child, much better than your hard-hearted father. Itachi's face changed instantly. This simple sentence, combined with the previous chat, he guessed an answer almost instantly. I once told my father how to start Mangekyo. Yes. Did he succeed? What do you think? Itachi said, it should be successful. I remember that when I was a child, an uncle held me and played with me. That uncle, I heard, is my father's best friend, or a cousin. But afterward, there was no trace. He died in. His name is Uchiha Chikaz. Gongyi glanced at him and said lightly, confirming his suspicions. For a time, Uchiha Itachi felt powerless. Own father actually kill his best brother. He always felt dignified, but full of affection. He turned out to be an executioner stained with the blood of his family. Actually, you shouldn't blame your father. He bears the burden of the West, perhaps it is your imagination unbelievably heavy. Choose to turn on Mangekyo, he is also tortured by the imagination. But for the family, or for your relatives, he has to make a choice. Itachi stayed there, handsome in the bright moonlight. Appears very pale. Gongyi turned around and stared at him with deep eyes. Itachi, if one day, you have to face a decision that is even more difficult than your father's, what would you do? Itachi opened his mouth, momentarily, unable to give an answer. Perhaps that choice will be stained with more blood than your father. Perhaps your whole body will be ruined by that choice. Itachi slumped back a few steps. His still young mind couldn't stand this kind of torture at all. After a long while, he asked dryly, where's my brother? Uchiha Sasuke is right, he's still so young, no matter what. Whatever decision you make may affect him. Gongyi nodded. I'm sorry, Senior Gongyi. At this moment, I cannot answer your question. Gongyi smiled casually, it's okay, I just asked casually. Maybe you are tired today, go back first. Uchiha Itachi nodded, turned and walked in the familiar yet unfamiliar direction. Behind him, Gongyi passed a sentence over, causing him to pause slightly. But for a moment, he took firm steps and walked towards his home. Outside Konoha village. Uchiha clan station. Sasuke, how's your class at school today? Sitting around the table during dinner time, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sasuke opposite and asked. Although his face was stern, the doting in his eyes could not be concealed in the slightest. For Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku still has great hope. He is as smart as Itachi's talent, and will be a good seed for Uchiha in the future. Although it seems that the entire Uchiha clan has been suppressed, the inner more is still more and more prosperous. However, Uchiha Fugaku's heart is now very difficult to be happy, and a layer of haze unconsciously shrouded his heart. Father, don't worry, the school's courses can't beat me. Sasuke waved his fist and said with a naive smile. At this moment, his pair of black pupils are full of immaturity and innocence, completely unreminiscent of the future. He will be a man full of revenge and taciturn. Good. As expected of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku smiled, nodded and simply appreciated it. That's natural, our little Sasuke will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Sitting next to Uchiha Makoto, she also looked at Sasuke with a chuckle. 4. Sasuke, Uchiha Makoto is also very much looking forward to it. Okay, eat more with your mother. I'll go out. Uchiha Fugaku, who was about to continue speaking, suddenly turned pale. He sensed that someone appeared outside. Looks like there are some things that I need to tell myself. Get up and go out. The sky outside was already full of stars. At night, except for the sound of cicadas, the surroundings are very quiet. Lord Patriarch, our plan is almost ready. But at the top of the Konoha side, they may have gotten wind of it. Past, kneeling on one knee in front of Uchiha Fugaku and reporting softly. Do you already know? Uchiha Fugaku's face was calm, but he didn't look panicked. Contrary, he already knew why, and his heart would be uneasy. Knew it, he had vaguely guessed something. I don't know the specifics, but now Konoha is no longer in contact with our Uchiha clan. Just know about Danzo's roots, he's not very honest. The shadow shook his head, obviously not getting more accurate information. Chapter 277. There is a demonic illusion called Suzanming. Danzo's roots. Thinking of something, Uchiha Fugaku murmured to himself. Now Danzo has been in contact with Uchiha Shisui, he knows. And his own son Uchiha Itachi has been the same in recent days. It seems that some things are not so simple. You leave first. A long silence, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the shadow who was kneeling with his head bowed and said lightly. The current situation is now a bit deviated. Obviously, everything in front of him did not go as he expected. Yes. Shadow nodded and disappeared, without saying a word from beginning to end. Obviously, Uchiha Fugaku is already quite majestic in the entire Uchiha clan. Everyone from top to bottom, they feel that Uchiha Fugaku can lead them towards the new glory of the Uchiha clan. Seeing the shadow leaving, Uchiha Fugaku turned around and said lightly. Itachi, come back so late. I don't know when. Uchiha Itachi was already standing in the yard, waiting for him quietly. What's the attitude of the Konoha village side now? And, Gong 26e, what did he think? Uchiha Fugaku strolled towards Itachi. There was no expression of joy, anger, sadness, and a calm expression on his face. As the patriarch of the entire Uchiha clan, he naturally knows what all the clan members have done. Uchiha Fu Itachi went to the Hokage building today, and someone secretly told him. Combining the roots on Danzo's side and Shisui's affairs, Uchiha Fugaku can already guess 7 or 8. 3 generations of Lord Hokage wanted to appease the clan, but did not want to take action. Hearing his father's question, Uchiha Fu Itachi did not hide anything, and immediately said it. Since his father made everything clear, Uchiha Fu Itachi didn't want to keep it. In this case, he told Uchiha Fugaku everything directly. As for Lord Gongyi. Speaking of Gongyi, Uchiha Itachi was obviously hesitant for a moment, and then he continued. Master Gongyi chose neutrality and chose nothing, completely indifferent, he doesn't care about this at all. Is it as I expected? It seems that what he is after is just great power. Uchiha Fugaku raised his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about. In the mouth of Itachi just now, he has already got a lot of information. Although Mr. Gongyi expressed his indifference, after that, he mentioned a unique demonic illusion to me. Uchiha Itachi did not return to the house, but stood here and looked at Uchiha Fugaku and continued to ask. This kind of demonic illusion, among Lord Gongyi, is unpredictable. Even he has been accidentally tricked. What demonic illusion? Still, thoughts of Uchiha Fugaku back, his heart skipped a beat. Even in the heart that is as calm as the lake, there is inevitably a trace of waves. The name of this technique is Suzanming. Uchiha Itachi's tone was unpleasant, and he spat out every word. Suzanming, the ability of this Mangekyo Sharingan is still said by the words passed by Lord Gongyi before he left. Its ability is very simple, it can construct logical illusions and guide the subjective thinking of others. Sounds simple, but as long as its abilities are used properly, it will be very scary. After Lord Gongyi finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi could not help but suddenly realize. After such reminders, combined with the strangeness of everyone in the clan, he already knew in his heart a lot. Although the immature universe Itachi looks a little immature, his wisdom has grown to a terrifying stage. Suzanming. Uchiha Fugaku's calm expression finally changed. Although it was quickly covered up by him, it could also be seen that he had lost his temper just now. He didn't expect that Suzanming's matter had already been known by Uchiha Itachi. His fists were clenched tightly, and in the pair of black eyes on his face, there was a faint sign that he was about to become Yuhi. However, within half a second, Fugaku's clenched fists slowly loosened. His eyes were still extremely dark. Itachi, do you want to see Suzanming's power? If you are willing to show me. Nodding his head, Uchiha Itachi showed no negative emotions from beginning to end. Contrary, he still showed enough respect for his father. Since the conversation between the two of them started, Uchiha Itachi has not really explained everything straight to the point. He is very euphemistic, but in fact, the two of them have been tacitly aware of it for a long time, they just see it and don't say it. Okay, then as a father, I will let you see Suzanming's ability. Uchiha Fugaku finished his words, and just now his dark eyes became Yuhi the gorilla. The top three tomo appeared and slowly turned. They were connected to each other, and slowly the three tomo seemed to be stretched and became a dart. And around, there are also 444 black engraved on it. Is completely different from the Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Itachi saw before. However, the coercion it exudes at this moment is indeed not weak. As long as his father has a thought, he has absolutely no possibility of escape. But he didn't feel any fear. A pair of eyes still looked at Fugaku fearlessly, waiting for him to cast Suzanming. 3 slowly rotating. In the dark night, Mangekyo Sharingan looked exceptionally bright, making people look a little terrified. Slowly zooming in, Uchiha Itachi has unknowingly been pulled into the demonic illusion. Uchiha Fugaku didn't guide his thinking, and didn't really deal with him. What he constructed around him at this moment was nothing but a simple illusion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi has fallen into a fantasy world constructed by Fugaku. This is Konoha village. Surrounding area is now surrounded by flames of war, and the peaceful scene before has long since disappeared. Uchiha Itachi stood in the center of the main road of the village, and he could see the people around him fighting each other. The sound of the clanging weapons chirping could be heard very clearly. Whoosh whoosh, kunai and shuriken are constantly colliding with each other, splashing sparks. That is the ninja of Konoha village. He is biting Kiba at the moment and is fighting with the enemy on the opposite side. And the strong enemy, it is the one with the Poo fan logo printed on the back. Uchiha family. The logo of the round fan on the upper Yuhi and the lower white is very eye-catching, so that people can clearly distinguish it. Boom, boom. On the other side, the tyrannical Kaden, fire style, is rampant. The soaring flame is like a giant wave, forming a sea of fire, and everything will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Philo reminds you. Read the 3 things to collect. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. Please keep this collection segment, otherwise the collection of IP is prohibited. Chapter 278. Konoha Destruction. Whoops. It's not over yet. Seeing the wanton flames, dozens of Konoha ninjas in front quickly hand seal. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. Pieces of Sweden, water style, defenses appear like waterfalls. But just for a moment, they have no effect at all. With the sound of sizzling, their combined defense sweetened water style is about to be disintegrated. The white water vapor floated in all directions, and before they could react and leave, they collapsed. Rao is a large number of people, but the tyrannical force in front of them. The rival Kaden fire style was like a tsunami that engulfed them in an instant. Ah! Save me! With the sound of unwillingness, the instantaneous sweeten water style barrier and this group of ninjas were submerged in flames. The Konoha village, where the war was raging, was in chaos at the moment. This kind of scene is repeated in every corner of the whole village. Rumble, the towering Doden earth style not far in front of Uchiha Itachi rose from the ground, blocking the countless kunai and shuriken in front of him, but before they could be happy again, a Uchiha clan ninja with a dagger in his hand flashed behind them in a breath. Yuhi's Tomo Sharingan turned, his hands blooming, and the Konoha ninjas around didn't even have time to make a sound. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. The knife fell, and no one survived. All resistance, at this moment, seems to be in vain, and there is no chance of winning at all. The ninja power of the entire Konoha village was completely at a disadvantage, and was continuously harvested by the people of the Uchiha clan. Ahead, a group of familiar faces of Uchiha ferrets appeared. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Danzo. They also all looked gloomy, and they were fighting each other with those high-level Uchiha clan leaders. Phew! Directly above the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen is puffing out his mouth and spitting out a large flame of fire. The power is huge, like a sky, which makes it difficult to see the front. The Grandmaster has 5 chakra attributes. Ninjutsu, enjoy, Ninjutsu Professor. The title of Sarutobi Hiruzen, although he has entered the age of frailty, but his strength is still very strong. Kang, but in the next second, Uchiha Itachi's pupils dilated and contracted. Even though it was him, he was obviously shocked by the sight in front of him. Among the sky-like flames, a huge palm suddenly appeared out of thin air. Braving, the gray flames made people feel a kind of dead silence. Take a shot forward. The unstoppable Kaden fire style just ahead collapsed instantly. That's it. Uchiha Itachi stared at the front, that huge gray palm. No, it's not a simple palm. Because at this moment, a huge appeared in front. The flames have completely dissipated. The huge skeletons, like demons bathed in flames, are terrifying. Continue the hand seal. At this time, all the high-level Konoha Uchiha Itachi are familiar with. They all start to face each other. Gray flames the skeleton attack. All kinds of ninjutsu, they bloomed in various colors, showing a terrifying compound ninjutsu to bombard it. In the breath, it was submerged in the ocean of compound ninjutsu among. Success, no success. In the ocean of ninjutsu, the huge skeleton actually began to form tissues, and the blood vessels began to intertwine at this time. Then the huge chakra power began to supply it to build flesh, skin, and finally even armor. The gray behemoth stood upright, as if it could destroy everything. It completely ignored all the attack methods of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others just now. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but be shocked. Its power is completely beyond his imagination. It can be seen that on the head of the huge gray giant, his father Uchiha Fugaku is standing in it. It's him, he's the one who controls the unstoppable, scornful giant, slaughtering Konoha with an invincible attitude. The ending can be seen. The high-level officials of Konoha village were defeated and all were beheaded. The people of the Uchiha clan regained control of Konoha village, standing on the towering buildings with proud smiles and high spirits. They ruled everything again, and Uchiha is the master. The picture continues, changing rapidly. Just now, all the pictures were shattered, and then began to be reassembled. There is still a battle going on. On both sides of the streets of Konoha, people are still fighting each other with ninjutsu. Still in constant releases throughout the Konoha village interior. Countless people became corpses, and the entire Konoha village was reduced to a place of sacrifice for the war. Suidan, water style, and Dodan, earth style, Kaden, fire style, and Futon, wind style. Various ninjutsu are constantly intertwined. The people of the Uchiha clan fought hard, biting Kiba in and out. The end. The Konoha village barely won, and the Uchiha clan lost. Konoha suffered heavy losses, and even lost its original glory. Kacha, the two images meet in an instant, and the entire fantasy world is instantly shattered. Everything that was bloody just now is gone, and so is the earth-shattering battle scene. The surrounding is still an extremely quiet night, only the sound of cicadas chirping. The stars in the sky are still twinkling, and there is no ninjutsu ocean just now. Front of him, his father Uchiha Fugaku was watching him quietly. The terrifying Mangekyo Sharingan has long since disappeared. The victory and defeat of the Uchiha clan, two scenes, gave Uchiha Itachi a great shock at this moment. However, he was even more surprised by what the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan showed in the fantasy. Is it, the power of father's eyes? Have you seen the power of Mangekyo Sharingan? It is far stronger than you think. It will make people look far, far away. Seeing the slightly pale face of Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku said indifferently. Saying that, he wanted to reach out and rub Itachi's head as usual. But he stopped halfway and gave up. Withdrawing his hand, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Itachi, who was already taller than himself, and couldn't help sighing, "You really grew up." Uchiha Fugaku left here with his hands on his back. Now that the two pictures have been shown to him, there is no need for him to say more about all the choices. Silence for a long time. The fantasy just now reappeared in Uchiha Itachi's mind. First type of Uchiha clan will never be realized. The power of Konoha village is far stronger than his father imagined. What about the second type? The war is raging, and finally the strength of Konoha village is weakened, which is not what he wants to see. Fists. Uchiha Itachi looked at where Fugaku had left as if he had found the answer. Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities are certainly terrifying. However, if I were to choose, I would not look very far, but would cherish everything in front of me. Father, if you look too far, then the people around you are destined to be ignored and sacrificed. Chapter 279. The third pair of Mangekyo. Father, he thinks Konoha too weakly. Uchiha Itachi's heart was turbulent, and a complicated look appeared on his face. Although his father owns 10,000 flowers Sharingan, the strength of Konoha village should not be underestimated. He alone cannot compete with the entire Konoha village. At present, I see that Konoha is strong on the outside and weak on the inside, but it is not. After entering Anbu, I have learned too much about the hidden power of Konoha. The root of Danzo, and the direct subordinate of Hokage, Anbu. Just these ninjas, their strength is already very powerful, and it is not something that ordinary people can compete with. Especially Danzo, who has been in contact with him for a long time. The root ninjas under his hands are not only weird, but also master a lot of Konoha's forbidden technique. There is also the legendary Sanin. Although Orochimaru defected, Tsunade and Jiraiya are still the same still. In addition to them, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, the Ino-Shikacho combination of the Akamichi clan are also very difficult to deal with. Plus the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan, etc. These families with special abilities are also very difficult. The most important thing is that the Hyuga clan who have been fighting with their own Uchiha clan for a long time. They don't mind going down the drain to deal with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi's heart is getting cold, thinking about these Konoha's family, thousands of ninjas. It is impossible for the Uchiha family to succeed. All plans are undoubtedly too naive. Even if Lord Gongyi has remained neutral, but Konoha is still far stronger than imagined. The life in Anbu has made Uchiha Itachi see everything behind Konoha. By the way, maybe there is another person who will be like what I think. If such a thing is done to him, it may be the same as my choice. regained his senses, Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up with a strange look. Just now he thought of someone. The existence of his own teacher and friend, Uchiha Shisui. This Konoha village, in this Uchiha clan, are called super genius ninjas. His own strength and talent for pupil surgery are very powerful, and Shisui's talent is on par with himself. When he was still young, Shisui successfully opened Sharingan, and gradually made a name for himself in Konoha village. The powerful demonic illusion and shunjutsu make the enemy terrified. People in the entire ninja world call him, Shisui, the strongest demonic illusion ninja. Uchiha Itachi knew clearly that if it wasn't just because Shisui was a member of the Uchiha clan, the future Hokage, maybe it would be his. It's a pity. Although Uchiha Shisui is already a village ninja, he is still excluded by the core of power. Nanhi River, on the edge of the cliff. Itachi, you are looking for me. Dark shadow flashed and came to Uchiha Itachi silently. Dark blue short hair, carrying a short knife on his back. Wearing dark high-necked short sleeves, with a khaki triangle protective gear. Shisui, you are here. Seeing Uchiha Shisui here, Itachi showed a rare smile. Have not seen each other for a long time since they joined Anbu. Now this meeting is not easy. Is it because of the family? Uchiha Shisui saw Itachi's bitter face, and he vaguely knew something. In Anbu, and the strongest ninja in the entire Uchiha clan, he already knew what happened in the clan. Now he has heard a lot of rumors and has confirmed a lot of things. Looks like you already know, now they must have told you. Uchiha Nomi Itachi can't be denied, looked at Shisui and said. Shisui nodded and smiled helplessly. The conflict between the clan and Konoha has become more and more fierce, and the coup d'etat will happen sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. What are you going to do? Do you respect the choice of the 3 generations? Or do you want to obey the clan? Seeing that Shisui already knew about the conflict with Konoha within the clan and had planned a coup d'etat, Itachi asked him. I didn't say anything else, and under such circumstances, the two of them can no longer say anything else. Itachi found Uchiha Shisui today, and also wanted to make his final decision reassuring. I already have a solution, and naturally there will be no coup d'etat within the clan. When the time comes, I will apply to the 3rd generation to stop this farce. A long silence, Shisui looked at Uchiha Itachi seriously. Seriously, as if he had thought about this for a long time. You want to stop this mutiny? It's hard. No, it should be said that it's impossible. Uchiha Itachi wants Shisui to drop the idea, which is simply not realistic. Own father has turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, which is not something that one person can stop if he can stop it. It's Uchiha Shisui. Maybe it wasn't possible before, but now I really have a way, Itachi. Uchiha Shisui smiled, obviously not planning to hide anything. 4. Itachi in front of me, the two have always been close friends who can't say anything. Shisui, what do you mean? Uchiha Itachi was confused, he couldn't understand why Shisui was so confident. Such a choice can only be made. Is it hard to believe that Shisui can achieve the best of both worlds? At least Uchiha Itachi himself can't believe it. This method is using Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui looked at Uchiha Itachi. His black pupils had become 3 Tomo Sharingan. Above Yuhi's eyeballs, 3 Kama-like Tomo slowly rotated. The man who called himself Uchiha Madara before, is almost the same as his father Uchiha Fugaku. The 3 Tomo are slowly linking, and finally become a blade-like shape. Mangekyo Sharingan Shisui, you. Uchiha Itachi's heart sank, and Shisui was silent for a while when he looked at him. He didn't ask why Shisui started Mangekyo Sharingan, he just wanted to know how Shisui wanted to stop this. That's right, I'm going to use Mangekyo Sharingan's ability to make people in the clan give up the coup. After showing Itachi, Shisui has closed Sharingan. Although Mangekyo Sharingan has been turned on, it is difficult to maintain it for a long time, although it is not weak, it is still not enough to support. When you make yourself stronger, the risks are naturally no small. Chapter 280. Danzo's suspicion. Mangekyo Sharingan's ability. Could it be your ability? Seeing Uchiha Shisui's confident appearance, Itachi unconsciously thought of his own father. His Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Suzanming, has the power to change everything, so he constructs a logical environment and subtly affects the subjective thinking of others. Could it be that the current Shisui, his Mangekyo Sharingan ability is also a similar ability? I call this ability Koto Amatsukami. Nodding, Shisui said. Now that the words have been spoken, Uchiha Shisui has nothing to hide. He still had 100% trust in Itachi, and he didn't hide it. Koto Amatsukami. Such a special name. Uchiha Itachi's face changed slightly, as if he felt something. The ability of his own father is called Suzanming. Shisui's is called Koto Amatsukami. It seems that Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities are very strong. However, the only one who wants to stop the coup by relying on Mangekyo Sharingan's ability alone, Shisui, you think about this. It's too simple. Itachi knew that Shisui successfully opened Mangekyo Sharingan, but his father also owns Mangekyo Sharingan. Just relying on this, it seems like a fantasy to stop the coup. Itachi, Koto Amatsukami's abilities can really change all that. As long as Koto Amatsukami is activated, its effect is to manipulate others without knowing it. Shisui looked at Uchiha Itachi with a serious look, and continued without joking, and its ultimate effect is to permanently and completely change people's thoughts and will. People can be manipulated at will, and ultimately, people's will can be completely changed. Uchiha Itachi looked at Shisui in disbelief. This ability is more powerful than his father's Suzanming. As long as Shisui uses it properly, this ability is simply invincible. Tisk, but although the effect is huge, it also has limitations. Seeing the slight change in Uchiha Itachi's face, Shisui smiled. After using it once, it will take 10 years before it can be used again. I wanted to wait until the really critical moment to use it, but it looks like it's time to use it now. But Shisui, Itachi's face suddenly became enlightened. He finally knew Uchiha Shisui's plan. Use Koto Amatsukami's abilities to stop Uchiha's coup. As long as it is successful, there will be no more coup riots. However, Itachi is still a little worried. Can he really succeed in this very dangerous plan? Itachi, don't worry. Just wait for my message. Shisui didn't feel the danger, so he patted Yu's shoulder and smiled. Still the same, from childhood to adulthood. Water's confident appearance makes Itachi feel as if anything can be done. Now that he has Shisui's Koto Amatsukami, Itachi gradually relieved himself and nodded. Well, be careful, I'll wait for your news. Yes. Uchiha Shisui disappeared in a blink of an eye. Night is deep. The night sky seemed to cast a shadow, making the surrounding environment much darker. The entire Konoha village of Nuoda, no one has been walking for a long time. However, although the light is silent, the darkness has just begun to recover. Under the ground of Konoha village. This is a dark place. Roots. Anbu Training Department, directly under the jurisdiction of Danzo. A very mysterious organization in the whole Konoha village. Belongs to the same type as Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu, but they are responsible for all dark things. At this moment, deep underground, the intricate roots ushered in a person, and he was walking towards Danzo's office. There were also several root ninjas behind him, who were extremely indifferent and wore animal masks on their faces. Root. Like Anbu, there is no headquarters on the ground, so the surroundings are dark and cold. Lord Danzo, you are looking for me. Coming to Danzo's office, the man looked at Danzo and asked. Shisui, I heard you went to meet Uchiha Itachi. Danzo, who was sitting in the front, asked Shisui with his eyes fixed. Yes. Uchiha Shisui can't be denial, and nothing to hide. Now that the entire Konoha is under surveillance, it is obviously unrealistic to try to hide it. Especially since he is a member of the Uchiha clan, he will attract more attention. Originally, after separating from Itachi not long ago, Shisui wanted to find 3 generations to discuss the issue of Uchiha's coup. Unexpectedly, he hadn't waited there, but was directly called to the route by Danzo. It's about the mutiny of the Uchiha clan. That's right, I said it briefly. Danzo was not surprised to see Shisui admit it so happily, and immediately continued, well, that's exactly what I'm here for today. Nodding, Shisui looked at Danzo and said, Sir Danzo, you said. If according to the plan you said at the beginning, you used the pupil technique to cast the pupil technique on Uchiha Fugaku and persuaded Uchiha, but the village did not change, what would you do? Danzo said solemnly. Master Hokage promised me that I would definitely change. Uchiha Shisui did not agree with Danzo's words and replied directly. No, despite 3 generations of lobbying, the villagers' suspicion of you obviously won't go away. Danzo said coldly, giving Uchiha Shisui no room for an answer. I understand all of them, but just take a little more time. No, at least someone like me who is seriously ill won't change his opinion easily with just a few words from you. So, if that time comes, what will you do? Before Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, he was interrupted by Danzo. Now a strange aura wanders around, making people feel a little chill in their hearts. Especially now that Danzo's aggressive appearance makes Uchiha Shisui feel a little grim. He has been in Konoha Anbu for a long time, and he naturally knows Danzo very well. It's hard to gain his trust. At least for now, Uchiha Shisui clearly knows that this is simply impossible. Today, it seems that Danzo called himself here, not just asking Itachi for something as simple as that. He still doesn't trust himself and the Uchiha clan. No, Danzo seems to be a crucial part in order to successfully complete his plan. Uchiha Shisui returned to his senses and continued to explain, but Lord Danzo. Chapter 281. Eye-catching. But Danzo-sama. But what are you waiting for? Do you want to use Kotoamatsukami on me too? Uchiha Shisui was about to try to persuade Danzo, but was interrupted again by a cold voice. But, at this time. No wait, Uchiha Shisui went to explain. Danzo was already murderous, and he didn't give him a chance to speak. When Uchiha Shisui saw Danzo, he had come to the front. For Konoha, you feel free to leave the Sharingan to me. Saying that, Danzo has stretched out his hand and moved towards Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Danzo-sama. Hearing Danzo's words blurted out, Uchiha Shisui naturally knew his intentions clearly. Just as Danzo stretched out his hand, Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan immediately appeared. The gorilla Yuhi-colored light flashed, and the 3 tomo spun. At this moment, Danzo's heart thumped, and his whole body began to go limp. He, who had just been tyrannical in battle, now seems to have become a lamb to be slaughtered, and he has no consciousness at all. Seeing Danzo like this, Uchiha Shisui said apologetically, it's just an ordinary demonic illusion. Danzo-sama, you will soon be able to wake up. Turn around and leave. He now wants to go to the 3rd generation, and then explain everything. Ordinary demonic illusion. That's a bit naive. Just when Uchiha Shisui was inadvertent, Danzo, who had just collapsed, moved his left hand slightly. Shisui, your Sharingan, give it to me with peace of mind. Boom. The next second. Before Uchiha Shisui left, a loud noise appeared. It was under him. What? Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened. Danzo just broke out in front of him. He was not controlled by demonic illusion at all, and everything before was just an illusion. Bang! With a punch, Uchiha Shisui was directly hit in the abdomen. The unresponsive attack made him unable to react at all and was shot into the air. Bang! 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 Danzo's flowing body techniques directly suppressed Uchiha Shisui. Under the attack of fast body techniques, Danzo reached out his hand in an inadvertent moment. PFF'd. Uchiha Shisui's right eye was directly gouged out, firmly in Danzo's hands. Damn. Uchiha Shisui eats pain and bites Kiba immediately. Retreat. He didn't stop looking up until he was 100 meters away from Danzo. You think you can still leave? Your Sharingan, it will be my replacement. Danzo saw that Uchiha Shisui dodged his next attack. He was not surprised, but looked at him indifferently. Saying that, Danzo slowly untied the straps tied to his head, and the blinded eye was exposed in front of Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui's heart skipped a beat, and his face showed shock. But Uchiha Shisui won't admit it. The Sharingan of his own Uchiha clan is now in Danzo's eyes. He can't believe it. Don't tell me. Uchiha Shisui reluctantly recalled the clansmen who disappeared before. Without exception, all of them turned on Sharingan. Apparently now Danzo has invisibly let Uchiha Shisui find the answer. Leave him here. Danzo didn't explain anything, but stood there staring at Uchiha Shisui and said. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures flashed over and appeared around Danzo. Without exception, all wore root combat uniforms with animal masks on their faces. Hands on. Getting Danzo's order, the root ninja couldn't help but say it immediately. Kill towards Uchiha Shisui. The eyes behind their masks had endless killing intent, and they didn't want to show mercy at all. Damn. Uchiha Shisui saw that Danzo was so determined, he bit Kiba immediately. Quick hand seal. Kaden fire style, great fireball jutsu. Chakra quickly condenses, and a huge fireball bombards directly forward, with a huge range. Although people are not close, they can still feel the scorching temperature. In the dark surroundings, a bright light has been shown through Yuhi. Sweetened water style, wild water wave. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's Kaden fire style ninjutsu, the root ninja rushing forward is equally fast and hand seal. Fire style to intercept the past. Even though Uchiha Shisui's ninjutsu is very powerful, it is still counteracted in the face of dozens of complex sweetened water style ninjutsu. Sheila. The fusion of water and fire produces huge water vapor. A white mist shrouded the surroundings. Everyone couldn't see clearly what was going on around them. When the white mist-like water vapor dissipated, Uchiha Shisui had already disappeared in place. Left. It seems that his instant body technique has become a lot stronger. Danzo looked at the empty space ahead and muttered to himself. Uchiha Shisui's escape did not make him feel a pity. The words fell, he turned around expressionlessly, walked to the back without turning his head, and slowly merged into the darkness. Kill him. Bring me the other eye. Yes, Lord Danzo. The main road of Konoha village. Whoosh. A dark shadow came quickly. Uchiha Shisui who fled at the root, covering his eyes at the moment, with cold sweat on his forehead. He had no idea that today's Danzo went to see himself to ask these questions, just to take away his Sharingan. It seems that everything before is just to let his guard down. And his real purpose must be decided to destroy all the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui's heart sinks to the bottom. He knows that his plan has not started, and it has completely failed now. Danzo, he doesn't trust himself at all, and more so he doesn't trust the entire Uchiha clan. Even for the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is also in a state of distrust. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, when Uchiha Shisui lost his mind for a moment, dozens of root ninjas appeared behind them. They will not let themselves go. Kaden fire style, great fireball jutsu. Uchiha Shisui hand seal released ninjutsu again. Just in the midst of chaos, he released the shunjutsu and left here. Lord Danzo needs you. You can't escape. Dozens of root ninjas snorted and continued to chase Uchiha Shisui quickly. However, at this moment, no one noticed. A black crow flapped its wings and was flying towards the station of the Uchiha clan. The location there, It's Uchiha Itachi's home. I finished the 7 shifts. I couldn't hold it anymore. I drank 3 nines. I'll go to rest first. Feilu reminds you. 3 things to read. Collection. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates. Find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 282. Desperate Shisui. Wow, wow, wow. There was a roar of crows. It slowly fell to the position of an eaves. Here is the area where the Uchiha clan resides. And the location where it stays is the residence of Uchiha Itachi. Shisui. Uchiha Itachi, who was just about to rest, came to the roof, looked at the crow in front of him and said, "This crow, Uchiha Itachi, is known. It is kept by Shisui, and most of the time he uses them to communicate with the two of them." He frowned, a bad premonition filling his mind. "I just met Shisui not long ago. His crow actually came here to find him. Is there something wrong with him?" Uchiha Itachi whispered to himself. Koto Amatsukumi's power was too strong after all, and Uchiha Itachi felt that what he feared might be about to happen. Wow, wow, wow. A black crow flew over, and Uchiha Shisui's voice appeared in Itachi's ear. "See you at Nengu River." Swish. After Uchiha Itachi heard Shisui's message, he disappeared on the roof without any hesitation. Outside Konoha village. This is a dense jungle, and it is dark in the dark night, making it difficult to see the direction of travel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But for those who have become ninjas, none of this is a big deal. At this time, dozens of root ninjas, with murderous expressions on their faces behind their masks, kept chasing forward. Front of them is Uchiha Shisui, who is fleeing. His previous image had long since disappeared, and now his clothes were covered in dust, and a trace of blood on his closed right eye had long since dried up. Shinchi Shisui, the famous ninja at the time. The strongest demonic illusion ninja. He was embarrassed at the moment. "I can't keep running like this. If you can't get rid of them 100%, Itachi will not be able to go there." Around, Uchiha Shisui looked at the Anbu ninja who was chasing behind him. They are not slow, all of them are speed ninjas, good at tracking. Now that his power has been seriously damaged, it seems impossible to really leave. Rid of them then. Uchiha Shisui made a quick decision. Performing dangerous tasks in Anbu all year round, and he has long had no soft-hearted thoughts. Besides, Danzo has already taken one of his own eyes, and this one cannot fall into his hands anyway. If both eyes are controlled by Danzo, the Chia family and even Konoha will be a bad thing. Really, this is completely contrary to his original intention. No more escaping. Uchiha Shisui quick hand seal. An instant technique. Almost instantly, Uchiha Shisui turned into a black shadow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All are still there. Anbu was in hot pursuit. They didn't even react. Uchiha Shisui was gone. Root Ninja's expression froze, and he swept his gaze around, nervously making a defensive appearance. Instantly Shisui, the entire ninja continent knows that his strength is tyrannical and cannot be underestimated. A group of root ninjas were naturally treated with equal care, although he had been seriously injured and weakened a lot. There, he's here. At this time, one of the root ninjas shouted and pointed forward. Front of everyone, Uchiha Shisui was already rushing towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He quickly threw out several shuriken and stabbed at dozens of root ninjas. Before it was over, a group of root ninjas were preparing on the occasion of the counterattack. Uchiha Shisui once again hand seal. Kaden, fire style, impatience claws Yuhi. Hula. A large piece of terrifying flames vented out, extremely wanton, and lightened the dark jungle. I saw only terrifying flames when they appeared. They were all wrapped around the shuriken that was thrown out in front of them and became the new Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu. This made it still there before. The root ninja who also held the shuriken and was ready to counteract the attack of Uchiha Shisui, completely caught off guard. What? The first few root ninjas opened their eyes wide, and when they reacted, the shuriken had come to them. Under the double damage of Kaden, Fire Style, and Shuriken, they are sure to die. The next second, they just stared wide-eyed and were in shock when they were hit in an instant and became corpses. Sharingan, open. Taking advantage of the absence of a group of root ninjas, Uchiha Shisui's other eye opened Sharingan. 3 Tomo slowly turned on top of Yuhi's eyeball. The surroundings seemed to have become different. However, now a group of panicked root ninjas, they did not react at all. Damn, kill him and take his eyes. Senses, he quickly avoided Uchiha Shisui's attack, and the remaining root ninjas burst out with killing intent. Kaden, Fire Style, Big Flame Bullet. Futon, Wind Style, Daitapa, Great Breakthrough. Doden, Earth Style, Dungeon Boundary. Various combinations of ninjutsu began to appear. Root ninjas are good at coordination. They know how to use it. Ninjutsu maximizes the benefits. Kaden, Fire Style, which is not strong, is matched with Futon, Wind Style. A huge earth wall rises from the ground, trapping Uchiha Shisui in a limited position. The narrow terrain, combined with Kaden, Fire Style, that strengthens Futon, Wind Style. As long as you get hit, you will die. Whoosh. At this time, a speed-type ninja also quickly dodges. He wants to panic and Uchiha Shisui instantly took off his eyes. Phew. Boom. 3 high earth walls surround Uchiha Shisui, with only one side exposed. Location. There has long been shrouded by the reinforced Kaden, Fire Style, which is directly like a giant beast and devours it in an instant. Uchiha Shisui. Success. The speed ninja just now also caught the eye of Uchiha Shisui, and his face behind the mask was sneering. The next second, without waiting for them to rejoice, everyone was shocked. On the side, Uchiha Shisui appeared again. How is this possible? All the root ninjas unbelievably released compound ninjutsu again and attacked Uchiha Shisui again. Still in vain, Uchiha Shisui continued to appear at the next position. In just a short while, the remaining root ninjas were out of breath, and the speed ninja was not knowing how much I have taken. Uchiha Shisui's eyeballs. They are panicking. Please download Filu Shouken's latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates to find 99 novels. Chapter 283. Susanoo reappears in the world. Swish. When a group of root ninjas panicked, they found the other side, and Uchiha Shisui continued to appear. I don't know how many times this is. They are still alive and well, and they don't look like they were wiped out at all. How could this be? Are these his shadow clone? Then see how much chakra he has to waste. Behind each root ninja mask revealed a strong killing intent. There are a lot of them, and even though chakras are not many now. But they think that Uchiha Shisui's chakra is definitely not unlimited. Since that is the case, they are very confident to kill it. Swish, swish. 2 Uchiha Shisui are killing them at the moment, throwing several chakras in their hands. Kunai. Soon, a group of root ninjas started to fight back. Continue to join forces to release compound ninjutsu. Suiten, Water Style. Kaden, Fire Style. Doden, Earth Style. Surrounded by ninjutsu combinations of various attributes, he quickly killed 2 Uchiha Shisui again. If this goes on, my chakra will really be consumed by them. Light off. Seeing that the special shadow clone he made was destroyed, Uchiha Shisui, who was hiding in the dark, murmured to himself. Found you. Phew. With a cold drink, Uchiha Shisui immediately. Face changed, and he saw a huge fireball appearing behind him. The teleportation technique quickly evaded. Boom. A huge shocking sound appeared, looking towards the position where he was just now, where it had already become sea of fire. However, he has already discovered his root ninja, and he does not want to let him go at all. After confirming that he is the real body, a group of root ninjas frantically released ninjutsu to give him a fatal blow. There are several speed-type root ninjas around. They are also constantly looking for opportunities to win their eyes. No more delays. Uchiha Shisui looked at the ninjutsu all around him. He bit Kiba and secretly said, since this is the case, this is the only way. Kang. 3 Tomo Sharingan at this moment began to spin. Link, and finally take on the shape of a blade. Mangekyo Sharingan, turn it on. Shisui showed a face that looked like he was going to die, and the only remaining left eye had tears of blood. Susanoo, can be. With a thought, a green flame erupted around Uchiha Shisui. Immediately, a huge half-body skeleton appeared, covering him completely. In an instant, the compound ninjutsu of the root ninjas around him also slammed into him like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. Boom boom boom. The huge sound shook all around, and the whole jungle trembled like an earthquake. Countless birds and beasts fled in panic, falling leaves flying in the sky. At this time, no wait, the ninjas at the root reacted, and a huge skeleton hand suddenly appeared in the center of the explosion. It was wrapped in green flames, so weird and chilling. What is that? This. What the hell? The only remaining root ninjas were stunned, their eyes fixed on Shisui's position. Hula. A huge skeleton hand, the smoke from the explosion just dissipated instantly. A tall tree around was also rumbled and broken, and it was completely unable to stop it. At the same time, while Shisui was desperately trying to frighten the root ninja, no one noticed the other side in the distance. The leader of the palace. A man was standing there quietly. Dressed in white clothes and with a handsome face, the whole body faintly exudes a tyrannical aura. Even if people just look at him, they can't help but feel a lot of pressure. At this moment, his whole person was calm, and he was quietly watching the distance. The power of Susanoo. With his hands on his back, Gongyi muttered to himself. As early as just now, the moment Uchiha Shisui released Susanoo, it was still, Gongyi, who was practicing, had already sensed it. After the third seed of divine consciousness has been condensed, Gongyi's divine consciousness has become much stronger. It's Susanoo of Uchiha Shisui. Gongyi thought to himself, now that the plot has started slowly, he must be right. However, the jungle in front does not have Hiraishin's positioning spell, so it seems impossible to reach it quickly. Forget it, let's go have a look. Gongyi finished his words, and the whole figure disappeared in place. Boom, boom. When Gongyi arrived, the battle on this side of the jungle was still going on. A half-length skeleton frame burning green flames swept all around. It was surrounded by ruins, and there were many corpses, and it seemed that it had experienced a lot of battle just now. In front, the last few root ninjas looked at the green skeleton in front of them panting. As pale as paper, and their hearts were beating wildly. Is this terrifying ninjutsu, the strongest pupil jutsu of the Uchiha clan? It seems to be the case, it seems that he can't last long, we must deal with him. The last few root ninjas are naturally the strongest among the group. It is because of this that they persisted to the end now. Cough cough cough. Seeing the last remaining root ninjas, Shisui, who was inside Susanoo, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Now Uchiha Shisui's left eye is constantly shedding blood and tears, and his whole person has long been weak. He was already a little embarrassed, and now it is even worse. Right eye was taken away by Danzo before, and he suffered several battles later, and now he has to use Zonengu to aggravate his injury. Although Uchiha Shisui is very powerful, it is really impossible to continue to consume it. Besides, he has lost his right eye, and now he has only opened Susanoo with his left eye alone. If it wasn't for his strong talent, I am afraid he wouldn't be able to use it now. However, although Susanoo was successfully opened, it was already a serious overdraft for his vitality. It doesn't matter, if you don't get rid of them today, it seems that you won't be able to get out of here. Uchiha Nomi bit Kiba as if he had made a decision, and his whole body became weaker again. Mangekyo Sharingan in the left eye slowly rotated, and blood and tears flowed out again. Outside, Susanoo, burning with a blazing green flame, has begun to change. After Uchiha Shisui overdrawn the vitality and chakra, it started to be rebuilt. A huge force flooded Susanoo, and blood vessels and tissues appeared in the skeleton Rack's body. They keep interweaving and appearing, and then the skin begins to appear. Originally it belonged to a behemoth, but now it is stronger and more refined. Transformed into a human form. Although the lower body did not appear, the overall strength has long been different from the past. Go to hell. Uchiha Shisui bit Kiba and controlled the huge Susanoo to kill the last root ninja. Chapter 284 The Mangekyo Itachi, 3rd. His ninjutsu is still evolving. A root ninja's complexion changed greatly, and the whole person exclaimed. How can this happen? We can't resist any longer. The same is true for the other ninjas at the root. Shisui's current state of Susanoo has given them a great shock and despair. Uchiha Shisui walked towards them without saying a word. The huge green Susanoo also followed his footsteps and pressed forward. A group of root ninjas stared at the half-length giant covered in green flames. Their previous confidence had been ruthlessly shattered. All began to retreat in horror, and did not want to compete with Uchiha Shisui head-on. Root ninjas in front, they have already seen the end. Faced with this enhanced Susanoo now, the root ninjas no longer have the confidence to complete Danzo's orders. Die! Uchiha Shisui, who was able to talk nonsense with them again, smashed towards them with a rage. With a huge arm swung, Susanoo clenched his fist and slammed it down at a high speed. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. A few root ninjas who couldn't dodge and were still terrified, they only felt a green shadow passing by, and they were smashed into flesh. However, for the few root ninjas who escaped by chance, their hearts were sinking to the bottom and they could not feel lucky. The other arm of the green giant controlled by Uchiha Shisui turned into a huge spiral sword. King! When the spiral sword appeared, it spun at a high speed and swept towards the last few root ninjas with a mighty force. Damn, he is too powerful. Several root ninjas bit Kiba in the air hand seal, and finally released defensive ninjutsu. Doden, earth style wall. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. But unfortunately, their last weak resistance was just in vain. Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo, they still imagined it too simply. Its first form, Susanoo with a skeleton-like appearance, had long since disappeared. This second form of Susanoo, its power has long been different from what it used to be. Now it is covered with meridians and flesh and blood on the basis of the skeleton, and is even more wrapped in coat-like chakra. Not only that, but now Shisui can also unlock Susanoo's spell, and can use his own weapons and ninjutsu. It's just the root group of ninjas. They want to escape under the second form of Susanoo, which is completely unrealistic. Unfortunately, my life is severely overdrawn, and my life is not long. Standing inside Susanoo, Shisui looked at the root ninja in front of him with regret. After Susanoo, it seems that I can't use it anymore. Boom boom boom. The huge roar was deafening. The defense of the ninja just ahead was like tissue paper, and it was immediately shattered by Shisui's Susanoo spiral sword. Become mashed. Poof. Just as the last root ninja died, Shisui finally couldn't hold on anymore. The huge bust Susanoo degenerated rapidly, the vascular tissue began to dissipate, turned into a huge skeleton frame, and then began to transform into two only huge skeleton hands, and finally they became chaotic green flames, which gradually extinguished. Cough, cough, cough. When Susanoo disappeared, Uchiha Shisui vomited blood. The thick and strong beside him, Uchiha Shisui looked at the corpse of the ninja whose roots were no longer in human form in front of him. Sharingan he had left at the moment was blooming with the glow of the orangutan Yuhi, like a ghostly phantom in the night, looking a little chilly. Soon, Mangekyo Sharingan transformed into 3 Tomo Sharingan, and finally turned into ordinary black eyes. The vitality is passing too fast. It seems that I need to see Itachi soon. The blood remaining on the corners of his mouth, Uchiha Shisui murmured secretly despite the discomfort all over his body. Forcibly using Susanoo have already appeared, and he is doomed to death. But until then, this eye must not fall into Danzo's hands. Looking at these now, the root ninja who chased and killed himself knew that Danzo was already doing everything he could to get his other eye. Absolutely can't be let. He succeeded. Swish. Forcibly hanging his last breath, Uchiha Shisui immediately. Leaping forward, he disappeared into the depths of the emptiness of the dark jungle. There is the location of Nanhi River. Nanhi River, on the edge of the cliff. This is the place where Itachi and Shisui used to practice together. Over time, a tacit understanding was formed, and the two would come here to discuss anything. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi has come here early, and he is standing there frowning tightly. Not long after the two of them were separated here, Shisui called himself back, which always made him restless. Shisui, what the hell happened to him? Uchiha Itachi looked forward, and the whole person was a little worried about it. At this moment, an unpleasant figure flashed over, and the weak Uchiha Shisui came to him. Itachi. Shisui, you. Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank, and his heart sank when he looked at the embarrassed Uchiha Shisui. I saw Uchiha Shisui's closed right eye, where the bloodstain had dried up for a long time. And this look of serious overdraft, obviously he just encountered a big battle. Looks like I can't stop Uchiha's coup. As you said, I'm still too naive to think about these things. Uchiha Shisui said, walking towards the edge of the cliff of the Nanga River. In order to prevent Konoha from falling into the dilemma of civil war, I wanted to use Koto Amatsukami to stop this. But Danzo still refuses to trust me and even took my right eye. I think after today, Danzo will never let go of my other eye. Shisui said and touched his left eye. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi didn't say anything and looked at Shisui with a complicated expression on his face. The current situation, Uchiha Itachi had no idea that it would turn into this. It's useless to say anything now. Since Danzo is determined to protect the village in his own way, we have no control. That being the case, Itachi. Uchiha Shisui paused as he spoke, then digged his hand towards his own eye. Then this eye, I will give it to you. Shisui, you. Uchiha Itachi's face was moved, and he opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Itachi, now that this situation has developed, I can believe it, and I can ask for it. And you are the only good friend. His left eye towards Uchiha Itachi, Shisui closed his eyes and said calmly, protect the village and keep Uchiha's name. The scene was silent. The cold night wind blows gently, and the white full moon hangs high in the air. Uchiha Itachi looked at Shisui. He finally closed his eyes and couldn't bear to look. Whoa whoa whoa. A black crow that flew high in the distance and landed on Shisui's hand. After lifting the eyeball, the crow immediately disappeared and turned into black feathers all over the sky. Uchiha Itachi looked at Shisui and asked. I'll take it, Shisui, what do you want to do next? It's very simple Itachi, as long as I die, the situation will change, and the suicide note has been left on the way. Uchiha Shisui said, and stepped back to the edge of the cliff. Itachi heard this, and the face that had just been silent showed a shocked expression. Shisui, wait. Don't stop me, Itachi. Uchiha Shisui took a step back and was. Cliff, he smiled. Konoha village has a powerful Lord Gongyi. Maybe don't worry. No one in the entire ninja continent dares to provoke, so the future of the Uchiha family needs to rely on their Itachi. The words fall, there is no waiting. Uchiha Itachi spoke again. Shisui leaned back with a smile, and fell down. Shisui. Uchiha Itachi could no longer remain calm, and the whole person stepped forward and tried to hold him. It was still a step behind. The steam from the surrounding waterfalls was like white fog, and Itachi quickly lost sight of Uchiha Shisui. Shisui. Uchiha Itachi was lying on the edge of the cliff, looking at Shisui's figure that could no longer be captured, only the white mist that filled the surrounding area. His eyes were shedding blood and tears. 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly turned, and finally formed the shape of a windmill. Uchiha Itachi, Mangekyo Sharingan, open. Please download Filu Shoukan latest chapter to read the novel without underline. Chapter 285. Control Gongyi, 4th. Unfortunately, a brilliant genius. Gongyi, who came from the palace, shook his head, looked at Uchiha Shisui who was thrown into the river, shook his head and whispered. When he sensed Susanoo before, Gongyi was already heading here. But without Hiraishin's orientation seal, he wouldn't be able to get here for a moment. So, when he arrived, Shisui also jumped off the cliff. Gongyi was a little regretful at the moment. This kind of emotion soon stopped. His pair of eyes had long been calm, and Shisui was calm. Anything now is not enough for him to really move. At this moment, Gongyi stood tall and straight, standing firmly above the Nanhi River. In the air, there seemed to be an invisible platform that was firmly supporting him. Head sideways, Gongyi saw Uchiha Itachi on the edge of the cliff. Mangekyo Sharingan, is it already turned on? Faint smile, Gongyi walked towards him. Stepping forward, a ripple appeared in the surrounding void, as if stepping on the water. Immediately afterwards, he continued to walk down, carrying his hands on his back as if he were walking on the ground. It was like this casually walking down step by step, as if invisible steps were formed above the void, which made people feel extremely surprised. Master Gongyi. Uchiha Itachi also noticed the difference at this time. He raised his head and looked at Gongyi in front of him. It's really a pair of eyes that stun the world. I don't know how far your eyes can see. Gongyi came to Uchiha Itachi, and he stared at Mangekyo Sharingan and said lightly. Master Gongyi. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth, but he really hesitated. The answer is already in your heart. How to choose now? I don't think I need to answer again. Gongyi smiled, as if he saw through what Uchiha Itachi wanted to ask. The dark eyes are like stars, full of endless depth and mystery. Uchiha Itachi can feel that even if he has turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, he still can't see through Gongyi in front of him. A long silence, Gongyi left, and he didn't speak any further. He didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the Uchiha family and Konoha. Everything is on point. A long time, Uchiha Itachi turned around and Mangekyo Sharingan retracted. Shisui, I will complete your idea of protecting the village for you. Looking up, there is the direction of Konoha village. Itachi whispered to himself, the coup within the clan should also be undertaken by me. Konoha 56 years. A peaceful night has passed by. 1. The sun rising in the west is full of white mansions, and the endless light illuminates the whole land. Inside Konoha village. Today, 4. Normal people come. It was just an ordinary day. But for the Uchiha family, and the Konoha core executives, this is not the case. Shisui, a well-known ninja in the village, his sudden disappearance made many people suspicious. Uchiha clan who were going to stage a coup. There are also people who already know that they are about to coup. The core high-level people of Konoha village and others. They have already smelled a feeling that the mountains and the rain are about to come and the building is full of wind. Even Shisui's death, unnaturally, has indirectly become the fuse for the two sides to ignite a civil war. Konoha deep underground, root. Inside Danzo's office. Swish. A root ninja wearing an animal mask. He knelt down in front of Danzo's eyes and reported, Lord Danzo, a ninja squadron we sent out before was all killed, and there are several corpses that can no longer be distinguished. It should be caused by some kind of secret technique, so I suspect that now Uchiha Shisui, he may also be dead soon. Secret art. Danzo's face was gloomy, and when he heard the report of the root ninja, he murmured to himself, could it be the power of that eye? Yes, that is an irresistible force. They are all fatally struck by one blow. I am afraid that ordinary ninjutsu cannot do it at all. Nodding, the root ninja replied. How about Uchiha Itachi? After he went back last night, did he go out? Danzo suppressed his thoughts and got up, leaning on crutches in his hand and walked to the front of the root ninja. Hearing this, the root ninja shook his head in denial. Without going out, the chance of Uchiha Shisui finding him is almost zero. It seems that Uchiha Shisui should have left here. Danzo frowned, showing a trace of unwillingness. Strengthen the monitoring of Uchiha Itachi, and the entire Uchiha clan. Understood, Danzo-sama. The root ninja nodded and disappeared. Watching the reporting ninja leave, Danzo's only exposed pupil showed a cold glow. It seems that the second eye can't be found, but it's enough. On crutches, Danzo was already thinking about his next move. The horror of Koto Amatsukumi's ability is that it lies in the invisible control of others and the change of mind and will. As long as I'm a complete master, even Gong Yi, then it's impossible to resist. When the time comes, as long as you control him and possess such an invincible humanoid weapon, the entire ninja continent will surrender to Konoha village. Danzo thought of Koto Amatsukumi's ability, and then thought of Gong Yi, and a rare smile appeared on his gloomy expression just now. Gong Yi's power does not need to be questioned. Even now Danzo is very afraid. Who has risen step by step from a civilian ninja is really unbelievable. Confidence. At first, he defeated Rasa, the most famous and likely to inherit the position of Kazekage for 4 generations. Afterwards, he was even more successful in the Ninja World War, and even the name of the original 4 generations of Hokage was suppressed by him. In the beginning, he even entered the village of Kurigakure with one person's strength, and settled a great war. Later, after suppressing Kumogakure village, beheading Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column force, and killing Yahweh with one sword, no one can surpass him. Even, he is comparable to a human-shaped conscious-tailed beast. No, it should be said that he is more terrifying than the tailed beast. Danzo thought of these, the greed in his eyes became stronger. That should not exist has surpassed Tsunade's medical ninjutsu in cooperation, and he is no longer the level that this ninja continent should have. If such a guy is for his own use, there is no future for the entire Konoha village. Danzo is getting more and more excited that he feels the ultimate use of Koto Amatsukumi has been found. Meanwhile, just when Danzo was thinking, outside the roots, this is a dark corner. The solid wall built here suddenly becomes as loose as a quagmire. A man with short green hair, slowly showing his half-body, appeared in it. The root ninja who just left Danzo's office didn't notice that the green-haired man was staring at himself with a pair of yellow pupils. Phylou reminds you. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates looking for 99 novels. 286. Absolutely, 5th more. Looks like I'm going to tell Madara what's going on here. The man with yellow eyes and green hair, after seeing the root ninja walking away, he secretly said in his heart. I saw that he looked weird. His body was half black and half white, and the whole person was wrapped by 2 huge leaves, which looked very mysterious. Slowly, when his voice just fell, the whole person has sunk into the solid wall. The mountain behind Konoha village. This is a hidden cave. Despite its location not far from the village of Konoha, it has remained undiscovered. It is surrounded by towering trees and jungles, like a natural barrier, so people don't know that there is a naturally formed cave hidden here. Inside the cave, a man sat quietly there. He was wearing a black robe embroidered with yuhi-colored auspicious clouds, and an orange-yellow wooden mask on his face. On the mask that looked like Uzumaki, only one eye was exposed. At this time, the land in front of him began to change slowly, and a man wrapped in 2 leaves showed his half-body. When the masked man saw his appearance, there was no trace of surprise on his face, but he said, absolutely, what's going on? Shisui has committed suicide, and Konoha village is about to be in chaos. Danzo has already received news. I think it won't be long before the Uchiha family will stage a coup d'état. It seems that all this is as you expected, and we can sit back and enjoy it. Ju looked up at the masked man. He did not hide it, and told him all the information he had obtained. Man stood up after hearing this, and a smile appeared on his face behind the mask. Obviously, he has everything under control. Okay, it's time for us to meet Uchiha Itachi. Halfway through, the masked man looked at Juju and finished speaking, and Uzumaki began to appear in the void in front of him. Wait, Ju is talking, he has already left this cave. At the same time, with Shisui's disappearance, the entire Konoha and Uchiha clan seems to have lost their balance, and the relationship between the two sides began to crack. The entire Uchiha clan naturally knew that Shisui had disappeared. The core high-level officials of Konoha village also began to send people to look for Uchiha Shisui. Although everyone discovered the battlefield in the jungle, it was a pity that Danzo had already ordered people to clear it all up. Everyone did not doubt him at all, but instead pointed the finger at Uchiha Itachi. Especially, the Uchiha clan. They all started to think that Itachi had some problems. After all, they had assigned Uchiha Shisui to monitor him secretly. Now that such a situation has occurred, everyone has already thought of Itachi unnaturally. As if someone was guiding him, Shinobu of Konoha village had begun to feel the breath of depression. Just half a day, they were in charge of adjusting the members of Anbu, and they also found Shisui's suicide note. The suicide of Uchiha Shisui is like a flame that completely ignited the entire Konoha. Night. Biting cold winds roared across the entire Konoha. Hokage building. Shisui's suicide has caused the morale of the Uchiha clan to drop instantly. Uchiha Itachi stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and reported the news of the Uchiha clan to him. Now the Uchiha family has begun to suspect that you killed Uchiha Shisui. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, "My philosophy is the same as Shisui's, it's all about peace between Uchiha and Konoha. Only some people who don't understand these things would think so." When Uchiha Itachi heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say this, there was no surprise on his face, he just replied lightly, without even arguing. Well. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not deny it, and there was no doubt in his eyes. It is not this problem that he is thinking about now, but the relationship with the Uchiha family is gradually becoming a serious relationship. 3 generations, I came to see you today not to discuss Shisui. But I have made a decision, so I want to tell you this. Soon. No wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again, and Uchiha Itachi spoke directly to him. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised, and immediately said, "Decided." You said. This decision is very simple, and it is also in accordance with what Danzo-sama said before. Uchiha Itachi did not talk nonsense, and blurted out all the things he had thought about before. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the big chair, his expression showed a rare seriousness. The pair of eyes didn't have many surprises, on the contrary, he also thought about it like this. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Itachi nodded with a serious face. "Okay." Silent for a long time. Yuanfei Hiruzen stood up, turned around and looked behind. Glass, you can directly overlook the main road of the entire Konoha village. Although it was late at night, the whole village still seemed peaceful and quiet. Picking up the pouch in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip. Now his face is serious, and he is obviously thinking about what Itachi just said to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said as if by default, "Go back first, Itachi." Yes. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance, Uchiha Itachi didn't say more, immediately dodged away from the spot. Exit the Hokage building. Uchiha Itachi did not immediately return to the clan, but rushed in the direction of the palace leader. Now that everything has been settled, he decided to finally find Gongyi and solve his last worries. Swish. Uchiha Itachi dodged, and now he has come to the outside of Konoha village. However, his figure suddenly stopped, and instead of continuing to drive ahead, he looked in the direction of the thick towering tree in front of him. "Come out, I know where you are. Hee, we meet again." A sneer came from behind the towering tree, and the masked man walked out. "How about what I said before, have you considered it? What I need is the redemption of the Uchiha family, not the destruction. Uchiha Itachi looked at the masked man and said indifferently, obviously not agreeing with what he said before. The words that want to destroy the Uchiha family. What you call redemption is also killing, and what I call destruction is also killing. What's the difference? Masked man seemed to see through Uchiha Itachi's heart, and his tone was full of sarcasm. The next second, before Uchiha Itachi could speak, the masked man said again. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the latest chapter of Fei Lu Shaokan. Or block the collection of IP. Chapter 287. Ah. Before Itachi could speak again, the masked man continued, even if you want to carry out the redemption in your mouth, do you think you would succeed without my help? But you also have to understand. I will only choose to cooperate with you. Instead of being controlled by you, to directly destroy the Uchiha family. Hearing the masked man finish speaking, Uchiha Itachi was just a pair of dark eyes that turned into blood yuhi, and then began to change from 3 tomo to Mangekyo Sharingan. The current Uchiha Itachi is not really stupid enough to obey the command, he doesn't hesitate to reveal his trump card, and naturally wants the master to take the initiative. After all, he wanted to leave the life of his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke when the clan was exterminated. Everything I do now is the result that Uchiha Itachi has long thought about. He knew that this man who was suspected to be Uchiha Madara would definitely find himself. And now, seeing him here, Uchiha Itachi knew he had guessed right. Next, if you want to rely on your own strength, you can't really defeat the Uchiha clan. So this, Uchiha Madara. Help is also very important to you. But now Uchiha Itachi needs his help, but he doesn't want to be a puppet controlled by others. Well, it didn't disappoint me. Did you successfully open Mangekyo Sharingan? Masked man looked at Uchiha Itachi's pair of eyes, and he showed a moment of surprise. However, this kind of strangeness was quickly suppressed. He was not surprised, on the contrary, he had already vaguely guessed it. A while, the thought that I wanted to use Uchiha Itachi as a puppet slowly disappeared. Uchiha Itachi had a terrifying mind at the beginning, and his strength was not weak. But the masked man didn't want to cooperate with him, after all, he was a little worse. But today when he saw Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, the masked man changed his mind. Clap clap clap. Gently patted his hands twice. The masked man looked at the silent Uchiha Itachi and said with a smile, congratulations to you. The cooperation you just mentioned is something that I think can be considered. Masked man slowly walked in front of Uchiha Itachi and continued, but I promised to cooperate with you, so should you agree to the same condition for me? What conditions? Uchiha Itachi did not withdraw Mangekyo Sharingan, but looked at him with a wary expression. Now he doesn't know if this elusive guy will kill him in an instant. Join my organization. The masked man is straight to the point, no nonsense at all. Now he stared at Uchiha Itachi with his lonely eyes, as if waiting for his answer. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. Join your organization. You just need to tell me to agree or reject it. I can't talk to you too much now. Masked man didn't explain anything to Uchiha Itachi. Silent for a long time. Uchiha Itachi thought a lot, and then saw the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes slowly disappear. Okay, I promise you. The Ent still agreed. This mask calling himself Uchiha Madara is now what he calls an organization. That's right, it's scary. Now that he invites himself, it is not impossible to agree. Bring it for Konoha. Up to now, Uchiha Itachi is still there, carrying out his Enshisui-s philosophy. Oh, good. About the follow-up of the Uchiha family, you can come to me at any time when you plan. Masked man smiled, and the pressure that was about to be released just gradually disappeared in an instant. That, he threw a token to Uchiha Itachi, apparently to find his way. Next second. Wait. Uchiha Itachi spoke, and the masked man was pulled in by Uzumaki who appeared in front of him, and disappeared without a trace. Holding the token in his hand, Uchiha Itachi did not speak with a calm face. He looked at the place where the masked man disappeared. He did not continue to stand here, but immediately dodged and walked towards the direction of the palace leader. Madara, why are you trying to woo Uchiha Itachi into Akatsuki this time? Seeing the disappearance of Uchiha Itachi, Ju slowly revealed half of his body in the ground. Nothingness all around, but he said lightly to the air, as if he didn't care that there was no one in front of him. Why do you want to win over Uchiha Itachi and enter Akatsuki? A voice suddenly appeared, a piece of Uzumaki appeared above the void, and the masked man who had just left appeared again. He stared at the puzzled Ju in front of him at the moment, and said lightly, because of the current Uchiha Itachi, he is very suitable for our organization. If it was only at the beginning, he was not the best person, but when he successfully opened Mangekyo Sharingan, it was different. After Deidara's death, our organization has been left with no one to replace, and now Uchiha Itachi is the best choice. Having an extraordinary IQ and analytical ability, as well as a mind that can face everything calmly, is very beneficial to our future development. Especially, that's what he's going through right now. It's very much in line with our Akatsuki philosophy. Hearing the masked man's answer, it was absolutely undeniable, and he continued to ask, why didn't you invite Uchiha Shisui? His strength is well known in the ninja continent, and he is also very powerful. Uchiha Shisui. Masked man sneered after hearing Ju, because Uchiha Shisui's power is too strange, especially his Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, is enough to make everyone jealous. Saying that, the masked man looked at Ju as if he had thought it over and said, after all, no one knows if he will silently control us for the benefit of Konoha. Well, it seems that as you said, inviting Uchiha Shisui is indeed very risky. Inviting Uchiha Nomi Itachi would be more beneficial to our next plan. Seeing that the masked man didn't win over Uchiha Itachi just because his head was hot, he couldn't help but think that was the case. Now that he thought about the words of the masked man carefully, he couldn't help but feel that he was really inappropriate. After all, their Akatsuki now wants to complete the next mission, and a tyrannical and reliable ninja is an indispensable part. The leader of the palace. Although it was already late at night, Gong Yi did not rest. Was getting closer and closer to the start of the plot, and he didn't let up in the slightest. Because at that time, countless powerful guys will naturally begin to appear. Although I think it is possible to suppress the ninja continent at present, Gong Yi, who is familiar with the plot, does know it. All of this, it's not enough. At this time, Gong Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the central hall and practicing with closed eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. Come on, come in. Gong Yi looked forward with deep eyes, he said with a faint smile. Moment, it seemed that everything in front of him became transparent, and Gong Yi's eyes were fully captured. And although this sound may seem small, it can clearly fall into the ears of Uchiha Itachi, who has been standing outside the door for a long time. After leaving the masked man, he had actually arrived at the door of Gong Yi's house long ago. But it has been too late to go in. Obviously, Gong Yi and Uchiha Itachi are still a little in awe. This powerful man has planted a seed called fear in his heart since he was a child. His strength is really terrifying. Chapter 288. Request. Come on, come in. A clearly visible voice fell into Uchiha Itachi's ears. There was no surprise on his face, on the contrary, he had long known that Gong Yi would find him. Lord Gong Yi had already sensed him when he first came here. Uchiha Itachi knows. Entering the house, Uchiha Itachi saw Gong Yi sitting quietly looking at him. Already figured it out. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's resolute look, Gong Yi asked with a smile. In fact, the question is only a tentative question. After all, Gong Yi knows the plot well, and he knows it's inevitable. Now Uchiha Itachi is looking for him, presumably because of this. Well, Lord Gong Yi, I have completely thought about it. Uchiha Itachi nodded and said softly, I still decided to follow Danzo-sama's wishes and come and stop the Uchiha family from this coup. Is it worth it? Gongyi saw that Uchiha Itachi chose to destroy the family as expected, but he didn't show any surprise. Contrary, now he is still sitting there very indifferently, just asking softly. It's worth it. In order to prevent the whole village from fighting, it's fine for me to take care of it all by myself. Uchiha Itachi's eyes gleamed with determination. When he returned to Gongyi's words, he inadvertently thought of his father before, and he used the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan Suzanming to make the two scenes he saw. The Uchiha clan was victorious, but brought the disaster of war to Konoha. The failure of the Uchiha family is also inevitable. Konoha will also suffer disaster. Shisui's death has already made Uchiha Itachi want to understand. If you want to stop all incidents, then someone needs to bear it all alone. Since it's your own choice, I hope you won't regret it again. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi had decided, Gongyi stopped talking. But at this time, Uchiha Itachi looked at Gongyi and continued, but before that, I want to ask Lord Gongyi to promise me one thing. Tell me, what's the matter? Gongyi's face. His face has not changed, and his whole heart has no turbulence. Although now for anyone, Uchiha Itachi's decision is enough to make people face change or silence. But Uchiha Itachi looked at Lord Gongyi in front of him, but he still didn't change his face. No, as if there was nothing at all that made him worth the shock. Even now, he knows everything he wants to say, and you feels Lord Gongyi, and maybe he already knew it in his heart. Immediately, Uchiha Itachi no longer hesitated and said, I want to invite. Gongyi can take care of Sasuke Izuku. The third generation has promised me that I will take care of Sasuke, but I think it may be the best thing if Lord Gongyi can give Sasuke guidance. Uchiha Itachi had hope in his eyes, trying to get Gongyi to agree to his request. Although a little far-fetched, or a little bold, Uchiha Itachi still wants to fight for his younger brother. Seeing the rapid growth of Hyuga Neji of the Hyuga family, Uchiha Itachi knew that it was the most correct choice to hand Sasuke to Lord Gongyi. If Lord Gongyi is willing, Uchiha Itachi also has no worries. Take care of Sasuke 1 or 2. Gongyi smiled when he heard Uchiha Itachi's request. Rejecting outright or agreeing happily, Gongyi continued, why do you think, now I will agree to your request? Seeing Gongyi looking at him with a faint smile, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but think inwardly. Who is Gongyi? That's an existence that has to make concessions even to the top executives of Konoha. It is the strongest ninja who can suppress the entire ninja continent. Now my request is really unreasonable. However, the current Uchiha Itachi still wants to fight for it, so he can only continue to bite the bullet and say, Master Gongyi, I really can't do anything for you with my current ability. But on the way I just came, I saw the masked man again, and he wanted me to join his organization. Uchiha Itachi did not hide it and continued, although I can't put forward any conditions that are beneficial to Lord Gongyi, if I successfully join this organization, I may send you a lot of useful information. The Masked Men's Organization. You mean Akatsuki of Uchiha Madara? Yes. When Uchiha Itachi heard Gongyi finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat. Lord Gongyi in front of him, he had already learned so much. And he also completely discovered the identity of the Masked Man, and that. An organization that he didn't even know about. It seems that Lord Gongyi has long known about it. Uchiha Itachi nodded. It should be Akatsuki in the mouth of Gongyi. Hehe, a group of guys who hide their heads and show their tails. Gongyi sneered as he recalled several previous encounters with his. Their whereabouts are elusive, and their current plans are even more elusive. If Uchiha Itachi, he is willing to provide information for himself, as an item monitor Akatsuki, it may also have good convenience for some of his own plans in the future. After all, sometimes, I can't really chase Akatsuki all over the world. As for the fact that he just went to call Uchiha Obito Uchiha Madara, he did it on purpose. Uchiha Itachi knows as little as possible, and now is not the time for him to understand everything. It seems that you have had contact with them, Lord Gongyi, so my joining may be able to help you now. Hearing Gongyi sneering secretly, Uchiha Itachi had hope in his eyes, looking at Gongyi and adding. Hehe, you think I will definitely need their information. Gongyi looked at Uchiha Itachi with an undiminished smile, as if everything he said just now did not tempt Gongyi at all. But, wait, Uchiha Itachi went to speak again, and Gongyi continued, but putting aside these trivial conditions, it is not impossible to help you take care of Sasuke. Gongyi didn't actually refuse. Since I will accept Hyuga Neji, I will not have another Uchiha Sasuke. The reincarnation of Indra, the eldest son of the Six Paths Sage, if he cultivated it since he was a child, he will naturally use it for himself in the future. And besides these reasons, Gongyi still admires Uchiha Itachi. Not to mention, what Uchiha Itachi has done is really admirable, especially for his own younger brother. Master Gongyi, then you mean that you are willing to agree to my request? Uchiha Itachi, who just felt a little hopeless, saw Gongyi turning around, and he asked excitedly. Chapter 289. The Beginning of Extermination. It is easy to grant your request. Gongyi said this for a while, looked at Uchiha Itachi and said again, but I need you to leave a letter. Leave a letter. Uchiha Itachi was a little puzzled, he didn't understand what Gongyi said. Yes, it is a letter. Gongyi nodded and continued lightly. You have to write down in your letter that this time the extermination of the clan is all done by Akatsuki of Uchiha Madara, and you, as the genius ninja who started Mangekyo Sharingan, they used Sasuke as a bargaining chip, let you join them. Afterwards, for Sasuke's life, you agreed to follow them to leave Konoha, and then secretly made an agreement with Konoha to become their spy and send information to Konoha. As if he had already thought about it, Gongyi informed Uchiha Itachi about the content of the letter. Gongyi is very optimistic about Uchiha Sasuke's talent and identity, that's right. However, he did not want to cultivate a disciple who only knew revenge. Also, if he controls Konoha village by himself, he will be a very troublesome enemy invisibly. Gongyi doesn't like trouble, and doesn't like asking for trouble. This case, it is better to nip such a thing in the bud now, and directly push Sasuke's hatred on Akatsuki. By simply pushing the boat with the current, you can have a powerful good helper yourself, which is a good choice. Thoughts here, Gongyi looked at Uchiha Itachi. If you think you can, then write this letter and store the important token with me. When you leave and Sasuke has grown to a level that I am satisfied with, I will give these letters to him. Hearing Gongyi finish saying this, Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment. Obviously, Gongyi is doing everything perfectly now, Uchiha Itachi knows that. A long time, Uchiha Itachi nodded and said with gratitude in his eyes, then I will trouble Master Gongyi. I will send you letters and important tokens later. Well. Gongyi is still so bland, as if he doesn't care. Uchiha Itachi agrees or refuses, he doesn't show any surprise. For Uchiha Itachi, Gongyi naturally respects his choice. But since he agreed now, Gongyi also smiled. Because his choice is very correct. Soon, since Uchiha Itachi saw Gongyi's agreement, he didn't stay for long. Left here. Seeing Uchiha Itachi leave, Gongyi was sitting in the main hall and could only shake his head. Strength is truth, weakness is original sin. After all, it was the lack of its own strength, which led to a series of events. Gongyi put away his sigh, and he started to continue to practice. The next day. The leader of the palace. Gongyi agreed to Uchiha Itachi's request yesterday, he had already written the letter overnight. Master Gongyi, Sasuke will ask you from now on. Coming back here, Uchiha Itachi also delivered something to Gong Yi's letter written according to Gong Yi's request. A scroll-style item. One looks a bit rough. After Uchiha Itachi left, Gong Yi opened the letter, and everything in it was exactly what he said yesterday. And Uchiha Itachi is also thoughtful. He also specially emphasized Gong Yi's matter later. Not only did he set himself off again, but he also let Sasuke remember his kindness, and there were some things that helped him inside and out. To be said that Uchiha Itachi is indeed very considerate of people, and what Gong Yi does not like to happen has been completely suppressed by Uchiha Itachi in the letter. Simply put it away, and look at the other two items. The scroll that Uchiha Itachi gave to Sasuke alone, Gong Yi did not check. Gong Yi naturally understands what to watch and what not to watch. As for this somewhat rough shuriken, it must be a testimony of the brothers at some point. Putting all the things in one place, Gong Yi simply sealed it and placed it. The future, when Sasuke has the ability, Gong Yi is handing over these things to him. Naturally it is not too late. Time flies. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Just half a month seems to be very fast, but for some people, it is a very long time. After the death of Uchiha Shisui, the entire Konoha and Uchiha clan, who seemed to be about to explode, were rarely quiet. However, such a harmonious and peaceful day on the surface has long been turbulent in the dark, and some sensitive ninjas, everyone has begun to smell a bad smell. Quieter it is, it also proves that an irresistible storm is about to come and sweep the entire Konoha village. Everyone started to have waves in their hearts, and they didn't know when such a disaster would break out. This day, Uchiha Itachi, who has basically planned everything, just walked out of the Hokage building, and the root ninja has come to him. Sir Danzo, please come over. Simply pass a sentence, the root ninja immediately. Flash disappeared. Uchiha Itachi stared ahead without saying a word. Now that Danzo went to call himself, he wasn't surprised. Is it about to start? Uchiha Itachi's expression slowly became slightly moved, but he was quickly suppressed by him. Turn around and walk towards the route on the other side. Deep underground in Konoha. Entering in a hidden location, Uchiha Itachi has come to the intricate roots. The whole area is a little dark, only a faint white light in the center illuminates the surroundings. Uchiha Itachi didn't care about this, and walked towards Danzo's office in front. The guards around the root ninja, they just gave Itachi a cold look and no longer care about him. In Anbu for a long time, Uchiha Itachi has dealt with Danzo countless times. Lord Danzo, you are looking for me. Knocking on the door, Uchiha Itachi asked Danzo who was sitting there. Itachi, Sandai has already told me everything. Your plan will now be implemented by the root. Danzo saw Uchiha Itachi come in, he got up on crutches and came to him. Implemented from the roots. Uchiha Itachi looked up at Danzo and asked again. That's right, things like this now naturally require a root shot. Danzo looked at him with a condescending expression, and only one eye exposed at the moment burst into a strange light. Of destroying the Uchiha clan is now beyond Danzo's desire. He needs the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan very much, so now this matter is the most suitable for him. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him now, Danzo would still destroy the Uchiha clan without mercy. Of course, Danzo won't go into detail with Uchiha Itachi about some core issues. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi, who was standing in front of Danzo, did not speak again. In his heart that it was indeed impossible to use the power on the bright side for such a disgraceful thing. Some dark things must also be shot by Danzo. As for the rest of the matter, he doesn't care, and now the matter of destroying the Uchiha clan is also something he decides. Chapter 290. Are you ready? Soon, Uchiha Itachi came back to his senses and didn't bother with these anymore. Instead, he continued, it is indeed better for Lord Danzo to complete this matter, but I would like to ask Lord Danzo for one more thing. What's the matter? Danzo stood there on crutches, staring silently at Uchiha Itachi. His face was a little gloomy, and he obviously felt that the Uchiha Itachi in front of him was an extremely unstable factor. Especially now that Uchiha Itachi seems to be worried, and he feels that his plan is likely to change. I beg Danzo-sama to spare my younger brother Uchiha Sasuke in the future planning operations. Uchiha Itachi's expression didn't change, and he told Danzo directly. Now the entire Uchiha family can't be saved, even if the mother and father who were born in him can't save him, but his own younger brother, Uchiha Itachi, naturally cannot watch him be killed. This is his only bottom line, and this is his only thought. Lord Gongyi has already agreed, and now it's natural to be at Konoha village. Reason why Uchiha Itachi only said it now, then he is naturally ready to make Konoha village agree to his request. HMPH, do you think that the Uchiha clan can leave any trouble besides you now? Hearing Uchiha Itachi's request, Danzo snorted coldly. Now that you're doing this, it's just too naive. Danzo knocked on the ground with his cane, and his attitude was obvious, that he wanted to refuse Uchiha Itachi's request. After all, he was naturally afraid that things would be revealed later, which would easily leave disaster for the entire Konoha. Danzo's idea is very simple. He wants to completely wipe out the entire Uchiha clan, leave no scourge, leave nothing, and get rid of them all. Lord Danzo, the 3 generations have already known about this matter. Furthermore, Lord Gongyi also promised me that he would take care of Sasuke Kazuki. Uchiha Itachi said, looking at Danzo, and continued, so. Danzo-sama, I hope you will agree too. Every word is heartbreaking. Uchiha Itachi naturally knows that now Danzo will not easily agree. But, now Uchiha Itachi directly spoke Gongyi out. Apparently, Danzo frowned on his just gloomy face after hearing Gongyi now. For Gongyi, Danzo is still very afraid. Although he and Gongyi seem to maintain a balance on the surface, in fact, his growth has seriously threatened Danzo. And Lord Danzo, if you really want to go your own way, then I don't think I will participate in this operation again. Uchiha Itachi didn't give in at all. Given that his younger brother's life was concerned, Uchiha Itachi naturally couldn't obey Danzo anymore. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi continued, and I will ask the 3 generations to let him cancel my plan this time. The scene is silent. Danzo has a gloomy face now, holding his cane tightly in his hand, and has not made a sound. Although he was very angry in his heart, he did not really vent his appearance in destroying the Uchiha clan, which is very important for the following research and plans. A long time, Danzo snorted coldly, you go out first, I will consider this matter. Danzo didn't refuse anymore, he had already acquiesced to Uchiha Itachi's request in disguise. Soon, with Uchiha Itachi leaving, Danzo is still standing there. Now his whole person is terrifyingly calm, and his anger has obviously been suppressed. A kid who has not grown up in the Uchiha family, even if he stays, there is nothing, he can't stop himself, or it is impossible to have the power to subvert Konoha. There is an existence like Gongyi, and now the entire ninja continent is probably unique. Thinking about it this way, Danzo's expression softened a lot. A few days later. Lord Gongyi, here I come. Inside the palace, Hyuga Neji, who came back from the ninja school, was already standing in the courtyard. Oh, it's so early. Gongyi came out and saw Hyuga Neji, who had grown a lot, and asked. Today the school said there was some activity, where many students were left. But I wasn't very interested, so I applied to the teacher and sneaked back first. Hyuga Neji smiled and looked up to explain to Gongyi. There are activities in the school, and many students are left there. Hearing Hyuga Neji finish speaking, Gongyi looked into the distance and whispered to himself, the matter of the Uchiha family seems to be today. It's been so long since Uchiha Itachi left him last time. Combined with what happened at the ninja school today, it seems that they are ready to start. However, it's a bit of a coincidence. Gong Yi shook his head. Originally, he was planning to go to the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha family today. Forget it, it's best not to disturb me. After thinking about it for a long time, Gong Yi doesn't think again. Since I have decided that I want to check it out today, I will not change myself because of some external reasons. Saying that, Gong Yi also looked at Hyuga Neji and started his second phase of guidance. At the same time, Konoha village. At this moment, the night has come, and it is gradually entering the winter climate, and the sky is always dark quickly. The bitter cold wind blew past, making the whole Konoha village quiet a lot. Outside Konoha, the lights are bright and everyone is happy. Although they live on the outskirts of Konoha village, pride is written on everyone's face. I saw the back of their clothes, the fan logo with Yuhi in white, which already represented their identities. Here is the residence of the Uchiha clan. Sir Danzo, everything is ready. Now all groups have been confirmed. From the residence of the Uchiha clan, this is a very hidden jungle. A root ninja with an animal mask on his face, he knelt here on one knee and reported to Danzo in front of him. Okay, now tell the enchantment squadron, immediately. Place a barrier around the Uchiha clan. 10 minutes later, all the squads infiltrated according to the position of the previous branch and began to destroy all members of the Uchiha clan. After hearing the report of the root ninja, Danzo who was standing here nodded with a sneer on his face. It was a wonderful feeling to be one step closer to his plan, and it was a pleasure to him. But soon, Danzo also suppressed his emotions and turned his head to look at the Anbu ninja standing next to him. I saw that he also wore an animal mask on his face, and was now quietly waiting for an order. Well, are you ready now? Chapter 291. Massacre. Well, are you ready now? Danzo looked at the Anbu ninja with a hint of brilliance in his eyes. Well. The Anbu ninja nodded and didn't talk to him. Itachi, I hope you don't make mistakes when you are in the most important position. Otherwise, you will know the consequences of taking over the future. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi was very cold, Danzo looked bad, and the whole person stared at Uchiha Itachi and warned. Danzo has been carrying Uchiha Itachi from the very beginning of the plan, and is now looking at him from the corner of his eye. Danzo wants to find the anomaly in Uchiha Itachi, to find something that will prove his regret. But Danzo found that he was wrong, because no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any extra emotion in Itachi. It seems that for him, he has already realized it, and even more. He has already prepared everything. My request has already been informed to Lord Danzo, and now you can rest assured about the rest. Since I have chosen Konoha, the things you are worried about naturally won't happen. Uchiha Itachi looked at Danzo and answered him slowly. At this moment, Uchiha's face behind the Itachi mask is complicated, but his whole person is not revealed. At this time, he has naturally followed his inner choice and will not go to war again. Being able to save his younger brother's life now is the greatest thing he can do. As for the rest, Uchiha Itachi knows that he must take care of himself. I hope so. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's appearance, Danzo snorted coldly. Since the last time, Uchiha Itachi held Gong Yi to suppress himself, Danzo has been brooding. He doesn't like being threatened now, but Uchiha Itachi threatened him perfectly. Danzo thought of this, although his face was not good, but after feeling the power possessed by his other eye, he sneered confidently in his heart, Gong Yi. I will succeed in controlling you sooner or later, and you will also become my hands. The strongest weapon that can suppress the entire ninja continent. How strong you are, how can I have Koto Amatsukami? I will be able to successfully control you. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, according to the instructions of Danzo just now, the squadron responsible for setting the barrier is already in place. They have a large squadron of ninjas, divided into several groups, and have surrounded the entire Uchiha clan in a large area. Arcane Enchantment Seal. Arcane Enchantment Seal. Reach the location, start a quick hand seal, then press your hand to the ground. At this time, several groups of ninjas spoke in unison and released the same ninjutsu. Large-scale enchantment-type compound ninjutsu. The ninjas of the squadron use it very tacitly. Om. A transparent invisible imprisoning barrier begins to slowly form. In the residence of the Uchiha family, everyone is still there. Each is busy with his own business, and no one notices. But the next second, in the hinterland of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting in the house, seemed to feel something. He put down the wine glass in his hand and seemed to look at the sky outside intentionally or unintentionally. Slowly sketching a smile, he suddenly wanted to understand something, and he didn't pay attention to it, but drank the soju in the cup. Peripheral. The enchantment ninjas sent from the root side. They have successfully set up the enchantment, and there is no one to interfere. The entire Uchiha clan has been completely enveloped by an invisible imprisoning barrier. At this moment, even if there is a loud noise inside, people outside will still not notice it. No one will come, and no one will come out. All blood slaughter is about to begin. 10 minutes passed by in a blink of an eye. The root ninja, who was in charge of the notification, saw that the enchantment had been arranged and immediately dodged to Danzo's side. Lord Danzo, we can act now. Let's get started. Danzo squinted his eyes and looked at the Uchiha family station not far ahead. Was still there. The lights were bright, and the sounds of children playing could be vaguely heard. Yes. But this time, as Danzo's order just fell, all the root ninjas around all fled away. The hundreds of root ninjas who had filled half of the jungle just now all disappeared in an instant. Only one Uchiha Itachi next to Danzo. However, before Danzo could speak, Uchiha Itachi glanced at the station in the distance for the last time, and disappeared in the same place. Seeing Uchiha Itachi leave, Danzo was silent, and his figure quickly disappeared. It seems that now Danzo, who has the same thing to do, doesn't stay here to supervise the battle. The other side. After Uchiha Itachi dodged and left, he came to a corner outside the station. Hehe, the rotten Uchiha clan really needs to be reborn. Go, of course I won't break my promise. In the void in front of Uchiha Itachi, a Uzumaki slowly appeared, and a masked man appeared in it. He stared at Itachi and said lightly, apparently the two had also reached some kind of cooperation before. Nodding his head, Uchiha Itachi didn't say more and left, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the Uchiha family's residence. The night gradually fell. The endless darkness around is like a ferocious beast. It is about to open the endless abyss and swallow up countless creatures. Pitch black above the starry sky, with only the full moon hanging above it, as if it was a moment of silence for those who were about to die. At this time, inside the Uchiha clan, the killing has begun. Hundreds of root ninjas, divided into countless groups, began to infiltrate them. You, who are you? PFF'd. At this time, a civilian of the Uchiha clan had just walked out, and before he could be surprised, he was beheaded and turned into a corpse. PFF'd. 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 On the other side, the same thing is happening. All the root ninjas, the faces behind their masks are full of ruthless killing intent, and no one has the slightest mercy at all. There is only one belief in their minds, that is to complete the task given by Danzo. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Hula. Here, a ninja of the Uchiha clan, he quickly hand-seal released ninjutsu, and then retreated. Now he is very angry. The whole person looks at the root ninja in front of him and curses. Damn, Konoha has discovered our plan. He actually wants to attack us. King. A flash of cold light smashed the Kaden, fire style, of the Uchiha clan ninja. Almost instantly, the Uchiha clan ninja who was about to speak again was split in half by the whole person. Root ninja couldn't help but say no more, and began to kill the next target. At this moment, Apart from endless killing, they no longer have any other emotions. Of course, it doesn't even explain anything. Chapter 292. Father and Son. Ah! Help! Poo-poo-poo, the screams and desperate screams at this moment have become the dominance of the entire surrounding. Uchiha clan station is already full of blood and incomplete corpses. Our plans were leaked. Fight them. Yes, kill. Up. Uchiha clan who started to react all around. They bit the Kiba and looked at the root ninjas around. After a while, it was when they staged a coup and attacked Konoha. But it never occurred to them that, in turn, they were indeed attacked and killed by the Konoha village. The street that was peaceful before, now seems to have turned into a purgatory on earth. The helpless cry for help and the ruthless slaughter sound made all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan angry. Seeing the cold-blooded killing of the ninjas at the root, everyone could not help but say, and they began to fight with them. Only by killing them now can the Uchiha clan survive. If they take the initiative in turn, then everyone knows that the end of the Uchiha clan is destroy. The ninjas, who are fast hand seal, are soon fighting with the root ninjas. Everyone is almost crazy, they are dead, ready to start desperate. Boom boom boom, boom boom. A burst of deafening explosions appeared, shocking the surroundings. Several Kaiden fire-style ninjutsu lights up the entire Uchiha clan in an instant, and you can clearly see that the entire station is full of corpses. Young people, old people, children. The blood flowed into rivers. The counterattack continues. Just relying on their weak strength, it has no effect at all, and the root ninjas have begun to slowly drive the ninjas of the Uchiha clan to a dead end. And at this moment, the clanging ninja tools collided, sputtering endless sparks, banging tyrannical ninjutsu, and constantly swallowing each other. No one in the sky noticed that a man was standing there quietly. He, at this moment, seemed to melt into the entire dark sky, making it impossible for people to sense his existence. Even among the dozens of root ninjas who set up a barrier around them, they didn't know that there was still a person standing in the center in front of them. The man is not doing anything now. That looks down on all living beings, without showing any turbulence because of the killing in front of him. That's how he stands here, framed by an invisible void. Dressed in white, with long black hair tied back, and his eyes were as deep as the infinite stars, as if he could suck people in at any time. If anyone notices at this time, it will be extremely awe-inspiring, even terrifying. Indifferent man standing in the void with his hands behind his back, they are all very familiar with it. Possessing incomparably powerful strength, he even suppressed the existence of the entire ninja continent with the power of one person. Gong Yi. Now Gong Yi has been here for a long time. Hyuga Neji's mouth today, Gong Yi just knows that Danzo's side may have started a plan with Uchiha Itachi. So, here he is. At this moment, he stood here quietly watching everything. Below. The roar of ninjutsu continued, and the entire Uchiha clan had already become a battlefield. The surrounding buildings were shattered, and some places were burning with raging flames, illuminating the surroundings. Under the sneak attack at night, no matter how strong the ninja power of the entire Uchiha is, it cannot turn the tide. Countless clansmen died in pieces. The entire Uchiha clan, although the screams came and went, but because of the enchantment, they couldn't pass it on at all. It seems that here now, it has long been isolated from the world, and only death is left. Here. Just when the root ninja slaughtered mercilessly, the masked man Uchiha Obito did not break his promise. His black eyes, which were exposed alone, have long since become Yuhi the gorilla, and the Mangekyo Sharingan on it has long been opened. As he used his strange space power, the elite ninjas in the Uchiha clan were also being slaughtered. The invisible relieved the pressure on the root ninja, and also made way for Uchiha Itachi to go to the hinterland. The siege of the sneak attack from both sides made the Uchiha family miserable at this moment. It is only a matter of time before it perishes. At this moment, although Uchiha Itachi was bleeding in his heart, he did not save the slaughtered clansmen around him. Not far in front of him is his home and the residence of the entire Uchiha clan. The man who started Mangekyo Sharingan, his own father, Uchiha Fugaku, was there. Swish. Keep dodging and jumping a few times, and Uchiha Itachi has come to this very familiar yard. At this time, it can also be perceived that the chakra power of the masked man and the chakra power of Danzo are also around. They are still worried about themselves, or they are monitoring themselves. His own father, Uchiha Fugaku, is still too tyrannical. Although he has been concealing the fact that he started Mangekyo Sharingan, it has long been known to some people. Presumably the current Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen may have already known about it. This time the Uchiha clan exterminated, perhaps also for this reason. His own father's Mangekyo Sharingan, his power was indeed a very disturbing factor for Konoha. As for the masked man who looks like Uchiha Madara, he may be the same. Everything now, Uchiha Itachi can guess. But this decision is his own choice, so naturally all this is no longer important. Swish. Uchiha Itachi stopped thinking, dodged again, and when he reappeared, he had already entered the house. The whole house was dark, only the moonlight reflected from the window, which could make people vaguely see the surroundings. The pale moonlight is intertwined with darkness, making people feel an endless sadness in their hearts. Ahead, Uchiha Itachi could clearly see two people sitting quietly. It was peaceful, and there was no panic at all. On the contrary, although there were screams all around, they did not go out to resist. "Is it Itachi, you are here?" Voice appeared in the mouth of the man sitting there. Although he turned his back to Uchiha Itachi, he could still clearly guess the person behind him. "Father." Uchiha Itachi becomes a pair of black eyes. Yuhi, 3 Tomo Sharingan appear automatically. Looking at the man with his back turned to him, Uchiha Itachi naturally couldn't recognize him. The head of the Uchiha clan. Also his own father, Uchiha Fugaku. To see the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 293. Advent. Seeing that his father had been waiting for a long time, Uchiha Itachi took off the animal mask on his face. His face can be seen at this moment, it is an indescribable complexity. After all, the one who turned his back to himself and sat there quietly was born by himself and raised by his parents. Now Uchiha Itachi has already made a decision, but now that he is really facing everything, he still trembles unconsciously. But soon, Uchiha Itachi gradually suppressed the strange thoughts, and the whole person slowly regained his composure. His 3 Tomo Sharingan, Yuhi's pair, can be clearly seen in the darkness, and he is staring at his father Uchiha Fugaku. "Itachi, did you still choose to stand with Konoha in the end?" Uchiha Fugaku didn't seem to be surprised. Listening to the waning shouts outside, he already knew everything. The leak of the coup plan, the sneak attack on the Uchiha clan, and now the arrival of Uchiha Itachi. As the head of the Uchiha clan and the father of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku has long understood everything. "Father, mother, I." He slowly pulled out the long sword behind his back, but despite the cold light shining in the faint moonlight, Uchiha Itachi clenched it tightly in both hands and trembled a little. "Itachi, we all understand." Uchiha Makoto, who had never spoken, said lightly, and there was no disappointment on her face at the moment, but continued to say, "Follow your own choice, there is nothing wrong with it. Your mother is right, since all this is your choice, being a father naturally won't make you embarrassed." Although Uchiha Fugaku turned his back to Itachi, his eyes were always looking into the deep darkness ahead, as if he could see something. Next second, no wait, Uchiha Itachi spoke again, and Uchiha Fugaku continued, "Itachi, then Sasuke." "Father, Sasuke is still here. The school, he will be fine." Uchiha Itachi saw that his father was still there. Worried about the last thing, he immediately said, As their own younger brother, as Uchiha Fugaku's son, they have the same obsession. Although he knew that he was going to die, Uchiha Fugaku, as a father, naturally hoped that both Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke would be well. Really, that's fine. In Uchiha Fugaku's dead eyes, when he heard the news that Itachi said, a rare light appeared. At the moment when he was about to die, it was undoubtedly a bit unexpected for him to hear this news. Of course, more of it is that there must be regret in the end and finally no longer. After all, Uchiha Sasuke is so small, if he really falls victim to this coup, Uchiha Fugaku will naturally blame himself very much. Father. Go ahead, Weasel. Uchiha Fugaku didn't let Itachi finish his words, but closed his eyes and interrupted him. Sasuke. I'll leave it to you. Gave up resistance. Despite having Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku didn't take action, but just revealed his back to Itachi. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was speechless, and the clenched hands trembled. A pair of Yuhi's 3-tomo Sharingan. It's all you choose, don't hesitate. Uchiha Fugaku's heart is already turbulent at this moment, even though he can feel the cold long knife in Uchiha Itachi's hand behind him as facing him. Although all this may be painful for you, there is no need to regret it. Uchiha Makoto showed a faint smile and slowly closed his eyes. Mother, I will still be proud of you. At the same time. At this moment Uchiha Fugaku, there is no more nonsense, a pair of black eyes have begun to become, Yuhi. 3-tomo began to appear, and then slowly turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, in place of Uchiha's name, live well let's go. Flash of cold light, Uchiha Itachi bit Kiba and couldn't control it. He waved the long knife in his hand. With the moonlight outside the window, everything in the house was extremely pale. Orangutan Yuhi is intertwined with a faint light, making everything look endlessly sad. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi could also clearly perceive that Danzo and the masked man chakra disappeared and left together. Obviously, after the death of the most dangerous being in the entire Uchiha clan, they no longer have any worries. Inside the residence of the Uchiha clan, which had just been chaotic, gradually became silent. Looking around, there are corpses of members of the Uchiha clan lying everywhere. At this moment, the blood was accompanied by a fishy smell, lingering in the air. Uchiha ninja who resisted stubbornly were gradually eliminated. Shua, on the battlefield, a white figure kept passing by. It's impossible to catch it with the naked eye. Root ninja can't see it, not even the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. His speed is so fast that even if someone sees him, he cannot pass it on. Because it's turned into a corpse. This way, somewhere in the house of the Uchiha clan. Puff. A Uchiha clan ninja with Sharingan, he has been beheaded here with an unwilling face. In front of him is a team of root ninjas. Several people wore masks on their faces, making it difficult to see their faces, and some only had ruthless killing intent. You go and take off his Sharingan. The head ninja looked at the members next to him, and said lightly, Master Danzo has given an order, let us recycle as much Sharingan as possible. Yes. Several members of the root group did not have any doubts, and dodged in front of the ninja of the Uchiha family to prepare to attack. Kang. But the next second, when they just took Sharingan into their hands, they saw a golden glow suddenly appearing in front of them. It was extremely dazzling, and the dark night sky all around seemed to be reflected in golden yellow. Eyes of several root ninjas widened, and without even making a sound, they were directly penetrated by the golden light. Who is it? The leader of the root team standing behind was startled, and was taken aback by the sudden scene, and the face behind the mask was full of shock. A few members who were not weak just now have all fallen to the ground and become corpses. And at this time, in front of him, he didn't even know when. A man was already standing. He is tall and straight, looking at Sharingan in his hand with a calm expression. Incomparably beautiful face, he couldn't recognize the last surviving root ninja. It was Jin Dun just now. You, Lord Gongyi. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push and watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT. Chapter 294. Why do you need to explain? The comber is naturally Gongyi. Sharingan. He just got into the vessel without haste and sealed it. Beginning to the end, not only did he not take any words from the root ninja, even look up when he looked up. Came to the Uchiha family residence today. Gongyi didn't really come to appreciate their massacre. But on this night, he wanted to go to the Nenga shrine of the Uchiha family. There is the secret place where all the Uchiha clan are buried. The main purpose of Gongyi is also the stele placed in Nenga shrine. I am now instructed by Danzo the Great, the last surviving root ninja. Seeing that Gongyi ignored him, he immediately wanted to blurt out Danzo's order, so as to want Gongyi to give up the idea of robbing Sharingan. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a golden light flashing in front of his eyes. Then he heard a pop, and he only felt a chill on his chest, and his consciousness was completely blurred. Just now, although he couldn't compete with Gongyi, he was confident that he had a chance to escape. When he really faced Gongyi's random blow, he felt that his thoughts just now were too naive. Next second, the whole person was already kneeling on the ground. Wearing a mask, he was looking at Gongyi with an unspeakable expression. There was panic, fear, and remorse. Of course, Gongyi didn't care at the moment. After he got Sharingan, he immediately disappeared in place. 4. These cold-blooded ninjas who were brainwashed by Danzo, he was not in the slightest mood to pity them. When he reappeared, Gongyi had come to the main road in the Uchiha tribe. Many of the surrounding buildings have been destroyed, and some places are still burning with flames that have not been extinguished by Kaiden fire style. Cold wind was blowing, and a bloody smell mixed in the air drifted past, and the corpses and blood in front of you could be seen. Gongyi glanced at it lightly, and then he walked towards the location of Nenga shrine. As for death, Gongyi, who has experienced countless wars, has seen too many. There was no turmoil in his heart. After successfully obtaining Sharingan, you can also explore the stone monument at Nenga shrine. That he doesn't know yet, the things on the stone tablet. Maybe it will help. The next thing. Gongyi. At this time, with Gongyi dodging and appearing, Danzo just appeared in front with several root ninjas. Danzo looked gloomily at the moment, and Danzo was thinking about his next plan after Uchiha Fugaku was killed by Itachi. Now seeing Gongyi's sudden appearance, my heart suddenly tightens, and I have a bad premonition. But soon, such emotions were suppressed, and he thought that he already possessed the ability of Kotoamatsukami. This ability made him gradually feel at ease. What am I doing? Do I still need to report to Danzo? Gongyi's face. Rong showed a sarcastic look, standing there quietly watching Danzo. Although all around were root ninjas, he still couldn't make him show the slightest bit of emotion. As if everything here is irrelevant to him, as long as he wants. Then everything can be removed. HMPH, now I'm working on the Konoha core secret plan, you can't make trouble if you want to. Danzo snorted coldly when he saw Gongyi's face, and the crutches he was leaning on were clenched tightly in his hands at this moment. If it wasn't for the fear of Gongyi's power, he would have called someone without hesitation to attack him directly. Whether you're here for your own plan or for Konoha's secret plan, I don't care. Gongyi looked at Danzo with a half smile, as if seeing through everything about him. Immediately, Gongyi's aura suddenly changed, but, if you come to disturb me, it's hard to say. Danzo groaned as he crunched his cane, and his heart skipped a beat. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually a little cold all over, and he felt that his plan had been vaguely noticed by Gongyi. Not to mention outsiders about such a top-secret plan, even the root ninjas under him are completely unaware. Now that it has been hidden in his heart for a long time, the plan that was about to be half successful was vaguely guessed by Gongyi, and Danzo couldn't bear it anymore. When maybe it was after he had told him that thing before, and now he has deduced it for a long time, Danzo has already wanted to use the covered eye to directly release the seal and release the power of Koto Amatsukami. Own things, he did not want to expose. At the same time, when Danzo was still there and already had his heart set on killing, Gong Yi stood there and still sneered. Danzo's plan, how could he not know everything about the future of the entire ninja world? Gong Yi is completely in control. Danzo now destroys the Uchiha family, which seems to be stifling the bud of the coup, for the future development of the entire Konoha village, and to avoid war. However, Gong Yi clearly knew that he was only collecting Sharingan for a more open and honest purpose. At the beginning, he had given him the information for the study of primary cells, and he must have made a breakthrough now. In short, he already wanted to use more Sharingan to suppress the cells of the original Hashirama. He is old, and like Sarutobi Hiruzen, the various wars in the early years have caused his whole body to suffer a lot of damage. At this age, all kinds of hidden pains have been exposed. Only now can we keep growing Hashirama cells and let them exist in our body, so that we can live and live longer. The same way, now that he has Hashirama cells, the power he can exert is also different from before. It is because of this that all kinds of benefits have appeared over and over again, so he will stop at nothing to collect Sharingan. Because it is as effective as it says on the cells that suppress the first generation Hashirama. HMPH, you have already kept saying that you were neutral. Seeing that Gong Yi ignored him, Danzo continued to speak with a gloomy expression. Now, do you still want to do something here? Oh. Hearing that Danzo began to fight against each other intentionally or unintentionally, Gong Yi turned his eyes to him again, and said slowly, I'm doing what Gong Yi does, why do I need to explain it to you? Chapter 295, Koto Amatsukami, Solution. Why do you have to explain it to me? You Gong Yi, what a big breath. Danzo became angry with shame. His heart was already full of killing intent, and his anger could not be suppressed at all. Now, seeing that Gong Yi ignored him at first, and now he looks at him with a look of indifference. At this moment, as if what Gong Yi had just said had completely become the fuse, Danzo couldn't bear it any longer. Originally, Danzo wanted to wait until everything was ready before going to deal with Gong Yi's affairs. But now, it has been pushed to this state, and the arrow has to be shot on the string. Danzo can no longer suppress, he decided to use Koto Amatsukami to control Gong Yi now. This time, Danzo was no longer thinking, and the eye covered by the bandage slowly opened. No one noticed that this eye of his had opened 3 tomo, and slowly began to connect to Mangekyo Sharingan, who became a dart style. Gong Yi, do you want to betray Konoha here now? Danzo said grimly. His Mangekyo Sharingan, which was transplanted with Uchiha Shisui, has begun to appear the light of Yuhi the gorilla. Koto Amatsukami has started to be used by Danzo unknowingly. His whole face didn't change at this moment, showing a look of being provoked by Gong Yi. Each root ninja did not notice any difference, and everything around was still the same. Now Danzo has begun to subtly tamper with Gong Yi's will. Let him be his subordinate, let him be his most terrifying ninja humanoid weapon. Betray Konoha. Gong Yi didn't refute anything, and he didn't even explain a single sentence. Face was still indifferent, as if the Danzo in front of him was no longer worth his words. Danzo saw that Gong Yi didn't notice at all, he sneered in his heart, and immediately continued to ask. HMPH, don't you think your mission should be to protect Konoha? Not here to prevent me from carrying out Konoha's secret mission. But at this time, Danzo's voice just fell, and Gong Yi did not speak again. As if the space had stopped, Danzo could only see Gong Yi. He looked at himself quietly like this. Hee, Gong Yi, no matter how strong you are, you will only fulfill me. Seeing that Gong Yi was a little lost, Danzo showed an unconcealed smile. Crutches. Danzo walked slowly towards Gong Yi. Hee, a very good pupil technique. indeed it is indeed the strongest demonic illusion of the Uchiha family Mangekyo Sharingan. Just came to the front of Gong Yi, and before Danzo could speak again, a sarcastic cold voice came out. Who? Danzo's expression changed, and Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye shrank. I didn't know when. A man was standing beside Gong Yi. With the dark night sky around him, he seemed to be blending into it, making it impossible for people to notice. At this moment, after Danzo saw this man, his previous calm appearance could no longer be maintained. Gong Yi. It's Gong Yi in a black robe. Danzo came back to his senses and looked beside him. Gong Yi here did not disappear, he was still standing there wearing a white robe. I didn't read it wrong. There are actually two people standing in front of me. Gong Yi, standing next to Gong Yi in white robe, looked at him with a sneer. The two were exactly the same, as if carved by a mill. Danzo is already cold inside, don't find out the difference between the two. The silent white-robed Gong Yi, the indifferent and sneering black-robed Gong Yi. No matter how he looked, he couldn't tell the difference. Danzo's brain has gone blank. How can one person have two spiritual subjects, which is completely counterintuitive? But soon Danzo also found something wrong. All the root ninjas around are the same, only I saw Gong Yi in the black robe. It was my own who used Mangekyo Sharingan, and then released Koto Amatsukami, and then I saw Gong Yi in the black robe. What's the matter, Danzo, are you doubting the ability of Koto Amatsukami? On the handsome face of Gong Yi in black robe, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a faint smile. However, when he heard these words in Danzo's ears, it was like a thunderbolt, which made him tremble suddenly. He was already a little confused. When he heard that the black-robed Gong Yi had revealed his whole card, he exclaimed inwardly. How could Koto Amatsukami reveal his hidden flaws, and everything that might be exposed has been solved perfectly? Gong Yi, how did he find out about himself? Even Koto Amatsukami's ability, doesn't he already know? Tisk tisk, I have to say Koto Amatsukami, it's really a strong ability. Gong Yi in black robe looked at Danzo with a playful smile on his face, and when he said slowly, he had put his hand on Gong Yi's shoulder, it's a pity that Koto Amatsukami's ability is completely useless to me. Black-robed Gong Yi finished his words, the silent white-robed Gong Yi trembled slightly. Koto Amatsukami, solution. Kacha, as if a mirror shattered, cracks appeared in the surrounding void. In a trance, Gong Yi was still standing here, never moving. Sudden, his previously lost pair of black eyes gleamed again, staring directly at the already shocked Danzo. And in the next second, Danzo's Mangekyo Sharingan quickly began to return to black eyes, and at that moment he clearly saw. The black-robed Gong Yi had turned into a ray of light, and instantly plunged into the white-robed Gong Yi's body. Slowly come back to your senses. Gong Yi looked around, the root ninja was still standing here, their eyes behind their masks were staring at themselves. The cold north wind blew the bloody air, and the corpse was also still lying there. Danzo, who was standing in front just now, was a little different. Because now he is standing in front of him, looking at himself in horror. Such a good trump card, now it's a waste, it's really not worth it. The corner of Gong Yi's mouth, slowly evoking a smile and slowly opening his mouth, his eyes full of ridicule looking at Danzo, manipulate the target invisibly, and permanently change the target's mind and will. Just now, Koto Amatsukami's ability began to be released, silently, and following your guidance, slowly you can begin to be commanded by the subconscious, and finally believe that all these are completely logical things, and the will naturally follow you completely without knowing it. Change the idea. It seems simple, but it is so arrogant and unreasonable that it is indeed a waste for you to use it. And, you want to use it to control me, it's really courting death. As Gong Yi said, Danzo's eyes widened. Because, he had seen Gong Yi pressing directly towards him with an indescribable speed. Danzo's physique is very strong. But in such a close confrontation, Gong Yi's physical skills are countless times stronger than his. Gong Yi's sudden attack made the surrounding root ninjas unresponsive. Even if it was Danzo, his consciousness only followed a little, but his body couldn't react at all. Since this is the case, then this eye is still up to me to take care of, it will be better. Said that, Gong Yi has already stretched out his hand and grabbed Danzo directly. Bang, bang, bang. Gong Yi's tyrannical physique burst out in the blink of an eye, and the whole person turned into a white shadow almost instantly, making Danzo lose the ability to move. I saw a trembling look on Danzo's face. His hands were completely pulled in front of him, unable to fight back or hand seal. Bite Kiba. Without saying a word, Danzo wants to retreat and leave here at this moment. But before he wanted to do it, his legs were aching, and they were completely destroyed by Gong Yi's physique. Gong Yi's physique movements were smooth, it seemed like a while, but it was just a flash. Just when the root ninja was just rushing in, Gong Yi's hand had already dug into Danzo's right eye. You, stop. At this moment, a frightened and angry voice from Danzo cut through the sky. Chapter 296. My Stupid Aududo, 5th more. Almost in the blink of an eye, the white bandages that were tied to half of Danzo's face had dyed Yuhi. Just looking at the mysterious Danzo, his entire face has been exposed. Completely incapacitated, he slumped to the ground in such an embarrassed manner. It can be clearly seen that his right eye is now extremely empty. Let go, Lord Danzo. Quickly save Danzo-sama. Seeing that Danzo had lost his fighting power, all the root ninjas attacked Gong Yi with killing intent. They held ninja swords in their hands, showing a surrounding posture, ready to use the crowd tactics to engulf and kill Gong Yi. Humph. Gong Yi snorted coldly when he saw the root ninjas around him. His black eyes were staring at Danzo silently. As for the other root ninjas wielding ninja swords, Gong Yi didn't even look at them. But the next second, a golden light erupted in front of Gong Yi, and immediately rose into the sky, like a rising golden sun, shining around. This dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire Uchiha family. When it appeared, it was introverted, and then quickly turned into a golden longsword. A handful. 2. 3. It took dozens of illusions before it stopped. Breath. The root ninjas didn't wait to be amazed by Gong Yi's ninjutsu, they immediately swipe around. Jin-yun fills the sky with sword rain. Dozens of golden long swords are shining brightly, as if they have consciousness. They will kill all the root ninjas who try to get close to Gong Yi. At this moment, it is just now, the Uchiha clan as a big killer killed the root ninja, they were beheaded here in disbelief. For the Uchiha clan, the root ninja was a nightmare, but now the root ninja think Gong Yi is the real nightmare. Before they waited for the golden escape of the thriller Gong Yi, they began to fall in the air one by one, becoming a corpse. Were all beheaded before they even jumped up and swung their ninja swords at Gong Yi. In just a short while, it seemed that there was a strange corpse rain falling from the whole sky, which made people feel cold inside, from the feet to the top of the head. Danzo, don't worry today, I won't kill you yet. Gong Yi didn't care about the root ninjas around him who were killed. He was holding Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand, and was looking at Danzo quietly at the moment. Of course, if it wasn't for your usefulness in the future, I naturally wouldn't let you go. Gong Yi said with a smile on his face, if you continue to interfere with me like this, then I don't mind at all. Really, kill you. Gong Yi, I really underestimate you. Danzo endured the pain all over his body, and he didn't dare to be arrogant at all. Although Gong Yi, he was smiling, Danzo didn't think he dared to kill himself. Biting Kiba, Danzo never again. More to say, he gave the order to the surviving ninjas around him, let's go. Swish, swish, swish. After hearing the order, a group of people couldn't help but surround Danzo in an instant, and then drove him away from here. From beginning to end, a group of root ninjas dared not look directly at Gong Yi. Seeing Danzo run away, Gong Yi didn't stop him. Danzo walked away for a while, Gong Yi's whole body also immediately flash disappeared. He could sense that Uchiha Itachi should be not far from his direction, but he didn't want to meet him again. After all, in a situation like this, it doesn't make any sense at all. Go, in the direction of Nenga Shrine. After a few dodges, Gong Yi is already there. And peaceful night. The entire Uchiha family has slowly returned to normal from the noisy and tragic scene just now. Danzo has left, and Obito, the masked man, hasn't stayed long. The entire Uchiha clan of Nuoda, except Gong Yi who went to Nenga Shrine, there is only Uchiha Itachi who is still standing in his own home. No matter how fierce the battle outside just now, Uchiha Itachi was not going out. With the quiet now, Uchiha Itachi knew that his younger brother was coming back. Outside the residence of the Uchiha family, the enchantment has been withdrawn. Today, Uchiha Sasuke, who was left there late due to some activities at the ninja school, trotted back all the way back. He was still waiting to go home and tell his brother, his father and mother what happened today. When he returned to the clan, the whole person was suddenly stunned, and the cold sweat instantly flowed down. The main road that he knew in front of him was already full of corpses and blood, and all of them were people he knew well. Uncle and aunt. What's going on? Sasuke trembled a little, he couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Go home. Sasuke trotted towards the house. Crunch. When the door was opened, he was completely stunned again. In front of him, his parents had fallen to the ground, and the blood was dripping on the floor, already a little dry. And his brother Uchiha Itachi, he was standing in front of him looking at him with an indifferent face. Father and mother, and those clansmen. What the hell is going on, brother? Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him and asked with a trembling voice. Although he didn't know what was going on, his brother was still there. Front of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's last line of mental defense did not collapse. Course, waiting for Sasuke was indeed Uchiha Itachi's indifferent voice. My stupid brother. Among Uchiha Itachi's eyes, Mangekyo Sharingan has bloomed with Yuhi-on's, which is particularly obvious in this darkness. Tsukuyomi, Mangekyo Sharingan's pattern slowly turned, and Uchiha Itachi's eyes met Sasuke at this moment. Immediately, Sasuke, who didn't understand it yet, was instantly stunned and froze in place. Ah! A pair of pictures, all the things Sasuke didn't want to believe happened in front of his eyes. Sasuke's extremely sharp screams resounded throughout the entire Uchiha clan's residence. As you saw with your own eyes, it was I who destroyed the Uchiha clan with my own hands. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke, who had collapsed on the ground in front of him, and he said coldly, but you are lucky, because now you are too weak and have no value to be killed at all. I'll keep you here, just keep hating me, and then living ugly, constantly running away, and trying to survive. When the words fell, seeing that Sasuke was about to faint, Uchiha Itachi's eyes showed a trace of reluctance immediately. Left here. Walking out of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi turned his head for one last look, then disappeared. Chapter 297. Nenga Shrine. Uchiha Clan Station. Nenga Shrine. Gong Yi could guess what happened between Uchiha Sasuke and Itachi, but he didn't pay attention. Came here, and now Gong Yi is. For the stone tablet inside. Originally, Gong Yi just wanted to take a brief look and study it, but it looks like he can go a lot deeper now. Because just now, I got Mangekyo Sharingan from Danzo. In Nenga Shrine is said to be written by the descendants of Uchiha who recorded the deeds of the Six Paths Immortals, and many unknown secrets are recorded on it. Because of this, in order to fully watch all of its contents, you must use the power of Sharingan. But the normal 3-tomo Sharingan, it can only see part of it, and can't see all. Really useful content. You need to turn on Mangekyo Sharingan before you can watch it. But right now, I have the Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui in my hand, so I can see most of the content on the stone tablet. Of course. Gongyi wants to check now is the original content about Six Paths Immortals, not the content that Black Zetsu tampered with. As for the ultimate content of the legend, it requires Rinnegan to interpret it, and Gongyi is in no hurry to watch it. Now that I came here to study, it's nothing but the initial, that's all. Gongyi, who goes deeper, will try to figure out a way in the future. Go to the main hall of Nanga Shrine. Gongyi quickly stopped in the middle and looked forward. This stone tablet full of secrets, naturally, will not be placed on the entire hall like this. Gongyi clearly remembered the location where the stone tablet was placed. It should be in this underground location. There is the secret gathering place of the Uchiha clan, and the stone tablet is also there. And if I remember correctly, its entrance should be the main hall from the innermost position on the right, under the 7th tatami. But now Gongyi doesn't see it. Thinking about it carefully, the turmoil in the Uchiha clan just now must have been relocated by someone with a heart. Soon. Looks like it's right there. Gongyi soon found a hidden location, where a huge stone was quietly pressing down there. It is engraved with a cross, the incantation of the symbol, which is connected from the stone to the ground, apparently sealed here all the time. Oh, seal art. Coming to the front of it, Gongyi murmured to himself after taking a closer look. After a brief circle around the huge stone, Gongyi twitched the corners of his mouth and smiled. A very strong seal. It's Uchiha after all. Even if he doesn't specialize in sealing, the magic circle that seals this steel is still not inferior to the level of the seal of the tailed beast. But this is only for outsiders. In the current ninja world, his own sealing skills are definitely top-notch existences, and most of the sealing skills can't beat him. Except, similar to Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, which requires Rinnegan sealing technique, other sealing techniques can be unlocked with a little thought. After turning around the stone tablet a few times, Gongyi nodded. Next second. Gongyi quickly put both hands together. Sealing art release. Boom, boom. At this time, just as Gongyi's voice fell, accompanied by a loud noise, the huge stone in front of him began to vibrate. Soon, it slowly floated up inch by inch, until the entrance was revealed. It slowly stopped in the air. Below the stone is a passage leading to the underground, and there is still some faint firelight inside. The secret room of the Uchiha clan must be here. Gongyi took a step and followed the diameter of the stairs of the passage to the bottom. What caught my eye was a passage, and there were torches hanging on the walls on both sides. At this moment, it was its faint firelight that illuminated the whole passage. Soon, according to memory, Gongyi has successfully found the stone tablet placed here. Its size is not very small, it is placed in a spacious position, and there are large flames for special lighting on both sides. Well, it looks like it's right. Gongyi looked at the stone tablet in front of him. Although he couldn't see anything with his own eyes, Gongyi also confirmed that it was correct. A brief observation, Gongyi looked around, and now there seems to be no one here except himself. That's fine, no one bothers you. Gongyi walked in front of the stone tablet, ready to take it away and put it in the back room at home to study it. As for this place, it's not a good place for Gongyi to study carefully. Early morning after the killing. Just dawn, and everything will be the time for the recovery of all things. This time period is completely the most silent moment. The leader of the palace. Gongyi has returned from the Uchiha clan, and now he is standing in his secret room quietly watching the stone tablet that was moved back. After carefully pondering for a while, my current pair of normal eyes seems to really not be able to see any secrets. If you really want to see the content on the steel, it seems that you still need to transplant Sharingan first. Well, then transplant it. Let's take a look first. Gongyi saw that there was no progress in observing the steel, so he decided to change to Sharingan first. I have done this a few times before, and I am quite familiar with it, and there is no pressure or burden. Although I don't like to use other people's eyes, but you can take it off and store it after using it yourself. Now that he has returned to the leader of the palace, Gong Yi does not have to worry that someone will disturb him. Being in a secret room can be said to be very foolproof. There are puppets arranged by himself outside the door, as well as the warning position of the psychic snake, and there is a seal inside. Gong Yi is not worried at all. He took out the vessel he had sealed before, and it contained Uchiha Shisui's eyeballs. It out, Gong Yi, because of his previous experience, did not hesitate, and immediately started the transplant. After a while, put down the medical equipment. Gong Yi placed his eyeball in the new vessel and put it away. The right eye that was just closed opened at this moment, and a strange light reflected all around. The black pupil disappeared, replaced by a piece of Yuhi's 3 and finally turned into a dart-patterned Mangekyo Sharingan, and then stopped. At this moment, Gong Yi can clearly feel a strangeness. This is the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Strong, indeed much stronger than normal eyes. But there are also many side effects. Gong Yi can know that if this eye is used for a long time, it will lose its light in a short time. Tisk tisk, it seems that if you want to truly gain the power that Sharingan brings, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the ultimate choice. Gong Yi quickly suppressed his thoughts and didn't think about these. About Mangekyo Sharingan. He is not very interested in these. He has always believed that only his original eyes are the most suitable for him. Eyes are different from Hashirama cells. After the fusion of Hashirama cells, their own hematopoietic function, as well as cell regeneration and division, will make them completely their own. It's as if someone was disfigured in a previous life, through skin grafting. As long as you survive the rejection, and over time, you can slowly assimilate and become your own. Eyes, if someone else's is used, it is as if they are looking at this beautiful world for others. Gong Yi doesn't want to be Kakashi. He and Shisui don't have any bond either. Mangekyo on. Mangekyo Sharingan was turned on. Gong Yi turned around, and walked towards the stone tablet behind him again. Eyes, it really is completely different. Chapter 298. Uchiha Steel. After replacing Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, Gong Yi looked at the stone tablet again, and the content was indeed different. Some words began to emerge slowly, onto the Mangekyo Sharingan to the right of Gong Yi. One god in the world desires tranquility, divides the power of yin and yang, mutually repels 2 and 2 forces, and becomes one with each other, giving birth to Shinra Bansho, all creation. Seeing the words on the stone tablet in front of him, Gong Yi murmured softly. These, the initial text at the beginning, and there is nothing too obscure. Gong Yi looked at the god of heaven in front of him. He had already guessed secretly, this should be the 6 paths immortal. Continue to look towards the future. The power of yin and yang is divided, so it should be the power of yang and the power of yin representing Indra and Asura, these 2 forces. In the future, the mutual exclusion of 2 and 2 forces, and the opposite is 1, and Shinra Bansho, all creation. When Gong Yi read the next sentence, he already knew the meaning of the first sentence. It should be the power of yin and the power of yang. These 2 opposing forces, when combined together, can achieve true happiness. Secretly guessing, Gong Yi doesn't. Needless to say, the content on this stone tablet is indeed difficult enough to understand. If I didn't have some understanding before, I would probably mistake it for the truth like Uchiha Madara. Put it bluntly, it is also the information of the brothers left by the 6 paths immortals, that is, to tell the Uchiha family that their power is divided, and remind them from the side that if you want to gain stronger power, then go and cooperate with Senju, the only way can truly make peace. As for Uchiha Madara's deathbed opening Rinnegan, he saw that, gathering the Kyubi, 9 tails, resurrecting the 10 tails, using the moon, casting infinite Tsukuyomi on the whole world, and finally achieving eternal ultimate peace. These, just tampered with after Black Zetsu. Gong Yi can't see it now, but he doesn't need to see it. What he wants to know is only what he can see. Soon, while Gong Yi was still studying the contents of the stele, a new day had come. The night like a dark monster has faded, and the light of hope has shone on every inch of the land of the ninja continent. Today's Konoha village is not as lively and bright as it used to be. Walking on the streets of Konoha village, many people can feel an inexplicable strangeness. In some small shops by the side of the street, the villagers were all pale. How can this be? Yeah, it's really unexpected. Overnight, there was only one survivor left. All the people are whispering, they feel a lot of incomprehensible belief. The Uchiha family was slaughtered overnight, and the complete genocide has spread throughout the streets and alleys. Although it was only just one morning, the news really spread like a plague. Swish, swish, swish. Not only the commoners of Konoha, but also the faces of Ichiban ninjas, also dignified and quickly headed towards the Hokage building. The entire street was even darker than before, with many people wearing animal masks. The whole Konoha was in a panic of suspicion. The Uchiha family is still famous. Although their base is outside of Konoha, everyone in Konoha is still well known. Their strength is so powerful that there is no need to question them, but that's it, only one child was killed overnight, and everyone couldn't help feeling panic. The civilians, of course, do not know the political level, and they are still worried that all this is some foreign enemy declaring war on Konoha. Those families within Konoha, some famous families like the Uchiha family, are indeed gloomy. The core executives on Konoha's side did not give any explanation, and they were still investigating there. As for the surviving child, he was sent to the medical center directly under Hokage. Everyone thought that all this must have something to do with the higher-ups in Konoha village. The news of the Uchiha family coup was revealed intentionally or unintentionally, and they all knew more or less. Now that something like this happened all of a sudden, many people have set their sights on the top of Konoha. Overnight, the entire Uchiha clan was wiped out. What kind of power is needed for the enemies of the outer village to infiltrate here and kill the naive idea of the Uchiha family, and no one from each family will have it? The entire Konoha area is impregnable, it is impossible to say that someone can simply sneak in without a sound. There may be only one truth, that is, Konoha's high-level executives directed and acted themselves, killing them in pain. Although everyone didn't say anything, the eyes they looked at Konoha's executives changed. Hyuga family. Now from top to bottom in the clan, they don't have too much joy. Hiyashi, who is now the head of the main clan family of the Hyuga family, is sitting quietly at the top. Front are 2 rows of the rest of the Hyuga family's upper floors. Everyone didn't speak, and there was some complexity on their faces. Although they have been fighting against the Uchiha clan, they are not happy to see the result of the Uchiha clan now. Now the Uchiha clan wanted a coup d'état, and they were silently wiped out. Then, if they are like this, or if they are framed, then Konoha will also be so unimaginable. That is in a state of panic now is not only the Hyuga family, but also the Akamichi family, the Nara family, and the rest of the family. The same is true. The genocide of the Uchiha family made everyone a wake-up call. At the same time, just when Konoha is still here, when everyone is suspicious and shocked, the leader of the palace, in the secret room of the home, Gong Yi, who is standing in front of the stone tablet, gradually disappears the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern of Yuhi in his right eye. He also basically had a preliminary understanding of the approximate contents of the stone tablet, although it was somewhat obscure and difficult to understand. But he can probably guess, without exception, the evolutionary sequence of Sharingan, as well as Sharingan's control over the tailed beast, as well as the power of yin and yang and 6 paths and so on. Some things. As for some hidden content, it is estimated that you will have to obtain Rinnegan later, or use the method to check it. However, Gong Yi is not in a hurry, and the current content has greatly satisfied his curiosity. Soon, Shisui, Mangekyo Sharingan was put back in the vessel, and Gongyi got his eyeballs back. Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, but Gongyi still doesn't like such imperfect power. At this time, Gongyi had just finished packing up everything, his expression froze, and he looked directly outside. Chapter 299. Konoha is panicking, third more. Outside the door. An Anbu ninja with a mask on his face, he stands here quietly. He didn't get the orders from Gongyi now, so he didn't dare to step in. This has completely become the unspoken rule of Konoha. No matter who came here, no one really dared to appear directly beside Gongyi. They were all standing at the door, waiting quietly for Gongyi's call. Over time, Gongyi has made Konoha's ninjas respect him. Everyone was so in awe of him. Crunch. At this moment, the gate in front of Anbu Ninja's gate opened. Master, please come in. Gong Ling, who was wearing a loose black robe, looked at him. There was no expression on Bai Chuan's delicate face. As if this Anbu ninja was not in her eyes at all. However, the Anbu ninja seemed to be used to it and didn't care, but nodded, immediately. Stepped in. Coming to the house, Gongyi was sitting there looking at him. What's the matter? Lord Gongyi, Lord 3 generations, please come over. After seeing Gongyi, Anbu ninja knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Feeling the faint power of Gongyi, his eyes were full of fear. Is something wrong? Hearing this, Gongyi asked. The 3rd generation of adults explained. It should be about the surviving boy of the Uchiha family. Anbu ninja looked up at Gongyi and replied. Sasuke. Gongyi's face was expressionless, and he secretly said in his heart. 4. Sarutobi Hiruzen will find himself. He has actually guessed something about Uchiha Sasuke. Now he should still be in a coma. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally wants to announce who the murderer is through Uchiha Sasuke. After all, the Kung Fu village should be full of suspicion, and the major families are also restless. If this situation persists, it is estimated that it will not be a good thing for the entire Konoha village. So, the only way to explain this matter now is to start with Sasuke. Can't wait for some. The corners of Gongyi's mouth rose, and he could clearly guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Senses, Gongyi looked at the Anbu ninja and said, I see, you go back first. Yes. Anbu ninja nodded, immediately. Dodge away. He was just in charge of delivering the message and didn't say much more. Konoha Village, Ninja Hospital. Not long after the Anbu ninja left, Gongyi has arrived. Now the entire hospital is surrounded by ninjas, and Anbu is also at the door. It seems that many people are already paying attention to Uchiha Sasuke's affairs. Gongyi stepped into the hospital and didn't pay attention to the matter. Originally, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't come to call him today, he would decide to come and have a look. Uchiha Itachi had already promised to take care of Sasuke Kazuki. Gongyi naturally wouldn't break his promise. Master Gongyi, it's Master Gongyi here. It seems that the child of the Uchiha family has been saved. Yeah, at least I can't be in a coma. The surrounding Konoha ninjas, after seeing Gongyi's figure, all had a respectful look on their faces. No surprise, Gongyi has already established a high prestige in the hearts of the whole Konoha ninja. Stairs, Dia came to Sasuke's ward. Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing now, his face gloomy. But this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back after hearing the sound of the door being pushed. Seeing that Gongyi was here, his face softened a bit. Gongyi, this child's current situation, look. Now Sasuke has been in a coma, and it does make Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little tricky. The whole of Konoha needs an answer right now, and that answer lies with Sasuke. Now whether Sasuke can wake up smoothly, Sarutobi Hiruzen is all pinned on Gongyi, who is currently the most skilled in Konoha. He knew this well. Hearing this, Gongyi did not speak, but walked to Sasuke's bed. Looking at Sasuke, who was pale and closed his eyes, Gongyi slowly opened his mouth and said, "Ellie has already given him a comprehensive examination before, and there is nothing more to do." Gongyi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly, and continued slowly, "It must be because of the destruction of the Uchiha clan and the influence of some external stimulus, which makes it impossible to wake up for a while, but don't worry, it is estimated that the use of it won't be long before he wakes up." When he came in earlier, Gongyi had a brief understanding of Sasuke's current situation. There was basically no physical damage, but it was probably due to the influence of Uchiha Itachi, who passed out in a coma. The specific Sarutobi Hiruzen they do not know, but Gongyi is very clear. "That's fine." Nodding, Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Gongyi finish, and he gradually breathed a sigh of relief. The demise of the Uchiha clan had a considerable impact on their Konoha core high level. Soon, suppressing his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Gongyi and continued, "In this case, come over to the meeting in the Hokage building for a while." Now that such a thing has happened, as the Hokage of Konoha village, he naturally has to give everyone an explanation. Of course, for such an important matter, he wouldn't leave Gongyi out of the way, so he still informed him. "Good." Gongyi nodded and did not refuse. Although he knew about such a thing now, he didn't say much. Everything is their own choice. He has already chosen neutrality before, and naturally he will not fight for anyone now. Inside the Hokage building. Here is a large conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the top. Danzo, Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Udatane and other core executives sat beside him. The rest of the ninjas who came here were mostly the patriarchs of the major families, or the strong Jonin. Exception, all of them are Jinchuriki column, the current branch of Konoha village. Opening the door, Gongyi also entered the conference room at this time. As soon as he came in, he could feel a sharp light. This feeling, Gongyi slowly looked over, and it was Danzo's eyes that released it. Although he seems to have nothing to do now, it can still be seen that he is very weak. Hee. The corners of Gongyi's mouth rose, revealing a faint smile. Danzo saw Gongyi looking at him at this time. He also retracted his eyes and snorted, and stopped looking at Gongyi. He couldn't pursue such a vague matter, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Cough cough cough. Here, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Gongyi had arrived, and he coughed lightly and said, "Since everything has arrived, then I'll start." Chapter 300. The Real Murderer. Since it's all here, then I'll start. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the people in front of him had arrived, and he stopped talking nonsense. After all, the atmosphere is a little weird now, so he said directly, "I think everyone already knows about the Uchiha family." Sarutobi Hiruzen swept his eyes to the front, showing an expression of heartache. After Anbu's investigation, this matter has now been confirmed to be completely true. Our Uchiha family stationed outside Konoha village has all been assassinated, but because of the artificial barrier the reason, when we discovered it, was completely irreparable. But fortunately, now it is known that there are 2 people in the entire Uchiha family who survived this tragic genocide. Everyone was silent and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to hear him continue. According to the intelligence description, one of the 2 is Uchiha Sasuke, who is now unconscious, and the other is Uchiha Itachi, who used to be a member of the Assassination Tactics Special Unit. 3 generations of adults, now the unconscious Uchiha clan boy, can he still wake up? Hyuga Hiyashi, who was sitting next to him, asked. Now the source of all the truth, I am afraid that it will be unearthed in this young man. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and replied, now that Gongyi has checked it out himself, he estimates that he will wake up in a few days, and there is no danger to his life. Hearing this, everyone also looked at Gongyi. Seeing everyone's eyes, Gongyi nodded and didn't speak. But this time, after everyone saw that Gongyi had acquiesced, they were inexplicably relieved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Gongyi has diagnosed that Uchiha's teenager is fine, naturally there will be no falsehood. Of course. Now seeing everyone's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's side are indeed a little turbulent. Inadvertently, Gongyi has shown his prestige. Since the teenager Uchiha is fine. Then, Uchiha Itachi, who is now confirmed to be alive, has disappeared, which makes people suspicious. Kaharu Utate's face is not good, and he has opened his mouth here intentionally or unintentionally, pointing the finger at Uchiha Itachi. And everyone around, after hearing Uchiha Itachi, also frowned, with a thoughtful look on their faces. Apparently now Kaharu Utate's words suddenly came to the point, making everyone have to wonder. Member subordinate to Anbu, he is a leader in both strength and psychology. Everyone is not a fool, and now the spearhead of all this and beginning to point to Uchiha Itachi. Hee. But here, Gongyi sat there and did not participate in any of their discussions, just sneered inwardly. He felt as if he was watching a big political drama now. No, although Uchiha Itachi has disappeared now, there is nothing right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, and although there was some suspicion inside and outside the words, he showed righteousness, giving him the appearance that he would not misunderstand any good people. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he kept speaking gloomily, his voice slightly hoarse. Although the Uchiha family seems to be a victim, it is not unexpected now, this Uchiha Itachi has had this idea for a long time. Now my roots have begun to investigate and follow up. I believe that it won't be long before that, with the addition of that. The young man lying in the hospital, we can explain the final truth of the Uchiha family's extermination. Hearing this, the person who just thought that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said was not wrong can't help but start to doubt Uchiha Itachi even more. Face of Yuhi, the two of them, has turned pale now, and everyone in the room is starting to think that all of this. It's really a civil strife. After all, the Uchiha family wants to launch a coup. This is not what everyone did, and it's hidden inside. Of course, I and other outsiders don't know Akatsuki. Combined with their so-silent deaths, a group of people began to think that maybe all of this was Uchiha's own doing. It seems that now we need to wait until the Uchiha clanboy wakes up before we can know the truth of everything. Nara Shikaku held her chin with her hand and said lightly. Apparently now he's on the side of the top Konoha. Yes, then we just need to wait quietly. That's right, now the truth of all this will be revealed to Akatsuki soon. Well, since it has been investigated, the murderer must be unable to escape. Everyone nodded, and didn't show any doubts about Sarutobi Hiruzen's core executives. Now they have no intention of coup d'état, and naturally they will not go to the constant conspiracy theories there. 10 minutes later. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued the discussion for a while, and then let everyone leave. From start to finish, without exception, Sarutobi Hiruzen just wanted to turn the gun on Uchiha Itachi. Of this meeting was just their core executives, who wanted to dispel the doubts of a group of big clans and other ninjas. Now after seeing everyone leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen they also know, now the purpose has been accomplished. Of course. Now after listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech there for a while, Gongyi didn't bother to sit here and left as well. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen should also know about his trip to the Uchiha clan, and Danzo should have some reservations about telling him. But since he didn't talk to himself alone, Gongyi stopped thinking about it. Anyway, now my mind is not on their politics. The lively conference room just now has become deserted. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen is left, and Danzo is sitting here. Danzo, you've gone too far. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked bad, obviously a little angry about Danzo's actions yesterday. He never imagined that now Danzo would dare to carry out Uchiha Itachi's plan directly behind his back. No matter what, the Uchiha coup has been resolved. Isn't that the most important thing? Danzo's gloomy face showed a hint of displeasure, and he felt disapproval of Sarutobi Hiruzen, words. On the contrary, now you should not question me, it is Gongyi who is really threatening now, not me. Told Sarutobi Hiruzen a lot of things just after he left in embarrassment yesterday. Of course, some things like Koto Amatsukami, he hides. Don't want to say it, it's that I can't say it. So, now Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew that Gongyi went to the Uchiha clan, but didn't fully understand. Enter. Chapter 301. Wake up. Gongyi is now in the entire Konoha village, do you think we can restrain him anymore? Or, do you want Gongyi to leave Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen heard that Danzo was still there. Hold on to Gongyi no. Let's go. The whole person's face became even more gloomy. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to investigate further about Gongyi's side. According to the current situation of Konoha, there have been many disadvantages. In such a situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to have any conflict with Gongyi. With the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the overall strength of the Konoha village has dropped a lot. If I go to provoke Gongyi here again, it will be a devastating blow to the entire Konoha village. Gongyi's position in the hearts of the people is not something he can shake. Again. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen has clearly understood in his heart that the 3 2 and 2 zeros of the Uchiha clan are unknowingly. Genocide was all led by Danzo. So the current Sarutobi Hiruzen will naturally attribute all these things. In Danzo. HMPH, 3 generations, you are still old after all. When Danzo heard Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he also knocked the cane in his hand on the ground, and said with a cold snort. Immediately the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak again. Danzo left the conference room with an angry hand. A day later. Konoha Ninja Hospital. Gongyi went to the dean's office as usual. As the genocide of the Uchiha family continues to ferment, every family in the entire Konoha village is also waiting for news. After all, this is not a small matter, and it can be gradually forgotten in a few days. Because of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looks very sad now, looking forward to Uchiha Sasuke wake up quickly. Although his previous meeting had appeased everyone, the longer the time went on, the more unfavorable it became for the entire Konoha village. Wants the Tenten to be perceived as an executioner who is not allowed to betray at the core of Konoha village. President Gongyi, the boy from the Uchiha clan, has some signs of waking up. A hospital nurse knocked on the door and reported to Gongyi. Are you going to wake up already? After Gongyi heard it, he looked at the hospital nurse and nodded. Okay, you can go first. Yes. By the way, wait a minute. The hospital nurse nodded, but was stopped by Gongyi as she was about to leave the office. Go and ask someone to inform the 3rd generation and tell him about this. Gongyi looked at the confused nurse and said. Understood, Director Gongyi. Hearing this, the hospital nurse immediately turn around and go down, ready to call the ninja guarding outside to inform. Not long. Inside Uchiha Sasuke's ward. Gongyi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the head of the EPUB family all came here. They naturally want to know who exactly destroyed the Uchiha family, at least there is a testimony here. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is naturally the suspicion of Konoha's core executives. And because of their high-ranking status, as long as they can't deny, then the whole Konoha village will return to peace. Gongyi, now can he wake up? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who got the news, looked at Sasuke Uchiha, who was lying on the hospital bed, and asked Gongyi again. Now everyone around is doing the same, and their eyes are on him. At present, although Uchiha Sasuke has appeared in a state of waking up, it is obvious that someone needs to guide him slowly. Sasuke was severely stimulated. Without the guidance of ninjas with superb medical ninjutsu, it would be difficult for Sasuke to recover from his own state. Almost all right. Seeing Sasuke's state, Gongyi stepped forward and put a hand on his head. Immediately, bursts of green light appeared on his hand. Gong Yi's previously sharp and domineering power has become soft. Wake up, Sasuke. Quote. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Sasuke began to show signs that he had opened his eyes. Next second, Sasuke has begun to slowly open his eyes, a pair of black eyes full of confusion at the moment. But, not waiting, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Uchiha Sasuke's face gradually became hideous. Uchiha Sasuke is obviously still in the memory of Itachi's Amaterasu before that, unable to extricate himself. But when Gong Yi slowly injected chakra into Uchiha Sasuke's body, he slowly calmed down and relieved a lot. Where is this? At this time, when Uchiha Sasuke's eyes slowly cleared, he noticed that he was no longer at home. This is a hospital, how is it better? With a faint smile on his face, Gong Yi retracted his hand and looked at Sasuke. Yeah, how is Sasuke now? Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also asked quickly. While secretly marveling at how extraordinary Gong Yi's medical ninjutsu really is, they are also fortunate that Sasuke Uchiha is fortunate to look good and there is nothing serious. Lord Gong Yi. The first thing Sasuke Uchiha saw was Gong Yi. Gong Yi, he knew him. Uchiha Itachi, but he didn't mention to him how powerful Gong Yi is. At this time, Sasuke was looking at the other side, and he also saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Sasuke, what happened that night, you? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Sasuke Uchiha was completely awake, and he also asked tentatively. Weasel. Uchiha Sasuke heard Sarutobi Hiruzen finish, and the whole person's emotions became excited. It was Itachi who did it, he killed the entire clan. A pair of dark eyes, now full of hatred at this moment. When Sasuke mentioned Itachi, he couldn't help but want to kill him himself. He obviously admired his brother like that, but now he feels that he has been deceived. Sasuke, who is still young, can no longer think about the rest of the things in his mind, and his whole person has uncontrollable anger. 1. Image of Tsukuyomi that Uchiha Itachi unleashed on him was still vivid in his mind, as if he had experienced it himself. Ferret. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if he didn't know anything, showed surprise on his face. Uchiha Itachi, could it be him? It was really Uchiha Itachi who did it. He actually killed the entire Uchiha clan. The others also had surprises on their faces. Before they were guessing and thought it was nothing, but now seeing Sasuke, one of the last survivors of Uchiha, has spoken out and everyone has believed. After all, this is only a child under 7 or 8 years old, and it is impossible for him to deceive them with great scheming now. Combined with the disappearance of Uchiha Itachi now, and there are some evidences that have shown that all this is really what Uchiha Itachi did. Chapter 302. Just around the corner. Time flies fast. Dazzling hurry, half a month has passed since the Uchiha clan went extinct. After Sasuke woke up at that time, he had already proved that Uchiha Itachi was the murderer of the genocide. Later, the root of Danzo was added, as well as the evidence that Anbu of Sarutobi Hiruzen collected intentionally or unintentionally. The end, the whole thing has been completely determined, and it is. Uchiha Itachi did it alone. At this point, the whole family genocide massacre has gradually faded away, and no one has mentioned it excessively. But even so, it seems that Konoha's core high-level side has avoided a storm, and thus successfully cut off the Uchiha family who want to coup. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is not very happy. On the contrary, he is very melancholy now. Hokage building, inside the office. 3 generations of adults, now the overall information is these, it can be confirmed. As for the rest, it's almost as you expected. An Anbu ninja left after bowing his head to report, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting there, frowning. Because of the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's power has been weakened by a large piece, and the entire 29 ninja continents have begun to hear the wind. Kumogakure village, Iwagakure Village, Sunagakure Village, etc., have begun to move, and some people are not very calm at first. After all, the power of the Uchiha clan is like thunder in the entire ninja world. Especially the dreaded Sharingan Tongli makes many people fearful. Now that they heard that the Uchiha clan was actually wiped out, they were naturally excited secretly. The weaker the Konoha village, the better for a village like them. And in the previous wars, because of Gong Yi's existence, Konoha got a lot of benefits. Now seeing that Konoha's strength has been invisibly weakened, many people have a tendency to move. In the eyes of the rest of the villages, Konoha village is now a fat and oily meat, and everyone wants to take a bite. And now, their chance will naturally come. These guys, did they still want to start a war now? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked bad. The Anbu ninja who just came here, reported him the movement of the rest of the village. And the series of information that he had obtained before has also been completely confirmed. In each ninja village, most of them have hidden spies. Konoha village is currently the strongest ninja village in the entire ninja continent, and their intelligence agencies cannot be underestimated. In the village outside, but also the location of Konoha's border at the moment, there are already many strange things. These days, Anbu in the village has also been sent out by himself a lot, just to suppress the surrounding. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the large and small pieces of information on the table, and in just a few days he seemed to have aged a lot. It seems that it is not easy to stop such a thing from happening now. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, feeling a little distressed. This is not to say that you can just think about it overnight. It's not an easy thing to effectively get a group of guys who are scheming against Konoha to give up on the premise of no war. Now even though it is Sarutobi Hiruzen, he can't help but feel a headache. Thinking about it for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already thought about it, and now it seems that just thinking about it by himself has no effect. Kakashi. Swish. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, and a man wearing an Anbu combat uniform and an animal mask appeared. 3 generations of adults, you call me. Kakashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked directly. Now as Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal Anbu member, he is naturally on call. You go and invite Gong Yi, I want to discuss some things with him. Yes. Kakashi nodded, the whole person immediately left the place. The leader of the palace. A whistling wind passed by. Hyuga Neji was sweating profusely in the yard, practicing taijutsu. Just came back from the ninja school today. Hyuga Neji has come here. From a very young age to today, Hyuga Neji has grown significantly taller. Day after day, year after year, Hyuga Neji has not missed a day of the practice Gong Yi entrusted to him. At this moment, he finally got rid of the boring exercise before. Although it is still not much better now, Hyuga Neji is very content. Phew. At this time, Hyuga Neji finally waved his arms twice, and the breathless whole person relaxed, no longer tense. Back, Hyuga Neji blinked, and a pair of white pupils now looked behind him. Mr. Gong Yi, how did I behave this time? Yes, it's a little bit better than the previous few days. Gong Yi sat there, quietly looked at Hyuga Neji and praised with a faint smile. Really? Hyuga Neji heard Gong Yi's rare compliment, and the whole person couldn't help but say with joy, Teacher Gong Yi, don't worry, I will work harder and harder. I want to be like Teacher Gong Yi, and become a ninja who will make the whole ninja world tremble. Gong Yi nodded when he heard the words. He stood up and walked in front of Hyuga Neji. Although Hyuga Neji is a lot taller than before, it is still a lot worse according to Gong Yi. Out his hand, Gong Yi touched Hyuga Neji's head, and said slowly, take care not to be impatient on the way to 320 in Teishu. Everything must be done gradually, so that you can progress slowly, and you will naturally become stronger over time. Hyuga Neji looked up at Gong Yi, nodded and said, I understand Teacher Gong Yi. Don't worry, I will train according to your instructions. Gong-yi looked at Hyuga Neji's sensible appearance, smiled and continued. And practice the physical skills I told you before. Good. Hyuga Neji didn't say that he was tired. Hearing Gong-yi finished speaking, he stepped forward, waving his arms to continue training. Gong-ling, you stay here and watch Neji, I'll go out. Gong-yi looked outside with a half-smile. Now he had already sensed that someone was coming to the door. Master, don't worry, Neji can have me here. Standing behind Gong-yi, nodded and replied Gong-yi. There was no trace of indifference in his tone. 4. Gong-yi, Gong-ling is naturally completely different from the rest of the people. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Gong-yi didn't say more, the whole person immediately disappeared. Kakashi, do you have anything to ask me? Next second. When Gong-yi reappears, he has already come to Kakashi's side. Chapter 303. Shocking, 3rd. Kakashi, do you have anything to ask me? A voice suddenly appeared next to Kakashi. Kakashi's expression changed immediately after the mask. Looking to the side, Dean Gong-yi. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead involuntarily. Kakashi just arrived here and has been waiting for Gong-yi to call him in. He didn't know when Gong-yi actually appeared. And the speed of this unknowing has already made him a little terrified. Speed. Faster. I had seen Gong-yi's speed once before, but now he is more skilled than the last time. What's wrong? When Gong-yi saw Kakashi lost for a while, he immediately asked. Hearing the voice, Kakashi came back to his senses and said quickly, President Gong-yi, Lord 3 Generations, please come over. Stop thinking about it. At this time, Kakashi, with the subtle influence of time, was in awe of Gong-yi. The blood of youth and ignorance has disappeared. In this world where the strong are respected, Kakashi bowed his head and put away his pride, and did not dare to offend Gong-yi too much. 3 generations. Gong-yi murmured to himself, then looked at Kakashi again. What happened to the 3 generations of the Uchiha family, isn't it all over? Kakashi nodded. The matter of the Uchiha clan is almost over. But Kakashi looked at Gong-yi hesitantly, and then continued, because of the Uchiha family, there may be some chain reaction now, and the 3rd generation should be because of this. Kakashi looked at Gong-yi and told him one-sidedly what he knew. Now the specific situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not talk to him in detail. And there are some things that each Anbu member needs to keep secret, so Kakashi doesn't know much. I told him about these general things, and added some inferences by myself. Oh, the chain reaction after the Uchiha clan. Gong-yi didn't ask any more questions. Some things will be known to Akatsuki when they reach the 3rd generation, so Gong-yi looked at Kakashi and said, I know, you go back first. Good. Kakashi nodded happily and immediately disappeared. Main purpose is to transmit Sarutobi Hiruzen, and there are no other things. Now that the news has arrived, there is no need for Kakashi to stay for a long time. After a while. Hokage Building Office. Gong-yi is now sitting on Sarutobi Day. Call me here, what's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen with a complicated face in front of him. Gong-yi hid something. The matter of the Uchiha family has been around for a long time now, and the voices of suspicion have disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Gong-yi, and said slowly from the beginning, although it seems that the storm has passed, I didn't expect it to be just the beginning. Well, what do you mean is that there are villages outside, and they start to think about the destruction of the Uchiha clan to disturb Konoha. When Gong-yi heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say this, after that, he already knew about it in his heart. There is no doubt that Konoha is powerful. But he is powerful, that is. So powerful that there are many families within him. The Uchiha family, as the family that once founded the Konoha with the Senju family, is not to mention their strength. The terrifying Mangekyo Sharingan has become the nightmare of many enemies. And because of their existence, many villages feel a little troublesome. But now it's different. Now the prosperous and tyrannical Uchiha clan, they have been completely exterminated. So while Konoha is suffering a lot, and it's still in civil strife because of this, it's a good opportunity for the rest of the village. I can't say what will happen to Konoha, but there are a lot of benefits. Yes, I have already obtained a lot of information here. Seeing that Gongyi understood it simply by mentioning it himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him and said, the information here is basically true, and most of the anomalies in the periphery are the same as those described in the information. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen finish speaking, Gongyi smiled lightly. In fact, you can already think of it. Gongyi isn't showing any surprise now. Konoha has benefited a lot from previous wars, and now it's normal for the family to want to make things worse. Thoughts came to this point. Gongyi didn't say much, but asked, so what do you want to do next? It's a bit difficult. We can't go to war anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, looked at Gongyi obviously with some distress and said, in this situation, Gongyi, how do you think we should resolve this matter? He found Gongyi to come here today, that is to say, he wanted to hear his opinion. After all, many times in Konoha's crisis, Gongyi turned the tide. It's simple. Hearing that, Gongyi raised the corners of his mouth and showed a smile. He is very indifferent now, in contrast to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is incomparable. Gongyi sat in front of him, and it was so light and calm, as if this matter was trivial to him. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who frowned, asked, Gongyi, what do you mean? Do something to shock them and let them know that I still have people in Konoha. Gongyi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said slowly, as long as you show Konoha's powerful strength, these villages will naturally be honest. Even without the Uchiha family, Konoha is still not something they can control. Awesome. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Gongyi finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat, and his face was thoughtful. Yes. After Gongyi's suggestion, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood. That's right, it's shocking. Gongyi nodded and continued to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay, now in the surrounding villages, the reason why those guys are moving around is because they feel that Konoha's power has been weakened by more than half. Smile, Gongyi knocked on the table in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then now Konoha village is showing strength again, or inadvertently showing some strength, then this matter, I am afraid it can be self-defeating. It's a good idea, but how to show strength without provoking war, we have to think about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Gongyi with admiration. The young man in front of me, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very afraid of him, but I have to say that he is really the Jinchuriki column of Konoha. The powerful and tyrannical him is also completely stronger than the current self in terms of solving some things. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also had to sigh with emotion. He used to think that Gongyi was too young and did not do enough things. Prudent. Now that I think about it, he is thick and thin. Chapter 304. Another Mizukage ceremony, 4th update. This shock is indeed a good idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his eyes, looked at Gongyi and continued to ask, I don't know about Gongyi, do you have any? A good way to shock the surrounding. The villages that are just about to move. Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown was relieved a lot at this moment, obviously he agrees with Gongyi's opinion. After all, under the current state of affairs, there is really no good way for opinions other than what Gongyi said. To use the ninja army again to create war, and there is no need to be taken advantage of by some villages. Gongyi's seemingly normal thinking is indeed a simple and rude solution to many problems. Recently, in the rest of the ninja village, are there any big trends? Gongyi thought for a while, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. At present, in addition to some villages want to be detrimental to our Konoha, there should be a Mizukage inauguration ceremony in the village of Kurigakure, and we have already received the news. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and replied. Other than that, there is nothing to do. have you thought of a good solution now? Seeing Gong Yi's indifferent face, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him expectantly. Maybe now Gong Yi can be able to solve all this. Inauguration ceremony of Mizukage and Kurigakure village. Well, the 5th-generation Mizukage Terumime ascending ceremony is too simple. 320. After gaining the trust of the daimyo, the Land of Water intends to hold a grand ceremony for her to take office again. Of a village and the most powerful person in the country of water. The corner of Gong Yi's mouth. A smile. Now there is a good opportunity in front of you. Then you might as well speak and listen. Since it's shocking, it's impossible for us in Konoha to really walk past village by village like that. Gong Yi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said slowly, this would be very stupid and not efficient at all. Then what do you mean? It's very simple. Then we will send a Konoha mission to Kurigakure village to congratulate. Smile. Gong Yi had already thought of a very good idea. The last time Mizukage from Kurigakure village came to Konoha, this time we can go there for the reason of a return visit. Furthermore, now we can take advantage of the inauguration ceremony of Mizukage and Kurigakure village, and we can also send a mission to congratulate them. After all, we can't be the only mission from Konoha, and missions from other villages may also come here. First, I want to take the opportunity to check the strength of the rebuilt Kurigakure village. Second, maybe we also need to see how our Konoha village is doing now. Gong Yi didn't talk nonsense, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued, as long as you show the tyrannical power of Konoha in front of the rest of the embassies, let them see that even though the Uchiha clan no longer exists, Konoha. It is still not something they can shake. In this case, it will be easy to dispel their idea, and it will simply shock them, so that they will not dare to act rashly. Hearing Gong Yi finish speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up and nodded without speaking. Obviously, Gong Yi just listened to this opinion, and is also considering it. That's right. Now, although what Gong Yi said is really good, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided not to be happy. A long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Gong Yi with a soothing face. Okay. Just do as you said. After speaking, he picked up the cigarette bag again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the whole person is now looking at Gong Yi, and he is not as apprehensive as before. Thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen also thought about it just now, and said again, in this case, Gong Yi, I have decided to let you serve as the mission, on behalf of our Konoha, go to Kurigakure village to congratulate. Since it is a shock. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally decided to let Gong Yi go and tell everyone on behalf of the whole Konoha village. Although the Uchiha family was destroyed, their own Konoha village still has this man who can suppress the ninja world. The strongest ninja Gong Yi, but still, they Konoha. As for, now serving as a mission to deter other large villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not only. I see and think of a second person other than Gong Yi. Obviously, Gong Yi is the best choice right now. Maybe with Gong Yi's appearance, basically nothing needs to be done. Maybe a group of people from the big village will give up the idea. Thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen has decided that as long as Gong Yi agrees, then Konoha's problem this time will be solved. Let me take the mission to the village of Kurigakure. Gong Yi heard Sarutobi Hiruzen finish, looked at him and asked. That's right, now maybe the whole of Konoha, and only you can do it to shock the outer village. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not ordering Gong Yi, but discussing with him, do you think? Now my opinion is acceptable. Now he no longer regards Gong Yi as a subordinate ninja that his subordinates call on and go. Furthermore, even if he gave Gong Yi an order, if he didn't obey him, there was nothing Sarutobi Hiruzen could do. Then, forming evil, Sarutobi Hiruzen should respect Gong Yi and follow his own will. Silence for a moment. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen finish speaking, Gong Yi didn't answer, but sat there thinking about it. After a long time, Gong Yi nodded. If that's the case, that's all it can do. Still choose to agree. Of course, it's not all about helping Sarutobi Hiruzen right now. Now that the reconstruction of Kurigakure village has been completed and Terumi Mei has also taken up the post of Mizukage, Gong Yi is naturally a little selfish. And now the things explained by the clone have also progressed. This time, I can meet with him through the opportunity of being a mission, and then get some information about the power of Jinchuriki column. Can save yourself a lot of time and trouble. In this way, Gong Yi decided that this time he would personally lead the mission and go to the village of Kurigakure. Okay, that would be great. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the silent Gong Yi agree, and his face also showed a smile. Obviously, now that Gong Yi can agree to serve as the mission, it's a huge help for Konoha. Originally Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Gong Yi's appearance before, but he was still worried that if Gong Yi refused, he would have nothing to do. Looking at it now, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally let go of his heart, and immediately he looked at Gong Yi and continued, "Then this time Gong Yi will serve as a member of the mission with you, and it will be up to you to choose." Sarutobi Hiruzen released the power and did not ask for someone to follow Gong Yi. Now that Gong Yi has agreed, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply handed over the selection of personnel to Gong Yi. After all, if he were to arrange whoever and whoever, he might also make Gong Yi feel unhappy. Yes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen finish speaking, Gong Yi did not refuse, he nodded and agreed. Chapter 305. They are all acquaintances. A day later. Now the village of Konoha has gradually returned to normal. After the turmoil of the Uchiha family's extermination, everyone has gradually forgotten. Uchiha Itachi is also listed as missing nin and wanted by Konoha. Matter with Sarutobi Hiruzen yesterday, Gong Yi went back to make arrangements. As the mission of Kurigakure village is naturally not an easy task, and it is not an easy task to set off. And today Gong Yi still has something to do, so he didn't leave in a hurry. It's true to be shocked, but it's impossible to put aside all the surrounding villages in a day or two. Ninja School. Sun is shining brightly, and it is very lively here. Today is a new batch of students who have successfully passed the exam and become the genin of Konoha village. And now outside the ninja school, a grand graduation ceremony has begun. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, even came to the scene to witness them. There are many people standing outside the school fence. Some are the parents of the students, and some are people who are watching the excitement. Soon, each ninja teacher will hand over the forehead guard representing the identity of the ninja to each student. Faces were filled with joy, and they were all proud to have finally become ninjas. However, in the crowd of students here, a white-haired boy didn't care about this, but was looking around. The white-haired boy is very special, with a pair of green pupils and 2 yuhi dots between his eyebrows, which are very conspicuous among this group of students. Kimimaro, it's your turn. At this time, a student standing next to him called out to him. Kimimaro looked over and saw that it was time for him to receive the Konoha forehead protection. Shaking his head, Kimimaro's face was a little disappointed. Mr. Gong Yi seems to have something to do, so he shouldn't be able to come. Thoughts here, Kimimaro stepped forward quickly, preparing to accept the ceremony of handing over the forehead. That's right. Today is Kimimaro's successful graduation day. However, Gong Yi had promised him to come here, and he would personally hand over the forehead protection for him. But Kimimaro looked around, except the parents of other students, there was no sign of Gong Yi. Walking to the front, Kimimaro has already stretched out his hand, ready to grab the forehead guard in the ninja teacher's hand. Sorry for being a little late. However, at this time, a soft and familiar voice appeared, causing Kimimaro to raise his head. I didn't know when. The teacher Chunin just now was standing next to him, and Gong Yi was smiling at him with the Konoha's forehead in his hand. Gong, Teacher Gong Yi. Kimimaro's slightly disappointed expression flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that Gong Yi actually came. Look, it's Lord Gong Yi. It's really Lord Gong Yi. The crowd here, seeing Gong Yi coming in person, just handed the Konoha forehead to Kimimaro, all showing envious faces. Especially a group of these students who are about to graduate, they are already familiar with Gongyi's deeds, and everyone is striving for Gongyi as a goal. Now their eyes lit up when they saw Kimimaro taking the Konoha forehead guard from Gongyi's hand. The people around, they also set their eyes on Gongyi, and their eyes were mostly respectful, without any negative emotions mixed in. Gongyi has a different meaning to the whole of Konoha now. Then you will be a ninja, but you must always remember what I said at the beginning. Gongyi smiled and patted Kimimaro's head, and said to him indifferently. Yes. Kimimaro nodded and looked at Gongyi with radiant eyes. I won't let Mr. Gongyi down. Dazzling, half a day has passed. The whole lively graduation ceremony is coming to an end. After Gongyi came here, he did not leave, but came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, because of Gongyi's arrival, it made everyone around feel the meaning, different. The entire graduation ceremony was unforgettable for many people. A few days later. The gate of Konoha village. At this moment, 7 or 8 are standing quietly here, a ninja. Each of them wore ninja combat uniforms and carried a backpack. Apparently, there is already a task and it is ready to be executed. But this time, they didn't immediately leaving, but quietly waiting for someone. Is everyone here? At this time, a voice appeared, and when everyone followed the voice, Gongyi and Kimimaro were already standing in front of them. Lord Gongyi, we are all ready. Yuhi in the team, after she saw Gongyi, her face showed an undisguised admiration. That's right, Lord Gongyi, I already feel. My youth is boiling and burning. Might Guy also looked at Gongyi, showing a white and shining smile. Saying that, I didn't forget to give Gongyi a thumbs up. At the same time, when the two of them finished talking, Asuma, who was on the other side, also nodded to Gongyi. He didn't look like he was competing with Gongyi at the beginning, but now Asuma has grown older, Asuma has become a lot more mature and stable. And as Gongyi's strength has become more and more terrifying, even though it is Asuma, there is a lot of respect for Gongyi in his eyes. Although I was not in Konoha village at the beginning, I followed the daimyo and heard a lot of Gongyi's deeds. Now Asuma is facing Gongyi, more admiration. It was incredible that a civilian ninja had risen step by step, and now it is so powerful. Yes, now that you are all ready, let's go. Nodding, Gongyi smiled, looked at a few people and said. These people were selected by Gongyi to visit Kurigakure village this time. Of course, the few people in front of them were naturally not chosen at random. The team of 7 or 8 people, represented by Asuma, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, are all very good young generation. Like Yuanfei Esma, who is now a very good jonin in Konoha. There is also Might Guy, who is also very skilled in physical skills. Demonic Illusion by Kurenai Yuhi, is equally good. These weak guys had basically grown up unconsciously. Taking them this time, Gongyi naturally wants to show those who are conspiring against Konoha. The younger generation of Konoha is still very strong. As for Kimimaro, it was specially brought by Gongyi. He has just graduated from the ninja school, and he really needs to hone. Just this time, Gongyi chose to bring him with him. Enter. Chapter 306. Kurigakure Visiting Group. The wind blows gently. The weather outside Konoha village is exceptionally good today. Looking up at the sky is cloudless and the sun is shining brightly. Surrounding air is fresh and refreshing, and the warm sunlight is reflected in the jungle, making people feel extra comfortable. I have to say, Konoha is really powerful. Similarly, it is also very eye-catching. Yuhi. While on the way with the visit and others, Gongyi looked at the dense jungle resources around him, and his thoughts were light. These resources in front of you are enough to feed a lot of people, and at the same time, more ninjas can appear indirectly. A virtuous circle, isn't it? Lord Gongyi, we are about to reach the port. At this time, Sarutobi Asuma, who was next to Gong Yi, reminded him. Well. Nodding his head, Gong Yi has seen the surrounding woods begin to thin out. Ahead, should be, 3220. It should be, a large open area. The speed of the few of them was not slow. After leaving Konoha village, Gong Yi and the others had already crossed the entire area and arrived at the edge of the fire country in just half a day. Everyone dodged a few times, and they had already stopped on the sturdy tall tree. Gong Yi looked in front of him, and then, a few hundred meters away, was the port of the Land of Fire. Because the village of Kurigakure belongs to the category of the Country of Water, it is not built on the Ninja continent. This time, it is no longer possible to travel regularly, but it must be reached by boat. Let's go. He took the people behind him to leave, and when he reappeared, Gong Yi had already appeared in front of the port. Because when the Uchiha clan was exterminated and the rest of the ninja village was a little restless, the entire Konoha village and even the outskirts of the Country of Fire were in a state of martial law. This port is no exception, and all are strictly guarded by the ninjas who guard here. Of course, these martial orders are strictly observed, and will not have any effect on Gong Yi and the others. Gong Yi first appeared here. The ninja guarding the port in front had already greeted him. Master Gong Yi. Seeing the appearance of Gong Yi and others, several guard ninjas were not surprised. Not long ago, they had been informed that Gong Yi would come here with a visit. On the other hand, the port ninjas were also in an uproar around them. Look, Lord Gong Yi is here. Our dark blue devil in Konoha is really different. It's really Lord Gong Yi. I was still there. I saw him from a distance on the battlefield. When this Konoha's deep blue devil. After appearing, the entire peaceful port was shaken by a great uproar. Some Konoha ninjas have participated in previous wars, know him, and now they are very hot. Konoha ninjas who have been here for a long time, they are all strange. After all, Gong Yi's deeds have spread all over the continent, and they all want to see Gong Yi's true face with their own eyes. Lord Gong Yi, you are welcome. At this time, a ninja wearing a Jonin vest appeared directly in front of Gong Yi's eyes. With an awe-inspiring smile on his face, he looked at Gong Yi to make way. We have already made arrangements, please, Lord Gong Yi. Who were guarding here also got out of the way. Apparently the name is Jonin, who is in charge of the entire port. Now he, looking a little stern, is obviously a person who is not very easy to get along with. But at this moment, he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect towards Gong Yi. He was very enthusiastic. Well. Gong Yi nodded, and there was no turbulence on his face. Kurigakure village on behalf of Konoha village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has already informed everything in the Country of Fire. Gong Yi is not surprised by this. As for Yuan Fei, Asuma and the others, they didn't say anything, they just quietly followed behind Gong Yi. Soon, under the leadership of the port Jonin, a group of them had entered the port. With the gaze of a group of ninjas and civilians around, Gong Yi and others could see the ships docked on the coast. Master Gong Yi, this is the ship. Jonin, who was in charge of the port, looked at Gong Yi cautiously, and asked him, "It's still a long time, Lord Gong Yi, do you want to rest here first, and then set off?" As for Gong Yi, who is famous throughout the ninja continent, Jonin, who is in charge of the port, also dare not speculate too much. He is now afraid that the sentence is wrong, which will lead to Gong Yi in front of him. Of course. Now he is also thinking too much. Gong Yi doesn't care about these. Instead, he looks at the big ship in front of him. The ship moored on the shore in front of him is not small, and it is more than enough to carry his visit. And its specifications are very high. Even if Gong Yi doesn't know much about boats, it can be seen that its cost will definitely not be low. Not only because of its huge size, but also its overall construction material is very strong and high-end. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very attentive to his trip this time. At least in these day-to-day aspects, he has given himself high treatment. Shaking his head and smiling, Gong Yi came back to his senses, looked at the Jonin in charge of the port with a light expression, and said slowly, "There is no need to rest, we will set off now." "Ming, I understand Lord Gong Yi." Seeing that Gong Yi was not as difficult to get along with as he thought, the name Jonin was also unnaturally relieved. A moment. He didn't talk nonsense, and quickly invited Gong Yi and others to the prepared boat. Coming to the deck, the interior of the whole ship is not small, and there are dozens of rooms for people to rest. The entire facility is fully equipped, completely, and ordinary ships are at two extremes. In charge of sailing here is also a veteran who is familiar with the entire route to Kurigakure village. Gong Yi is not worried about this point. He and the others just need to cross the sea with peace of mind. Around, Gong Yi said a few words to Jonin behind him, and was ready to set off. Hula, big one painted with the Konoha logo. The 6 sails are rising, and the huge ship has slowly set sail. Okay, let's go and rest for a while. Seeing that the big ship had left the shore and started to ride the wind and waves, Gong Yi looked at the visiting members who were following him, smiled and said, "The land of fire is still a long way from the land of water, so wait until soon. When I arrive, I will explain some things to you." "Understood, Lord Gong Yi." Several ninjas who visited nodded, all of them immediately. "Left here. What's wrong with Asuma? You still have something to do." After Gong Yi saw everyone leave, Yuanfei Asuma was left standing there. He asked. Gong Yi actually felt that the whole way, Yuanfei Asuma's face was full of worries. Chapter 307. Who is he? Lord Gong Yi, there are some things, let's go in and talk. Sarutobi Asuma looked around, looked at Gong Yi and said. Gong Yi didn't speak, nodded. Dia entered the ship. Gong Yi chose a very quiet room. "Tell me, what's wrong?" Entering the house, Gong Yi sat down and asked Sarutobi Asuma. "Master Gong Yi, this is for you." Sarutobi Asuma also sat down, took out a small scroll in his arms and handed it to Gong Yi. Gong Yi opened the scroll that Sarutobi Asuma handed over, a look of confusion on his face. This is a scroll that records ninjutsu. The principle is somewhat similar to the Book of Seals I read in Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's just that this is a reduced version, and what is recorded in it is not some miscellaneous forbidden technique. It records all futon wind-style ninjutsu. Some are familiar to Gong Yi, and some are secret spells of the futon wind-style attribute that Gong Yi has not heard of. Gong Yi knows that this futon wind-style ninjutsu, which he has never heard of since 29, should be the secret technique of Yuanfei's clan. Secret art, naturally, refers to those powerful ninjutsu that can be unleashed without Kekkei Genkei's premise. However, although secret techniques are very powerful, they are generally inherited within their respective families and will not be spread outside at all. It's like the shadow technique of the Nara family in Konoha village, the doubling technique of the Akamichi family, and the weird spiritual ninjutsu of the Yamanaka family. Basically, they are all things from their respective families, which are never passed on. These days, the futon wind style type of ninjutsu that I have never seen before must have been inherited by the Sarutobi clan alone. The scroll in front of Gong Yi's eyes seems to be densely packed with futon wind style ninjutsu. But together, they are not as valuable as a few of them. So it is enough to see that it is very difficult for ordinary people to obtain such a family-inherited secret technique. Putting the scroll away slowly, Gong Yi thought of something, and looked at Sarutobi Asuma with a faint smile. "I'm still brooding over that incident." Gong Yi put the scroll on the table and didn't immediately put it away, but continued, "Or should I say, you really haven't given up wanting this answer." "That's right, Lord Gong Yi. I really want to know who killed my brother." When Gong Yi finished speaking, Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists and said to Gong Yi with a solemn face. Hearing Sarutobi Asuma finish speaking, Gong Yi smiled. As expected, the third generation still didn't tell you about it? I tried to ask again when I came back from Lord Gongyi last time. Sarutobi Asuma nodded and bit Kiba and said, his whole person was obviously unwilling to give up. But father, he has always maintained an attitude of not telling me. Hehe, I actually still want to tell you that what my father did for the third generation is correct. Gongyi shrugged, looking at Sarutobi Asuma, who was very persistent. He continued. Even though you have grown rapidly in Konoha, I still want to tell you that your strength is still very weak. When Sarutobi Asuma heard this, he still looked solemn and replied without giving up. Lord Gongyi, but I have brought you all the futon, wind-style ninjutsu collected by our family according to your original conditions. Sarutobi Asuma said for a while, and looked at Gongyi with a mixed face. There is also a collection of our Yuanfei family, for the futon, wind-style, secret technique created by futon, wind-style alone. But at this moment Sarutobi Asuma still did not give up, but he couldn't help being hit by Gongyi's words just now. The clenched fist, the blood vessels have been exposed at this moment. Obviously he is very unwilling to accept the reality. At the beginning, his strength was not enough, but now he already thinks that he has become very strong. But Gongyi just said, his strength is still very weak. Although Sarutobi Asuma is very calm, such a blow made him feel uncomfortable. A moment. Gongyi sealed the scroll on the table and put it away. Since you really want to know, then of course I won't break my promise. Thinking about it, Gongyi naturally had no reason to reject Sarutobi Asuma. Since he was still so persistent, Gongyi decided to tell him. In fact, it has been a long time since I knew it. Gongyi even thought that Sarutobi Asuma had given up, but he found out today that he still remembers it all the time. At the beginning, Sarutobi Asuma was just from Guardian Ninja 12. After disbanding and returning to Konoha. When he learned of the death of his brother and sister-in-law, he wanted to take revenge. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not reveal any information to him at all. Kakashi brought him over to find him in desperation. Well, Gongyi naturally couldn't really tell him, so he made a request to him. That is to use the Sarutobi clan to collect all the futon, wind-style ninjutsu as a price, and tell him again. Did not expect. So long, it turns out that Sarutobi Asuma still remembers. Not until today that he asked himself this matter again. However, you have to think about it. Gongyi regained his senses, looked at Sarutobi Asuma, and continued, this enemy is not as simple as you think. Your brother led a small team of excellent ninjas, but they were all killed by him alone, and his strength is still unmatched by you. Hearing Gongyi's last question, Sarutobi Asuma nodded heavily and said, okay, Lord Gongyi, please tell me. Seeing that 8320 Asuma had already shown his decision, Gongyi stopped talking nonsense with him and said slowly, he is a ninja from Sunagakur village in the Land of Winds. It's actually the Land of Wind. The ninja of Sunagakur village. Sarutobi Asuma was obviously taken aback when he heard this, completely unexpected. Nodding his head, Gongyi continued, but he has now become a missing nin, and what I know so far is that he joined the Akatsuki who attacked Konoha before. Class missing nin, Akatsuki. Sarutobi Asuma frowned, feeling a little grim. Akatsuki, he knows something. A mysterious organization that gathers many terrifying ninjas and is very powerful. If Gongyi hadn't suppressed them, the entire Konoha would have suffered heavy losses. As for the missing nin, Sarutobi Asuma understands this term very well. Who can become missing nin are almost all ninjas who have left their village for some reason. And the group of guys who are classified as missing nin is the more terrifying existence. Who is he? Gongyi looked at him half smiling, and said playfully, after you have this information, you should be able to tell who he is, right? Asuma pursed her lips, and a name came to her mind. Chapter 308. What are you doing when you are 12 years old? Sasori of the Red Sand. Known as the genius puppet stylist in the ninja continent. He is also the grandson of Chiyo, the consultant of Sunagakure village in the Land of Wind. His attainment of puppets is rumored to have been surpassed by no one. At this time, Sarutobi Asuma had already blurted out, and information about him appeared in his mind. Yes, you guessed correctly. Gong Yi smiled, nodded and replied, it was Sasori of the Red Sand who killed your brother's team of one excellent ninja. Sasori of the Red Sand. Naturally, there is no need to question his strength. I had even fought with him at the beginning. Although he can easily suppress him, it does not mean that others can easily suppress him. Now about some information about Sasori of the Red Sand. The entire ninja world is only a general knowledge. Some specific things, I am afraid that apart from Gong Yi himself knows, no one can know Akatsuki in detail. Sasori of the Red Sand, his ability to create puppets is not as simple as everyone thinks. In addition to his ability to create some puppets of different sizes, he even has the ability to transform the dead into puppets. In the entire ninja continent have such means, it is estimated that only Sasori of the Red Sand can do it. This humanoid puppet is naturally not under the overall planning scope. It refers to Sasori of the Red Sand. He can create the puppet with its chakra attached to it. In this way, the human-shaped puppet he created can completely retain all the ninjutsu and ninjutsu before his life. Kekkei Genkei, S. Thinking of this, Gong Yi twitched the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile, looked at Sarutobi Asuma, who had a complicated expression on his face, and said, Asuma, I know why your father and I both think your strength, is it not enough to support your revenge? Having said this, Gong Yi continued to slowly continue, and you should know by now, why your father's 3 generations have been refusing to tell you the truth of the matter. Yes. Sarutobi Asuma didn't know how to answer Gong Yi, and he felt a little helpless sitting here. But immediately, Sarutobi Asuma retorted with some dissatisfaction, although it can't be done now, it doesn't mean it can't be done in the future. Hee. As soon as Sarutobi Asuma finished speaking, Gong Yi smiled again. Asuma, Sasori of the Red Sand is not as simple as you think. Only in his 20s, he can become a missing nin, and everyone in the ninja continent will turn his back on him. The first-hand puppet technique is unparalleled, and Akatsuki, who is all made up of high-level missing nin, is added. Gong Yi turned to Sarutobi Asuma and said the information about Sasori of the Red Sand here. He paused for a while, looked at Sarutobi Asuma with a half-smile, as if he remembered something, and said, forgot to tell you. Seeing Gong Yi's appearance, Sarutobi Asi solves. Sasori of the Red Sand had 3 generations of Kazekage at the age of 12. Gong Yi didn't stop, but said word by word, and also made him a unique humanoid puppet in the whole ninja world. Said this, Gong Yi stared at the ape and asked slowly, then Asuma, what were you doing when you were 12 years old? Quote. The scene was silent. Sarutobi Asuma felt a sense of powerlessness when he was horrified by the information in Gong Yi's mouth. Yes. Although now I know all this, it was Sasori of the Red Sand who did it. However, how can someone who can be called a missing nin be so simple that an ordinary guy understands it himself? But if Gong Yi didn't say it just now, then he is still there, foolishly thinking that everything will be solved. Rank missing nin, how can Sarutobi Asuma, who he can defeat, know clearly that Sasori of the Red Sand is already a guy who can threaten the safety of Ninja Village? 4. Rank missing nin. Generally, the guys with the important information of the original Ninja Village on their bodies, they are not so scary. But the other is, they have stolen or cracked the forbidden technique in the village, and guys with all kinds of great talents or powers, they defected from the Ninja Village. This is what makes people feel so terrifying. Through Gong Yi's intelligence, Sarutobi Asuma can clearly know. The strength of Sasori of the Red Sand is completely beyond the scope of normal ninjas. Sarutobi Asuma thought of this, and the words of Gong Yi came to mind. Sasori of the Red Sand. At the age of 12, he assassinated 3 generations of Kazekage, and when he was 12, he was probably still under the protection of his father, carrying out some insignificant, even some ridiculous tasks. Gap. Sarutobi Asuma has started to realize and understand why Gongyi said those words before. Facing such an enemy by oneself, it is no longer possible to contend with this only strength. I am not as arrogant as Gongyi. With the power of contempt, naturally Sasori of the Red Sand is a fatal threat to me. Okay, now you can understand this. That's it. Seeing Sarutobi Asuma's dejected appearance, Gongyi shook his head and said lightly, as for other things, it's not something you can think about for the time being. Now Gongyi, he naturally didn't let Sarutobi Asuma sink deeper and deeper. The next step is to arrive at Kurigakure village to visit and congratulate. Sarutobi Asuma has a distressed face, which is naturally unrealistic. Therefore, with such negative emotions, Gongyi does not want Sarutobi Asuma to continue to appear. Ming, I understand Lord Gongyi. Nodding, Sarutobi Asuma heard Gongyi finish, and the whole person immediately recovered in the haze. Now he naturally knows. Priorities of some things, Sarutobi Asuma is clear. Next, he will represent the village of Konoha, the son of his father Hokage, to go to the village of Kurigakure. The way I look now is really not suitable for me. Sarutobi Asuma has matured, not as naive as before. He had already received a lot of tempering in the land of fire. Some big and small things have also made Sarutobi Asuma recognize a lot of reality. Slowly I have come out in my own emotions. Sarutobi Asuma is no longer embarrassed and unable to revolving heaven, but looked at Gongyi with the calm face before. Master Gongyi, I already know what you said. Standing up, Sarutobi Asuma didn't stay long, and finally said a few words to Gongyi, and immediately out. At the same time, here Sarutobi Asuma just walked out. Gongyi's eyes turned to the other side. 2. Chapter 309. Pointing. After Sarutobi Asuma left, Gongyi could clearly perceive that not far from the other side of him, he could feel the power of the 8 inner gates. Has it progressed so much? Feeling this power, Gongyi smiled and praised to himself. Presumably now that the mission is done like this, and the people who can seize the free time to practice, there is no one else except Might Guy. At the beginning, he had also taught him a lot of skills. In fact, if you think about it, Might Guy can be regarded as half of his apprentice. Thinking of this, Gongyi stood up. The whole person immediately disappeared. The rear of the ship's deck. This is a spacious location with no facilities other than the surrounding high platforms and guardrails. Apparently, this is for people on board to enjoy the sea view. But at this moment, accompanied by a whistling sound of breaking through the sky, you can see a person practicing physical art there. I saw him with a watermelon head, thick eyebrows, a green tights, and Konoha's forehead guard around his waist. The man with such a special and strange taste is one of Gongyi's visiting members, Might Guy. At this time, he is still practicing. Although there is a task in hand now, and the rest of the people are recharging their energy, Might Guy is indeed 320 who refuses to waste such time, and he continues to wave his arms. Fist. Out of the leg. Quick and powerful taijutsu is constantly being released by him. With a sharp sound of breaking the sky, Might Guy has already achieved a very high level of taijutsu. You can't waste this great youth. It seems that you need to strengthen training. Might Guy, who was already sweaty, was still throwing his fists and legs at this moment, and the whole person kept talking. Swish. This time, when Might Guy is still immersed in the joy of training. While in the middle, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It's fast. Almost in a state of elusiveness. Now, if the shadow had not appeared beside him in person, Might Guy felt that he couldn't detect it at all. A change of face. Might Guy's aura suddenly erupted, immediately. One turned around and punched the figure. This natural reaction of the body made him unconsciously shoot. The speed is not slow, and you can even hear the sound of breaking through the air. If someone is hit by Might Guy's punch now, even if they don't die, they will definitely not be able to take it. But, wait, Might Guy is confident of his own blow, and hears a muffled sound. Then, there is silence all around. The punch he just punched was not in vain, but a real bombardment on the figure's body. But Might Guy was stunned. He felt that he didn't hit him just now, but hit an indestructible steel. Was extremely hard, and even he felt his fist being shaken, and at this moment, it was directly reflected on his entire arm through a chain reaction. Guy, it seems that your current practice results have made great progress. Front of Might Guy now, he looked at him with a faint smile. Gong, Lord Gong Yi. Might Guy also reacted at this time. The figure that suddenly appeared was Gong Yi. Can't believe it. Now Might Guy swallowed and looked at his fist. Gong Yi is just standing there, holding a finger against the violent punch he just received. My arm hurts now, and Gong Yi is standing there without moving. Especially, seeing Gong Yi's calm face, Might Guy felt even more terrifying. It's not a level of existence at all. Too awesome. Might Guy slowly retracted his arm, and immediately his eyes shone brightly. This is youth, so this is youth. Now I want to catch up with Lord Gong Yi. It seems that the road is still very long. Said that, Might Guy's whole body has already revealed a twitching look at the corners of his mouth. Cough. When Gong Yi saw Might Guy's appearance, he also immediately asked, Guy, how is the 8 inner gates going now? Hearing Gong Yi asking himself, Might Guy also came back to his senses at this time, and immediately replied, after Mr. Gong Yi's previous instructions, if you really want to force it now, you can already open the 7th door. Can you open the 7th door? Hearing Might Guy's answer, Gong Yi was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, Might Guy can already do this step. It seems that hard work can really catch up with talent. The 8 inner gates, there are Open Gate, Hue Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Do Gate, Jing Gate, and Death Gate. Now that Might Guy can open the door to shock, he can basically become a complete master of the 8 inner gates. Even it seems that Might Guy should be very skilled now. But soon, Gong Yi regained his senses, also looked at Might Guy and continued. Opening the 7th gate can be very powerful, but Guy, remember not to rely too much on the power of the 8 inner gates all the time. Thinking of some of the drawbacks of the 8 inner gates, Gong Yi reminded Might Guy, although it can force chakra to surpass this limit, thereby drawing out its own strength dozens of times stronger. But, Gong Yi continued slowly, at the same time as you gain great power, you will also be damaged, and even serious things will endanger your life. Don't worry, Lord Gong Yi, I will use it carefully. Hearing Gong Yi's concern, Might Guy nodded and said very gratefully. As for the 8 inner gates, Gong Yi naturally told him these things. However, as time goes by, after people have tried the strength benefits it brings, this advice will gradually be forgotten. But when Gong Yi saw Might Guy, he was able to know that, it seems that such a thing will not happen to Might Guy. For this very hard-working, blue beast, Gong Yi has always admired it very much. At the beginning, it was through perseverance and hard work that I made it to where I am today step by step. Seeing Might Guy, Gong Yi couldn't help but recall the past. However, the sigh was quickly suppressed. Gong Yi looked at Might Guy again. The 8 inner gates can be opened so smoothly, it is probably related to your own training. After thinking for a while, Gong Yi looked at Might Guy and said, it just so happens that my disciple Kimimaro is also practicing the 8 inner gates. If you have time, you can give him some pointers. No problem. You can rest assured, Lord Gong Yi. But just after saying this, Might Guy suddenly felt that something was wrong. The practice of the 8 inner gates is all guided by Gong Yi in front of him. He is still happily agreeing to something and then quickly said again, Ahem, Lord Gong Yi, your attainment in the 8 inner gates is completely higher than mine. Maybe Kimimaro and I should be able to call it an exchange. Head, Might Guy looked at Gong Yi. Well, at most. Just impart a little experience that I have comprehended by myself. ... With the arrival of a new month, I hope everyone will vote for more monthly passes, subscribe automatically, and give some flowers. Phailu reminds you. Book 3 things to read, and push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels. Chapter 310. All Missing Nin, 2nd. Ninja Continent, somewhere in a dark cave. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of dripping water filled the surroundings. In this somewhat damp cave, there are several people standing quietly here at this moment. They were indifferent, wearing black cannons embroidered with bold yuhi, colored auspicious clouds. Konoha village has already sent a visit to Kurigakure village. At this moment, a man with orange hair looked forward and asked lightly. According to the information obtained earlier, their visit has already set off. Blink of an eye, as his words just fell, a woman with light blue hair next to him nodded and replied. Hee, Konoha guys are really worried. A sarcastic voice appeared. In front of the two, a man with a shark face and a large bandaged knife behind him sneered and continued. I think it's better to take advantage of the fact that they haven't reached Kurigakure village this time, and take this Konoha visit first. People are done. Destroy Konoha's visit. I remember this visit now, it should be Konoha's dark blue demon, led by Gong Yi. Hearing this, the woman with light blue hair reminded aloud. What do you think of this opinion? The orange-haired man looked indifferent and was not moved by Gong Yi's leadership. He looked at the people in front of him, obviously waiting for their answers. I saw in front of him a man with a hunchback figure and a black mask covering his face. There was also a man in a robe. His face was vaguely exposed, and the two nasolabial lines under Yuhi's pupils were very conspicuous. And a few others, figures hidden in the dark. Without exception, they are all silent at the moment. I think now this is a good opportunity to give it a try. Hearing the orange-haired man asking the crowd, and seeing that the rest of them didn't speak, the shark-faced man grinned, revealing a mouth of terrifyingly sharp kiba teeth. Well, while they were still talking out loud, the number of people in front of him, if Gong Yi saw them, he would have recognized them immediately. They are Pain, Konan, Kisame Hoshigaki, Sasori of the Red Sand, Uchiha Itachi and others who attacked Konoha before and made the entire ninja continent wanted. All member missing nin is now called every member Akatsuki, a ninja village with a headache. I'm not interested in this matter, you can study it slowly. Wait, the rest of the people spoke. Sasori of the Red Sand, who was in Fei Liuhu, had an indifferent face and no thought at all, as they said they were about to control the puppet out of the cave. Oh, are you a little scared to hear that there is a dark blue demon with Konoha in this Konoha visit? Seeing Sasori of the Red Sand's indifference, Kisame Hoshigaki, who was standing there, gave him a cold look and said sarcastically. The words were over, he still curled his lips. With a swipe, he was obviously very dissatisfied with Sasori of the Red Sand's current attitude. The last time he was in Konoha village, he made a big loss. Now that he sees the opportunity to take revenge, he naturally doesn't want to let it go. After all, he will feel very excited to fight with an existence like Gong Yi. Besides, if he succeeded in killing Gong Yi this time, Kisame Hoshigaki would naturally be able to wash away his shame. Well, I'm scared. Hearing Kisame Hoshigaki finish speaking, Sasori of the Red Sand suddenly turned around and made a gloomy voice. If the dark blue demon of Konoha wanted to kill you, do you think you can still stand here? The words of Kisame Hoshigaki made Sasori of the Red Sand feel amused, and immediately laughed out loud. Although everyone is not talking about it at present, they are well aware of Gong Yi's terrifying strength. But Kisame Hoshigaki, he actually mocked himself for being afraid of Sasori of the Red Sand who was inside the puppet. His face was a little cold. You must know that at the beginning, I still played against Gong Yi. Sasori of the Red Sand really hasn't been afraid of him, despite knowing that he's getting stronger and stronger now. What do you say? When Kisame Hoshigaki heard Sasori of the Red Sand finish speaking, his whole face also became gloomy and cold. I heard right, you are saying. I will easily die at the hands of Gong Yi. Looking at Sasori of the Red Sand, Kisame Hoshigaki felt a little uncomfortable. Previous Konoha battle made him very uncomfortable. Now Sasori of the Red Sand's words perfectly match what Kisame Hoshigaki thinks. Okay, this is the end of this discussion. Now all of you can complete the things I explained before. Pain interrupted them indifferently, and seeing that someone had already disagreed, he naturally did not discuss such meaningless things. At this time, when Pain finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi, who had no exit from the beginning to the end, left immediately. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the people who had no reaction to this matter also left one after another. Humph. Seeing that this matter had been suppressed, Kisame Hoshigaki also snorted and left. Unhappy in his heart, he didn't really fight here. In a short while, within the entire dark cave, Pain Yahiko was left standing here with Conan. What do you want to do next? Seeing everyone leave, Conan looked at Pain and asked. Now in Konoha's visit, Gong Yi is already leading the team, and it is impossible to destroy them at will. Conan is also clear now. Wait. Hearing Conan's question, Pain turned his head to the side, and the pair of Rinnegan in his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Now that this matter occurs, naturally there will be people who come to us, who want to trouble Konoha, or Kurigakure village. It's not just us who are in trouble. ... Well, what you said is... Oh, he's right. Conan was about to speak as if he was enlightened, but another voice suddenly appeared and interrupted him. I saw the void in front of them, and suddenly Uzumaki began to appear. Immediately, a man with an orange wooden mask appeared in it. On the ground in front of him, he also slowly revealed half of his body, looking at Pain and Conan. At the same time, just when Akatsuki got the information here, Gong Yi and others were still there. The ship was quietly waiting to reach the land of water. The distance between the country of fire and the country of water is not too close. Even this old man who is driving a boat, he is very familiar with the route in front of him. But it's not possible to get there directly in the blink of an eye. The surrounding sea is endless at this moment, and the cold wind blows at night, causing waves to appear on the entire calm sea. The huge ship is riding the wind and waves at the moment, galloping in the direction of the land of water. Because of the huge Konoha logo, even if there were some wandering ninjas around, or guys who wanted to covet the goods on the ship, they also gave up their thoughts. A group of people still want to live, they don't want to rob a ninja ship in Konoha village. The ghost knows how many ninjas will be waiting for them when they go up. In this way, although the journey is not very fast now, everyone is still calm, and there are no people who can't open their eyes to disturb them. Inside the ship, Gong Yi at this moment has returned from Might Guy's side. Enter. Chapter 311. Simply talking to Might Guy, Gong Yi just went back to the house. There is still a long way to go to reach the land of water. Gong Yi looked out at the gradually darkening weather, and estimated that no matter how fast he was, he would be able to get there at night. But it doesn't matter. Now Gong Yi is not in a hurry, he took out the scroll that Asuma gave him before. Reopen. All of the above are all futon, wind-style ninjutsu. Some of what Gong Yi knows, and some of what he has heard are almost all recorded on it. There are also a few secret techniques, which Gong Yi glanced at first, but didn't read it too carefully. But now that he has a kung fu, he just re-examined it, and did not choose to study it here. After all, he has other things to do next, since the scroll has already obtained 3220. Now, Gong Yi is not worried at all. Reason why I want to get it is that I also want to develop some new ninjutsu. After all, you have the ability to rule all dharmas, and you have to make good use of it yourself. I looked at it for a long time. Gong Yi slowly retracted the scroll. He shook his head with a smile, and said with some admiration, I can't believe that the use of futon, wind-style, ninjutsu by the Yuanfei clan has reached this level now. It seems that with these, my next research will be much smoother. Wink. While Gong Yi was still studying the scrolls brought by Sarutobi Asuma, in a dark cave somewhere in the ninja land. Here, an unspeakable plan is going on. Madara, since you're here, tell me what you think. Pain asked with an expressionless face. His pair of Rinnegaans were quietly watching Obito, the masked man who appeared out of nowhere in the Uzumaki. Without a trace of surprise, now he seems to have guessed that Obito, the masked man, will come. If you want to do something now, you have to hurry. Gong Yi's visit with Konoha is about to arrive in the land of water. With his half-body exposed in the solid ground, he shrugged and said, if you don't have any plans now, I suggest you don't do it lightly. Oh, don't do it lightly. Pain looked at Ju, and his indifferent expression seemed to have no emotion at all. You are afraid of him. Ah, I didn't say anything. Seeing Pain's appearance, he also closed his mouth and didn't speak again. For this guy who claims to be a god, he doesn't want to provoke him for the time being. If I meet him now, then it won't be the end of the last time. Pain no longer looked at Zhuangju, a pair of terrifying reincarnations fluctuated. The scene where he played against Gong Yi is still in sight, although he came back with a disastrous defeat to Pain in the end. However, now Nagato, he still did not feel any fear or jealousy. Contrary, he is still confident that he has himself and can completely defeat Gong Yi. If his own power is fully exploded and Rinnegan is developed, he believes that no one in the entire ninja world can compete. Hey, although Konoha's visit has the dark blue demon, maybe it's a little troublesome. Masked Man Obito smiled, and he didn't look like he was in trouble, but continued, but my current goal is naturally not them. The masked man Obito showed a hint of hatred on his face. But because of the orange wooden mask, this can't be done. The scene of the investigation was naturally undetected. Obito and the village of Kurigakure have a deep connection. The original Nohara Rin died at the hands of the village of Kurigakure. In this way, when Obito once controlled the 4 generations of Mizukage and implemented the blood fog policy, in fact, there was a certain amount of revenge. However, after his own plan was destroyed, Obito did not pay attention to the gradual decline of Kurigakure village. But now it's different. Kurigakure village has been allied with Konoha village, and has been rebuilt, and the entire Kurigakure village, which was previously decayed, has gradually begun to prosper, which Obito does not want to see. Well, you mean? Hearing the masked man Obito finish speaking, Conan has completely understood his thoughts here. Pain's face here is still expressionless. Obviously now he is waiting for the masked man Obito to continue talking. Yes, I think you should understand what I mean by now. Masked man Obito outlined a cold smile, and his only pupil that was exposed outside showed a cold glow. Now that the Kurigakure village is showing signs of rising again, this will also be detrimental to our next plans. Quote. So, I decided to destroy it again myself. ... The sky is covered with darkness, and night is slowly coming. At this moment, on the port of a water country, a big ship of Konoha is slowly approaching here. Sea breeze is swaying the waves, and it is smashing, pounding its surface. Despite its huge size, it wobbled slightly. But even so, it did not affect its sailing. Lord Gong Yi, ahead is the port of the land of water. We'll get there in a little more time. At this time, the old man in charge of driving the boat said to Gong Yi who came to the cab. He is very old, but he is very skilled in driving a boat. Especially, in this dark night, despite the endless sea, he didn't get lost at all. And after driving for such a long time, the huge boat did not bump at all, which made people feel very comfortable. Gong Yi knew that the arrangements for him at the port seemed to be people with very rich experience. The old man must have had countless experiences of coming to this country of water. Soon, Konoha ship that spans a large ocean won. The six slowly approached, and finally stopped gradually. N is the ship of Konoha. Should be the person who visited. At this time, after the ship had stopped, the ninjas from the village of Kurigakure who were guarding the port came here. In front of them is the exit of this ship. Everyone is looking forward now and their faces are not very good. Obviously, because of the Gong Yi incident, most people in Kurigakure village also had a kind of resentment towards the whole Konoha village. After all, the initiator of everything was the most respected person in their Konoha village. Even in the days to come, he may even become the highest ruler of the entire Konoha village, Hokage. In this way, now they take some anger on Konoha village, and they don't feel that there is something wrong there. Chapter 312. Arrive at Kurigakure. What are you doing? At this time, on the Konoha boat docked on the shore, one person got off first. He was wearing a green Konoha Jonin vest and carrying a backpack. With a beard on his face, he looked mature and stable. It is Sarutobi Asuma. Came to the deck, Gong Yi saw several Kurigakure village ninjas surrounded under the boat. So he was sent by Gong Yi to visit on behalf of Konoha and went directly to the dialogue. We are the ninjas of Konoha village. Seeing the poor face of the Kurigakure village ninja in front, Sarutobi Asuma continued. We are visiting on behalf of Konoha village, and now we come to congratulate Mizukage-sama on the inauguration ceremony. HMPH, if you say it, SA ninja from Konoha village, do you mean it's a ninja from Konoha village? At this time, a gloomy-looking Kurigakure village ninja snorted coldly. In fact, Sarutobi Asuma has proved everything enough, but it is clear that these Kurigakure village ninjas are deliberately making things difficult. I can't deal with them now, but I discussed them. This group of genins from Kurigakure village can still do it. Damn. Sarutobi Asuma bit Kiba secretly, and when the ninja from Kurigakure village in front of him finished speaking, he naturally knew that the ninja 29 from Kurigakure village in front of him was embarrassing them. But Sarutobi Asuma didn't talk nonsense anymore. Thinking about it, he wanted to take out 1% of the invitation cards in the backpack. This is an invitation letter sent by Terumi Mei a while ago. Of her taking office naturally invited several ninja villages. Otherwise, the other ninja villages would not be able to come here uninvited. Then how do you want to prove that we are the ninjas of Konoha village? At this time, Sarutobi Asuma was about to take out the invitation, but suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. Stopping the movement, Sarutobi Asuma sees that Gong Yi doesn't know when to appear next to him. At this moment, Gong Yi was showing a faint smile, looking at the ninja in the village of Kurigakure in front of him. He naturally knew that because the last time he entered Kurigakure village and almost destroyed it, the people of Kurigakure village had great opinions on him. Now that they are embarrassed to visit here, Gong Yi has long thought of it in his mind. It's Wood, Konoha's dark blue demon. Gong Yi, he actually came too. From Kurigakure village, who was still trying to embarrass Asuma just now, their expressions changed. They knew the man in front of him with a dignified atmosphere. Although everyone had a lot of hatred for Gong Yi, they didn't dare to show it now. Now in the entire ninja world, there are many people who hate Gong Yi, but few really express it. Not out of respect, but they don't dare. Especially now, the ninja from Kurigakure village, after seeing Gong Yi's appearance, can only bite Kiba's teeth and swallow. It turned out to be Lord Gong Yi from Konoha village. Jonin from Kurigakure village, who was in charge of the port, appeared, with a complicated smile on his face. With the appearance of Gong Yi, the people in the port were no longer noisy, and they were all quiet. Asuma, call my guy and they'll get off the boat when they're ready, let's go. Seeing a group of ninjas from Kurigakure village didn't talk any further, Gong Yi naturally didn't care, but looked at Sarutobi Asuma and said. With the passage of time, Gong Yi's whole person has naturally sublimated slowly. 4. The existence of these genins, Gong Yi won't even look at them. Could it be that the giant dragon would bow his head because of the mockery of the ants and look at them? Obviously, that is impossible. The night sea breeze blew gently on Gong Yi's face. After the episode just ended, Gong Yi left the port with Sarutobi Asuma and others. The current location is still some distance away from the village of Kurigakure. So they need to travel for a while before they can get there. Several people flashed away. It has now entered a jungle. Gong Yi was standing in the woods at this moment, on top of the tallest tree, slowly looking around. It can be seen that this jungle is not big, and you can go out almost very quickly. Keep moving forward. The scenery along the way is nothing, and they have left here after a while. A group of people looked at the unfamiliar environment around them, and from time to time they also looked to both sides with vigilance. They didn't care too much, though, as they were surrounded by sheer cliffs on their edges. Looking down inadvertently, there are torrents and waves under the steep cliffs, constantly scouring the reefs. Because the land of water itself is a large island country, its land area is not very wide and huge. After all, the whole country is surrounded by sea, and it is impossible to develop any large land. Not only that, in fact, in addition to special terrain, the surrounding islands centered on the entire water country, the residents there also have various customs and habits, which are very different from the ninja mainland. The whole country of water is here, no wonder it has rarely been invaded by war. A Jonin behind Gong Yi, he couldn't help sighing after looking at the scene around him. Yeah, after all, on an island alone, no one can waste resources to go to war with them. Another young Jonin nodded and said the same. Listening to the discussion of the people around, Gong Yi smiled and didn't say more. Because that's exactly what it is. Except, Kurigakure village and the others started civil strife on their own, or were dominated by some powerful people. Others, it is really rare to encounter the invasion war of outsiders. After all, if you really want to attack the land of water, then the resources consumed should be days. Not long. After nightfall, the temperature around 320 has slowly dropped. Because it is surrounded by sea on all sides, the wind howling all the way is also constant. Gong Yi and the others quickly passed through a barren place, and a small town in the land of water appeared in front of them. Although the country of water is not built on the ninja continent, and has little contact with the outside world. However, their development is not bad, and basically all the facilities that they should have are basically available. There are many small towns like this on the islands of the entire water country. Because of its proximity to the sea, the town is self-sufficient through the seafood industry, and it will not affect life at all. Thinking about it, in fact, the country of water was also very strong at the beginning. It's not bad to have the power of Jinchuriki column, the refined ninja army, and the 7 ninja swordsmen. Passing through the town, Gong Yi and others did not enter. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Gong Yi did not choose to stay, but went directly to Kurigakure village. But now, looking from a distance in the whole town, there are almost no people. The empty streets are actually quite different from a prosperous country like the Land of Fire. Keep going. After passing this town, the location of Kurigakure village is not far away. At this time, they had entered a deep mountain, and they could vaguely see that the village of Kurigakure should be ahead. Just as they were on their way, a new generation of Mizukage Terumi also came to the door of the village. Please download the latest chapter of Fei Lu Shao Kan. Keep this paragraph, or block the collection of IP. Chapter 313. Still Water Deep Current. Kurigakure Village. It is located deep in the mountains, and the village is almost surrounded by mountains and mountains. The reconstructed village of Kurigakure is located just in front of this mountain range. After Gong Yi entered the deep mountain with the visit, the location of Kurigakure village in front of him was just an outline. Because of the night and the climate near the sea, it is very humid and foggy all around. When they officially came here, there was a white fog in front of them, as if they had come to the clouds. The entire area of Kurigakure village is covered by fog all year round, as if hidden in the mountains. However, although these white mists are like natural barriers, they can be a little confusing, especially at night like this. However, for Gangyi et al., it does not work at all. They can do this, and they can see the building in front of the village of Kurigakure. Because it was rebuilt, it is completely different from the previous Kurigakure village. Lord Gangyi, it seems that Kurigakure village has arrived. Seeing that there were already ninjas from Kurigakure village standing in front of them, Might Guy smiled and said to Gangyi. Well. Seeing the Kurigakure village in front of him, Gangyi responded lightly without saying much. A distance of hundreds of meters is just a blink of an eye for a ninja. After they appeared, they didn't show up again. That Kurigakure village ninjas stopped them. Because at this moment, a woman wearing a blue dress, she was standing there quietly. I saw her long brown hair, which completely covered her right eye, but this did not affect her beautiful face. Especially the kind of temperament that is all over her body, it is very enchanting and charming. It's the new Mizukage, she's still waiting for us so late. Sarutobi Asuma recognized the woman very quickly, and he was a little surprised, obviously not expecting it. After all, at this time of day, it should normally be the time for all to rest. He did not expect that this Mizukage Terumi-mei was still waiting for them. Yeah, but I think it's because Lord Gangyi is there. At this time, another young Jonin said the same. But when he said this, the others couldn't help but look at Gangyi in front of him. If you think about it, it really is. Maybe I and others don't have such a big identity, so I have to let Mizukage meet them in person. Gangyi, who was in front of him and others, was indeed worthy of Mizukage's waiting. Everyone couldn't help but feel that this time, they really borrowed the care of Lord Gangyi. Come to the front. Gangyi saw that Terumi-mei had come over. A blue off-the-shoulder dress was very conspicuous on her body, and her white shoulders were exposed, which was very tempting. Especially her white and tender skin, as if it could drip out of water at the touch of a touch, it was wonderful. Of course. Now many people don't pay attention to these anymore. Because under the collar of his black fishing net, the arrogant Twin Peaks too, which seems to be about to be stretched, has already made people linger. I can't believe that Lord Gangyi personally came to Kurigakure village on behalf of Konoha. Terumi-mei has come to Gangyi's eyes, looking at him with a charming smile. Seeing Terumi-mei's expression, the Kurigakure village ninjas on the other two sides were also stunned. Gangyi in his eyes, there was a vague sense of resentment. Apparently, although Terumi-mei got the news that Gangyi was coming, the rest of the Kurigakure village ninjas did not know. That they saw Gangyi, their hearts are also somewhat hostile. Although I didn't dare to show it, they all started to stand there unnaturally. Apparently, Gangyi's influence on Kurigakure village made him unstoppable. Forgive me. Hehe, I didn't expect it to be so late that you are still standing here waiting, my lord. Gangyi's handsome face twitched. He smiled, looked at Terumi-mei and replied. Please come in, the accommodation has been arranged for you. Terumi-mei saw that Gangyi looked at him, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Actually very complicated about the Gangyi in front of her now, and she can't tell what her feelings are. But soon, this kind of emotion has been suppressed by her. Wink. Gangyi and others into the village of Kurigakure. Looking around, the buildings in the entire Kurigakure village are all brand new. Some paints have just been painted for a short time, and it can be seen that the colors are still very bright. Because the whole street is late at night, there are no civilian passers-by, but it can be seen that it is much more spacious under the reflection of the street lights. Next comparison, the interior and the former Kurigakure village are exactly the same. Two appearances. If someone like Gangyi has been to Kurigakure village before, looking at it now, it will definitely have this thought. After a long street, they came to a very luxurious building. Here, it should be specially used to receive people from other villages. The house, everyone in Konoha entered the room and prepared to rest under the arrangement of the ninjas in the village of Kurigakure. Inauguration ceremony of Mizukage these days was not something they simply came to appreciate. Everyone naturally understands their mission. They represent the new generation of excellent ninjas in Konoha village, who come and go to deter other villages who are conspiring to do bad things. Gong Yi, wait a minute. Here, Terumi Mei stopped Gong Yi after seeing that the Kurigakure village ninja had left and Gong Yi's visiting members had also entered the room. What's wrong? Seeing Terumi Mei, Gong Yi asked slowly. Go to my office and talk about it. Good. Seeing that Terumi Mei seemed to have something to do, Gong Yi did not refuse. Although it was late in the night, a man and a woman. But he still chose to go. Crunch. Just after the two left, another door was pushed open. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Gong Yi who had already left, and a pair of beautiful eyes revealed a little complexity. Apparently, seeing Terumi Mei and Gong Yi leave now, Kurenai Yuhi's face is not very happy. Kurigakure village, inside Mizukage office. Terumi Mei was sitting on a large chair at the moment, looked at Gong Yi who was sitting in front of him, and asked, I heard news that the current Uchiha clan has been wiped out overnight. Quote. True, but it's all settled. Gong Yi nodded, nothing to hide. Now this matter has been known to everyone in the ninja world, and he has no thoughts of keeping it secret. Then some of the other villages are not very stable now. Terumi Mei heard Gong Yi finish, and she said again, now that our villages of Kurigakure and Konoha are allied, I really did not expect such a thing to happen this time. Oh, it's exactly as you expected. Gong Yi stood up with a smile and walked slowly to Terumi Mei's side. Meanwhile, Kurigakure village, Forbidden Land. This is a dark tunnel with no lighting around. If someone is standing here, they can't see their fingers at all, and they can't see anything clearly. At the end of the dark tunnel, there is the place where Mizukage, the first generation of Kurigakure, built the blockade. At this moment, the one who is sleeping in it is the six-tailed rhinoceros. After Yugao was killed, the six-tailed inside of his body was resealed here by Terumi Mei. Because of the instability of the six tails, although it was sealed, the surrounding area is still a forbidden area for the entire Kurigakure village. No matter who they are, whether they belong to the high-level members of Kurigakure village or not, all who want to enter here must obtain the consent of Terumi Mei. But, at this time, outside the forbidden area, a group of ninjas from the village of Kurigakure were still there. While patrolling, there were indeed two people standing at the end of the sealed six tails. One with orange hair and a face full of indifference. One person wears a mask, only one pupil is exposed. They are the Pain Heavenly Path from the ninja world, and the masked man Obito. It seems that the six tails are not very stable now. Pain Heavenly Path looked at the seal in front. A pair of Rinnegan seemed to see through it, and could directly see the state of the six tails clearly. Hee, instability is the best, isn't that what I need most? Masked man Obito sneered, and walked forward, looking at the seal of the six tails. The more unstable it is, the more damage it will cause, the stronger it will be, and the correspondingly more controllable it will be. Ready to act when? This is a very interesting thing. Of course, it will be best to wait until the Mizukage Jonin ceremony starts. Masked man Obito looked at the seal in front of him, but he didn't immediately untangled, but looked back at Pain Heavenly Path and replied with a sneer. Hearing this, Pain Heavenly Path did not say more, but looked at the masked man Obito in silence. Nodding slightly, Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, push and read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 314, Konoha's Younger Generation, Second More. Just when Pain Heavenly Path and Masked Man Obito were standing in the forbidden area, the patrols of Kurigakure village and the people around them did not find anything at all. Mizukage's office at the moment. Terumi-Mei didn't notice anything wrong, but saw Gong Yi say half a word and suddenly walked towards him. Her face was stunned, she didn't understand what Gong Yi was going to do. But what awaits her is not some contemptible thing. I saw Gong Yi walking slowly behind her and looking out the window. In Terumi-Mei's office, the layout is almost the same as that of Hokage's office. The position behind Terumi-Mei now also has a small round window. Although it is not very big, Gong Yi can clearly see the Kurigakure village outside. Looking down, after the renovation of the entire Kurigakure village, the old appearance has completely disappeared. Brand new, like a new life. Kurigakure village outside, Gong Yi smiled and continued slowly. The reborn village does look different from the decayed look before. Gong Yi looked outside, but didn't mention anything about Konoha village. Coming here this time, for Terumi-Mei or Kurigakure village, I am just a normal visit. A few other things, Gong Yi didn't plan to say more. Well. Terumi-Mei turned her head and looked at Gong Yi's back. A pair of beautiful eyes showed a trace of ripples. It's impossible to guess what she looks like at the moment, what is going on in her heart now. Night passed by in a blink of an eye. The dark sky gradually became bright, and the whole village of Kurigakure began to become noisy. Konoha village and others who had just arrived last night, they all packed up early and were ready to go out. There are still 2 days before the inauguration ceremony of Mizukage in Kurigakure village, because it is still preparations. After talking with Terumi-Mei last night, nothing happened. Gong Yi returned to the room arranged by Kurigakure village early. Today, although it is very lively outside, Gong Yi has no plans to go out and hang out. Not that he doesn't want to go out, but because of what he's done before, if he's walking down the streets of Kurigakure village now. Afraid that many civilians in Kurigakure village will not be able to restrain their hatred, and they will naturally not be as restrained as the ninjas in Kurigakure village. So, for these unnecessary troubles, Gong Yi still chooses to stay here and practice quietly. After all, some unnecessary things, Gong Yi did not want to happen during the visit. Of course. Although Gong Yi decided not to go out, Might Guy didn't have too many concerns. The few people who had been out very rarely before would miss such a rare opportunity. Usually, they have been bored in the Konoha village, or they are on business, and they are basically in a serious intense state. Now they came here as a visit, but when they walked out, they realized that they were thinking too much. In response to the arrival of the outer village ninjas, in order to avoid some information loss, Kurigakure village specially designated a separate area to entertain them. However, the nature inside is not only Konoha village and others, but also other foreign visiting ninjas from Omura. Basically, most of them are young people, and most of them are ninjas with powerful talents. Originally, there was some connection between the village and the village, so when they collided with some hated ninjas, the consequences can be imagined. Night gradually came. Above the clear sky, he was gradually covered with a layer of black. Guy, why are you so disheartened when you go out? Just walked out of the room, and happened to run into Might Guy who came in. Seeing his appearance, Gong Yi asked with a frown. I'm fine, Mr. Gong Yi. I met a guy from Sunagakure village before and had a little discussion. The dust on his body, Might Guy scratched his head and laughed, but I didn't expect that this kid actually mastered the puppet technique, but his puppets were also kicked away by me, so it probably won't work anymore. Is that so? Hearing Might Guy finish, Gong Yi was thoughtful. In fact, he already knew in his heart that these visiting ninjas in the village, they should be deliberately provocative. 1. To test the strength of the group of ninjas that he brought. 22. I also want to see how the overall strength of Konoha village is. The changes in Konoha these few times have given outsiders a feeling of turning from prosperity to decline. Especially the powerhouses of the older generation, who died when they walked, and even the ninja giants like the Uchiha family were completely exterminated overnight. Under such a predicament, the only ones who can support Konoha are the young ninjas. Thinking of this, Gong Yi shook his head and smiled. Pity. Idea is good, but they also think too much. Konoha focuses on training, and basic education is second to none in the ninja continent. 4. The cultivation of the younger generation of ninjas has never been left behind. Therefore, the new generation of powerhouses in Konoha as a whole now has endless levels. Although Konoha village seems to have lost a lot of ninjas now, there are also many excellent flames that can replace them. In front of him or just one of them. Soon. After Might Guy's side just came back, the others also came back one after another. There is no accident. Judging from their state, Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi who were out before also seem to have encountered a similar situation. But Gong Yi didn't ask any further questions. Sometimes it is a good thing for them to suffer a little loss, and it seems that they are not injured, so they should be very restrained. Contrary, Gong Yi is still a little worried about visiting ninjas from other villages, and they may suffer a big loss. Like Might Guy, his physical skills have been trained by himself, and ordinary people can't approach him at all. And Sarutobi Asuma, the son of Hokage, has deep learning and talent in ninjutsu. After training in the Fire Nation's daimyo, there must be very few of his peers who can defeat him. And Kurenai Yuhi, Gong Yi, not so worried. As the Grandmaster Demonic Illusion, she is probably the most unavoidable. I'm afraid that some people, without noticing anything, entered the demonic illusion and were directly defeated. Go back to the room. Gong Yi also slowly suppressed his thoughts, and felt a sigh of relief in his heart. It's actually a good thing today. After all, the purpose of this trip is, basically half of it has been completed. Next, what I need to pay attention to is only the ceremony of Mizukage taking office. Chapter 315. The Biggest Surprise. 2 days later. The inauguration ceremony of the 5 generations of Mizukage was grandly opened. Today's Kurigakure village is different from what it used to be, and the streets are bustling with people. On this very important day, the previously gloomy village of Kurigakure is now fully alive. Everyone wants to witness the biggest moment in Kurigakure village right now. The entire Kurigakure village, in addition to some high-level officials from the Kurigakure village arrived, some officials from the Land of Water also came here. The streets of Nuoda are now full of civilians, and there are many ninjas in the village of Kurigakure on both sides of the surrounding area to maintain order. Mizukage building in the center of the entire Kurigakure village has begun to be surrounded by people. There are only some places that have been opened up separately, which are not so crowded. There, the Kurigakure village is specially divided for foreigners to visit. The people standing here at this time, they have come here early. Not all of them gathered together, but all of them were separated by a distance. It can be seen from the forehead guards they wear that this time, people from Sunagakure village, Kurigakure village, and several large villages from Kumogakure village have come here. Everyone's face is bright now, but after they saw the Konoha interview from the side, it gradually became a little unnatural. Who led the group were all watching Gong Yi and the new generation of ninjas in Konoha village behind him. Gong Yi's tyranny does not need to be questioned, and everyone does not dare to mention it too much. However, Sarutobi Asuma behind him was secretly discussing by a group of other ninjas who were visiting. That's the guy in the green tights, his physical skills are very strong. A Jonin from Sunagakure village Bitkiba looked at Might Guy and said, his power is so easy to destroy several of my puppets. That guy's taijutsu, according to rumors, was taught by the dark blue demon of Konoha. Another Sunagakure village Jonin smiled, paused and continued, do you think he might not be strong? The captain is. I also suffered a big loss last time. Here, a Jonin from Kumogakure village looked forward and said to himself. Oh, it's Sarutobi Asuma. Strong Jonin who was in charge of the visit to Kumogakure village, he followed his gaze to Sarutobi Asuma and smiled. This guy, he actually came back from the private army directly under the daimyo in the Land of Fire. The private army of the Fire Country daimyo. Hearing this, Kumogakure, who was a little unconvinced just now, beside him showed confusion. Yes, that privately affiliated unit can actually be called the 12 Guardians of the Fire Ninja. Captain Kumogakure looked at Asuma in front of him and continued. I saw in the information before that they are a total of 12 ninja elites, who are specially responsible for protecting the daimyo of the Country of Fire. Haha, it's not a shame that you can lose in his hands. Captain Kumogakure shook his head. Look, we really underestimated the strength of Konoha village, they are still very strong. Just a moment. The whole 4 weeks of the visit, the rest of the people. Seeing the Konoha visit led by Gong Yi, most people felt a little uncomfortable. After all, a few days ago, they all suffered a lot from him. But there is no way, now they are following behind Gong Yi, everyone can only suppress if they are not convinced. But while they're still here, go follow the Konoha interview and others behind Gong Yi. A group of civilians from the surrounding Kurigakure village and some ninjas from the Kurigakure village saw Gong Yi. Although the ninjas of Kurigakure village were also afraid of his strength, they didn't show it too much. Of commoners showed their hatred undisguised. They didn't expect that this time, Gong Yi would lead the team to congratulate Mizukage on taking office. At the same time, of the entire Kurigakure village, there was chaos. Inside the Kurigakure forbidden area, Pain Heavenly Path and Obito, the masked man, are still standing here. Around here, although there are still ninjas from the village of Kurigakure, they are strictly guarding them. But he didn't notice at all that there were 2 people standing there for a long time. They didn't talk to each other anymore, but just waited here quietly for something. Next second. It can be clearly seen that the land in front of the 2 of them is slowly changing. The land that was supposed to be incomparably firm, actually began to loosen slowly like a swamp. A man wrapped in 2 huge leaves showed his half-black and half-white body. Looking at him with green hair and yellow eyes, he looked very strange, but Obito, the masked man, didn't care, but asked lightly, Ju, what's going on over there? It started, and now all the people are gathered at the Mizukage building. Nodding his head, he never said more, but answered him immediately. Hee, then we can start here too. Hearing Ju, the masked man Obito's smile gradually turned cold. Today, I also want to give Kurigakure village a big surprise. Saying that, he stepped forward. Front of the masked man Obito, there was an extremely dark open space with nothing on it, just a cross-shaped curse mark. All of them are densely packed with small spells, and each character can also be seen on it, and it is also mixed with very cumbersome sealing techniques. Somewhat profound. Obviously, the thing sealed by it is an extremely terrifying existence, and it is completely sloppy at all. But despite this, Obito, the masked man at the moment, didn't feel any trouble. I saw his quick hand seal, and then press the seal in front of him. At this time, a dazzling light suddenly appeared all around. The tunnel that was originally invisible, has now begun to become bright. Front of the masked man Obito, it actually started to loosen and then quickly faded away. Immediately after that, a terrifying force soaring to the sky erupted, covering the entire location here. In addition to this momentum, there is also a kind of anger mixed with it. Rumbling, the whole tunnel began to vibrate. Countless rubble began to fall, and when this crossed, the seal was completely disintegrated and disappeared. Only a deafening sound appeared, and a dark shadow slowly appeared in front of the masked man Obito. It is so huge that it seems that it is about to burst the huge tunnels around it now. The 6 thick tails behind him are still flowing with some mucus-like objects. Seeing everything in front of him, Obito, the masked man, did not show a trace of panic. Instead, at this moment, he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Wake up, 6 tails. Chapter 316. Crazy 6 tails. Wake up, 6 tails. When he saw the huge black shadow in front of him, Obito, the masked man, looked up at it. Boom! I saw that after the huge black shadow slowly recovered, 6 stout tails waved towards the surroundings. The entire huge tunnel collapsed in an instant, and countless rubble began to fall down to create a loud rumbling sound. Ju saw this scene. The whole person has slowly melted into the whole land and disappeared. Pain Heavenly Path, who had been silent for a while, also disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already outside. Masked Man Obito, the void in front of him began to look like Uzumaki, and directly inhaled him. With the departure of the 3 people, the entire solid tunnel has completely collapsed and was completely destroyed. When the shadow was revealed to the sun, its features were fully revealed. Whole body is white, and the mucus is still flowing on it, and it falls to the ground tick by tick, making people look at the scalp and feel numb. The 6 tails swayed continuously behind him, and in front of the huge body, 2 arms with very disproportionate proportions shrugged. 6 tails, rhinoceros. Its seal has been completely released by the masked man Obito. What's the situation? That's the 6 tails. Has its seal been broken? Village of Kurigakure, who are guarding this place, have not recovered from the shock of the tunnel collapse when they see that the 6 tails have appeared. The white body and 6 thick tails are very conspicuous, and the Kurigakure village ninja's face is horrified, and immediately recognizes its identity. Everyone has absolutely no idea what all this is about. Heavenly Path Pain and Obito, the masked man, seemed to disappear out of thin air, and all the ninjas in the village of Kurigakure didn't even see the 2 of them from beginning to end. At the same time, when the 6 tails have been revealed in front of everyone's eyes, in an unnoticed position in front of it, Uzumaki began to appear above the void, and then Obito, the masked man, walked out of it. I saw that his dark pupil just now began to change. Yuhi, the orangutan, seemed to have magic power at this moment, looking directly into the 2 eyes of the 6-tailed rhinoceros. Start destroying. Roar. The 6-tailed rhino gave a roar. It was already violent just now, and it became even more crazy, and its 6 tails were like chains and steel whips constantly waving. Although the power of the 6-tailed rhinoceros is not tyrannical among the entire 9-tailed beasts, it is not at all this group of Kurigakure village ninjas. Resistible. It, in the end, is still a tailed beast, and it is the destructive weapon of the entire ninja continent. Quick, stop it. The leader of the Kurigakure village ninja in charge of this side, Yuhi, rolled his eyes immediately. Shout. Damn. All around Kurigakure village ninjas are also immediately. Reaction. Dodge towards the 6-tailed rhinoceros. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, the shuriken kunai threw out in front of the 6-tailed rhinoceros. Immediately afterwards, several Kurigakure village ninjas stood up to hand seal. Sweeten, water style, water dragon bullet. Sweeten, water style, wild water wave. In the next second, one after another, Sweeten, water style, shot up into the sky and continued to bombard the 6-tailed rhinoceros ahead. The continuous compound ninjutsu was quickly used by the well-trained Kurigakure village ninjas. At the same time, just when the 6 tails were released, the whole Kurigakure village felt strange. Especially just now, there was a loud noise in the forbidden area not far away, making the entire lively village unusually quiet. Although it was on the periphery, the rumbling sound still reached the ears of every ninja. Just now, everyone following Gong Yi, all of them looking in the direction of the sound. A group of densely packed civilians showed fearful expressions on their faces, while those ninjas frowned. Hearing the voice of Gong Yi, he also looked there. But at this moment, he didn't show any fear like others. Contrary, through his powerful consciousness, he has now sensed what happened there. 6 tails, rhinoceros. Quietly feeling the fluctuation of the tailed beast's power, Gong Yi raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a faint smile. It seems that this time Mizukage's inauguration ceremony was not as peaceful as he imagined. The whole restored Kurigakure village seems to make some people feel uncomfortable. This sound came from the forbidden area. At this time, Terumi Mei, who was standing on the platform of the Mizukage building, showed surprise on her face. There is a problem with the forbidden area. The rest of the Kurigakure village high level, their faces are also very bad. Now that everyone has no mood at all, let's continue this ritual. Them, the core old guys, but they all know that the place where the seal is. Six-tailed rhinoceros. Bang! Just when everyone is still. Suspicion, there are pieces in the distance. White smoke wafted out. In this flash of lightning, everyone could no longer be calm. In the battlefield of the six tails of the Forbidden Land, the Kurigakure village ninjas who have just released Suiten, water style, are scattered everywhere. Their ninjutsu is completely useless. Above the empty field in front, there are already many corpses lying on the ground at this moment, all of them died tragically. Some places are even bubbling. White smoke, very seriously corroded. The six-tailed rhinoceros didn't stop. It's still there, madly venting its power. It was destroying in the direction of Kurigakure village. Damn, we can't shake it at all. Kurigakure village with a dusty face, he secretly said breathlessly. No, we can't let it. It enters the village of Kurigakure. Another Jonin in charge of Kurigakure village here, he immediately. Big drink points forward. Forbidden area is not far from the village of Kurigakure. If it continues like this, it will enter the village of Kurigakure after a while. Village of Kurigakure, which was rebuilt with great effort, will be completely destroyed. Swish, swish, swish. There are only a few Kurigakure village ninjas left, and they heard that they were biting Kiba and chasing the six-tailed rhinoceros. Although the heart is very terrifying, but still dare not really let it leave the forbidden area. Before they reached Luwei's eyes, there was a sudden drum in its mouth. Quick, leave. PFF'd. The ninjas in the surrounding Kurigakure village didn't even say a word, and they were all buried in the attack of the six tails. I saw the six tails, he just spit out a white liquid in his mouth. It is highly corrosive, the solution. As soon as it appeared, it was still bubbling on it, a scalding white mist, which melted immediately before leaving. Hee, let's go. Obito, the masked man standing at the back, smiled coldly. Since you have experienced a new life, then you must learn to despair. Chapter 317. Six Tails Raging. Boom, boom. Huge bangs kept appearing, and the surrounding trees kept falling and breaking, stirring up pieces of dust. Whole army of ninjas in the village of Kurigakure, who was in charge of guarding the forbidden area, was destroyed. The six-tailed rhinoceros had already gone in the direction of the village of Kurigakure. Now it is insane, completely devoid of consciousness, almost just acting on the instinct of destruction. Although the size of the six-tailed rhinoceros is huge, the speed is not hindered because of this. Just a short while later, Mukuro's six-tailed rhinoceros was left in ruins, and it has already seen the Kurigakure village. The outline appeared in the eyes. Then, what the hell is that? Run, run. When the six-tailed rhinoceros can see the Kurigakure village, everyone in the village can naturally see it, which is not far away. Village of Kurigakure, which has been celebrating almost everywhere, has begun to be in chaos. Many civilians can see the huge rhinoceros, and its six tails swinging back and forth are very striking, making people feel chills in their hearts. In the words, everyone is already full of fear. Woo woo woo, Mom, I'm afraid. Don't block me, get out of the way. Looking at the white fog in front of them, the huge black shadow in it was getting closer and closer to them, and everyone was pale and shouted. They couldn't calm down any longer. As civilians, they didn't have the courage to face this terrifying monster at all. The countless civilians who had just surrounded the Mizukage building, some of them had already started to flee. That's Six Tails. Terumi Mei, who was standing on the platform, changed her expression, and roared in fear, quick. Everyone, get out of here. Saying that, she was still concerned about the Mizukage's inauguration ceremony, and the whole person immediately dodging towards the position of the six-tailed rhinoceros. Water. Mizukage, Sama. Standing behind Terumi Mei, Chojuro saw that Terumime had left before he could react. When the words fell, he, who was carrying a large sword, immediately chased after him. This almost only happened in an instant. When Terumime had left the platform, the whole Kurigakure village ninjas came back to their senses in fear. Everyone suppressed the negative emotions and began to evacuate the civilians of the surrounding Kurigakure village. On the other side, visited the villages in Kurigakure village, they naturally all looked there. Exception. Whether it was Sunagakure or Kumogakure, they all felt a chill in their hearts, and they felt troubled when they saw the huge six-tailed rhinoceros in front of them. The whole chaotic Kurigakure village, at this moment, only Gongyi was standing here calmly, without showing the slightest expression on his face. As if the six tails that were already approaching in front of him didn't matter to him at all. Not only that. This time, Gongyi even looked at the huge six-tailed rhinoceros inside the white mist and said, "Hey, this six-tailed rhinoceros, I remember cutting off one of its tails at the beginning." However, shaking his head quickly, Gongyi continued to sigh with emotion. "It seems that over the years, I slowly used chakra to replenish it." Boom! A loud noise began to come from the front. Seems that Terumime has begun to fight against it at this moment. The entire village of Kurigakure was shaking like an earthquake, and even the surrounding buildings collapsed. Some streets, with the battle that occurred after the approach of the six-tailed rhinoceros, cracks like spider webs began to appear, and they continued to spread. It can be seen that the battle situation at Terumime must be very fierce. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Around Gongyi, many elite ninjas from Kurigakure village, their faces were ashen, were already shuttled on the roof, and they were supporting Terumime. All of them quickly hand-sealed with both hands, and made a ninjutsu stance toward the front. Soon, the rest of the people also quickly went in the direction of the six tails. Except Kurigakure village and others, most of them were watching the lively state here and did not help. Coming to the side, you can see that the six-tailed rhinoceros has walked out of the jungle, less than 100 meters away from the entire Kurigakure village. But it didn't go any further, because Terumime had already intercepted it here. Yoden, lava style, monster melting. Terumime's mouth immediately spit out thick lava and threw it directly towards the six-tailed rhinoceros. Sweetened, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Sweetened, water style, water dragon technique. One by one, the excellent Kurigakure village ninjas unleashed their ninjutsu as well as Terumime. The finished ninjutsu, like a tsunami, swallowed the six tails directly. Did you succeed? At this time, the ninjas in the surrounding Kurigakure village looked happy, and all looked at the location of the six-tailed rhinoceros. Oh, it's really a little naive. Gongyi, who was standing at the back, looked at everyone in front of him with a sneer on his face. Although the six-tailed rhinoceros is not tyrannical among the tailed beasts, it is definitely not something that Kurigakure village can solve when it is in a state of rampage. Whoops. That's true. As soon as Gongyi's voice fell, the six-tailed rhinoceros who had just been engulfed by ninjutsu immediately appeared again, huge six tails at once. Swipe it. The speed is fast. Not only that, the six-tailed rhinoceros even opened its mouth and immediately spit out a highly corrosive solution. Under this sudden attack, every ninja in the village of Kurigakure, before they could be shocked, they only felt a shadow appeared above their heads. Boom boom, hula lala. Heavy losses, countless Kurigakure villages. The ninja was killed at this moment without even screaming. Only Terumime and Chojuro and a few elite ninjas retreated to the gate of Kurigakure village in embarrassment. Seeing this scene, the visits from other large villages and the other high-level ninjas of Kurigakure village were stunned. There were also many daring onlookers before, who were all stunned and slumped on the ground, stupidly looked up at the six-tailed rhinoceros. Roar! At this time, the six-tailed rhinoceros seems to be completely provoked. It made a huge roar and began to gather terrifying energy in front of his eyes. Countless black light spots began to appear, and they kept condensing in front of the six-tailed rhinoceros out of thin air. No, That's Tailed Beast Bomb. Terumi Mei's heart was stunned, and there was no blood on her face. The surrounding Kurigakure village ninjas and high-rises, they have a feeling of powerless revolving heaven. Tailed Beast Bomb has begun to condense more and more. The huge purple-black sphere has appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, when Gong Yi saw that the 6 tails actually started to release the Tailed Beast Bomb, he frowned, moved and disappeared in place. Chapter 318. Ridiculous Tailed Beast Bomb, 2nd. Kurigakure Village, it's over again. Tailed Beast Bomb, who was unable to stop it, a Kurigakure Village executive showed despair on his face. What should we do, are we dead? Each Kurigakure village have all ugly faces. Even the other Omura who were standing were visiting, and their minds went blank for a while. For a moment. The power of the Tailed Beast Bomb is well known to all. Although it looks like there is only one, it doesn't seem to have much terrifying destructive power. It's all an illusion. On the contrary, a simple one-tailed beast bomb can have earth-shattering destructive power. To put it bluntly, the tailed beast bomb they know is an energy ball compressed by mixing chakra. So, it is a one-tailed beast bomb in front of the 6-tailed body, if it is released. Then with its power, the entire village of Kurigakure can be easily destroyed. Everyone sees its appearance and already feels the scalp tingling. But this will. Them noticed Gong Yi leaving. Where all are desperate, helplessly watching 6 tails have released Tailed Beast Bomb. Terumi Mei, the group of ninjas from Kurigakure village, the commoners who have stopped walking around, and visits from various villages. Everyone's attention is now on the 6 tails in front of them. The huge purple-black tailed beast bomb was immediately released by the 6 tails. A sound of breaking the sky appeared, and the speed was very fast. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that it was moving towards him and others. Here is howling. The powerful force of destruction shakes the 4 directions, so that people here in Kurigakure village can clearly feel it. Although they are still some distance away, everyone can smell the extremely dangerous feeling. Run, it's no longer too late. Everyone stared blankly at the tailed beast bomb in front of them. Some timid beings were trembling all over, and their calves were soft. More people, they are also completely bloodless. Because everyone feels that they are very likely to be destroyed here along with the entire village of Kurigakure. But at this time, Terumi Mei was already biting on Kiba and resolutely stood in front of her. She wants to use her Kekkei Genkei to make a bet. Although her strength is not very tyrannical, she is not afraid of tailed beasts. But, despite this, she also felt more powerless when facing the village that needed protection. But now she didn't want to run away, but chose to stand up. If you can avoid it now, then what is the difference between Karataki Yagura and Karataki Yagura? With a serious face, Terumi Mei has prepared for all possible faces. Of course, some people have closed their eyes and even stood here waiting to die time. Everyone saw a figure standing above the sky in front of them. This is how he carried his hands on his back, and the whole person was quietly set off by the void. Although he is completely in 2 extremes compared to the 6 tails, he is very small. He is now reflected in everyone's eyes, incomparably tall. Because everyone recognized him. That man, who can suppress the entire ninja world, Almost when the tailed beast bomb bombarded quickly, a chakra power that belonged to Gong Yi broke out. Sweden, water style, glass sky. Amidst the shocked expressions of countless people, a crystal clear blue water curtain first appeared in front of Gong Yi. Immediately afterwards, the endless water vapor around it surged wildly, and then it began to spread endlessly. Finally, it gradually began to form a blue water curtain, and everything in the entire Kurigakure village shrouded in here. Gong Yi's face above the sky. Rong is still indifferent, not showing a little bit of despair when facing tailed beast bomb. On the contrary, he doesn't care at all. Boom! A muffled sound appeared. The tailed beast bomb that couldn't be defended. When it hit the water curtain, it only caused a slight ripple. The chakra of sage art was released, and it was just still there, a water curtain like a rippled water wave, it actually slowly became calm. As if there was just such a tailed beast bomb right now, it couldn't make it turbulent at all. Shocked all. Everyone was stunned. Whether it's the ninjas from the village of Kurigakure, the visiting ninjas, or the group of civilians. They all stared at the surrounding, this crystal water curtain that appeared out of thin air. It is elegant and beautiful, as if it can be broken at any time. Now everyone swallowed when they saw the terrifying tailed beast bomb and couldn't shake it at all. The scene was silent for a while. It's Lord Gongyi who shot it. Might Guy saw Gongyi in front of him, and his face was filled with a sense of pride. From the very beginning, he actually had no worries. Because Might Guy knew clearly that he would not die here, because it was Gongyi who brought them to Kurigakure village. And Sarutobi Asuma and other outstanding young Konoha village ninjas were also proud. Especially the current Kurenai Yuhi with Yuhi dizzy on her cheeks. Just looking at Gongyi who is like a god, her eyes are full of admiration. This man doesn't care. Wherever you go, it seems that it will bring its own endless brilliance. Yes, it's Gongyi. Terumi Mei, who is still here, has not recovered. The pair of proud twin peaks two in front of her are constantly rising and falling. She just stood at the front like this, completely feeling incredible. A pair of beautiful eyes, staring at Gongyi at this moment, secretly said with some excitement, Gongyi actually shot. Not just her. The rest of the Kurigakure village ninjas who had some opinions on Gongyi before, and the Kurigakure civilians who had some hatred, couldn't help but look at Gongyi at this moment. After they saw such a visual impact, the view before this moment actually no longer exists. At this moment, everyone slowly, even a little bit more awe and admiration. No one knows Gongyi, how terrifying he is. The people of Kurigakure village are famous for being good at sweetened water style. Now, when they saw Gongyi unleashing this suspected sweetened water style defensive ninjutsu, they no longer dared to think about it. Because of that alone, it seemed that the ninjutsu that Gongyi unleashed at will, could easily resist tailed beast bomb. Everyone was actually stunned. However, now Terumi Mei has to be lucky. This glazed canopy was developed by Gongyi with the help of the sweetened water style ninjutsu she gave. This time, she probably never thought that it would be used to save the entire Kurigakure village. At this moment, Gongyi didn't pay attention to the people behind him, instead he was looking at the six tails outside the sky indifferently. Roar! At this time, the current six tails are already violent. When it saw Gongyi, its entire body trembled even more violently. As if it has recognized it now, this is the guy who hurt itself in the past. Thinking about it, at this moment, a one-tailed beast bomb has condensed in front of it again. Obviously want to use quantity to suppress Gongyi's quality. But at this moment, when he saw Gongyi who released tailed beast bomb again, the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. Next second, when the second tailed beast bomb of the six tails has descended towards him. With a flick of his wrist, Gongyi threw out several unique kunai that revealed the glazed sky. Come on. To read the novel without underline. Chapter 319. Hiraishin Guiding Thunder. When the six-tailed rhinoceros at the moment, it released the second-tailed beast bomb. Gongyi directly threw out a number of kunai qualities, through the glazed sky. Whoosh, whoosh. The kunai of a few special envoys turned into a number of black shadows and shot straight towards tailed beast bomb's body. This moment, when everyone was secretly bad, they didn't understand what Gongyi did. That kunai is in everyone's eyes, they don't see anything at all, and they have entered into being swallowed by the tailed beast bomb. Was like falling into a swamp, completely absorbed by the terrifying tailed beast bomb. But, next second, tailed beast bombs, which were just huge, suddenly disappeared at this moment. Trace, as if it had never appeared at all. Everyone's faces showed surprise. It was just. Gongyi threw out a few shadows, and the tailed beast bomb suddenly disappeared. This Everyone looked up blankly and looked at Gong Yi, who was standing above the sky. Before they could speak again, I saw two-tailed beast bombs appearing out of thin air again on the forest not far away. Although the location there is very far from Kurigakure village, the huge-tailed beast bomb is very conspicuous. The purple-black energy balls were easily recognized by everyone. Technique of Horaishin. This is Gong Yi's own modified technique of Horaishin. A long time ago, the surrounding area of Kurigakure village had been set up with Horaishin's Indian style by Gong Yi, who had a heart. This is Gong Yi's current habit, but I didn't expect it now, but I got a convenience for myself. Or, save yourself the direct shot to offset the two-tailed beast bombs. Of course, Gong Yi actually wants to experiment more. 4. Horaishin, who is the fourth generation of Hokage, how powerful he is after his improvement. Through this look, Gong Yi smiled faintly, and the progress has become a breakthrough success. Thoughts here. Next second, the two-tailed beast bombs had already landed in the entire jungle after being transferred and appeared. Immediately, a dazzling white light shone out at this moment, making the already bright sky even more daylight. Immediately afterwards, it was as if the sky and the earth had been filled with the light of the entire explosion, making people unable to open their eyes. Even though they were very far apart, they still felt the prelude to the tailed beast bomb explosion. Then, there was a violent shaking like the shaking of the earth. The wind raged, rolling up the jungle covered by the tailed beast bomb, and everything there was destroyed. Immediately afterwards, there was a bang, and the entire jungle began to burst into a mushroom cloud. The huge tremor made it seem that the entire country of water-cut living creatures could hear it. A shock wave after the explosion swept all around, and each of them appeared to face everything in the distance, and gradually felt the lingering fears in their minds. Looking at the surrounding sky, everyone looked at Gong Yi in a complicated way. This powerful existence is really what they can imagine. I saw that the jungle in the distance in front was completely gone, and even spread to this place. Terumi Mei and a group of high-level officials of Kurigakure village were sweating on their backs. The two-tailed beast bombs do enter the village of Kurigakure, there may be nothing left here except into a giant sinkhole. And they finally became the lowest who were scattered by the wind, and not even the whole body remained. In the field, Gong Yi is also looking forward at this moment, and he can clearly see that the vibrant jungle before has become gone. Everything was wiped out, as if it had never appeared. Hee, the power is really good. It's still the same as before. Swish. Just as Gong Yi's voice fell, he disappeared into the air. When he appeared again, he had come to the six-tailed rhinoceros. Unfortunately, I have seen too many people stronger than you. In the blink of an eye. With Gong Yi's departure, the huge glazed canopy just now dissipated, and Gong Yi did not continue to maintain it at the moment. He knew that the six-tailed rhino seemed to recognize him now. No, it should be accurate to say that it is still there. I remember that I once cut off one of its tails. At the same time, seeing that Gong Yi was already facing off against the six-tailed rhinoceros, Terumi Mei immediately came back to her senses. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Gong Yi quietly at this moment, and then looked at the six-tailed rhinoceros. Terumi Mei already knew clearly in her heart that she couldn't wait any longer. The village of Kurigakure must have a Jinchuriki column force. And today, the opportunity has arisen. Quick, Chojuro, go and find Jinchuriki column, the previous candidate. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei did not hesitate, and immediately turned her head and shouted to the still, stunned Chojuro. See. Quickly came back to his senses, and after hearing Terumi Mei's order, he did not hesitate at all, immediately. Dodge out of here. At this time, the rest of the people also began to slowly return to their expressions, and all mobilized. Of visiting ninjas also quickly left behind. Although Gong Yi was not afraid of the six-tailed rhinoceros at all, the rest of the people felt a deep fear towards the six-tailed rhinoceros. It didn't look very powerful, but no one dared to underestimate it. They're not just beings like Jonin, or ordinary cage-level beings. They can be directly suppressed and defeated. Human. It's really you. At this time, when Gong Yi has come to the site of the six-tailed rhinoceros, he can be sure that this is the bastard who hurt himself. Go to hell. The words. Gong Yi opened his mouth, and the six-tailed rhinoceros had already sprayed a large amount of corrosive solution towards him in front of him. It was so close in front of its eyes that no one could escape its ultimate move. As a tailed beast without chakra restrictions, it can't feel the exhaustion of power at all now. Oh, can't stand it. Seeing the violent six-tailed rhinoceros in front of him, Gong Yi did not choose to escape from here, but instead smiled and whispered, "Then today is just right, let's practice with you." At this moment, when the terrifying corrosive solution was already pressing down on him, Gong Yi immediately hand seal with both hands. A thick voice sounded sweetly. Everyone can see that behind Gong Yi at this moment, a big hand that covers the sky and the sun appears out of thin air. I saw that when it appeared, it fanned towards the corrosive solution in an unstoppable manner. The white liquid that burst into pieces instantly collapsed. Countless solutions fell on the ground like rain, corroding the surrounding land. The sound of Lala. Just now, the six tails are invincible, and I don't know how much they have killed in seconds. Kurigakure Village Ninja's ultimate trick, in front of Gong Yi's eyes, has no effect at all. Chapter 320, The Art of Nine Dragons. 4th. Everything seemed so breezy. The corrosive solution that just made every ninja in the village of Kurigakure feel terrified cannot make Gong Yi feel any fear at all. It will work, everyone can even see. Gong Yi was wearing that white robe, which was still extremely white, and was not stained by any filth. Mr. Gong Yi. Standing in the crowd, Kimimaro stared blankly at Gong Yi in front of Lue. This time in the village of Kurigakure, Kimimaro thought a lot. Most of the time along the way, apart from talking to Gong Yi, he was also silent. Even for a few days, Kimimaro stayed at home like Gong Yi and did not want to stay in this Kurigakure village. As a ninja of the Kagaya clan, he once came to this village of Kurigakure to start a war. Later, it was Gong Yi who saved himself in the hands of Terumi Mei. 4. Kimimaro in Kurigakure village is complicated, and more of it is actually a bit mixed with a little hatred. But for Gong Yi, Kimimaro watched his eyes slowly bloom. At this moment, the figure of Gong Yi in his eyes seemed to be infinitely magnified in Kimimaro's eyes, looking extremely magnificent. Kimimaro, get out of here first. At this time, Sarutobi Armas saw that Kimimaro did not move, but was still staring at Gong Yi. He immediately drink. The rest of the people were all watching Gong Yi, but they were not so close. A battle between the two is completely beyond their reach, and everyone can only watch from a distance like this, unable to get closer. Human, you are courting death. In the field, the six-tailed rhinoceros saw that the current Gong Yi easily blocked its own attack, and it became even more angry. Even the last trace of sanity was lost, as if it would not kill Gong Yi now, it would definitely not retire in general. But at this time, Gong Yi didn't speak anymore, but the whole person immediately dodged away from its sight. When he reappeared, Gong Yi had come to the edge of the mountain. Looking at Wang Yanghai not far away, Gong Yi raised the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the whole endless sea in front of him is an excellent position for him to practice his hands. Boom, boom. Here, the six-tailed rhinoceros did not choose to continue to destroy the Kurigakure village after seeing Gong Yi leaving, but instead chased after Gong Yi. The huge body dragging and the six tails swaying behind him, the six-tailed rhinoceros has completely fallen into the madness of wanting to kill Gong Yi. Gong Yi, who was standing in the air at the moment, knew at a glance that the huge six-tailed rhinoceros behind him had been attracted by him. The jungle in front of him, which was already not much, began to be destroyed by it, and all that was left was a ruined dirt road of Mukuro. Even the few surrounding rocks were broken, and after being swept up by the six tails, countless rubble had been sputtered around. There was nothing in sight at all. It was heading in the direction of Gongyi. The loud noise kept coming, and it was clear that it had gradually moved away from the village of Kurigakure at the same time. The village of Kurigakure on Terumi Mei's side did not choose to escape, but moved towards the battlefield opened up by Gongyi, immediately. Dodged and chased after him. One after another silhouettes began to flash around, not just them. Swish, swish, Sunagakure village, Kumogakure village, etc. Visit, they are also immediately. Go over there. Especially now, Might Guy and Kimimaro are more swift. With the march of the six-tailed rhinoceros, the dense jungles that were before are few and far between. Seeing that everything was destroyed so miserably, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The crazy six tails have become everyone's nightmare. The huge white figures in front of them did not target them, but many people couldn't help but be afraid. Soon, as the six-tailed rhinoceros had slowly disappeared in front of their eyes, everyone began to move towards the heights of the mountains. In just a short while, the people of Kurigakure village, as well as the ninjas who visited each other, almost a whole crowd of people came here. Looking from a distance, there are people standing above Junfeng in this high place, which is a bit spectacular. Now everyone is not moving forward, because one step forward is a cliff. At this moment, they all came to this cliff. If you look in front of you, you can see that it is an endless blue sea. And the six-tailed rhinoceros and Gongyi are now thousands of meters away on the sea surface. The huge six tails did not sink to the bottom, while Gongyi was set off above the void. Although the size of the two is completely incomparable, everyone can deeply feel that the power contained in Gongyi's body is completely stronger than that of the six-tailed rhinoceros. On the battlefield, a destructive force begins to vent. At this moment, the patience of the six-tailed rhino has been completely wiped out. When it saw that Gongyi had stopped, it immediately start gathering energy. Tailed Beast Bomb. The Tailed Beast Bomb, feared by everyone, was once again released in front of it. 4. A tailed beast with no chakra restrictions, this is totally just normal. Soon, the purple-black energy ball has appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The people who stood on the high and looked at Gongyi, their hearts jumped. Now Gongyi is very close to the six tails. If this tailed beast bomb is bombarded, it will be very dangerous for him. But, even so, Gongyi still hasn't avoided it. He's still so indifferent. From the beginning to now, his appearance has hardly changed. The tailed beast bomb that has been condensed, instantly blasted out. Gongyi, who is only 100 meters away, breaking through the air. At this moment, tailed beast bomb, who was looking at the front, was already rushing towards him, and Gongyi immediately hand-sealed with both hands. Senpo, Sage Art 9 Dragons Art. Hula. As soon as the voice fell, the calm sea under Gongyi was now a turbulent Uzumaki. Immediately, several blue water dragons rushed out of it, and the huge tail flicked. They are intertwined in the air, soaring dozens of meters, majestic. Pair of twin pupils of the gorilla Yuhi shone brightly, as if the dragon in the sea had revived, which was daunting. 1, 2, 3. The whole sky is full, and now there are 9 huge Sweden, water-style dragons. Roar. The mouth roared out. 9 dragons roared in unison, and the entire water surface of thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters instantly swayed to both sides, turning over ripples. The next second, the speed is fast. Tailed beast bomb whistling, heading straight towards. Congratulations for winning the championship, very happy to read the Chapter 321. Terrifying Sweden, Water Style. 9 Sage Art Water Dragons appear. Everyone was shocked, especially Kurigakure village and others who are good at Sweden, water style, ninjutsu. They stared at these huge water dragons in amazement. They roared and rushed towards Six Tails and Tailed Beast Bomb respectively. At the same time, no one noticed that Terumi Mei, who was standing in front, had opened her mouth slightly, and her face was horrified. If I remember correctly, Gong Yi's sweetened, water-style, ninjutsu should be the ones he gave him at the beginning. Didn't expect that in such a short period of time, he could actually use it to this point. Terumi-May couldn't believe it. She was deeply shocked by the scene in front of her now. At the same time, when Gong Yi's Sage Art Water Dragon roared towards Tailed Beast Bomb, the two collided in the next second. Boom! The huge sound shocked the world and made people not only deafening. Hula, huge waves have already begun to gust from the sea level that is not calm. The shock waves generated by the two residual powers push the surrounding ocean like giant hands. They are still like tsunamis, with 6 tails. With Gong Yi as the center, it began to spread around. At this moment, it seems that the power of the two has begun to create a huge sea basin and valley, which makes people terrified. Just despite the mighty tailed beast bomb, it was completely neutralized. But this is the loss of only one sweetened, water-style dragon. The remaining 8 dragons continue to roar around the 6 tails. Buzz! Bang bang bang! 6 tails are not afraid at all. At this moment, the energy in front of him continues to gather and release, continuously releasing small-tailed beast bombs, and bombarding the sweetened, water-style dragon. A loud roar kept appearing, and although Gong Yi's sweetened, water-style dragon was very tyrannical, there was not much left of this moment. It was not until the last few sweetened, water-style dragons bombarded the body of 6 tails that it stopped and continued to release. Of course, the current 6 tails are also very uncomfortable. Although it is very strong, it is very passive to be hit by such ninjutsu. But seeing this, Gong Yi didn't show any expression on his face at this time. The whole person dodged again and left the place. When he reappeared, he had already come to a higher void. On Gong Yi's indifferent expression, a pair of dark pupils showed a cold glow. Just when Lu Wei hadn't reacted, he had already started to hand seal with both hands again. Raiden Thunder-style Jinchuriki column. In an instant, one after another terrifying blue thunder and lightning began to erupt, and the weather that was still sunny just now began to be covered with dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, 4 gigantic thunder Jinchuriki column descended from the sky. When they appeared, each of them took up a corner, blocking the huge 6 tails directly. The shock wave of the ninjutsu Yue just now, although it has not completely disappeared, layers of waves are still there, rippling around. But everyone, they stand on a high place to see it. The location where Gong Yi is now is like a doomsday scene, and people can't help but feel chills behind their backs. Underfoot is the endless sea Uzumaki, and the surrounding sea-like waves of dozens of meters are constantly rolling and rushing towards the outside. The sky is full of black clouds, and the color thunder and lightning keep rolling in it. And the 6 tails are like a lonely boat in the sea, and it is directly imprisoned in the middle by 4 huge thunder Jinchuriki column. Woo, woo, the 6 tails are no longer sane, and now it's fully exploded. Looking at this tiny ant in front of him, he could actually burst out with such power, and the 6 tails were completely crazy. Hee, let's start. Gong Yi saw that everything was ready, but Hand Seal's hands didn't stop. Senpo, Sage Art Burst Water Blade. After the words are over, the power of Sage Art's chakra surges wildly. Just as the ninjutsu was released, the surging waves around him suddenly stopped. Aside from, all around, thunder and lightning that crackled, the entire sea seemed calm. Yes. Standing at a high place and still, everyone watching the battle, all faces are condensed. But in the next second, before anyone could speak again, their expressions completely solidified. On everyone's face and clothes, the whole body of blue light was just reflected by the thunder and lightning in front. But now, it has completely disappeared, leaving only a piece of darkness. Everyone has felt at this moment, as if entering into the night. Because in front, a huge sea curtain has appeared. Gong Yi stood above the sky, quietly watching the 6 tails. With a height of several hundred meters appeared in front of it, and it was like a giant beast rushing towards it. The thunder and lightning around it reached this moment, and they were like flexible little snakes. Swim away above the water curtain. The crackling sound was even more astonishing. With the blessing of thunder and lightning ninjutsu, this large water curtain looked a lot more terrifying. Raiden Thunder Style, Sweden, Water Style, is a large-scale joint ninjutsu that requires hundreds of thousands of troops to use it. But when everyone saw all this, it was all Gong Yi, who made it all by himself, all swallowed. And at this moment, even the violent Six Tails, it is rare to calm down. It can no longer see the sky in front of it, let alone everything, and some are just braving a water curtain hundreds of meters high. When it has come to the front of Lu Wei, it is a kind of Taishan pressing the top. Swallowed up in an instant. Like the roar of a giant beast in the wild, everyone no longer heard any sound, only the surging sound of surging water. Instantly skipped the huge thunder and lightning Jinchuriki column. At this time, it was completely integrated into the huge water surface, as if all this was prepared for it. The whole scene was turbulent, and everyone felt astonished. What a magnificent sight it was before. Lightning and thunder in the sky, Uzumaki tsunami in the sea. That is enough to destroy everything was actually unleashed by Gong Yi just now. Here. The flustered Lu Wei was too late to fight back, and was slapped directly into the deep sea. Immediately afterwards, it already felt an unbearable stinging sensation. But before the stinging sensation was over, the next moment, his entire body was swept up by an electric current. Roar! The Six Tails who were in pain immediately roared, but under the interweaving of water and thunder, no one could hear a single trace. Paralysis swept through the whole body. Six Tails' huge body trembled involuntarily. But such a terrifying ninjutsu did not make Six Tails feel fear. On the contrary, it made him extremely angry. Has slowly appeared in the deep sea when the residual power of this ninjutsu disappeared. Although the Six Tails are very embarrassed at the moment, they still belong to the category of tailed beasts. It's hard to get rid of it. Actually, it still has nothing to do. Seeing the reappearance of the Six Tails in front of him, a high-level ninja in the village of Kurigakure exclaimed. How is this possible? On the other hand, the other ninjas also showed their shock. But just as all this happened, only the ninjas from Kumogakure village, but he is not so much. They watched the appearance of the Six Tails, and everyone was not surprised. Recalling the scene when Gong Yi directly beheaded Yahweh on the battlefield, they knew. Now Gong Yi hasn't used his full strength at all. Chapter 322. Epic Scene, 2nd. Kumogakure village ninja who experienced the great battle. The scene of Gong Yi's sword slashing the Eight Tails is still vivid in their minds. It was because of that battle that Gong Yi became a nightmare for many Kumogakure ninjas. Unfortunately, the group of Jonins who visited Kumogakure this time were the ones who experienced the last war. Looking at the sea level in front of them, it was like the scene of Doomsday, and they seemed to have returned to the original war. They looked at it from a distance. Gong Yi was like a god descended from the sky, and was killed by the terrifying Eight Tails in an instant. Thinking of this, a group of Kumogakure village ninjas even looked at each other. Obviously, the extra thoughts in their minds are all the same. On the sea in front of you are very likely Gong Yi's ninjutsu target. Such thoughts have now begun to slowly not only exist in them. The people of Kurigakure village and the rest of the ninjas started to think the same. Not that the Six Tails haven't been killed, it's that Gong Yi has been from the very beginning not trying to kill it at all. Hiss. Everyone who thought of these in their minds couldn't help but start to take a breath of cold air. For such things, they have gradually begun to feel that all this is really incredible. On the field. When the crazy Six Tails reappeared, the battle continued. When Gong Yi saw the Six Tails below, it had been suppressed by himself and was about to collapse. He smiled lightly. The power is still a little worse, and we need to continue to strengthen research. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, when Gong Yi was thinking, one of the huge tails of the rhinoceros had begun to stretch infinitely, swiping towards Gong Yi like a chain of heaven. The speed was so fast that everyone could only feel it. A dark shadow passed by, and it had come to Gong Yi's eyes. Just breathing, it will put Gong Yi to death. Huge inertial pressure. If Gong Yi is touched even a little bit, it will immediately shatter. You can see the crazy six-tailed rhinoceros. Already I want to kill Gong Yi regardless. Senpo, Sage Art is reincarnated. In the blink of an eye, a chakra power of Sage Art has been vented on Gong Yi. At this time, the water below Gong Yi is churning wildly. Go out and head towards Gong Yi's eyes. Just as the tail is close at hand, everyone can clearly see that countless violent water currents actually form a huge palm, blocking Gong Yi's body. Front. The palms of giants, although they are all organized by turbulent water, are extremely strong. It can be clearly seen that when the tail made a sound of breaking the air, it was directly caught in the palm of the huge water flow. Inorganic reincarnation. The transformation of lifeless things can make them endowed with short-lived power. Hulala. At this time, everyone who stood watching from a distance could not help but exclaim. Because under Gong Yi's feet, the sea level of Wangyang began to disappear, and countless water currents had already disappeared. All began to flock to Gong Yi frantically. The range of thousands of meters has been dry, and only a thin layer is left. And these water flow as if alive, they began to merge towards the giant palm in front of Gong Yi's eyes. Water flow began to organize each other slowly. Countless azure waters began to spread upward, and gradually formed an organization-like form that intermixed with each other. As time passed, an arm appeared on the huge palm, followed by a body. In just a short while, a huge water giant was fully formed. It was extremely shocking. As soon as it appeared, it almost surpassed the size of the six tails. Everyone is now looking up, and when the magnificent water giant appeared at the same time, look at both hands. The tail that the rhinoceros was caught was directly thrown back by the giant of water. It was a bit confusing. The rhinoceros had just recovered from the last wave of attacks, but this time it was taken up by Tang. Seeing this, everyone was still there. The ninjas from the villages watching the battle all opened their mouths slightly. Because they saw an epic scene. Six-tailed, it was actually created by Gong Yi's water giant. It was thrown to the other side with its tail in a frenzy. Boom! Above the water surface thousands of meters away, a wave of dozens of meters high was stirred up. The crazy Lu Wei was directly thrown into a daze, and he completely felt the world spinning. It's not over yet. The huge water giant, when he let out the six tails, walked in its direction with strides. Looking ahead, on the endless horizon, the six tails and the water giant have already fought. Gong Yi is like a master, standing on top of the water giant's head, with his hands folded on his chest. Without the slightest expression on his face, he just looked at the six tails who had been gradually suppressed. And at this moment, as if the six tails were forced to the end, it has once again wanted to gather energy. 4. The tailed beast with core attacking means, all he can think of now is use the tailed beast bomb again to distance it from. However, when Gong Yi saw the place in front of him, he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. It seems that it's time to end. Seeing that he had almost practiced his ninjutsu again, Gong Yi was no longer in the mood to waste time with Lu Wei. Senpo, Sage Art Golden Shield. Kang, Sword come. At this moment, a huge golden long sword appeared. It was suspended above Gong Yi's head. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably monstrous mad-killing intent swept through and erupted. With its appearance, even the Wukumobikar above the sky was shocked and some were about to disperse. Endless golden rays of light shone out from its body, making the whole body of the ninjas in the villages above the cliffs to be reflected in golden color. At this moment, it seemed that there was only this golden-colored giant sword left between the sky and the earth. Six Tails was stunned. At this time, as Gong Yi released Jin Dun, it didn't seem to resist at all. Gong Yi. Just as the golden giant sword fell, Terumi Mei cried out a little. She still wants to keep the six tails as the power of the village of Kurigakure. But this scene, Now she has absolutely no doubt that when Gong Yi's sword falls, the six tails will definitely be killed on the spot. Down. In the blink of an eye, Gong Yi smiled faintly, as if he heard Terumi Mei's voice. The golden giant sword swung down directly at the tail of the six tails. Boom! The sea cracked. Countless waves were stirred up to the height of several floors. The power of the sword was shocking the four directions. Even the sea horizon, which cannot be seen in the distance, is divided into two sides by a huge golden long sword, and it has not been merged for a long time. And the six tails are still there. The swinging tail is also neatly cut down directly, sinking into the deep sea. Chapter 323. Seal. At this moment, when the golden giant sword cut off its tail, the six tails have instantly woken up. It has slowly emerged from the state of madness before. With the sound of a roar, the six tails were completely damaged. The six tails swaying behind him have been cut off in unison and immersed in the sea. But, nonetheless, the six-tailed rhinoceros didn't dare to take a step forward, and was completely terrified of Gong Yi. Just now, this war weapon that made the ninja continent feared was actually beaten by Gong Yi, to be honest. Now it even roared, and it didn't dare to call out at all. The scene was silent. Except for the sound of the waves, all the ninjas standing here looking at Gong Yi stopped making a sound. Everyone was stunned by the scene just now. Especially the people of Kumogakure village. That golden sword seemed to remind them of their nightmare. Too terrifying. Half sound. A high-level officer in the village of Kurigakure, he opened his mouth and exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, this is too strong. Another visiting ninja from Iwagakure, he looked ahead and nodded unnaturally. In this short moment, everyone's heart seems to have this thought. Although everyone knows Akatsuki Gong Yi's strength, many people have seen it for the first time. Just as everyone sighed, Terumi Mei was relieved. She knew that Gong Yi just now should have understood what she meant. But the more this is the case, Terumi Mei's heart is beating very fast. Just now, he really gave up beheading the six tails because of his own voice, in order to fulfill the power of his sealer Jinchuriki column. Terumi Mei thought, a few dodges had come to the underside of the water giant. She doesn't have Gong Yi's ability to control the sky, she can only use chakra to stand on the water. Gong Yi. Terumi Mei raised her head to look at Gong Yi, but she didn't look at the six tails not far ahead. She knew very well that as long as Gong Yi was around, the six tails would definitely not dare to move around. What's wrong? Gong Yi smiled and looked at Terumi Mei, who was standing below. Wow! As soon as the voice fell, the water giant under Gong Yi automatically disintegrated and reintegrated into the whole piece of Wang Yang. That was almost evacuated just now has begun to be filled up slowly at this moment, as if nothing had happened. Coming back to Terumi Mei's side, Gong Yi naturally knew what she was doing now. I heard Terumi Mei's cry before, otherwise he would have decided to kill the six tails directly. But after thinking about it, Gong Yi also left it to Terumi Mei. After all, Terumi Mei has represented the Kurigakure village and the Konoha alliance now, so maybe in the future, when she takes control of the Konoha village, she still needs her. Then, that six tails, can I seal it straight into the body of Jinchuriki column force? Seeing Gong Yi coming to his side, Terumi Mei asked him, not knowing what to say. As if at this moment, it was a bit like negotiating with Gong Yi. The forbidden area where we sealed it before has been destroyed, and I suspect that it has been known by some people Akatsuki, so wherever we go to seal it, it will definitely appear like this situation. Good. Gong Yi nodded and did not refuse. As early as the beginning, the meaning of Terumi Mei, Gong Yi, have been guessed. Soon, at this time, the surrounding ninjas also surrounded one after another. Seeing that the six tails were too scared to move by Gong Yi, everyone also showed a look of awe. And that group of ninjas from the village of Kurigakure, their faces also became very complicated. This man had almost destroyed their village, but now he has brought it back. Everyone's heart no longer knows how to express it. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Soon, everyone from Konoha village came to Gongyi's side. The first to arrive was Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai Yuhi with curly black hair. She now has a pair of Yuhi-colored pupils, looking at him with concern and saying, "Gongyi, are you alright?" Kurenai Yuhi has some concerns. Although she knew that Gongyi was so powerful that 8 tails could easily kill him, she still looked at Gongyi with some anxiety. The two grew up as childhood sweethearts. Kurenai Yuhi has always been concerned about Gongyi, for fear of where he will be hurt. "Didn't you see?" Gongyi looked at Kurenai Yuhi next to him, smiled and said lightly, "Everything is fine." "Lord Gongyi, you are amazing." Here, Might Guy, who came to Gongyi's side, couldn't help but give a thumbs up again, and the whole person seemed very excited. From the beginning of Gongyi's battle with the 6 tails, what Might Guy sees is. The others also arrived at this time. Sarutobi Asuma, Kimimaro and others looked at him with fiery eyes. However, because Terumi Mei was beside him, Kimimaro's eyes flashed a little hesitation, and he didn't go to Gongyi's eyes to say anything. "Mizukage-sama, we have brought the power of Jinchuriki column." At this time, Chojuro brought dozens of Kurigakure village ninjas, and they also rushed over. When a few people were talking, Terumi Mei's side also made all arrangements. "I saw that the person they brought, Jinchuriki column force, was a cute little girl with a ponytail. The age should be only about 10 years old." At this moment, her big eyes were filled with firmness, and there was no trace of the unknown panic that she was about to face everything next. But it was normal, Gongyi didn't show any thoughts. Since you can become a human Jinchuriki column force, you naturally need to have the willpower that can restrain the tailed beast from running rampant, as well as a strong vitality, and some of the most important consciousness. "Well, you can start sealing." Terumi Mei, who was watching Kurenai Yuhi and Gongyi, regained her senses, looked at Chojuro and nodded. "Mizukage-sama, but we." The eyes on his face and looked at Terumi Mei with embarrassment. At this time, Terumi Mei looked at Gongyi in embarrassment as if she also remembered something. "What's wrong?" Seeing what Terumi Mei looked like, Gongyi asked immediately. "Gongyi, the ninja with the strongest sealing technique in our master died on the battlefield last time, so there is no one in our entire Kurigakure village, and we can still use such a complex advanced sealing technique." Terumi Mei said, with a pair of beautiful eyes showing anticipation, and said slowly, "I don't know. Can you help us seal the 6 tails?" "Oh." Hearing Terumi Mei finish speaking, Gongyi smiled inwardly and said, "S right, I seem to have directly killed the master of the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column Liu Gao before. And he should be the person in charge of the seal of the tailed beast in the village of Kurigakure." Chapter 324. Flirting. Yes. Gongyi thought of this, nodded and agreed. Now that the 6 tails have been staying here and have been unable to seal, it is indeed not the same thing. Also, Gongyi doesn't want to give other people a chance now. Quickly, simply clear all 4 weeks. The rest of the foreign visits have all been brought back to the village of Kurigakure. Right now, only Konoha village and the others, Terumi Mei and the others are left. Coming to Lu Wei's eyes, it still looks stupidly frightened by Gongyi, and doesn't dare to resist at all. Even now it clearly knows that it is about to be sealed in the body of the human Jinchuriki column force, the same is true. The 6-tailed rhino has become sane again, and it even thinks that it is facing this man. It's really not as good as being sealed in the body of the human Jinchuriki column, it will be more secure. Of course, seeing this scene in front of you, the others are also bragging. The terrifying 6-tailed rhinoceros almost destroyed the entire new Kurigakure village, but they were powerless. But now Gongyi beat him to such a degree that he even knew that he was going to be sealed, but he didn't dare to resist at all. Wink. Gongyi quickly hand seal, a terrifying chakra power burst out, and immediately enveloped the huge 6 tails. Then, like an endless attraction, it began to drag it in the direction of the Jinchuriki column force. Ninja seal. Seal. Immediately, the six tails, who did not resist, instantly turned into a white light, and was dragged directly into the navel of Jinchuriki column force. Went very smoothly, no trouble at all. With the current six tails and their cooperation, the entire sealing ceremony is over in just a moment. Everyone can also guess the ending, and it is not too surprising. After all, the six tails are standing there honestly, how could it possibly resist anything else? As long as the tailed beast is willing to cooperate, then the sealing technique will naturally proceed quickly. But at this moment, Gong Yi just used a forbidden technique level seal that he saw in the Orochimaru collection. This simple sealing technique is enough. Gong Yi didn't waste much of his power to use a more powerful sealing technique. With the existence of the mere six tails, there is no need to make a big fight. At least Gong Yi can guess it now, Lu Tai definitely doesn't want to come out again. At least for a while, within the body of the human Jinchuriki column force, it considers the safest haven. Sealing ends. In the entire Kurigakure village was completely relieved. No one would have imagined that this pair of doomsday situations would be rescued by Gong Yi's manpower. Didn't say anything, but on everyone's face, the hatred they used to gradually diminished a lot. Go back first and settle all the villagers. Terumi Mei saw that the six tails were successfully sealed, and the people Jinchuriki column were also safely sent away. She looked at Chengjuro and the others behind her, and said to them, "Yes." Several people did not talk nonsense, and immediately after hearing Terumi Mei's order, "Dodge out of here." Obviously, there is no need for them to stay here now. "You guys go back and wait for me first." Seeing Terumi Mei looking at him, as if he had something to say, Gong Yi looked at Kimimaro and the others and said slowly, "Understood, Lord Gong Yi." Sarutobi Asuma is now obeying his words, without hesitation at all, and also walked away with a few people. However, Kurenai Yuhi, who was standing next to Gong Yi, did not leave. Instead, a pair of Yuhi pupils looked at Terumi Mei. Some are hostile, as if the current Terumi Mei is plotting against Gong Yi. But within half a second, Kurenai Yuhi looked at Gong Yi. "Come back early, we will wait for you in the village." "Okay, you go back first." Shaking his head and smiling, Gong Yi looked at the current appearance of Kurenai Yuhi's enemy, and he replied with a shrug. After Gong Yi finished speaking, Kurenai Yuhi also reluctantly left. "Tell me, what's wrong?" Seeing that there was no one around, Gong Yi walked towards Terumi Mei who was in front of him and asked that. Terumi Mei now looked at the palace and asked a little stumblingly, "Why? You will save the village of Kurigakure. The tailed beast bomb of the six tails just now has fallen over." "Yes." Hearing Terumi Mei finished speaking, Gong Yi was a little puzzled. He never thought that Terumi Mei had walked away from so many people just to ask himself this. A smile appeared on Gong Yi's handsome face. To put it on Terumi Mei's face, he said slowly, "I think it was probably because you were standing in front." Ah. Seeing Gong Yi's actions and hearing his answer, Terumi Mei's heart skipped a beat, and now she can clearly feel the temperature that belongs to Gong Yi's whole body. In front of outsiders, she is a serious Mizukage who doesn't allow any mistakes. But now, a Yuhi dizziness appeared on her face, like a little girl next door, a little incoherent to Gong Yi. Originally, she really wanted to blurt out, "Is it because of her own reasons?" But, Terumi Mei did not expect that Gong Yi would give herself such a reason. The proudly standing twin peaks too kept rising and falling, and her breathing quickened a lot. Gong Yi, who is very close to Terumi Mei now, can clearly feel Terumi Mei. She is going to hit someone with the ball. "Now, do you have anything else to ask?" Looking at Terumi Mei in front of her, she has a charming temperament that makes people a little bit tempted. Especially with her current appearance, Gong Yi couldn't help but want to tease her. Mizukage like this is really uncommon. If the people in Kurigakure village were still here, I'm afraid they would be stunned. Own 5th-generation Mizukage, she can still be teased by others. Yuhi's ears are red. Obviously impossible. Well, I have to deal with the village affairs, so I will go first. Seeing Gongyi getting closer and closer, Terumi-Mei couldn't bear it any longer, her whole body immediately. After taking a few steps back, he turned around and fled. An indescribable feeling towards Gongyi, it was more complicated. But this time, Terumi-Mei seemed to know something, and it didn't seem impossible to guess. It's just that he doesn't want to admit it. But now it's going to work. Terumi-Mei has to say, she's caught in some kind of contradiction. Chapter 325. The Mission to End Everything. Kurigakure Village. After the six-tail turmoil is over, everyone has returned here. From the village of Kurigakure are now investigating the casualties. There are still many people who are counting the losses and comforting the common people. After such a big event, Mizukage's inauguration ceremony can only be hastily ended. As for these, Terumi-Mei naturally doesn't care, and everyone is not in the mood to think about it anymore. In the case of the newly rebuilt Kurigakure village, which was almost destroyed for the second time, everyone still had lingering fears. This will be kung fu. When people in Kurigakure think of Gongyi, most of them are also very complicated in their hearts. Although for some deep hatred, it is impossible to resolve it because of this matter. But, it is undeniable that this time they can still stand here safe and sound, all because Gongyi saved them. Otherwise, not only the village of Kurigakure will be destroyed again, but each of them will not be able to escape. Now when I think about the terrifying tailed beast bomb just now, everyone's heart is beating wildly, and they feel the cold sweat on their backs. Especially for a group of ninjas, their scalps were numb with the power displayed by the six tails just above the sea in their minds. Without Gongyi, they would have no one else to think of a second way to get rid of the six tails except death all the way. Although the village of Kurigakure seems to be rebuilt and has gradually re-emerged, their losses are still not small, and until now, there is no new generation of ninjas with as many layers as Konoha. This way, now facing this disaster, if there is no existence of Gongyi, their village of Kurigakure will probably be removed from the entire ninja continent this time. These things, now everyone knows Akatsuki in their hearts, and because of this, when they think about Gongyi, they actually have all kinds of emotions in their hearts. Here, separated from Terumi-Mei on the boundless ocean of Wangyang, Gongyi did not return to the village of Kurigakure. He has another thing to do. I originally wanted to wait until the end of Mizukage's inauguration ceremony. But now it is clear that Kurigakure village is no longer possible to continue. Simply, now he came to a barren jungle. The surrounding area was badly damaged by the six tails before, but Gongyi didn't care. Hand seal with both hands and slap down. Spiritualism. Bang. At this time, after a white smoke passed, an unattractive little snake appeared. Whole body is black, very ordinary, still at the moment, spitting out snake letters, quietly watching Gongyi. Tell him I am here waiting for him. After seeing this little snake appear, Gongyi murmured lightly. The little black snake with a pair of vertical pupils disappeared directly in front of Gongyi's eyes as if he understood. At the same time, Kurigakure village, which has just escaped the disaster, is a deep mountain behind it. The place is covered with white fog, and then shrouded by natural barriers, nothing can be seen clearly around. However, beside this giant tree, two shadows were standing there quietly. It seems that your plan has not been successful. A man with orange hair, his face was indifferent, and he said lightly to the masked man next to him. Hee, I didn't expect this dark blue demon of Konoha, he would actually shoot. Masked man Obito shook his head, and his eyes that were only exposed showed a strange gleam, obviously a little surprised by Gongyi's shot. However, although he was very calm, there was still some anger in the pupil of the gorilla, Yuhi, although it was suppressed by just passing by. But it can still be clearly seen that he is very annoyed that Gongyi helped Kurigakure village escape this time. Originally, according to the previous plan, I released the 6 tales, and everyone would be in a state of indifference. Whether it's Sunagakure village, Kumogakure village, etc. Visit, they won't shoot. However, Obito, the masked man, didn't think that Gongyi would stand up at a critical moment, and they helped seal the 6 tales. It seems that the Mizukage of Kurigakure village has an unusual relationship with this dark blue demon of Konoha. On the thick branches beside the two, Ju slowly revealed half of his body, shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Yes, it seems that this man has seriously affected us." Anger, the masked man Obito nodded and said slowly, "If this continues, we will really be in trouble." Tricky. Heavenly Path Pain heard the masked man Obito finished speaking, and he showed a smile on his handsome face with no emotion at all. "Then just kill him, that's fine." Full of confidence. Now, although he has fought against Gongyi before, he doesn't feel the slightest fear on his face. Rinnegan with several waves, it seems that he is about to kill Gongyi at this moment. Now that they can't feel the pain, they naturally won't cherish the hard-won peace. Who controls the heavenly path pain, seems to be in this experience in Kurigakure village, what I felt. Then since I have experienced endless pain and turned from a mortal to a god, then there is a necessary mission to end this. It's all over. Hearing Heavenly Path Pain's words, the masked man Obito nodded. "Let's go back first, there is no need to stay here for a long time." The words fell. In the void in front of the masked man Obito, Uzumaki began to inhale him. Swish, in the destroyed jungle, a black figure appeared in the blink of an eye. With the falling leaves, he dodged and came to Gongyi's eyes. "It's been so long, how are things going?" Seeing the visitor, Gongyi who was standing here looked at him with a smile. Front of him was a Jonin from the village of Iwagakure in the land of the land. His strength and breath are not weak, and he vaguely reveals a very strong feeling. And the indifferent look on his face makes people look very unapproachable. But now, he doesn't show any disrespect to Gongyi. Because the man now is the clone created by Gongyi using the second seed of divine consciousness. At the beginning, after Gongyi created him, he took advantage of the chaos between Sunagakure village and Iwagakure village and sent him into the interior of Iwagakure village. The purpose, of course, is to let him investigate the information of the 4-tailed Sun Wukong, the 5-tailed Mu Wong, the 7-tailed Shigeki, and the rest of the related people Jinchuriki column force. The plan of his own small 10 tails, Jinchuriki column, has not been forgotten, but is still being carried out gradually. And this time, Gongyi also noticed his avatar during his visit to Iwagakure village. That's why I chose to call him over and ask about my plan. It is estimated that some brothers have already discovered it. I have reduced the daily guarantee from 5 to 4. To be honest, I'm a little sorry. Everyone, but I have to do it. In October, I struggled to code words every day. I had a lumbar muscle strain and couldn't sit for a long time. Sitting for too long every day, the waist is like a needle stick, and the pain is terrifying. I have recently started receiving acupuncture and moxibustion, and I have to apply plaster from time to time. Brothers, I am still young. Alas. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, and push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels. Chapter 326. Goodbye Divine Consciousness Clone. Long time has passed since the beginning of this plan. Gongyi also needs to move on. At present, he already has the master body of Kyubi, 9 tails, and 3 tails, as well as the tail containing 6 tails of chakra, and the horns of 8 tails. What is missing now is only 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails. Although the progress seems to be a little slow, it was Gongyi deliberately for the sake of slowly plotting it. Of creating this avatar by myself at the beginning was also to not want to break into other people's villages and forcibly occupy it. After all, for the current strength, it seems that he has already reached the peak. However, that doesn't mean true invincibility. I have also considered these issues before. If there is some kind of problem in this area, some mysterious enemies will take advantage of it. That's not what Gong Yi wanted. Especially Akatsuki, who is already on the move. They are now starting to become more active. As they also collect tailed beasts, if they collect tailed beasts like this, it is very likely that they will make their plans ahead of schedule. In order to stabilize the current situation, Gong Yi does not want to trouble himself and resolve some unnecessary disputes. After investigation, it has now been confirmed that the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, Column Power and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, Column Power are all Jonin from Iwagakure village. Hearing Gong Yi's question, the avatar of consciousness immediately answered him without any hesitation. Hee, it seems that I guessed correctly, everything is as I expected. Gong Yi smiled after hearing the confirmation of the consciousness clone. However, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki column force can be used to control the power of steam to enhance physical skills to fight, and the speed can also be enhanced, so in Iwagakure village they all call it, Steam Ninja. The Divine Consciousness clone continued to say with the information he had obtained, but he has been behind closed doors, and it may be a little troublesome to cooperate with his own tyrannical power. Never go out. Hearing this, Gong Yi also thought for a while. At the beginning, I had already guessed a lot. Ikeo Shukaku belongs to Iwagakure village, and in the future, Gaara will send it directly and automatically, so you don't have to worry about it. Gong Yi didn't care about the situation on the other side of the second and second tails. She had played against him at the beginning, and her strength could not threaten her, so she could find an opportunity to take it at any time. As for Shigeki Naneo, because its people, Jinchuriki column, are only in a small ninja village like Taki Ninja Village, it is also not a problem. Only now is the clone of his own consciousness, the village of Iwagakure where he is. Now the 5 tails and the 4 tails, if they want to get them quietly, they will still make themselves a little troublesome. Especially after hearing the avatar of the consciousness, Gong Yi knew that now it seems that the Iwagakure village has begun to control the human Jinchuriki column force. After all, this time, there have been many beasts that have problems. If they are not stupid, they will naturally take strict precautions. However, this 4-tailed man Jinchuriki column force, now he has. Seeing Gong Yi regained his senses in his thoughts. Avatar looked at him. He is called Laozi by the people of Iwagakure village. Because of his feud with Tsuchikage, he has defected and fled, and is being chased by Anbu. He must have been hiding now. Jinchuriki column force of the 4 tails, has left the village of Iwagakure. Gong Yi nodded when he saw the consciousness clone. He thought it was good news. He had been waiting for this opportunity before. Arranging the avatar of consciousness in Iwagakure village is also to wait for the departure of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force. This old Z, Gong Yi still knows something, is the same old man as Tsuchikage. Both of them are very stubborn, so they often get along with each other. Just that Gong Yi didn't expect that this guy would choose to leave Iwagakure village at this time. It must be the issue of the power of Jinchuriki column, the controller of Iwagakure village, that made the two of them completely deadlocked. Yes, after you go back, start to pay attention to the news of Anbu in Iwagakure village. With the help of their investigation direction, once there is news of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force, immediately contact me. Gong Yi twitched the corners of his mouth with a smile, now that he has fulfilled himself. As he made up his mind, Gong Yi just immediately commanded. Now that the 4 tails have come out, then his goal is naturally him. By the way, you need to continue to pay attention to the 5 tails. As for the Nantai Jinchuriki column power, and the dynamics of the other tailed beasts, you should continue to collect them if you have the chance. Understood. The Divine Consciousness clone nodded when he heard this. Well, then you leave first. At this time, Gong Yi left Hiraishin's magic mark on his avatar, and let him leave. Going out in this situation for so long will cause unnecessary suspicion. As for keeping Hiraishin's technique, it is naturally for the convenience of operating it when capturing the four tails. Soon, Gongyi also walked back towards the location of Kurigakure village after seeing the avatar of the divine consciousness walking away. Now that the things on the tailed beast side have been explained, then I only need to wait for the news of the avatar of the consciousness. A trail in the village of Kurigakure, Gongyi returned to the visiting residence in the village of Konoha. As he entered the door, Gongyi saw Kurenai Yuhi standing at the door waiting for him. Back. Seeing Gongyi's return, Kurenai Yuhi came to Gongyi and asked. Apparently after all this time, Kurenai Yuhi was still a little worried seeing Gongyi not coming back. After all, thinking about Terumi Mei's attractive figure and charming appearance, Kurenai Yuhi felt a little uneasy. After all, now, but I can't reach her feelings at all. Well. Nodding, Gongyi smiled and looked at Kurenai Yuhi. Mr. Gongyi. Here, when Gongyi came back, Kimimaro also said hello. And one after another, Sarutobi Armas and others also came out. Regarding the current Gongyi, although everyone did not say much, but the fiery in their eyes could not be concealed at all. Although this is not the first time that Gongyi is seen shooting, but every time they see it, this shocking feeling still lingers in their hearts. Ninja world is based on strength, and now everyone has an indescribable admiration for Gongyi. In short, everyone's appearance now is full of respect for them. But Gongyi didn't pay attention to these at the moment. The incident of Luwei today is actually unintentional. Besides, Gongyi can still vaguely guess in his heart now, who is making all this. And now that they have destroyed their plan, then they are likely to target themselves intentionally or unintentionally in the future. It's time to use Uchiha Itachi too. Chapter 327. The Strongest Ninja Village. Gongyi doesn't know much about the progress of Akatsuki at the moment, because of their hidden situation. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated to this day, Uchiha Itachi must have collected a lot of information. It seems that next time, I will find Uchiha Itachi and ask. Although Akatsuki can't pose a real threat to himself, there are some secret things that he needs to know about Akatsuki. Time dazzled. 2 days later. Gongyi has taken Konoha to visit and left the village of Kurigakure. Now that they have gone through the events of the Six Tales, they are not in the mood to continue any rituals. This way, after the other Omura visits and departures, Gongyi and Terumi Mei briefly communicated, and also decided to return to Konoha village. Anyway, this time, my main purpose has been achieved, and it can be regarded as saving the current predicament of Konoha village. Sarutobi Asuma and others attended the visit as a younger generation of ninjas, and the effect they achieved also shocked the rest of the outer village. Besides, after going through this six-tailed incident, everyone must not want it even more. At this time when Gongyi was at its strongest, it was time to go to Konoha village. Night falls. The dense woods began to faintly make noises. The nocturnal animals slowly recovered, and the birds returning to the forest also made the sound of flapping their wings at this moment. Shining in the bright moonlight, several figures flashed out of the jungle at this moment. It was Gongyi who visited the crowd with him. After the village of Kurigakure left, it took them a day to return to the land of fire. Go a little further and you will reach the village of Konoha. Now vaguely, they can actually see the vague outline of the village ahead. Swish, 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 keep going, and after a few dodges, the village of Konoha has appeared in front of you. The huge village is in complete contrast to the village of Kurigakure. It is still recognized as the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, which does make some sense. Everyone saw Konoha village, most of their faces were relieved, and the way back went smoothly. At least, with Gongyi leading the team, nothing dangerous happened. And at this moment, just when Gongyi and the others had returned to Konoha, the rest of the villages that were on the verge of turbulence were also rarely stabilized. After all kinds of visits, they told everything about their previous life in Kurigakure village without reservation, and they all dismissed some thoughts one after another. Some are still there. The situation where the edge-harassed Konoha ninjas from time to time has begun to slowly decrease, and it is obvious that this time Gongyi took a visit to Kurigakure village, which gave them a lot of shock. Especially after knowing that Gongyi's deeds of beating the six tails alive had spread to the ears of all the shadows, they no longer wanted to lose the big because of the small. Unconsciously, the entire ninja continent recalled the fear of being dominated by Gongyi. This day, Gongyi has come to Hokage's office. He was sitting in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen at the moment, quietly facing him. Gongyi was not surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen invited him over. When he returned to Konoha village before, he was interviewing the report given to him by the people, and he left directly. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not come to rest. It must have been a few days now, and he didn't come over in person, so he couldn't bear it anymore. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I must have also heard about the Kurigakure village six tails, and would like to know the general details. Gongyi, your previous plan has been very successful. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said to Gongyi. The frown from before was gone, replaced by a rare smile. He opened his mouth now, and did not directly ask about Gongyi Kurigakure village, but said slowly from the beginning. Now, according to the information, the villages that have shown signs before, they seem to have given up. Hearing this, Gongyi's expression didn't change, he just nodded. It seems that the shocking effect of the visit has indeed been successful. Yes, all this is really thanks to you, Gongyi. No, all the people who visited also have credit. Then if the third generation has nothing else to do, I will leave first. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen has no other topics for a long time, Gongyi doesn't want to waste time here to listen to some of his meaningless compliments. Currently, he still has research to do, and after this period of time, Gongyi's research and development of futon, wind-style ninjutsu has reached a critical moment. Now he is not in the mood and has been wasting time with Sarutobi Hiruzen here. Said that, Gongyi has already stood up and was about to leave. Cough, Gongyi, wait a minute. Seeing Gongyi's expressionless face, Sarutobi Hiruzen also coughed lightly. Said, I heard that you helped the village of Kurigakure and sealed the six tails. Indeed, what's wrong? Gongyi laughed inwardly, and it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't hold it any longer, and got to the point. These six tails appeared at the Mizukage's inauguration ceremony and were unsealed. Don't you think this is a bit too coincidental? Sarutobi Hiruzen also slowly looked serious, and slowly continued. From the previous Kyubi, 9 tails, to the current 6 tails, I feel that there must be some problems in this. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been in the heart, brewing for a long time. For the prosperity of the whole Konoha village, he can put all his mind into it. Now, after hearing about the 6 tails, he also indirectly thought about the previous Kyubi, 9 tails riot. So Sarutobi Hiruzen had to start to wonder. The seal of the tailed beast was inexplicably released, whether someone wanted to use the tailed beast to destroy the Konoha village from the beginning. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Gongyi and said, So, this time has anyone found anything suspicious in the village of Kurigakure? Suspicious person. Gongyi heard Sarutobi Hiruzen ask these. He also shook his head. No suspicious person was found. Now even if Gongyi knows something, he will not mention it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, now such a thing, it is better to leave it to him to investigate slowly. If he knew about Akatsuki and wanted to collect tailed beasts, he would be in trouble. Is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't surprised, but instead showed a look that was right. After all, when they had seen the 6 tails at that time, it proved that it had been released. Then it would be a bit weird to know. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured lightly, it seems that this time, we should investigate from the 4-tailed Jinchuriki column force of Iwagakure village. Jinchuriki column force of the 4-tailed man of Iwagakure village. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen muttering, Gong Yi looked at him and asked lightly. Yes, now he has defected to Iwagakure village, and the whole Iwagakure village was wanted for him not long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hide it. After all, almost all the senior management of Shinobi Village had news about it. Gong Yi will know as long as he inquires carefully. Oh. Although Gong Yi wanted to inquire about the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column force, he held back. Some things seem too stupid if they are too obvious. Said, Gong Yi was about to open the door and go out. But at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Gong Yi and continued to retain it. Filu reminds you, an LT, or block the collection of IP. Chapter 328. Four-tail News. Gong Yi, are you interested in investigating this matter? Gong Yi, who was about to push the door open, heard Sarutobi Hiruzen ask himself. Looking back, Gong Yi is still indifferent. Investigate. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. Since the six-tailed and Kyubi, nine-tails, have had this problem, then the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force left behind now. If my guess is correct, someone will definitely look for it. Him. Sarutobi Hiruzen is serious. Even though he knew that Gong Yi was in Konoha village, he still didn't want the Kyubi, nine-tails night to happen again. So he wants to use the power of the four-tailed Jinchuriki column to find out this mysterious man who may have caused turmoil before. Although the country of grass has entered a lot of Iwagakure ninjas, the Jinchuriki column force of the four-tailed man has not been found. We are just in time to investigate secretly. Sarutobi Hiruzen figured out his plan and said to Gong Yi without the slightest doubt. In the land of grass. Gong Yi sneered inside. Now it is estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen never imagined that some kind of abnormal situation of this tailed beast in the ninja world was actually fueled by himself. Of course, he didn't need to know about these things. Gong Yi hid everything well. Such a thing, you should send Anbu, I'm not interested. After thinking about it, Gong Yi chose to refuse. If I were to represent Konoha now, it would be very troublesome in the future. For use arrest of the four tails, it would be better to do it alone. Soon, stroll out of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Gong Yi did not agree, and he did not force it any further. Gong Yi promised himself that he was very good when he attended Kurigakure village before. The leader of the palace. This time, when Gong Yi had just returned here, a psychic snake had appeared. It spit out a snake letter and looked at itself at the moment. Hee, it seems that there is news on the other side of the avatar of consciousness. Is there any news? This is the psychic snake that Gong Yi specially left for him before, and it is also to facilitate the connection between the two. Bang! After a long time, the psychic snake in front had turned into white smoke and disappeared in place. This four-tailed Jinchuriki column force seems to be really hiding in the country of grass. After digesting the news of the divine consciousness clone, Gong Yi looked forward and his eyes slowly deepened. However, the area of the grassland is not small. If you really look for a little bit, it will be very troublesome, but fortunately now divine consciousness clone, he has already been mixed in Anbu in Iwagakure village, and it can be regarded as a position confirmed. Are you going out again? At this time, a lazy voice came. Erika, who was in the room, rubbed her eyes and left. However, the way she walked was not the same. After a few days of fighting at night, she was also a little bit overwhelmed. Even Gong Ling, who is not weak now, is resting quietly in another room. Obviously, Gong Yi, who came back, tossed the two girls a little weakly. However, Wei Li was showing some reluctance at the moment. After all, Gong Yi had just returned for a few days. Well, there are some things that need to be done. Seeing Wei Li walking towards him, Gong Yi turned his head. He smiled at her and said, I still need you to continue presiding over the hospital's affairs. Don't worry, things at the hospital will be fine. Wei Li slowly hugged Gong Yi. She pursed her lips, and said softly, it's mainly because you are outside, you need to be more careful. Well. Gong Yi felt the soft touch coming from his back. he turned around and slowly lowered his head to look at Wei Li's hair. Yes. In the past, things in the hospital had always been managed by Wei Li, and most of them belonged to the state of letting go. So you don't need to worry about things over there now. What I need to care about now is the plan to catch the tailed beast next. Okay, you rest first. In Gong Yi's arms, and winked at him. I'll go cook for you, eat first and then. Gong Yi smiled and didn't speak again. Soon, after simply having breakfast, Gong Yi has already walked out. Front of him, Kimimaro was standing there, practicing taijutsu, which he had arranged for him before. Mr. Gong Yi. Seeing Gong Yi coming out, Kimimaro stopped his movements and said respectfully. After all, it's almost time for you to join the ninja team. Seeing the Konoha forehead guard on Kimimaro's waist, it represents the identity of the ninja. When Konoha's students successfully graduate and become genin, they will be assigned to a 4-person ninja team. Led by an experienced ninja, and then put them on a few missions, from easy to difficult at first. Generally speaking, it seems that there are almost very few level tasks, or some tasks are definitely missed by them. At the beginning, newly graduated ninjas like them are probably only able to participate in some very trivial daily tasks. Such tasks usually do not need to be involved in combat, there is no danger to life at all, and they can be completed easily and happily. For example, what to investigate the whereabouts of pets, conduct investigations to pick up litter, find pets, etc. Such a level task will completely drive a lot of people crazy. Gong Yi thought about it carefully. If he hadn't caught up with the Jonin World War, he would have spent a while like this. After all, now that Konoha village has entered a corresponding period of peace, they can still grow gradually. Unlike the original self, when he came out, he needed to perform some dangerous tasks, and even endangered his life. That's right, Mr. Gong Yi, I've been notified before. Kimimaro heard this and answered Gong Yi. It's also a good choice to join the ninja team to experience. Gong Yi nodded and looked at Kimimaro, but before that, you need to actually experience baptism. After thinking about it, Gong Yi has decided to let Kimimaro follow him this time, to capture the 4 tails. Now Kimimaro's strength is not weak, but the actual combat experience is very little, and he really needs to go to experience. Otherwise, if he actually performs the task later, he will suffer a lot of losses, or even die. If he can have this experience, maybe he will also benefit a lot. After all, Gong Yi doesn't really want Kimimaro right now, he just stayed in the normal ninja team to catch cats and pick up things. True baptism. When Kimimaro heard Gong Yi finished speaking, he blinked a pair of green pupils with a curious look in his eyes. That's right, the battle you've really experienced is still too little right now. Gong Yi raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Kimimaro, as if he had made the final decision. Chapter 329. 4-Tailed Old Purple. After thinking for a while, Gong Yi made the final decision. This time, I will take you to arrest Jinchuriki Column Force. ... People Jinchuriki Column Force. Kimimaro opened his mouth slightly, apparently unfamiliar with this term. Although he has graduated from ninja school and has been studying with Gong Yi. But for some obscure things, some deep-seated things, he naturally had no way of knowing. You still don't know the power of Jinchuriki column. What exactly is going on? Gong Yi smiled and looked at Kimimaro's confused look. He patted the floor beside him and motioned for Kimimaro to sit down. The so-called Jinchuriki column power is a person possessed by a tailed beast or a tailed beast chakra. Seeing Kimimaro sitting beside him, listening with a somewhat obedient expression, Gong Yi said slowly, to put it bluntly, they are also used as a container for the seal-tailed beast and its chakra. Tai, the last girl, she is exactly that role. But even so, if you can become a human Jinchuriki column power, then if you have strong willpower and have different talents, you can also use the tailed beast to strengthen yourself. Be able to use the tailed beast to strengthen oneself. Kimimaro listened fascinated and looked at Gong Yi in surprise. Yes, they will have the ability to transform into tailed beasts, using 320 and the use of tailed beast chakra as a unique attack method. Nodding, Gong Yi explained. People Jinchuriki call them force, then they are so strong. Hearing Gong Yi talk about this, Kimimaro can naturally think of everything that the Six Tails had in the battle before. Although it was easily suppressed by Gong Yi, such an existence was definitely not something he could contend against. It's right to be strong. Gong Yi stretched out his hand and touched Kimimaro's head, but most people are hostile to each other with Jinchuriki, column force and the tailed beast, and they also risk the risk of being eroded by the tailed beast. There are not many people who can really do this. But this time, I'm going to let you deal with a guy who can use the power of the tailed beast chakra to integrate his own power and develop a special ninjutsu. Gong Yi stood up, and now he knew that being a ninja was about going through enough cruelty. Although Kimimaro has seen a lot since childhood, it is not enough. Not a good thing to let him grow up under his own protection. Thinking of this, Gong Yi looked at Kimimaro who was sitting there. How about it, do you still want to go with me now? Yes. Kimimaro nodded heavily. He naturally understood what Gong Yi meant, so he didn't show any fear. Jinchuriki column force, I'm looking forward to fighting him. ... At the same time. Country of grass. In a dense jungle. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and a cloud of black smoke appeared. Damn, you are actually chasing here. At this time, an old man who was not tall. He wears purple clothes and a breastplate, has a big beard, and his hair is tied up like a ponytail. Now his face was a little angry, and out of the corner he looked behind him, and it was obvious that someone was chasing him. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, several Iwagakure village ninjas wearing brown vests and combat uniforms quickly appeared in the black smoke. At this moment, their faces were painted with strange patterns, which made it difficult to see their appearance. Everyone's expressions were expressionless, and they were staring at him closely. Anbu in Iwagakure village. Although they are also called Anbu, they are actually two types of Anbu in Konoha village. So they belong to the elite ninjas of Iwagakure village, but the structure is completely different from Konoha's Anbu. Moreover, the patterns on their faces also replaced animal masks. In front of them at the moment is Jinchuriki, column force of the four-tailed monkey king, Lao Zi. Not long ago, they had secretly infiltrated the country of grass and came to find the four-tailed Jinchuriki, column Li Laozi who defected from the village of Iwagakure. Just now, they discovered him through some kind of secret technique. But because the current Laozi is not weak, they can't arrest him at all. Every Anbu ninja in Iwagakure village, they also show their eyes. A little powerless. Although Laozi is also the strength of Jonin in Iwagakure village, but he has the bonus of the power of the four tails, it is very difficult to take him. Doden, Earth Style, Swamp of the Underworld. At this time, one of the first to follow Lao Anbu ninja in the village of Iwagakure behind the purple, he immediately. Hand seal with both hands. Immediately, I saw Laozi who was still trying to leave in front of him, and the soil under his feet suddenly turned into a liquid form, like a swamp. If he didn't dodge away now, then the whole person would immediately trapped here, there is no way to escape. But in an instant, Laozi reacted quickly, dodged to the thick branch above his head, and jumped and quickly left in front of him. Right now, he doesn't look old at all, and his whole body is very agile and light. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Doden, Earth Style, Enchantment Dungeon Hall No. Blink. Wait, Laozi goes to the front and leaves, and several Iwagakure village ninjas in the back have already started to use compound ninjutsu. Everyone don't want to let Laozi leave like this. After all, in order to find him, Iwagakure village has dispatched a lot of elite forces during this time. Rumble rumble. At this time, the entire surrounding landscape began to change, and Laozi began to form huge earthen walls regardless of the location of the north, south, east, and west. They were like countless rubble, and now they began to form prisons, starting from all sides toward Laozi. Merge. Roar. Here, the giant Doden, Earth-style, dragons have been formed through chakra, and now they are also interfering with Laozi. The entire land around it was completely turned into a swamp, and it was impossible for anyone to step on it. Bastard, go to hell. When Laozi saw this, he cursed loudly, his hands immediately. Hand seal. Jotun, lava style, the art of burning river rock. As soon as the voice fell, Laozi immediately, with a drum in his mouth, he spit toward the oncoming gravel earth wall. Hoo! Several fireballs burst out immediately. If you look closely, they are also covered with burning lava, which is extremely hot, making it extremely hot. As soon as people know, its lethality is definitely huge. Boom boom boom. The next second, sure enough, when the terrifying magma balls were blasted out, the gravel earth wall in front was like tissue paper, immediately smashed. Countless rubble was sputtered around, leaving a large space for Laozi to escape. But here are a few Anbu ninjas from Iwagakure village. They are still, when they are struggling to intercept Laozi. In a hidden dark place on the side of the jungle, a man is standing there quietly looking at everything in front of him. Chapter 330, Coming to the Country of Grass, 2nd. I saw that this man's face was also painted with patterns, and he was also wearing a brown combat vest, the same as the group of Anbu ninjas in Iwagakure village. However, he was not in a hurry to catch up with Laozi in front of him, but had been following from a distance. I saw him. At this moment a pair of dark eyes were completely different. They had already become Yuhi, the orangutan, with 3 commas on it. If there are ninjas from Konoha village, they will definitely recognize his eyes. The unique pupil technique of the Uchiha Itachi clan. 3 Tomo Sharingan. This ninja from Iwagakure village is the divine avatar sent by Gongyi before. The pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan was also transplanted by Gongyi himself. At this moment, after obtaining the identity of Anbu in Iwagakure village, he has been hiding here to find Laozi. Now, according to Gongyi's instructions, he has also successfully found Laozi's trail, and is now chasing after him without any hassle, and then recording the location, ready to welcome Gongyi's arrival. At this time, seeing Laozi walking further and further away, he immediately dodged and followed. Here, the battle is still going on. The sound of bang 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 kept appearing, deafening, and the birds and beasts in the entire dense jungle were frightened and scurried everywhere. The whole place was originally an ordinary piece of land, but now its entire landscape has been completely changed. There are towering rocks everywhere, are huge walls of incomparable thickness, and swamps all over the ground. 4. Doden, Earth-style, ninjutsu. As ninjas in Iwagakure village, they are all very good at it. So at this moment, the whole surrounding is very badly damaged. But even so, unfortunately, up to now, he still couldn't stop Laozi, but let him go further and further. Now in just a short time, they will no longer see the shadow of Laozi. Follow me. Lord Tsuchikage has an order, can't let him go, he leaves. Leader Anbu from Iwagakure village, biting Kiba's entire body, chased the front more quickly. Yes. The people behind also nodded, and also accelerated to catch up. Hee, a group of little guys still want to catch up with me. Iwagakure village getting farther and farther, Laozi smiled and sneered. Speaking, the speed of the whole person increased even more, and the whole person avoided the depths of the jungle. He didn't want to let go of these Iwagakure ninjas, but he didn't want to provoke more people because of the huge noise. Therefore, Laozi chose to escape from here. But this time, he didn't know that, not far from his side, a pair of gorilla Yuhi's eyes were staring at him indifferently. Early morning, all sounds are silent, the sky is already bright, and the night is gradually disappearing. The mountains are smeared with a soft milky white, and the misty color renders everything hazy and psychedelic. At this moment Gongyi, he has left Konoha village with Kimimaro. Because the palace was built on the outskirts of Konoha, and because of Gongyi, no one dared to monitor it. In this way, now the two of them have left, and no one has noticed at all. Not long ago, Gong Yi had passed the pass and knew that the avatar of divine consciousness had progressed smoothly. Now he has not only confirmed that Laozi is in the country of grass, but also the avatar of his consciousness has found his exact location. At this moment, the location where Laozi was hiding, the avatar of the consciousness had already informed him, and Gong Yi was bringing Kimimaro to prepare to rush there. It can be seen that the current Kimimaro's pair of green pupils are blooming with different gleams, obviously looking forward to the next battle. At this moment, Gong Yi can clearly feel the excitement that belongs to Kimimaro. But thinking about it, Gong Yi was not surprised. Kimimaro was originally from the Kagaya clan. As for the Kagaya clan, they are rumored to be a belligerent clan. For them, the battlefield seems to be the only place where they can feel at ease. Commonly known as, all are fighting lunatics. At this moment, Kimimaro was also attracted by the fighting blood that flowed from the Kagaya clan invisibly. But although he knew about this, Gong Yi didn't suppress it. On the contrary, he still supported it. Ninjas have to be like this, keep moving forward and have no fear. If you always obey, you are not the type that Gong Yi likes. Swish, swish. After a few dodges, Gong Yi and Kimimaro were about to cross the jungle right now. After walking a few hundred meters ahead, you can walk out of the country of fire and enter the country of grass. According to the map, Gong Yi can clearly see the country of grass, which is located in the middle of the country of fire and the country of earth. It's not very far from its own side. Almost in the blink of an eye, Gong Yi has entered here with Kimimaro. There are no ninja guards around, and there is a fairly vigorous resource forest in front. The country of grass, although it is called a country, but the corrupt internal high level, its strength is not very strong. The ninja power they have is just a small grass ninja village, and basically Gong Yi has never dealt with them. But, nonetheless, Gong Yi also knows that the overall level of the ninjas in the grass ninja village is not bad. They are almost good at studying ninjutsu in other villages, and they are very good at using diplomatic means to deal with the powerful countries. Such a long time, it is enough to eat, and now the whole country of grass has established a good diplomatic relationship with Konoha. He had heard Sarutobi Hiruzen mention it before, and he had also seen this information when he had collected it. Gong Yi still has some general knowledge about the whole country of grass, at least not very blind. Gong Yi is that's it, he must know everything about everything. How tyrannical his current strength is. Things like headless flies flying around are not what Gong Yi likes. Soon, after entering the territory of the country of grass, Gong Yi did not continue with Kimimaro, but stopped. Teacher Gong Yi. Gong Yi, who had stopped, Kimimaro, who was about to continue, looked at him with a confused expression. There is no need to go anymore. Looking at Kimimaro, Gong Yi said with a smile. Kimimaro was stunned when Gong Yi finished speaking. He looked around, it was just the edge of the country of grass, there was not a single person, not to mention the four-tailed Jinchuriki column Li Laozi. But the next second, Gong Yi reached out and grabbed Kimimaro's wrist. Immediately, in the breath, Gong Yi and Kimimaro disappeared without a trace. Swish. By the time he appeared, Gong Yi had brought Kimimaro to the side of the avatar of consciousness. The appearance of Gong Yi has been sensed, and the consciousness clone immediately. Dodge out of here. Kimimaro, who hasn't reacted yet, doesn't even know what's going on. He finds that everything around him has changed. Enter. Chapter 331. Teacher Gong Yi, this. Brought here by Gong Yi blinking, Kimimaro was stunned. He was still on the edge of the country of grass just now, but why did he come to the depths of the jungle in an instant? And looking at the surrounding environment, there is an endless jungle behind and a mountain range in front. Obviously, Mr. Gong Yi has taken him through a long distance. It's amazing, some can't believe it. This is something that Kimimaro has never encountered before. Although Kimimaro knows that Gongyi Master has many ninjutsu skills, there are also many similar speed. Today, this is the first time Kimimaro sees that there is such a ninjutsu that can almost ignore the distance. Naturally, he doesn't know, all this is just because of Gongyi, who left the mark of Hiraishin on his body. Just the formula. All the reasons are also very simple, just to facilitate the action. Now it seems that it is indeed used. But these things, Gongyi still doesn't want to reveal to Kimimaro. It's not because he doesn't trust Kimimaro, who is very loyal to him. But some secrets, or always belong to oneself to know is the best. Gongyi looked at Kimimaro and said with a smile, "What you care about now is not this, but the next. The enemy you will face." Hearing Gongyi's words, still, Kimimaro, who was in shock, was also immediately looking at Gongyi. He nodded and replied, "I won't let Mr. Gongyi down." The somewhat immature face showed a very serious look, and the green eyes were also full of firmness and seriousness. Obviously, Kimimaro is not here without Gongyi, so he relaxes his vigilance, and he is still in a tense state. As a ninja, you must be a master, and Gongyi has always instilled in Kimimaro. Now as Kimimaro and Tenten grow up, Gongyi's admonitions have now become epigrams in his mind. Well. Seeing Kimimaro's appearance, Gongyi nodded with satisfaction. Kimimaro is different from Hyuga Neji. Before that, he was used by the Kagaya clan as the ultimate weapon. And when he went to Kurigakure village by himself, because of his young age, he was besieged by dozens of ninjas from Kurigakure village, and he didn't panic. Fight against some powerful Jonin, and in the meantime beheaded quite a few ordinary ninjas from the village of Kurigakure, without getting killed. Judging from various circumstances, Kimimaro is really a good seedling worth cultivating. Of course, Gongyi took Kimimaro in front of Orochimaru for this reason. He is really good. Now that I saw Kimimaro's performance, Gongyi also knew it and was not disappointed. Okay, then, 1,000 meters in front of you, inside the cave, is where the four-tailed Jinchuriki column Li Laozi hides. Gongyi saw that Kimimaro was already moving. He said lightly, "His strength is completely different from those ninjas in Kurigakure village before." Gongyi said here, and turned to Kimimaro, "So this battle is very dangerous, it's all up to you." Simply boasted about the four-tailed Jinchuriki column Li Laozi, and told Kimimaro not to take it lightly. After all, he has the experience of Kurigakure village, plus he was always touted as a genius at the ninja school. And with the fact that he has coached him for so long, it's impossible for Kimimaro to say that he doesn't have any pride. So Gongyi still entrusted him in advance. After all, he has cultivated Kimimaro for so long. He didn't want to see Kimimaro destroyed here. Kimimaro didn't say more, nodded heavily, and walked away from the front. Gongyi was also hiding in the dark at the moment, staring silently ahead. After the birth of his third seed of divine consciousness, some perception, etc. Naturally, it is extremely tyrannical. After the avatar of consciousness led him to use Hiraishin to come here, Gongyi instantly sensed Laozi's position. He should be in the mountains in front of him now, in a hidden cave covered by trees. There, it is estimated that if there is no attention, no one will notice at all. If it hadn't been for the avatar of divine consciousness that had been secretly following him here and found this four-tailed man Jinchuriki, column Li Laozi, it would have caused Gongyi a lot of trouble. Fortunately, everything is going well now. I only need to train Kimimaro briefly, and then I can subdue the Jinchuriki column force of the four-tailed man. From the very beginning, Kimimaro defeated Laozi of the Four Tails human race. Gongyi hadn't thought about it. Although Laozi is also Jonin of Iwagakure village, his strength can be said to have surpassed it long ago. With his unique, Yoden, lava style, it has caused a lot of headaches for a lot of people. It's almost the same ability as the four-tailed Monkey King, and it has not been used with the help of the four-tailed chakra. Instead, he used his fire attributes and earth attributes to fuse together. And it is estimated that now, after so long, he should be able to cultivate to be able to master the four tails. After all, I knew that Lao Zi was in charge. Jinchuriki column has been in power for 40 years. Maybe since he has defected, he seems to have absolute confidence. In this way, Gang Yi can fully judge that he should be able to control the four tails. Such an extremely powerful old ninja, whether it is some experience or other aspects, is enough to hang Kimimaro. Not to mention, all the secret techniques and other killer moves he controls are not something that ordinary people can touch. Well, so the main goal of Gang Yi today is to let Kimimaro have a good sober experience. At the same time, seeing that Kimimaro was about to reach the cave, Gang Yi also immediately hand seal with both hands. Formation. Om. When Gang Yi's hands merged, an invisible barrier of imprisonment began to cover the entire surrounding area unknowingly. An enchantment that can prevent loud noises from happening here. It doesn't have a particularly big magical effect, mainly to prevent a war for a while. Gang Yi is afraid of attracting ninjas from Iwagakure village and Konoha village. Then you will be in trouble. Now that I have set up this enchantment ninjutsu myself, it can effectively prevent accidents that will occur for a while. At the same time, inside the hidden cave ahead, the four-tailed Jinchuriki column Li Laozi, he is sitting cross-legged at the moment. The whole person was obviously a little tired, but when he slowly opened his eyes, he showed a smile. A group of Anbu's little dolls, they want to catch up with my naivety. Just when the four-tailed man Jinchuriki column Li Laozi was complacent, he didn't find the location around him at all, and he had already been set up by Gang Yi to enchant him. I also didn't find that Kimimaro, who was full of murderous intent, was coming quietly. Chapter 332 Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, 4th. Kimimaro, who left Gang Yi, has a cold look on his face. A pair of green pupils were staring at the entrance of the cave in front of them. His speed was not fast, and the whole person came here quietly. Regarding Gang Yi's explanation just now, Kimimaro has a preliminary understanding of the four-tailed man Jinchuriki column Li Laozi hiding in the cave. Very strong. So, you have to be careful. He didn't swagger and just dodged and rushed over, but chose to stand here quietly and stare at the thoughts ahead. But at this time, when Kimimaro still thought that he was careful, the four-tailed man Jinchuriki column Li Laozi in the cave had already raised his head and looked out of the cave. Not long ago, when I entered here, I had set up some of my own Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu on the periphery, covering the whole land. The entire 100-meter range. Whenever someone steps into the range of Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu, they will feel it. Apparently, Kimimaro, who is still thinking about countermeasures, completely neglected this issue. Ninjas who have lived unharmed for decades, and who are still human Jinchuriki column power guys, how could they be so simple? The bastard really doesn't give up. After sensing the people appearing outside, Laozi showed murderous intent, and no longer wanted to entangle with him. After he entered the country of grass, he never calmed down, and Laozi was a little embarrassed. And at this moment, Kimimaro, who had already thought of a countermeasure, also dodged and entered the cave. The icy rock was a little damp, and all around was pitch black, and I couldn't see my fingers. The sound of running water echoed through the whole empty cave. Kimimaro was a little unhappy about this environment, frowned and slowed down and walked forward. He didn't dare to be careless. Now the opponent's strength is very strong, although Kimimaro has a high fighting spirit, but he is not a fool. Soon, the figure of Laozi had already appeared in front of his eyes. Wearing purple clothes and chest armor, there are also pigtails combed up at the back. He was sitting there cross-legged at the moment, quietly closing his eyes, and seemed not to notice Kimimaro. Hee, great opportunity. When Kimimaro saw Laozi relaxed and didn't show any defensive look, he smiled. Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, 10-finger piercing. In the next second, Kimimaro did not hesitate at all. Immediately raised his arms, he pointed towards Laozi who was sitting cross-legged. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Like bullets, they all shot towards Lao Zi. All the moments that happened in the flash of lightning, ordinary people couldn't react at all. Almost as soon as Kimimaro made a shot, it was the ultimate move. At this moment, all 10 fingers and phalanx had come to Lao Zi's eyes. The sound of breaking the air came out, which meant that it was not slow at all. At this moment, Lao Zi didn't even open his eyes. They would. It has been puff puff puff. The muffled sound came out, echoing in the empty cave. Although it seems that there are only 10 small joints, their power is indeed very terrifying. When the sound came out, there was even smoke billowing in front. Kimimaro's 10-finger piercing bullet had penetrated Lao Zi's body and hit the solid rock behind him. After one round of attack, the place where the last knuckle stayed was already cracked. Success. Kimimaro immediately retracted my arms. I didn't feel anything different, and my hands began to recover slowly. With Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse's Kekkei Genkei ability, his phalanx can grow indefinitely. This time, even if all 10 phalanges are fired, they can return to their original appearance in an instant. Still too young. Gong Yi, who was outside, quietly stood on a thick branch and shook his head and smiled, as if everything in the cave in front of him could be seen by Gong Yi, and his eyes were not obscured by these natural barriers. He said and looked at the earth below, and then looked at the location of the cave. Obviously, he has long sensed that the ground below here is all attached to the chakra power of Lao Zi. When Kimimaro walked forward just now, Lao Zi had already sensed it. At the same time, inside the cave, still staring at the old purple Kimimaro, he didn't feel anything wrong. But, as time went by, Kimimaro, who had just had a happy look on his face, immediately face changed greatly. He himself had made a serious mistake. Yes. He is facing an experienced ninja, and he is also a powerful man who can control tailed beasts, Jinchuriki column force. How could he just be killed by himself now? When the alarm bell rang in his mind. After that, Kimimaro's whole body immediately standing covered in hair, he quickly retreated. Boom! Just as he immediately retreated and left the place, a huge explosion sound appeared. At the position where he was just now, a huge shark Doden, Earth style. If you don't leave, your whole body from bottom to top will be penetrated by it. Curse! Kimimaro looked up at the old Z who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. At this moment, his whole body was slowly fading and became khaki. The whole person is completely like a humanoid sculpture made of earth, and now the position of his 10 fingers piercing bullets has begun to slowly appear dense cracks. Rock clone. Kimimaro's eyes widened. What he just hit was just a normal Doden, Earth-style ninjutsu. Fucked. As he stepped back, Kimimaro's heart sank. Unexpectedly, I was already unfavorable in my first apprenticeship. Hee, it's Konoha's kid. Blink of an eye, as Kimimaro stepped back, there was a sudden sarcasm from the rock on his side. That had just been incomparably strong, and a figure had already appeared. Like a natural camouflage barrier, as soon as this man appeared, he was already waving at Kimimaro with kunai in his hand. Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse Bone Shield. Kekkei Genkei's power exploded again. Faced with this sudden ultimate move, he had no time to hesitate any longer. I saw white bones appearing on the entire body on the side of him. Extremely sharp, like steel needles. As soon as it appears, it is densely packed, making it impossible for anyone to approach him. Kang. With the sudden appearance of the figure, when the kunai in his hand was swept down, a sound of steel symphony appeared. Surrounded by in an instant, sparks sputtered out of the dark cave. Although the shadows were powerful, they still failed to break through Kimimaro's defenses. Kimimaro's Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse is not only the ability to freely manipulate the bones of the body. It can also switch between defense and attack, as long as it is with the bone related, such as osteoblasts, broken 5, osteocytes, calcium concentration, etc. Can be manipulated without restrictions. Moreover, it can be decomposed or maintained hardened. Kimamaro's defense just uses the high-density compression of bones, thereby formed an indestructible super defense. In the blink of an eye, in the next second, the figure also strolled out. Chapter 333. Orochimaru and Itachi. HMPH, it was discovered. Kimamaro, who retreated to the edge of the cave, saw the mysterious figure groaning coldly after walking out of the rock. Of him, he saw an old man with yuhi hair in pigtails and wearing purple armor. He is none other than his own target, the four-tailed Jinchuriki column Li Laozi. The sharp white bones on the side are slowly retracted, and Kimamaro feels the lingering fear. By a simple kunai just now. Kimamaro's heart was beating, and he couldn't help recalling everything Gong Yi taught him. Careless. Thinking about it, when Kimamaro felt that he had humiliated Gong Yi, he couldn't help but get angry. You are from the Kagaya clan. Watching Kimamaro's Shikatsumyaku dead bone pulse Keke Genkei, the old purple face showed a hint of surprise. But immediately, looking at the Konoha logo on Kimamaro's waist, he sneered, "It seems that you have become a Konoha villager. Alright, this time I'll give Onoki a favor." Laozi's face showed a strong killing intent, and looked at Kimamaro. "The Keke Genkei of the Kagaya clan is very capable, then I will kill him," which can be considered to make Konoha village feel distressed for a while. Thinking about it, Laozi also immediately. The whole person stomped on the ground with one foot and killed Kimamaro. Meanwhile, the other side. Just when Gong Yi took Kimamaro to practice and captured the four tails by the way. Now, at the northernmost point of the country of grass, two people in black robes are walking. Yuhi-colored auspicious clouds embroidered on the black robes also represent their Akatsuki identity. Two had a cold face, and the other had a cold smile. The man with the indifferent face, his entire face was half covered by the wide robe collar, making it impossible to see his appearance. But at this moment, his pair of gorilla Yuhi's eyes, together with the nasolabial lines on both sides of the nose, are very conspicuous. Other side, although the man was smiling, it made people feel numb all over. I saw that his skin was pale and terrifying, and above his pair of eyes were actually golden vertical pupils, like a dark poisonous snake, making people feel endless danger. That's right. The two are Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, who were sent out by Akatsuki on a mission at the moment. Hehe, I never imagined that one day someone from Konoha village would become missing nin and join Akatsuki. Orochimaru smiled coldly. The purple eyeshadow extending to the nose was painted on his face, looking very strange. At this moment, he was quietly looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was beside him, and slowly continued, "And he is actually the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan." Hearing Orochimaru finish speaking, Uchiha looked at him coldly and didn't say a word. Of the gorilla Yuhi seemed to be blooming strangely at the moment, as if they were completely inhaled. They had endless magic power. Okay, finish the task, let's hand over the business. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's appearance, Orochimaru smiled and did not continue talking. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan power in several missions, he has become more and more afraid. The same time, he also became more and more fascinated by such power. The power of these eyes is really wonderful. Orochimaru said coldly inwardly. As he spoke, he stepped forward. Ninjas are ninjas because they are often forced to make cruel choices. And you didn't make the same choice before. Seeing Orochimaru walking away, Uchiha Itachi said indifferently, "Everyone will rely on their own knowledge and understanding, and be bound by these things, and call these things reality. Knowledge and understanding are actually very ambiguous things, that reality may be just an illusion. People live in their own imagined lives, and you have been lost in your imagination." Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Orochimaru stopped and looked back at him, still with that sneering face, lost in the imagination. Hehe, it's meaningless to live, but as long as you live, interesting things can be found. I don't know if I am lost in the imagination, but I do know that I have found another interesting thing. Hearing that Orochimaru didn't have too much emotion, but slowly showed an excited look, Uchiha Itachi no longer ignored him. That said, he has already skipped Orochimaru and walked towards the depths of the country of grass. Here, in the battlefield between Kimimaro and Laozi. Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, 10-finger piercing. Swish swish. Several bullet-like phalanges were shot out, killing the old purple. The time has almost been synchronized. Just when Orochimaru and Itachi talked, two people have begun to fight. At this moment, Laozi swung kunai towards him, and Kimimaro easily avoided it. At this time, he already wants to take advantage of Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, and stagger away from it. Boom boom boom, in the huge sound, Laozi's side is also immediately dodging and avoiding Kimimaro's phalanx. I underestimated you. After Laozi avoided him, seriousness slowly appeared in his eyes. He originally thought that the Kimimaro in front of him was nothing more than a stunned genin, and he could easily kill him just by using Kuwu. But after the two fights just now, he has gradually lost his contempt. The young man in front of him, he is afraid that he has almost the strength of Jonin. Ha! Seeing that Kimimaro is now fighting against Laozi, Gong Yi, who is hiding in the dark. Yu smiled again. Of course, he is now laughing at Laozi. Kimimaro has been taught in his own hands for a long time, and it would be foolish for old Z to have contempt now. Not to mention Kimimaro's Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, Kekkei Genkei, paired with his fighting talent. Just talking about the things that I have taught in these days, it is not something that Laozi can underestimate now. If he doesn't show his true strength, then Kimimaro's hands will probably suffer a lot. Doden, Earth Style, Art of Landslide. With a loud shout, Laozi immediately. Both hands hand seal. Now he has also realized the problem. The ninja of Konoha in front of him should be as strong as the Anbu ninja of Iwagakure village. It is also not weak. After he finished his hand seal, he punched the ground. At this moment, the entire incomparably strong earth began to shatter into countless quicksands. Immediately after, they eroded towards Kimimaro, who was standing in front of them like a tide. At the same time, all of this is not over. Laozi's real ultimate move is actually behind this Doden, Earth-style, ninjutsu. Fei Lu reminds you. Read the 3 things to collect, push the latest chapter Baidu search 99 Playmates find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 334. The Power of Yoden, Lava Style. Just when Kimimaro was limited by the Doden, Earth-style quicksand, Laozi continued to hand seal, a drum in his mouth. Yoden, Lava Style, the technique of burning river rocks. When the words fell, he spit out dozens of magma balls towards Kimimaro. It's all densely packed. The extremely powerful lava ball has been used by Laozi to strengthen it, just to kill Kimimaro with one hit. As a Kekkei Genkei formed by combining Kaden, Fire-style, chakra and Doden, Earth-style, chakra, the nature transformation of the magma or volcanic bomb it produces will definitely be killed as long as it is hit. A complete dead end. Now for Kimimaro, with the restrictions below and all the lava balls attacking all around, it is very difficult for him to escape. But despite this, Gong Yi, who was quietly standing in the dark, stood with his hands behind his back, and didn't look like he wanted to help him. Of course, with the current Yoden, Lava Style, if Gong Yi wants to make a move, he can defeat them all in an instant. Hehe, it seems that my current Suiten, Water Style, is just right to restrain it. Kekkei Genkei used by Laozi, Gong Yi is now indifferent and has already thought of a way to suppress him perfectly. Without having to go to great lengths, Gong Yi can easily and happily get the chakra of the 4 tails. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Gong Yi was thinking, the overwhelming lava ball had come to Kimimaro's eyes. Laozi is still a 4-tailed Jinchuriki, column force, and the chakra capacity of the whole person is completely beyond what ordinary ninjas can consume. Gong Yi can tell from his lore move now that Laozi seems to have completely controlled the 4 tails. Originally, Gong Yi was still there, thinking, how to release the 4 tails would be better. Now if Lao Zi is in complete control of it, then for Gong Yi, it will be a very easy thing to do. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Willow. Kimimaro here, he didn't panic when he saw Lao Zi's attack. I saw that in an instant, white bone spurs appeared on the palm of his hand and the back of his arm. It was very slender, like a bone knife, making people look cold all over. Not over yet. In the blink of an eye, Kimimaro bit Kiba and shouted again, "The 8 inner gates open. The 8 doors are open. The Huo door is open. The Sheng door is open." Just as the terrifying attack is in front of him, Kimimaro has opened the 3 doors. The whole body is steaming green, like a green beast in the jungle. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sound of bone spurs colliding with the lava ball appeared. The terrifying lava ball just now was completely cut in half by the high-strength bone spurs. With the bonus of the 8 inner gates, Kimimaro is also dangerous. Swish! In an instant, Kimimaro used gentle and unobtrusive physical skills, combined with bone spurs to strike a series of counterattacks. Countless lava balls are terrifying, yes, but they were all cut into pieces one after another. 2 halves. Until Kimimaro finally left in the quicksand of Doden, Earth style, he also successfully avoided the attack of Lao Zi. Go to hell. A cold glow bloomed in Kimimaro's eyes. After using a series of defensive movements, he threw the bone spur in his palm vigorously. With a swish, the slender bone spur was like a long spear, making an incomparably sharp sound, heading towards Lao Zi's face. Go. It's the rumored Konoha forbidden technique, the 8 inner gates. Tough kid. Old Z's face was gloomy, seeing that he couldn't deal with a Konoha kid in just a few dozen seconds, he also cursed inwardly. But despite this, he still didn't dare to take it lightly for the bone spurs that Kimimaro threw out. As he quickly retreated, he quickly hand-sealed with both hands and slapped the ground. Doden, Earth style, Earth wall. Rumbling sounds began to appear all around, and the ground in front of Lao Zi began to vibrate, followed by a sigh. The incomparably tall earth wall rose from the ground, forming a barrier in an instant. Bang! With a bang, Kimimaro's bone spurs stuck straight into it, completely unable to break through. Kimimaro's strength can't compete with Lao Zi, and the difference between the two is still a little too far. Looking at Lao Zi now, he still has nothing to do there, but Kimimaro is out of breath and a little weak. The joint ninjutsu attack of Yoden, Lava style, and Doden, Earth style, who had just been Old Purple, has already made Kimimaro a little overwhelmed. Especially, the 8 inner gates, although it brought him the benefit of further enhancing his strength, he also entered the danger zone of the 8 inner gates. Teacher Gongyi once warned himself that the 8 inner gates should be used with caution. From the time the two fought to the present, it seems that it has been a very long time, but in fact it is just a breath. This is the second round of their fight. The ability is good, but unfortunately, you have reached the limit. Kimimaro, who was already pale and sweating, he smiled, so, you can die. Said that, Lao Zi has released Yoden, Lava style, ninjutsu again, and killed Kimimaro again. To deal with a kid, Lao Zi didn't even use the rest of the ninjutsu. He felt that if it was too troublesome to kill, now abandoning him is simply a humiliation to oneself. Yoden, Lava style, the technique of burning river rocks. All of them. Several terrifying fireballs of molten lava, they seemed to be transformed into hungry wolves, and they were frantically besieging Kimimaro. Is it over? Kimimaro's complexion changed, and his heart sank. It looks like he's trying his best, but he can't let Mr. Gongyi down. Kimimaro thought, he has decided to open the heyday of the 8 inner gates, and then he is using his Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, to fight him. Yi underestimated. But, in the next second, when Kimimaro had made a decision, he suddenly felt a dark shadow pass by. Speed was so fast that he almost didn't even blink his eyes before he came to him. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. Almost no movement of hand seal was seen, and a huge water curtain fell from the sky, blocking the shadow in front of him. When the water curtain of dozens of meters appears, it is like the grace of the water god, which makes people feel amazing. It is very huge, and the rushing water currents form a natural barrier to stop it here. Bang 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 bang. Laozi's strongest Yoden, lava style, at this time, when I touch it now, it is immediately like falling into a quagmire and has no power at all. Cece's voice appeared, and the molten slurry completely turned into water vapor, so that the huge water curtain did not suffer any fluctuations at all. Gong, teacher Gong Yi. Kimimaro opened his eyes wide, and after seeing the appearance of the godlike man, he looked at him with a bit of disappointment. Chapter 335. The Strongest Mode. See the man in front of you. He was dressed in white, and his handsome face showed an indifferent look. The temperament of the whole person raised his hands, as if nothing in the world could make him appear a little ripple. This situation, in Kimimaro's eyes, seems to be invincible. Let you down, teacher Gong Yi. Seeing that at the last moment, his teacher still chose to save him, Kimimaro felt a little uncomfortable. Well, who is it? At the same time, Laozi, who could already declare Kimimaro's death sentence, murmured to himself after seeing that his Yoden, lava style, ninjutsu was easily intercepted. Especially when I saw this exaggerated Suiten, water style, defensive ninjutsu, I felt a little vigilant in my heart. Wow! The huge water curtain dissipated and scattered all over the land, as if a river had appeared out of thin air. Gong Yi appeared in front of Laozi's eyes with a light-hearted look. I saw that his eyes were deep, and his long black hair was tied back. At this moment, after hearing Laozi's confused voice, he didn't open his mouth to answer him. Even from the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Laozi, but turned back to Kimimaro. A smile appeared on his handsome face. Gong Yi reached out and touched Kimimaro's head, and said with a smile, "You have done a good job, he is indeed not something you can fight against at the moment." Gong Yi has long been aware of the current ending. Now Kimimaro, if he can truly defeat the four-tailed human race, then he will be really surprised. After all, Laozi is a ninja with rich fighting experience, plus Yoden's lava style, Kekkei Genkei and four tails are strengthened. If you really want to defeat him, it will probably be very difficult. Otherwise, Laozi defected, and Iwagakure village would not send so many Anbu ninjas out, just to chase him. Your Konoha's dark blue demon. When Laozi saw that Gong Yi was ignoring him, he then looked carefully at Gong Yi's face. Heartbeats. As for this man who can currently suppress the entire ninja world, even though Laozi has never had contact with him. However, by seeing his portrait in the village of Iwagakure before, it can be known in conjunction with the ninjutsu he just unleashed at will. The dark blue demon of Konoha is undoubtedly the guy in front of him. Otherwise, Laozi could not have imagined, who else could have appeared here unwittingly, and released such a large-scale ninjutsu, completely defending his Yoden, lava style. Especially seeing Gong Yi's contemptuous look, Laozi is more certain of his own judgment. He won't admit it. You shouldn't be staying in Konoha village. The identity of Gong Yi in front of him has been determined. Laozi faintly revealed the strength of this guy, but it was not his own resistance. Oh. At this time, Gong Yi slowly turned his head to look at Laozi, and he smiled. Bring my apprentice to experience it, but I didn't expect. Saying that, Laozi's eyes widened. Because Gong Yi had already appeared in front of his eyes while he was talking. You ended the battle so quickly now. Boom. Gong Yi just finished his words, and the whole person bombarded Laozi with pure physical skills. The seemingly simple physical skills seemed to be just a simple punch, and they were used on Gong Yi's body. When it came out, it was extremely lethal. This time, I saw that the whole jungle was shaking a little, and the place where Laozi was located was even more smoke and dust. Mr. Gong Yi, really strong. Kimimaro raised his head and looked forward. He saw Laozi, who was about to die with a few strokes, was attacked by Gong Yi at will. He was forced to the point of embarrassment, and Kimimaro couldn't help being horrified. Although it is not the first time to see Gong Yi make a move, Kimimaro knows it clearly. Every time Gong Yi makes a move, it can bring him a great sense of shock. Cough cough. The old Z, who was lucky enough to escape, coughed up blood, and stared forward with narrowed eyes. Deep Blue Devil, it really is like a rumor, damn it. I saw that he had bounced off in the smoke, and now his whole body was suddenly gray, and he had completely lost the splendid appearance before. Here. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a black figure was standing there. When it was slowly dispersing, Gong Yi's face, with a smile, came into Lao Zi's eyes. I saw that the ground was just flat, and now a huge deep pit has appeared, and there are dense cracks around the deep pit, which lasted 100 meters before it stopped. Seemed like a simple blow. If Lao Zi hadn't evaded, then he would have died without a place to be buried. However, when Gong Yi saw that Lao Zi had evaded, he didn't show any surprise. On the contrary, now he knows it. Now Gong Yi's purpose is to anger Lao Zi and let him release the four tails directly. At that time, you can face the four tails directly, and then complete the capture plan. Well, this also saves me the trouble of using spells to pull away from Lao Zi's body. What about the Dark Blue Devil? I don't believe you can be truly invincible today. Who was already a little depressed, saw that Gong Yi didn't take himself seriously at all, and he was really angry. He is not a fool. Now that Gong Yi is here, it is impossible to leave with his speed. In this case, Lao Zi is biting on Kiba, and already wants to go all out. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Hand seal with both hands, chakra surging frantically, a huge Doden, Earth Style, dragon is now in front of you. Next second, the huge Doden, Earth Style, dragon opened its mouth and spit forward, and countless mud bullets shot towards Gong Yi. No waiting here. Gong Yi went to make some moves, and the Doden, Earth Style, dragon waving its tail also rammed towards him after the mud bomb. The double attack caught most people off guard, but Gong Yi didn't show panic. Doden, Earth Style, is a slam dunk. In a split second, Gong Yi barely has a hand seal movement and his Doden, Earth Style, is released. I saw the ground behind him split open, and a big black and yellow hand that covered the sky and the sun slowly appeared. The palm patterns on the majestic big hands are clearly visible, as if they really came from a giant. With the sound of the fierce wind, Xuanwang's big hand blinked, and he had already snapped it fiercely in front of Gong Yi. Whether it was the extremely fast mud bomb or the Doden, Earth Style, dragon, all of them were like destroyed, completely crushed. Yoden, Lava Style, Chakra Mode, open. For a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Lao Zi didn't go stupid anymore. He has already turned on his strongest mode. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, and push the latest chapter. Baidu Search 99 Playmate Find 99 Novel Network. Chapter 336. The Practical Application of 8 Doors. Yoden, Lava Style, Chakra Mode. Lao Zi didn't dare to hesitate any longer. The moment Gong Yi released the big hand of Xuanwang, he had already started the strongest mode. Faced with this legendary dark blue demon now, Lao Zi didn't dare to make small troubles at all. From the very beginning, he had already used all his power. And at this time, seeing Lao Zi's appearance that he had completely ignored it, Gong Yi sneered, "Let's start," and fully summon the 4 tails. Gong Yi is not afraid of Lao Zi, who is full of strength. On the contrary, he is still afraid that Lao Zi will run away with all his heart. Fortunately, it seems that this old ninja who has experienced a lot of battles knows that just escaping is meaningless at all. Whoops! The temperature around you is slowly starting to rise, and some are starting to get scorching hot. At this time, I saw that Lao Zi was already wrapped in high-temperature lava all over his body. Entering the Yoden, Lava Style, Chakra Mode, it is already unclear what kind of look he has become. Now the void all around is beginning to become twisted, and apparently anything that touches him as he is now will melt. And the defensive ability, the same, seems to be greatly enhanced. Very nice. Lava armor. Strengthens the defense and can also magnify the lethality. Although Gong Yi was standing there quietly at the moment, in a brief moment, he had completely analyzed Lao Zi's abilities very thoroughly. As for Lao Zi's information, although Gong Yi did not collect very comprehensively, he almost understood it. Die. With a swoosh, Lao Zi had already made a preemptive strike, throwing punches at Gong Yi. Seeing Gong Yi's indifferent appearance, he didn't face himself at all. He already thought this was the best time. Although the dark blue demon is terrifying, it is possible for him to win by taking advantage of his arrogant state. Slowly, Lao Zi has begun to show confidence. But he forgot one thing. Under absolute power, everything is in vain. PFF'd. In an instant, Lao Zi slammed with a heavy punch, accompanied by the bonus of lava power around his body. The power of his punch was almost terrifying. No matter who it is, Lao Zi is confident that he will kill him with one punch. Make you careless. Saw that Gong Yi didn't react at all because of his sudden outburst. At this moment, he has completely penetrated his chest, burning hot molten lava, which is constantly dripping at this moment, and the whole ground is even more sizzling, white smoke. Sweetened water style, water dragon bite. What? At this moment, an indifference appeared from behind. I saw Gong Yi in front of me. There was still Gong Yi. He had slowly turned into a melt, and finally turned into a bullet of clear water. When is the water body? Lao Zi turned his head and watched in horror. The ground turned into a plate of Wangyang Uzumaki, and countless water Jinchuriki columns rose into the sky. Then, a violent dragon formed, and his pair of gorilla Yuhi's eyes were straight. Look closely at yourself. Next second, Lao Zi could react. It had opened its mouth wide, leaned over in the air, and rushed towards itself frantically. Kimimaro. When the violent dragon devoured Lao Zi in an instant, Gong Yi dodged and came to Kimimaro. He slowly continued. Next, you have to take a good look at the actual combat use of the 8 inner gates and Teishu. Hiss. Kimimaro gasped. Seeing his teacher from the beginning to the present, he simply did not take the action seriously. The contrary, at this time, he was actually taking advantage of this opportunity to allow himself to comprehend what he had learned in actual combat. The 8 inner gates is open. Not bad. What Kimimaro thought was correct, Gong Yi took this opportunity to make Kimimaro even better before he forced the 4 tails body out. With people's Jinchuiki column force is very rare, and it's not something you can see if you want to see it. So Gong Yi took advantage of this rare opportunity to give Kimimaro a good experience. Open the door. Open the repair door. Open the door. In just an instant, Gong Yi has reached the state where all 5 doors are fully open. The green steam constantly filled around his body, which contrasted very clearly with the orange Yuhi color of the old purple lava in front of him. Jinchuriki column force of the 4-tailed man in front of him, Gong Yi can usually be easily suppressed. However, for Kimimaro's sake, he decided to use the 5th door, which is just right to match the level of Kimimaro's learning. Range. The old purple reaction devoured by his own sweetened water style, Gong Yi has already started to prepare not to waste time. Get the 4 tails, and educate Kimimaro by the way. Everything was calculated very well. With a bang, a huge deep hole had appeared on the ground Gong Yi had just stepped on, and he rushed out like a green light. Now is almost the time. It's time to show the 4 tails. The speed of all 5 doors is terrifying. It can completely exceed the speed of sound. The blink of an eye, he was already in front of Lao Zi's eyes. Lao Zi, who had just been smashed by Gong Yi's sweetened water style, didn't know anything, and saw a touch of green in front of his eyes. With a wave forward, Gong Yi showed no mercy at all. He just wanted to kill him first. Yoden, lava style, granite. Lao Zi dare not continue to be brave here. He already knows deeply in his heart that Konoha's dark blue demon is too scary. In these few fights, it seems that he is just testing himself here. I didn't want to be serious at all. Hula. Yoden, lava style, large-scale defensive ninjutsu burst out, and a large lava defense rubbed him away from Gong Yi. However, The scene where Gong Yi stopped in Laozi's imagination did not appear. I saw that his defense, which was invincible and could defend against countless ninjutsu, was completely vulnerable. The momentum is like a broken bamboo, and it is not slowed down by the obstruction of foreign objects at all. Still kept his punching state, staring at him, as if nothing could hinder him. Laozi and Kimimaro saw this scene, and they all stared at it. No one would have imagined that Gong Yi, who had only opened 5 doors, was already so powerful. Especially Kimimaro, he now knows that the 8 inner gates are just 2 ninjutsu compared to Gong Yi. 4 tails. Seeing that Gong Yi was about to kill himself in seconds, Laozi could no longer be indifferent. He has now begun to call wildly, the 4 tails in a sealed state. Om. At this moment, a chakra coercion erupted into the sky. Please download the latest chapter of Fei Lu Shao Kan. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network. Please keep this paragraph, otherwise you will be banned from collecting IP. Chapter 337. Kneading. 4 tails. Hula. At this moment, a terrifying chakra coercion vented out. I saw Laozi turned into a bloody appearance in an instant. A chakra that belonged to the 4-tailed Monkey King overflowed, forming a tailed beast coat to wrap him. It is not over yet. Immediately, his whole body has begun to turn into a flesh-like deep yuhi color, and now it is completely like a human-shaped tailed beast. 4 sturdy tails swayed behind him, and the appearance of the old purple human had long since disappeared. However, Gong Yi saw that Laozi had become like this, and still did not stop. Corners of his mouth curved slightly, Gong Yi slammed it down like a shooting star. Bang! A loud noise came out. Gong Yi, who was covered in green steam, hit Laozi right with this punch. Whoosh! Kimimaro, who was behind him, opened his mouth slightly, and saw that Laozi had just changed his form, and he had not yet started to fight back. He was directly knocked into the distance of thousands of meters. Kimimaro can feel this skill. Although Laozi has released his terrifying power, he still failed to resist Gong Yi's attack. The 8 inner gates are in the hands of teacher Gong Yi, and even the legendary Jinchuriki column can't resist. Resist. Kimimaro stared blankly at the battlefield ahead. Gong Yi stood there silently at this moment. Green steam enveloped his body. Although Laozi has entered the state of tailed beast now, he still cannot threaten Gong Yi. Obviously, Gong Yi's seemingly ordinary punch, if it was just without the tail beast coat, Laozi's whole person would be dead. Roar! A furious roar came out, and Laozi, who had turned into a tailed beast, completely ignored it and rushed towards Gong Yi frantically. At this moment, the 4 tails were like chains, all of them began to stretch indefinitely, stabbing towards Gong Yi respectively. With the sound of the fierce wind and 4 bloody yuhi-colored tails, they were terrifying, but Gong Yi didn't move at the moment. That's not enough. Gong Yi saw Laozi's half-tailed beast-like state, and he knew that if he wanted to completely force out the 4 tails, it was not enough. That, Gong Yi started hand seal. Mokuden, wood style, deep forest emergence. Next shot. Rumbling, the whole earth began to tremble, and the whole earth began to crack wildly. The sturdy earth just now began to frantically emerge with thick and tall trees. The already dense jungle seemed to be even more exuberant in an instant. Now when Gong Yi released Mokuden, wood style, it was impossible for people to go down. That the eye can see is already filled with no trees. Hurlalala. The thick branches are at this time. As if they were alive, they all stretched out infinitely quickly and grabbed towards Laozi's 4 tails. Were still extremely fierce before, but before they could reach Gong Yi's eyes, they were coiled and imprisoned by countless branches. Although Laozi's tailed beasts were crazy, but under Gong Yi's Mokuden, wood style, he actually at first there was no power to vent. As if this Mokuden, wood style, was born to restrain him. After the tail of the 4 blood yuhi was imprisoned, Laozi was blocked by countless tall trees thousands of meters away. They are like a Mokuden, wood style, version of a tall prison, blocking Laozi's all sides tightly, making him unable to leave. It worked well. Seeing everything in front of him, Gong Yi smiled faintly. The first time he has used such a powerful Mokuden, wood-style ninjutsu since he fused Hashirama cells. In fact, the main purpose is that Gong Yi wants to see if Mokuden, wood-style, really has restraint effect on tailed beasts. After all, the original Hokage Hashirama used Mokuden, wood-style, to subdue Kyuubi, 9 tails, in the fierce battle with Uchiha Madara. And later Yamato also used Mokuden, wood-style, and successfully suppressed Naruto's Kyuubi, 9 tails power. If you want to subdue the tailed beast, the effect of this Mokuden, wood-style, should be very significant. Hashirama cells, which I have studied for a long time now, can indeed be confirmed today, and it is indeed a threat to tailed beasts. Sharingan, Mokuden, wood-style, seems to be the nemesis of tailed beasts. At this moment, Gong Yi is still. While thinking, the more powerful chakra power in front of him vented out. Is more terrifying than the old purple just now, even the current tailed beast form is incomparable. Wind was raging, and countless trees were swayed, and the tree border in front of Gong Yi's eyes had begun to break. Roar, roar, a huge orangutan appeared in it. He was covered in yuhi, colored hair, and there were 2 large horns on top of his head that resembled a spell. The 4 stout tails have been freed from the confinement of Mokuden, wood-style, and are now showing a fan-shaped sway. As soon as it appeared, thick hands stood on the ground, and a pair of yellow eyes stared at Gong Yi. Is it finally out? Gong Yi smiled and looked up at the 4-tailed Sun Wukong who appeared in front of him. It seemed that Laozi had been pushed to the limit by himself, and had let the 4 tails appear, ready to fight him to the death. Yes, it's you who's waiting. After Gong Yi finished speaking, he dodged forward, and after opening the 5 doors, his speed had completely surpassed the speed of sound. Almost the 4-tailed Monkey King saw only a black shadow, and now Gong Yi is already standing on a tall tree not far from him. Waiting, the 4-tailed Monkey King reacted again, and the thick tall number under his feet rose rapidly as if alive. Just a short while, Gong Yi was able to meet the eyes of the giant 4 tails. Die. 4 tails didn't say much. When they appeared, their eyes were full of endless killing intent towards Gong Yi. Start a frantic gathering of power and prepare to unleash the unique tailed beast bomb. It's over. Gong Yi stood there and saw the 4 tails unleashing the attack. He slowly stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Kang! A dazzling light erupted in the sky above Gong Yi. Immediately, a touch of gold rose into the sky, illuminating the whole sky and the earth, reaching the sky. When it appears, it can be clearly seen that it is an invisible state. Immediately afterwards, as the light gradually dispersed, it already revealed the appearance of a C-shaped longsword. Yes, it's teacher Gong Yi's Jin Dun. Kimimaro, who had avoided the center of the battlefield, saw Gong Yi's head, the golden sword that appeared at the top. He raised his head and said to himself. He knew clearly in his heart that no one could withstand teacher Gong Yi's sword. Swish! Kimimaro just thought of this. When he saw Gong Yi's arm swinging down, the golden giant sword turned into a ray of light. Immediately, cut it down. Philo reminds you. Book 3 things to read, and push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels and LT, otherwise the collection IP will be banned, and GT. Chapter 338. Immediately cut it down. It transforms into a golden glow. When Gong Yi's golden shield fell down, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have only the light it bloomed. To see anything other than these. It seems that everything ca and compete with it. Quote. The 4-tailed Monkey King's terrifying tailed beast bomb has not yet been condensed, and its eyes widened in shock by the power of Gong Yi's golden shield. Want to leave, but it's too late. I saw that in a split second. The tailed beast bomb condensed in front of it had been cut in half in an instant. There were countless cracks, and it had just released. The attack has not yet started, and it has been on the verge of extinction. Continuing down, the 4 tails could only watch helplessly, and they were slashed from head to face by a touch of golden light. Immediately afterwards, the four-tailed Monkey King felt that his chakra power was leaking out, and there was no power. Tailed Beast Bomb could no longer condense it. It even wanted to speak, and couldn't even say it. It all happened so fast that it only left a shock on the face. The four-tailed Monkey King obviously did not expect that he had just appeared, and he had not even had time to exert his power. Then he was actually killed by this ant-sized human. With the blink of an eye, as the golden light went up and down, Gong Yi ignored the four tails, but the whole person immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, the four tails were cut off a finger in an instant, and then Gong Yi immediately sealed in the prepared scroll. With a bang, the white smoke dissipated. Gong Yi looked at the four tails that were about to dissipate. Everything is going well. This time, aside from the horns of the eight-tailed ox, the tail of the six-tailed, and the body of QB, nine tails, and the three-tailed, I once again included the fingers containing the four-tailed chakra. In the end, I only have one tail, two tails, and five tails left. After I collect them, I can study the small 10 tails Jinchuriki column power. Nice. Senses, the green steam all over Gong Yi's body dissipated, and the fierce aura of his whole body was gone. I saw that the current four tails have begun to gradually dissipate, and it is impossible to fight at all. Soon, just as the last trace of unwillingness was revealed in its pair of yellow eyes, it slowly changed into the form of chakra and drifted away with the wind. Gong Yi showed no expression. The tailed beast is a combination of chakra, and the entire nine-tailed beast is only a part of 10 tails, and 10 tails is the incarnation of the divine tree. Therefore, they are the original energy of chakra. In this way, as long as chakra still exists, these tailed beasts cannot really be killed. The previous 8 tails and the current 4 tails, all of them. After a few months, a few years, and a decade, they will slowly organize into a shape and then come back to life. This is also the reason why they are sealed in the human Jinchuiki column force, because now they cannot be eliminated at all. But the current Gong Yi doesn't worry about this either. Anyway, he dares to come to trouble himself, so he doesn't mind killing him again. Thinking of this, Gong Yi looked at the position where the 4 tails dissipated, where the old Z was already lying. Silently, completely dead. It seems that because of the death of the tailed beast, he himself has no chance of living anymore. Cadent Fire Style, Super Heroic Fire Dragon Technique. At this time, Gong Yi quickly hand seal, immediately chakra condensed into a huge fire dragon. As soon as it appeared, it began to sweep around, turning the entire jungle into a sea of fire in an instant. All is gone, only the gap left by the previous battle. Destroying the corpse and destroying the trace, Gong Yi still did not leave any trouble for himself. I haven't got the other tailed beasts yet. If the whole village is under the martial law Jinchuriki column force, it will be bad. How about this battle? Do you have any comprehension? With a smile, Gong Yi returned to Kimamaro's eyes and looked at him. Mr. Gong Yi, I have learned a lot. Now looking at Gong Yi, who treats him very gently, Kimamaro nodded heavily. It is estimated that it is impossible for people to think that this teacher who treats him very well has almost killed a tyrannical tailed beast just now. But now that the time has come, Kimamaro's pair of green pupils, the light of admiration is much stronger. Teacher Gong Yi, I will not let you down. I must become stronger. Seeing what Gong Yi just demonstrated for himself, Kimamaro said again with great gratitude. Meanwhile, the other side. Just when Gong Yi's side had just eliminated the 4 tails, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru also came here. Walking in the dense jungle, the two did not hurry, so the speed was not particularly fast. Uchiha Itachi was the first to feel that something was wrong when Gong Yi lifted the ceiling barrier around him. Blood Yuhi's 3 Tomo Sharingan. Looking ahead, Uchiha Itachi said lightly, there is someone fighting ahead. Oh. Hearing this, Orochimaru's golden snake eyes looked into the distance, and then smiled. It seems that it's over. The power of this chakra is very strong. Uchiha Itachi's heart was beating, and he felt this kind of fluctuation familiar. Swish. The two walked away almost synchronously, and did not walk here as if they were shopping. By the time they appeared, the two had already arrived at the battlefield on Gong Yi's side. Yes. Orochimaru looked forward, and the entire area that was supposed to be the jungle had been horribly destroyed. That blends into the eyes is desolate and black, and there are countless gaps in the whole land. Looking at some dense cracks, there should have been an amazing battle not long ago. According to the extent of the damage, the person who just shot should be very strong. Uchiha Itachi swept across the messy battlefield coldly, he whispered inwardly. And Orochimaru at this time, he also showed a vigilant look, and did not speak again. However, although the two were a little shocked now, they did not show much fear. Now that they haven't seen the maker of this battle, they don't need to show a state of panic. On the contrary, they are still a little curious now. Who is it, who can actually go through such a big battle and hide the perception of the two of them? According to reason, it is impossible for them not to sense the extent of damage here. Especially Uchiha Itachi, his Sharingan insight, that's no joke. Hee, why are you two here? At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind the two. Chapter 339. Akatsuki Information. The complexion changed. The two were there almost immediately. Dodge away. Just as Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi thought. They actually heard a voice behind them. Completely unaware. It's almost a state of unknowing, if someone attacked it just now. They are afraid that it is very easy to really be tricked. Heart couldn't help but jump, and the two dodged to a position hundreds of meters away, and then slowly looked back. In front of the two of them, a man dressed in white was standing there quietly. He looked calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. Beside him, there was a white-haired boy at the moment. His face was indifferent, and he looked at them without the slightest expression. It's Gong Yi and Kimimaro. Just when the two wanted to leave, Gong Yi realized that Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi had actually appeared here. He looked at the two now, and it seemed that they should have started to form a separate team. It is estimated that this state will not take long. They should have conflicts, and finally Orochimaru will leave Akatsuki. It's Gong Yi. It's really surprising. When Orochimaru saw who was coming, his tense state did not relax. Contrary, Gong Yi is still dangerous to him. After all, how terrifying his strength has grown, Orochimaru dare not think about it. But even so, Orochimaru 320 still looks evil and charming, looking at Gong Yi and Kimimaro from time to time. Obviously, now he can feel that the child of the Kagaya clan in Kurigakure village was taught very well by him. Here, Uchiha Itachi did not speak, but a pair of Sharingan were blooming strangely. Apparently, seeing Gong Yi now, Uchiha Itachi also wanted to ask about Sasuke. But since Orochimaru was here now, Uchiha Itachi couldn't say anything at all. Accident. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Gong Yi smiled and said nothing more. Forget it, you guys continue, I'll leave first. Seeing the current state of the two, he did not speak again. Some kind of deal with Orochimaru. With Uchiha Itachi. If it became transparent to each other now, it would be very stupid. Anyway, now what's going on with Akatsuki? Gong Yi isn't in a hurry to know. Meeting them today is purely coincidental. It doesn't matter what Gong Yi is. Just saying hello to them. Of course, at the same time, it also indirectly told the two of them not to talk too much. Fortunately, the two are not fools, and neither of them mentioned the matter. The two are very tacit understanding. No one has this fight, is it? Gong Yi came out. They weren't that stupid, and since Gong Yi didn't say anything, the two of them wouldn't speak either. But it can destroy it. They all know it. Looking at the entire ninja continent, I am afraid that except Gong Yi, there are very few people who can do this. At the same time, Here, Gang Yi's voice just fell, and he didn't wait. When the two spoke, he immediately took Kimimaro with him. Left. Now he doesn't care what the two of them want to do. Since he has successfully captured the four-tailed chakra, Gang Yi has nothing to do here. You go back first. After Uchiha Itachi saw Gang Yi leave, he said to Orochimaru indifferently. The whole person also disappeared in place for no reason at all. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's icy look, Orochimaru seemed to be used to it. Although he didn't know why Uchiha Itachi left now, he didn't pay attention to Uchiha Itachi anymore, but looked at the place where Gang Yi disappeared and thought for a long time, then also dodged and left. The country of grass. The material here is still abundant, and the coverage rate of the jungle is very high. After leaving Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, Gang Yi returned to Konoha village with Kimimaro. Now the surrounding scene is rapidly regressing, making people look at the shadows of some blurred green trees on both sides. The next second, Gang Yi suddenly stopped on a branch. He seemed to sense something, and immediately looked at Kimimaro with a smile on his face. Go back to the leader of the palace and wait for me. I still have some things to deal with here. Seeing that he was about to leave the country of grass, Gang Yi was not worried. Furthermore, Kimimaro's current strength is, and the four-tailed Jinchuriki column force can barely fight for 2 rounds. Then there is no one around to trap him now, and within a few thousand meters. To the range of the country of fire. It's almost, exactly. Besides, Gang Yi can't always protect Kimimaro, he naturally needs to face something by himself. Thinking of this, Gang Yi saw Kimimaro nodded, and he immediately disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he had already left a very distant position. It is very remote, and the towering trees form a natural barrier. There are only a few short strands of sunlight on the sky that can be reflected in, so it looks a little dark around. Master Gang Yi. At this time, when Gang Yi just came here, a man walked out slowly in the dark in front of him. Black robe, Yuhi's eyes, is Uchiha Itachi who just left with Orochimaru. At this moment, his face was not as indifferent as before, on the contrary, he still had a little look on his face. The tone of the whole person is very respectful, and there is no trace of the way he treated Orochimaru at all. Even though he has defected from Konoha village, he still sees Gang Yi and has to bring an adult. Come here, what's the matter? Gang Yi was not surprised to see Uchiha Itachi appear. As early as after he left, he could sense that Uchiha Itachi's chakra was following him from time to time. So, now that I think about it, I know that Uchiha Itachi may have something to find himself. Having been in Akatsuki for so long, I've collected almost a lot of information about them. Uchiha Itachi looked at Gang Yi, and he said slowly, and recently, they have become more and more active. Has it started to become more frequent? Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Gang Yi didn't show any surprise. The plot has already started, and Akatsuki seems to be ready to move. Thinking of this, Gang Yi looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked, now where is Akatsuki's rear? I just wanted to ask before, but I haven't had time to send a message to Uchiha Itachi. Now is the time to learn more about Akatsuki. Although they probably know everything, but they are currently hiding their heads and showing their tails, which is not conducive to Gang Yi's actions in the future. Hearing the question, Uchiha Itachi shook his head. There is no fixed position now. Thinking about it, he touched the ring he wore on the ring finger of his right hand, and said again. Phyllu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, and push the latest chapter. Otherwise the collection IP will be banned. Chapter 340, Illusory Dragon 9 Seals. Usually now in Akatsuki, pain is the one-line contact. Uchiha Itachi looked at Gang Yi and slowly took off the ring on his hand, but there must be a condition to communicate, that is, the ring must be worn on the hand, otherwise the communication cannot be completed. Shaking, there is a Zu written in his hand. The word ring, Uchiha Itachi continued. and they may also use this ring to monitor in real time to prevent someone from leaking secrets, and each of them is very cautious. At least for now, they're still very careful and haven't shown anything. Without reservation, Uchiha Itachi told Gong Yi what he could know. Well. Nodding, Gong Yi was not surprised. Akatsuki is always careful, they may not have established a stronghold, which is normal. And this ring in Uchiha Itachi's hand, Gong Yi also guessed, they are not only used to represent the status symbol and one-line connection, it is estimated that there may be a little relationship with the magic dragon 9 seals. But Gong Yi didn't care. When he wanted to know, he could just grab one and kill him through Uchiha Itachi's intelligence. Thinking of this, Gong Yi didn't waste time too much, but looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, "You can sort out the specific information and send it back to the leader of the palace." Well. Uchiha Itachi nodded and agreed. This was a deal that the two of them had done before, and he didn't show any embarrassment. Now he hasn't even passed the news of Akatsuki from Konoha, because he promised Gong Yi. Uchiha Itachi, he has always adhered to this principle. At this moment, when I saw Gong Yi to leave, Uchiha Itachi didn't hesitate, immediately asked, "Lord Gong Yi, Sasuke. How is he in Sasuke's place now?" Hearing Uchiha Itachi speak, Gong Yi smiled lightly. He actually knew for a long time that Uchiha Itachi had found himself here, but not entirely to inform him of the information he knew. It seemed, he was still worried about his younger brother. "Now that I have gone to ninja school, everything is fine, don't worry." Gong Yi would turn his head and look at Uchiha Itachi and answer him. "Master Gong Yi, then I hope you can teach him more in the future." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi showed reassurance on his face, and immediately asked respectfully, "I promise you, I will do it. However, recently, you have to pay close attention to Pain's movements. I guess they should make big moves in the future." Gong Yi naturally did not refuse Uchiha Itachi's request, anyway. It was agreed at the beginning. Contrary, I am still ready to let Uchiha Itachi pay attention to Akatsuki. The tailed beasts. In this case, it is actually more beneficial to themselves. The snipe and clam compete, and the fisherman wins. I am still short of chakra of a few tailed beasts, and weaving hands, maybe I can save a lot of things. Well, when the time comes, I will contact you through the crow. Uchiha Itachi did not remain silent, but returned to him happily. Seeing this, Gong Yi didn't speak, and the person disappeared. Dazzling, a new day arrives. Early morning, the streets of Konoha village were very quiet, when the first rays of morning light penetrated the mist, and slowly they began to recover. Today, Konoha's ninja school is very lively. On the large school playground, a lot of students gathered at this moment. There are many ninja teachers around, they are standing there looking at the group of people in front of them. Today is the actual combat assessment day of the ninja school. Put it bluntly, what we need to do now is a ninjutsu practice with 2 people. Everyone on the playground was swaying. Some of them now come from commoner families, while others are from famous families. Would admit defeat, everyone clenched their fists, looked at each other and snorted coldly. Don't look at them as just some children, but in the entire ninja world, they are already very mature. 4. Some sense of honor, what everyone sees is also important. Especially in the entire ninja world school, there are also some circles, and each of them does not want to hold back. The morning. The sunny weather shines on the earth, after the experience is allotted. Here now are all students who need to be assessed today. It can be seen that there are almost all famous families in it now, and there are only a few groups of civilian ninjas. Ah, another troublesome day. At this time, standing in the shade of a tree, a teenager with some dead fish eyes stood here. His face showed laziness, and he looked forward weakly. Shikamaru, you said this time, who will Hyuga Neji's opponent be? Next to Nara Shikamaru, a fat little man in green clothes was looking at him and asked. Hey, I'm begging you to stop talking about Choji. I don't care who his opponent is, you're going to die. Shikamaru shook his head, ignoring Akamichi Choji, and immediately put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. Front. Following the conversation between the two, the ninja teacher here has begun to take out the form. Ah Sakura, this time I have to beat that guy to show you. In the crowd, a young man with short blonde hair was shouting loudly. He has a pair of azure blue eyes and the special beard-like texture of the 6 paths on his face. I saw the current teenager, wearing an orange jacket suit with a green goggles on his head, and now he was fisting at the teenager on the other side. Obviously, he had suffered a lot from the young man before. But now the young man's face was indifferent, and he didn't pay attention to him, but set his eyes on another person. Is he the disciple of Lord Gongyi? Indifferent young man saw that not far in front of him, the young man in white clothes with his hair tied into small bundles murmured to himself. Okay Naruto, stop arguing. Now I'll read it, the battle list for a while. Standing in front of the ninja teacher Iruka, he looked at Naruto and said helplessly, your opponent is not Sasuke, but Lee Rock. As for the next two of you, it's Yamanaka Tatsuno vs. Moonlight K's, and Uchiha Sasuke vs. Hyuga Neji. A short while, Iruka read all the forms in his hand. Everyone standing here has some expressions of excitement, and some of them are depressed. However, Sasuke's face was a little excited. Because the player I actually fought against was a disciple of Lord Gongyi. Enter.